The very first time I awakened my Beastmaster talent, my opportunity was snatched away. The corporation not only humiliated me with a contract of servitude, but even sneered that I was unworthy of raising a divine beast cub. I independently awakened my Beastmaster talent at the age of 17. This should have been a momentous occasion, and I waited anxiously for a week, full of anticipation. Yet the official starter beast promised to me never appeared. When I rushed to the Beastmaster Bureau to inquire, my heart sank. My beast had already been claimed by someone else. While I was still in a daze, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, claiming to be from Xingye Corporation. With a false smile, he presented me with two so-called compensation options: either sign a contract of servitude and serve as his young master's lackey for 30 years. Or take 5 million yuan and completely relinquish the beast cub that rightfully belonged to me. Clutching that 30-year contract of servitude, I was so furious I almost laughed. How could this be called compensation? They had clearly stolen my opportunity for early awakening, yet wanted me to be grateful and serve them like a dog for 30 years. In this world, everyone yearns to become a beastmaster through artificial awakening at 18, while self-awakened individuals like me are exceedingly rare. By rights, I should have received a high-quality beast cub. But Xingye Corporation not only seized my opportunity, they were also so overbearing, even contemptuously claiming I was unqualified and unable to afford it. Burning with rage, I rejected both options and drove the man away. He didn't get angry, merely gave a meaningful smile and left behind a card loaded with 5 million. I knew I couldn't stay here. Xingye Corporation would never let this go. Grabbing the card, I rushed straight to the city's largest beast store without looking back. Only power could give me the means for revenge. As soon as I stepped through the door, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Entry system activated. The system. My heart trembled violently, and the spark of vengeance instantly became a raging inferno. This system could copy and upgrade talent entries, with the essence for upgrades coming from shattered entries. The quality of entries even surpassed common sense. Above all known aptitude levels, there was even the legendary red grade. Suppressing my excitement, I scanned the dazzling array of beasts. The clerk enthusiastically recommended a colorful kitten with the agility entry, but I didn't stop. After circling the store, I set my sights on 3: the blue-tailed brown bears, divine strength; the stream cranes, experience absorption; and the nightshade cats, dark element mastery. The blue-tailed brown bear was prohibitively expensive, so I gave up on it. The remaining 2 left me torn. The nightshade cat was an exceptional species, and dark element mastery offered immediate combat power. While the stream cranes, experience absorption, had boundless potential, it couldn't boost my strength right away. Revenge waits for no one, so I finally pointed at the little cat with a jet black body and amethyst-like eyes. That one. It meowed at me, as if it had already chosen me. Payment, contract, everything went smoothly. But I was determined to obtain experience absorption. Pretending to be reluctant to part with the stream crane, I suggested letting the 2 cubs spar with each other. The clerk immediately refused. Without hesitation, I pulled out my card again. I'll buy another 1 million worth of nurturing materials. The clerk wavered, and after seeking approval, reluctantly agreed, but strictly forbade any serious injury to the stream crane. In the backyard arena, the nightshade cat leapt up gracefully. Opposite, the stream crane was still leisurely preening its feathers. I whispered in my heart, defeat it, but don't hurt it. The clerk assumed it was just youthful enthusiasm, completely unaware of my true intentions. The duel began. The nightshade cat jumped onto the stage, while the stream crane continued grooming its feathers. How do you want to proceed, sir? The shop attendant stood behind the water crane, turning to Lisi for instructions. We can start now, Lisi replied. As soon as he spoke, a thick black mist began to swirl around the dark night nethercat. This was tangible dark attribute energy, a signature ability possessed by only a select few of its kind. Lisi hadn't expected his nethercat to master such a skill, one that allowed it to ignore environmental influences. The discovery delighted him, Bathed in the dark mist, the nethercat's stats surged. Empowered, it suddenly lunged forward, a dense cloud enveloping the water crane. It wasn't until then that the water crane realized the danger and tried to break free, but with its mastery of dark elements, the nethercat's strength at this rank far exceeded the crane's expectations. The bird felt a sharp pain at its neck, then an overwhelming force slammed it to the ground. As the black mist faded, the water crane lay pinned under the nethercat's paw, struggling furiously. At the same time, in Lysee's private view, visible only to him, a new entry appeared in his word tag library: Experience Drain. He could choose to shatter the tag for essence or bestow it on a creature. There was no need to hesitate. Lysee immediately assigned the Experience Drain tag to his nethercat. The nethercat, still pinning the water crane and looking quite pleased with itself, suddenly shuddered. It felt a wave of warmth surge from the water crane into its own body, its power growing stronger by the second. In Lysee's vision, the nethercat's level ticked up from 5 to 6. Such instant improvement couldn't have come from the nethercat alone, it had to be the work of its beast master. The nethercat, no fool, quickly pieced together what happened. It shot Lysee a deep look. When it saw him nod in approval, its suspicions were confirmed, and its gaze grew markedly more affectionate. "Oh dear, get up, get up." The shop attendant, distressed by the sight of the water crane toppled on the ground, hurried over. The nethercat glanced at Lysee. Seeing him give the signal, it lifted its soft paw, releasing the water crane. The moment it was free, the water crane leapt into the air and began angrily preening its feathers. Lysee glanced at the water crane's stats. Even after copying its innate tag, its quality hadn't dropped, a fact that earned a slight nod from him. After all, he had no quarrel with the shop, and costing them a 1,000,000 credit deal for no reason would hardly be right. "All right, could you help me pick out 1,000,000 credits worth of beast food? Just the kind made especially for Dark Knight nethercats. Oh, and do you sell spatial backpacks here?" Lysee walked over, handing the shop attendant his card as he spoke. "Yes, of course, sir. We have items in the 100,000, 200,000 and 500,000 price ranges. Which would you prefer?" The moment Lysee spoke, the shop assistant perked up, immediately putting aside the water-flowing crane she'd been holding. Taking Lysee's card with both hands, she asked eagerly, "The 500,001, certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." She ushered Lysee into the VIP room, then hurried off to prepare his order. Before long, the assistant returned, carrying a black and green spatial backpack, and handed it to Lysee. "Sir, this spatial backpack has a 5 by 10 by 10 capacity. Everything you purchased has already been packed inside. Please check and make sure everything is correct." Lysee didn't have time to check. People from Shengye Group could show up any minute, and he needed to get out of the city as quickly as possible. Just like in the old saying, Xinsheng perished inside, but Chonger found safety outside. "No need, I trust you," he said, picking up his card and slinging the backpack over his shoulders. Without another word, Lysee turned and left. There was still 500,000 left on the card, but he had no intention of keeping it. He could already foresee that he'd be living on the road for a while. Out in the wild, money was useless. He needed to convert it into supplies as quickly as he could. But just as he stepped outside, Lysee froze. He quickly clamped a hand over the nightshade ghost cat's mouth and ducked behind a nearby pillar. "Damn it, where did that brat run off to?" Several men in Xingye Group uniforms swaggered past, cursing as they scanned the street. Once they were gone, Lysee emerged from behind the pillar, narrowing his eyes as he watched their retreating backs. After a long hard look, he ducked into a shop and bought a baseball cap, pulled it low over his face, and hurried away with his head down. "Meow, so those are your enemies, Beastmaster," the nightshade ghost cat, who'd been quietly curled up in Lysee's arms the whole time, finally let out a soft, fluffy mewl. Ever since forging the Beastmaster contract, Lysee and the cat could communicate directly through their bond. "Yes, those are the ones," Lysee replied softly, keeping his head down and moving quickly, determined to get out of the city. But as he neared the city gates and saw people outside blocking the road, checking photos against every would-be traveler, Lysee's eyes dropped to the ground. Without hesitation, he turned and slipped back into the city. Xingye Group was the local powerhouse in Linhai City, a security company that had grown over 3 generations into the force it was today. Their foundation, the reason they'd risen so far, was their founder, the very man whose grandson had stolen Lysee's beast. Like Lysee, the founder had been a prodigy who awakened his Beastmaster space early. The last time his beast had made a move was 5 years ago, when it wiped out a rival company right on the spot. According to what Lysee had found online back then, the beast's power had already broken through level 50, reaching king rank, one of the top-ranked beasts in the province. That fight had cemented Xingye Group's dominance and fueled their wild expansion. It was also the reason they now dared to covet Lysee's beast with such confidence. "Meow, those guys aren't that tough. Give me a little time and I'll twist all their heads right off. The nightshade nethercat, who'd been quietly nestled in Lisey's arms, suddenly let out a soft, innocent-sounding mewl, but Lisey, who could understand its thoughts, knew there was nothing soft about that statement. He shot the nethercat a sidelong glance, then strolled into an alleyway as casually as if he were out for a walk, so natural that no one around noticed anything amiss. Once in the alley, Lisey first pulled out a Beastmaster-grade gas mask and strapped it onto the nethercat, then pried open a manhole cover and slipped straight down into the sewer. This tunnel led right out of the city, a shortcut he'd discovered years ago while helping a classmate track down a runaway pet hamster for some extra cash. By the time he found the hamster, it was being circled and kicked around by a pack of big, mean local rats. If he hadn't arrived in time, the poor thing would have been lunch. As soon as they dropped in, the nethercat, uncomfortable, tried pushing the gas mask up for a bit of relief, only to take in a huge lungful of the sewer's stench. It let out a shrill yowl and hastily shoved the mask back down over its face. Lisey glanced at the nethercat, then looked away, pulling a flashlight from his spatial backpack as he started making his way forward through the tunnel. Up ahead was a burrow that led directly outside the city. Judging by the look of it, it had been dug out years ago by some beast or maybe a foreigner. If it had been the latter, they'd have been dealt with by the city guards long ago. As they walked, Lisey explained things to the nethercat. The nethercat, curious, asked more questions. It had seen how the whole city was out searching for Lisey, and escaping now seemed almost impossible. What are you going to do once you're out of the city? It asked. Sell myself, obviously, Lisey replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing this, the nethercat's emerald eyes went wide, staring at Lisey in disbelief. I've got nothing to my name right now. The only thing I have to sell is my talent, Lisey explained, squeezing into the tunnel as he spoke. The nethercat clung to his back, still questioning him. Thankfully, whoever dug this tunnel had been big enough that Lisey didn't have to recall the nethercat into his beast space. Who are you planning to sell yourself to? The nethercat pressed, either to one of Shenye Group's enemies or to someone so powerful I could never afford to offend them, Lisey answered quietly. By now he'd crawled to the end of the tunnel where a hidden patch of grass concealed the exit. Just as he was about to slip out, his body froze. He slowed his breathing, straining to catch the sounds outside. Damn it, still no sign. How can that kid run this fast? What did he even do to offend the young master? Why's the whole city out to get him, like it's life or death? A rough, booming voice sounded from outside, its tone laced with confusion. Soon after, a slight conspiratorial voice chimed in. Oh, I actually know about this. But you guys better not let this get out. Now, four distinct voices could be heard talking over each other. Second brother, out with it. What happened? The man addressed as second brother gave a sly chuckle, dragging out the suspense with that same sneaky tone before finally speaking. Our young master stole the first contract beast from a prodigy who awakened his beastmaster talent early. He's worried that once that prodigy rises up, he'll come back for revenge. That's why he's going to so much trouble to nip him in the bud. At the mouth of the cave, Lisey heard every word loud and clear. He took several deep breaths, forcing down the anger boiling inside him. Unable to hold back, he let out a cold laugh. So it turns out even that guy knows fear. He glanced up at the sky. Night had just fallen, the last remnants of twilight fading. This was when the Nightshade Ghost Cat's abilities began to strengthen, a boost that would peak at midnight. Can I take them? Lisey cautiously poked his head out to survey the situation. There were 4 men outside, with 2 contract beasts among them. Neither beast looked particularly strong, both were white-ranked basic-level creatures. One was a level 7 Crimson Chain Snake, the other a level 8 Tracker Mouse. While their levels were higher than the Nightshade Ghost Cat's, their quality and abilities couldn't compare. Crimson Chain Snake attributes: Fire Poison, trait, Frail, Gray; Tracker Mouse attribute, Metal, trait, Keen Senses, White. The gap in level could be compensated for by superior quality and traits. In other words, the power of those 2 beasts was about on par with the Nightshade Ghost Cat. The only problem was the numbers. They had more people. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Lisey fixed his gaze on the 4 men through the gaps in the brush, signaling the Nightshade Ghost Cat with barely a flicker of movement. The cat immediately responded, melting into the darkness. Take out the Tracker Mouse first. Lisey's voice echoed in the Nightshade Ghost Cat's mind through their contract. Tracker mice were born with heightened senses, and this one even had the Keen Senses trait. It was a greater threat to the Nightshade Ghost Cat than the snake. The Nightshade Ghost Cat nodded in silence as a shadow crept toward the Tracker Mouse. At that moment, the Tracker Mouse, busy nibbling on a nut, suddenly lifted its head, its beady eyes darting around suspiciously as it sniffed the air intently. After a long moment, sensing nothing unusual, it lowered its head and went back to its snack. That was when it heard a sharp, crisp sound, and the world before its eyes rapidly faded into darkness. The instant Lee saw the tracker mouse go down, he pulled a dagger from his spatial backpack, rose swiftly and hunched low as he made his way toward the man on the outermost edge. "Watch out, we've got company." At that moment, the Beastmaster who controlled the tracking mouse finally realized what had happened. His shrill scream pierced the sky. Meanwhile, Lee kicked off the ground and lunged forward. Under the terrified gaze of the man, Lee's dagger plunged straight into his chest. As blood spurted out, Lee froze for a split second, stunned by what he'd done, but he quickly bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, snapping himself back to reality. With a frenzied motion, he twisted the dagger, massacring the man on the spot. Before the remaining three had time to react, Lee immediately slipped away. "Brother." The other three finally snapped out of their daze. One of them, who bore a striking resemblance, about 60%, to the man Lee had just killed, suddenly threw himself onto the corpse, wailing in agony. The other two quickly stood back to back, on high alert. "Hey buddy, don't get worked up. We're just working stiffs earning a meager wage. 4,000 a month isn't worth risking our necks over. We swear we won't breathe a word about you, just let us go, all right? Pretend we're nothing, just let us off the hook, okay?" The one called second brother, his voice sly and trembling, nervously scanned the area as he raised both hands, shouting desperately. He wasn't lying, he was just a hired hand. When things got tense, he'd been told to stand off to the side and look intimidating. Now that someone had been killed, there was no way he'd keep fighting. Hidden in the shadows, the dark night nether cat glanced at Lee, its eyes full of meaning. Fighting back his nausea, Lee gave a curt wave signaling the cat to hurry up and finish the job. His own life was on the line. How could he afford to gamble now? The three men heard nothing but a single cat's yowl before everything went black. In an instant, the dark night nether cats severed their necks, blood gushing as they collapsed limply to the ground. This was the helplessness of fragile beastmasters when faced with a natural-born assassin like the nether cat. With the beastmasters dead, the remaining red chain snake's abilities instantly plummeted to rock bottom, making it easy prey for the nether cat. Killing several people didn't draw the attention of the law. Although the law was a living force hanging over the empire like a blazing sun, it only covered the cities within its domain. This place was outside its reach. Only then did Lee emerge from the grass, opening his system's entry library. Just as he expected, the entries from the two beasts he'd just defeated now lay quietly inside. Frailty, gray; physical attributes decreased; keen senses, white; slightly increased perception. It was the first time he'd seen a negative entry. Are all gray entries negative effects? Lee wondered silently and immediately chose to decompose the frailty entry. Decomposing a gray entry gave him 5 entry essences, but upgrading a gray entry to a white one required 15. What a ripoff, he thought. After grumbling inwardly, Lee immediately grabbed his dark night nethercat, hopped onto one of the electric scooters lying on the ground nearby, and sped off. These scooters had belonged to those 4 unlucky guys. There were 4 in total, now all toppled over. After taking care of the 2 summoned beasts, his experience absorption trait siphoned off a good chunk of energy from them, instantly leveling up the nethercat to level 7. 2 levels in a single afternoon. On any other beast, that would have been pure fantasy. Even during the fastest early leveling phase, raising a beast by 2 levels would take at least a week. Ever since Lee found out someone had impersonated him to claim his beast, he'd been racking his brain for a way out. While fleeing, he kept searching for enemies of the Shengye group or for companies with overlapping interests. Unfortunately, even if such rivals existed, they were all far away. There was no way he could reach them at his current speed. That left only one path: find a force so powerful that even the Shengye group wouldn't dare cross them, then join up. With his trait system, all he needed was enough time. He'd crush the Shengye group sooner or later, like a worm splitting a mountain, no matter how huge they seemed. And as it happened, there was just such a place near Linhai City. Donghai University, one of the Empire's 5 great academies, was not far away. These 5 academies were the top universities in the Empire, and Donghai sat on the eastern sea close to Linhai. Since it specialized in water types, the university was actually located offshore, accessible only by boat from the coast, but that was still the fastest way. Lee glanced at the nethercat. With things as they were, he couldn't send it back to his beast space, so he set it on his shoulder and told it to keep watch while he aimed the scooter toward the sea. He vaguely remembered the way. His middle school had once organized a combined field trip for middle and elementary schoolers to tour Donghai University. After half an hour at full speed, he finally glimpsed the shoreline. Far away, shrouded in mist, an enormous cluster of buildings loomed. The campus of Donghai University, built atop the back of a colossal turtle-type summoned beast. The university covered an area nearly half the size of Linhai City. As for how powerful that beast was, Li Si had no idea. All he knew was that every elder he'd ever met said that Turtle had been carrying the university since they were children. It was the dead of night and the shore was empty, no tourists in sight, which was perfect for Li Si's plan. "Should I send you back to the beast's space, or what?" he asked, tossing the scooter aside and turning to the nether cat perched on his shoulder. He was about to head into the water and he worried the nether cat might not handle it well. "Meow, don't worry, I'll watch your back," the nether cat said. Li Si was about to argue when suddenly a commotion of voices and flashes of light echoed from the distance. In that instant, Li Si's heart leapt into his throat. He knew the pursuers were closing in. Not daring to hesitate for a second, he dove straight into the water. "He's jumped into the sea. Don't let him get away," a familiar voice rang out just as Li Si plunged beneath the surface. It was the manager, the same one from earlier that afternoon, but gone was that calm, unruffled tone, as if he had everything under control. Now his voice was edged with panic and desperation. Plainly Li Si's escape had rattled him, leaving him frantic and at his wits' end. Li Si didn't dare linger. He swam as fast as he could toward the giant turtle. "Needle-nosed swordfish, skewer him!" The manager's furious shout echoed from behind. The next moment Li Si heard a heavy, muffled thud through the water. Suddenly, the entire right side of his body went numb. His pupils widened in shock as he turned. He saw only a cloud of blood blooming in the water and his dark night phantom cat on his back letting out a furious guttural snarl. But there was nothing the cat could do. It was a land-dwelling beast powerless in the water. "This ends you. Once you're dead, everyone else will be safe." Standing atop a jellyfish with a crown of rock, the manager watched the spreading red in the water, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. God only knew how panicked he'd been after hearing that Li Si had escaped. The founder of their conglomerate had been a prodigy who awakened the Beastmaster talent early. They knew better than anyone how dangerous someone like that could be. Give a genius like Li Si the slightest breeze and he could soar. If someone like that had it in for them, they'd never sleep easy again. So the whole Shenye group had gone mad searching for Li Si, and no one was more relentless than the manager himself. After all, he was the only one in the group who'd actually met Li Si face to face. It was obvious who he hated most. Now, with Li Si finally about to die by his own hands, the manager felt a weight lift from his heart. Sure, he felt guilty about killing a boy no older than his own son, but guilt he could live with. Living in constant terror he could not. But just as the needle-nosed swordfish's blade-like snout was about to pierce Li Si, the surface of the water suddenly froze, literally froze. The seawater all around solidified like glass. Even the surging waves hung suspended in the air, as if time itself had stopped. The sight made the manager's eyes go wide with shock. He knew instantly that it was over. Their actions had drawn the attention of the bigwigs at East Sea University. Catching sight of Li Si so close at hand, the manager's expression twisted. With a sudden vicious resolve, he pulled out a dagger, lunging to stab Li Si then and there. At this point, he'd thrown caution to the wind. If Li Si survived, if he managed to catch the eye of one of those influential figures at East Sea University, the manager knew Li Si could rise to unimaginable heights. Shenye Group's future might be uncertain, but one thing was for sure: his own family would be doomed. So for the sake of his parents, for his wife and child, he had to die here. He had to take Li Si down with him, leaving no witnesses. That way countless people would be grateful to him and his own family would be well taken care of. But in the end he had overestimated himself and underestimated the strength of a high-level beastmaster. Invisible water vapor coiled around him, pinning him in place, utterly immobile. What kind of hatred, what kind of grudge makes you try to murder a young man at the gates of Donghai University? A deep, rough voice echoed out, and in the next instant the clear melodic call of a whale rang across sky and sea, ethereal, resonant, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only that haunting sound. It was a long time before the sound of something breaking through the water reached their ears. A massive whale, hundreds of meters long, with a single horn on its head and its body covered in shimmering crystals, surged skyward. It didn't come crashing down but glided gracefully through the air between sea and sky. The sound of chattering teeth was everywhere. The manager, trembling in fear, recognized the creature's species, a radiant horned whale, a king-class beast even more powerful than the founder of the Shenye Group. After the terror came a wave of helplessness. He understood now: there was no way he could assassinate Li Si in front of a king-class beastmaster. And if Li Si survived this, there would surely be a reckoning. "Alright kid, talk. What's going on here?" The rough voice came from behind the radiant horned whale. Only then did the crowd see who was speaking. A burly man, bare-chested, with muscles as sharply defined as sculpted marble, his skin tanned dark like a fisherman, sat cross-legged on the whale's back. He pointed at Li Si, who was slowly hauling himself up from the surface of the sea. Only now did Li Si realize he could actually stand on the water. Beneath his feet the ocean was as solid and flat as dry land. "So this kid is a criminal from Linhai City?" The manager tried one last desperate protest, but he barely got the words out before the burly man shot him a glare, instantly silencing him. "Did I give you permission to speak?" the burly man barked. The manager went rigid, a primal fear sweeping over him as if he'd encountered a natural predator. He shrank back, not daring to utter another word. Cough, cough, cough. "Senior, my name is Lee Si. I'm a student from Linhai City who awakened my Beastmaster space early, but the starter beast I was supposed to receive from the authorities was stolen by the young master of Xingye Group. Then they tried to kill me to erase all evidence." Lee Si coughed up several mouthfuls of seawater tinged with blood. He turned to look at the terrified manager, unable to hide the hint of satisfaction in his smile. "We're finished." As they listened to Lee Si's words, the manager and the Xingye Group employees behind him all felt a chill run through their hearts. What, a prodigy who awakened their Beastmaster space early? Upon hearing Lee Si's words, the burly man's eyes lit up. He looked Lee Si up and down, his gaze lingering especially on the pitch-black nightshade cat on Lee Si's back, its fur soaked by seawater. No one could tell what he was thinking. "You're lying. Who can prove that you're Lee Si?" the manager blurted out, a sudden idea striking him. He wasn't sure if it would work, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Lee Si's original contracted beast was issued specifically to him, no one else could take it by force. If the young master of Xingye Group wanted to claim that beast, he'd have to become Lee Si himself. Thanks to extensive maneuvering inside Xingye Group, the young master had now on paper legally changed his name to Lee Si with all the official documentation to match. In the eyes of the authorities, he was Lee Si now. The real Lee Si, on the other hand, had become a nobody, a person without an identity. "Whether you are or not, I'll be the judge of that." The burly man glanced impatiently at the manager, then leapt lightly onto the water and walked over to Lee Si. He reached out and patted Lee Si on the head, then down his body to his calves, examining him closely. After a moment he straightened up, a look of delight spreading across his face. "Excellent. Bone age 17, not quite 18. A true prodigy awakened as a beastmaster ahead of schedule. It's a bit of a shame, though, the initial contract beast is only a blue-grade nightshade cat, but that's not a big problem. You can always contract better beasts down the line." "Kid, I'm Zhu Dongchen, director of admissions at Donghai University. Interested in enrolling?" "It's over. We're finished." The people from Xingye Group looked ashen, their faces drained of all hope. "Of course I am." Lee Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just moments ago, after being impaled by the swordfish, he thought it was all over for him. He never imagined such a twist of fate. A commotion like this would actually draw out the director of admissions from Donghai University. "Good, come with me." Lee Si had no idea that Director Zhu was even more thrilled than he was. After all, stumbling upon a genius with a prematurely awakened Beastmaster space just by taking a stroll was like finding a winning lottery ticket worth $5 million on the street. Geniuses of this caliber were rare. Even Donghai University only recruited a dozen or so each year. Every extra one was a huge win. "All right, how do you want to deal with these people?" Director Zhu, who had been patting Lee Si's back and plotting ways to rope him into the university, suddenly remembered the others. He shot them a glance, his tone utterly dismissive, not seeing Xingye Group or anyone else as a threat. He exuded the confidence of a king-level beastmaster. In an instant, those people felt as if they'd plunged into an ice cellar. "Director, let them go." To everyone's surprise, Lee Si glanced back at them and spoke these words. "Oh, why, don't tell me you're feeling merciful all of a sudden." Director Zhu withdrew his hand from patting Lee Si's back and, chin in hand, regarded him with renewed interest. If what Lee Si said was true, he'd have to reassess this young man's potential. After all, the world was far from peaceful. Nurturing a bleeding heart, a powerful one at that, could lead to all sorts of trouble. "No, I want to keep them alive. I'll take revenge myself, personally, one day." Lee Si's words rang out with such resolve that Director Zhu was momentarily stunned. Then, unable to hold back, he burst into hearty laughter. Good, I like your spirit," he said, slapping Lee Si encouragingly on the shoulder. He pointed a finger and the wounds left by the razorback swordfish piercing Lee Si's body began to mend, visibly healing before their eyes. Director Zhu then shot a cold glance at the group led by the manager. "You all heard him. My student from Donghai University says he'll settle the score himself. Consider yourselves lucky to leave with your lives. Now, get out of my sight." With that, he ignored them completely, turning his full attention back to Lee Si. With genuine warmth, he supported Lee Si by the back and led him into Donghai University, leaving the manager's group standing there in shock and confusion. "We're finished. He's going to remember us. What are we supposed to do now?" "Manager, didn't you say it was just some poor kid? That we didn't even have to do anything, just show up and look intimidating? Now what do we do?" Some of them panicked like headless chickens, faces ashen as if the sky had caved in. They clutched at the manager's collar, shaking him desperately. What they'd thought was easy money, scaring a student for a quick payout, had spiraled far beyond their expectations. "This is a nightmare. We almost got ourselves killed. Let go, let me think." The manager struggled free, his own face twisted with fear. He knew he was done for. Whether it was Li Si or his boss, neither would let him off the hook. Meanwhile, Director Zhu was chatting with Li Si as they walked. Li Si, this is Donghai University. We're built on the back of the legendary steel-armored turtle beast, and we've been here for 578 years. The Empire's 5 great academies are divided by the 4 elements earth, water, fire and wind, while at the center sits Imperial Central University. Our Donghai University represents water, and when it comes to training water-type contracted beasts, we're one of the best in the world. Director Zhu spoke enthusiastically about the university's history as they made their way to a large plaza. Your initial contracted beast is just a nightshade phantom cat, but that's nothing to worry about. Every time your initial beast reaches a 10-level milestone, you'll be able to contract with another beast. Just choose water types in the future. High-quality contracted beasts level up faster than low-quality ones, and at the same level high-quality beasts are much stronger than their ordinary counterparts. That's why everyone fights so hard to get them. The speed at which a contracted beast grows stronger depends not only on its innate potential but also on the size of the beast space it resides in. The larger the beast space, the greater the boost it provides. That's why prodigies who awaken their beast space early are so highly sought after. Their beast spaces are naturally larger from the start compared to those who awaken theirs later in life, allowing them and their beasts to develop much faster. Take Li Si for example. Although his initial contracted beast is only a nightshade cat of blue-grade potential, East Sea University was still willing to admit him. The reason is simple: his beast space is still intact. While his rate of improvement might not match those geniuses who have both high-grade beasts and early awakened beast spaces, he still far outpaces ordinary people. Meow, what do you mean only a blue-grade nightshade cat? I'll bite you, just watch, comma. The nightshade cat instantly picked up on Director Zhu's tone and hissed at him with a fierce glare. Oh, what a gutsy little furball, baring its teeth at a beastmaster of my rank. Not bad at all. Director Zhu burst out laughing, thoroughly amused by the nightshade cat's bravado. Once his laughter faded, he finally turned to Li Si. The deadline for freshman registration was yesterday, but your situation is unique, so I can make an exception for you. The official start date for new students is the day after tomorrow. Until then you can stay in the dorms here at the academy. Of course, the dorm may not be yours for long. After enrollment, the school hosts a freshman competition to determine who gets access to the best resources. It's very important, so don't take it lightly. As he briefly see Director Zhu led him toward the center of the plaza. Only then did Li Si notice a crystal-clear pool at its heart. Go on in. We need to confirm your identity. Li Si didn't really understand what he meant, but obediently waded into the pool, submerging himself until even his head disappeared beneath the surface. Nothing happened. Seeing this, Director Zhu nodded with satisfaction. Body and soul are aligned, no signs of possession. The water is clear, no hint of spiritual contamination. Your reflection is intact, your body hasn't been forcibly altered. Good, you're a genuine human being. Come on out. A snake formed entirely of water slithered out from Director Zhu's sleeve. With a lazy flick of its tail, it tapped Li Si, who had just climbed out of the pool, water still dripping from his clothes. In the blink of an eye, every drop of water vanished and his soaked clothes were completely dry again. So this is the power of a king-tier contracted beast? Li Si thought in awe as he stared at the little water snake. That's just a simple trick, hardly worthy of king-tier power. Any elite-level water or fire-type beast could do the same. Director Zhu replied with a casual smile. The ranks of beast tamers, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Novice, levels 1 to 10, Outstanding, 11 to 20, Experienced, 21 to 30, Elite, 31 to 40, Lord, 41 to 50, King, 51 to 60, Epic, 61 to 70, Legendary, 71 to 80, Divine Beast, 81 to 90, and finally Sacred Beast, 91 to 100. The hierarchy is clearly laid out, but the truth is, no one has ever seen a sacred beast. In fact, there's not even any proof that anything above level 90 actually exists. Alright, now that we've confirmed your identity, come with me and fill out this form. With that, Director Zhu led Li Si into his office. He summoned a floating orb of water, its surface rippling until Li Si's personal file appeared on it. Oh, the person who took your spot ended up at Imperial Central University. Director Zhu let out a strange chuckle as he glanced at Li Si's file. Li Si couldn't help but snort when he saw the unfamiliar face pictured next to his name. In about a month, the 5 major academies are holding a joint freshman tournament. Chances are, the guy who replaced you will be there too, so what do you think? Director Zhu eyed Li Si, knowing full well the kid was itching for a chance. Without missing a beat, he dangled an irresistible bait. Director Zhu, I want to go. What do I need to do to qualify? The moment Li Si heard he only had to wait a month, he couldn't help himself. He looked up at Director Zhu, his eyes full of determination. Ah, youth, after suffering such injustice, revenge is all he can think about, isn't it? Director Zhu mused to himself as he watched Li Si. It's simple. anyone who ranks in the top 10 at the freshman tournament gets the chance. So do your best." Director Zhu patted Li Si's shoulder, his tone earnest. After all, Li Si was a stroke of luck, a genius he'd managed to snag for the school. Naturally, he felt a certain fondness for the boy. "Understood, Director Zhu. Is there somewhere on campus where I can train?" Li Si was already getting impatient, eager to crush that imposter under his feet. "There is. On the east side of Donghai University is the CI Secret Realm. It's full of water-type creatures the university has captured over the years. With your current strength, you should stick to the shoreline. Don't go any deeper. Oh, and I've already signed you up for the dark branch of the beast taming department. Does that work for you?" Naturally, Li Si had no objections. After all, his starter beast, the Shadow Knight Nethercat, was a dark type. "I'll write you a pass. If you want to go to the dorms, just show this to the dorm supervisor and they'll let you in. But remember, when you leave the day after tomorrow, clean up your room so the next person who moves in doesn't have a mess to deal with." As he spoke, Director Zhu handed Li Si a slip of paper. Li Si took the item and absent-mindedly slipped it into his pocket, not giving it much thought. He'd already made up his mind. He was going to stay in the CI Secret Realm for the next few days. No one really knew how secret realms were formed. People just knew that entering one meant the chance at untold riches. Outside, getting a spot in a secret realm was nearly impossible. Tickets were worth their weight in gold. Only a place as wealthy and powerful as East Sea University could afford to reserve a whole secret realm for its students' free use. Before Li Si left, Director Zhu handed him a campus map. There was a row of shared e-bikes just outside the academic building. Hopping back onto a bike, Li Si scooped up the Nightshade Nethercat, who was curled up quietly grooming itself. "Let's go, your Beastmaster is taking you to level up." Out of caution, Li Si spoke through their beast pact. The moment the Nethercat heard level up, its ears perked up and it became alert. Level up. Like before, it still remembered the thrill of stealing energy from those other beasts. It defeated the rush of growing stronger. "That's right, and this time it'll be even better." In just a few sentences, Li Si had stoked the Nethercat's anticipation to its peak. The cat sat quietly in his arms, its emerald eyes glinting with excitement. "Oh right, there's one more thing before we go." As he spoke, Li Si assigned the keen hearing and sharp sight trait he'd gotten from the treasure-seeking mouse to the Nethercat. He'd been so busy escaping earlier he'd forgotten something this important. "Meow, what is it, comma?" With a flash of white light, the Nethercat gained a new white trait, keen hearing and sharp sight. Instantly, it became alert, glancing around in astonishment. Its senses had just gotten a noticeable boost. The trait only promised a slight improvement, but the effect was immediate and obvious. "Don't worry, get used to it, you'll be experiencing things like this a lot from now on." Li Si spoke through their pact, and the Nethercat's eyes sparkled even brighter. "So this is what it feels like to have cheat codes." The CI Secret Realm was located on the eastern edge of East Sea University. Following the map, Li Si arrived to find that the place was actually an enormous building. "Meow, it's huge." The Nethercat leapt from Li Si's arms, bounded up the steps in a few quick hops, and stood at the entrance, craning its neck as far back as it could. "All right, stop gawking. I'm taking you to catch some fish." Li Si followed behind, speaking softly. "A cat's a cat." Just the mention of catching fish made the Nethercat's eyes light up. "Catch fish, let's go." It trotted along behind Li Si on its short legs, glancing up at him as they walked. Li Si, do you think I'll ever grow as big as that front gate someday?" Li Si thought for a moment before answering. "I think you can." "Really?" The shadowy night cat was practically bouncing with excitement, like a little kid. Of course, Li Si, who had the entry system, answered seriously. If worst came to worst, he could always find an entry that let the shadowy night cat change its size. Problem solved. Soon the pair, one human, one cat, stepped inside the building. "Hey, which department are you from? Why aren't you coming over to register?" A shout rang out just as Li Si and the shadowy night cat crossed the threshold. Li Si turned to see a man walking briskly toward them, a work badge hanging from his neck. A quick glance at the badge told Li Si this was Qiao Ran, one of the Secret Realm's caretakers. "Teacher Qiao, I'm a new student this year. I started early because of some special circumstances," Li Si replied, flashing a friendly smile. He'd learned after years of juggling work and study that a little sweetness in your words never hurt, especially when you were out and about. Sure enough, Qiao Ran's face lit up at the word teacher. "A new student, huh? It's okay if you don't know the ropes yet. Just remember for next time, come with me and I'll get you registered." Qiao Ran led the way, bringing Li Si to a small room by the entrance. "What's your name?" he asked, conjuring a watery mirror in the air and starting to operate it. Li Si, he replied simply, then fell silent. Qiao Ran tapped a few times on the water mirror, quickly pulling up Li Si's student file. As he scanned the details and read Director Zhu's evaluation, his expression changed. He looked at Li Si with newfound respect. "Didn't expect you'd already opened your beast taming space, and with an experience like that." Are you sure you're not the protagonist of some novel? Director Zhu had recorded the entire story in Li Si's file, how he obtained his first companion beast during a lockdown, gained the power to fight back, escaped from Linhai City and clawed his way out of a desperate situation. For someone not even of age, it was nothing short of legendary. Teacher Qiao, please don't joke, Li Si replied, his face unreadable as if he were talking about someone else entirely. If that's what it takes to be a protagonist, would you sign up for it? Xiaoran shook his head right away. No way, no way. I know my limits. If I were in your shoes, I probably wouldn't have made it past the first hurdle. As they spoke, Xiaoran finished up the registration, then handed Li Si an amulet shaped from flowing water. Here, this is your pass. You'll need it to enter the High Secret Realm. You know how precious these secret realms are. When the school's fifth president first brought High here, all sorts of troublemakers tried to sneak in and it became a real headache. So, they introduced this system. Only students of Donghai University with a valid pass can enter the High Secret Realm, holding the protective talisman. Li Si understood just how precious this item truly was. After giving Xiaoran a solemn nod, he immediately made his way deeper into the Secret Realm Pavilion. Soon Li Si caught sight of a deep blue teleportation array. He could even faintly smell the tang of the sea in the air. This was unmistakably the entrance to the Ci Secret Realm. The secret realm didn't exist in the real world, it lay in another dimension altogether, a marvel of nature's favor. No one really knew how powerful the fifth president of East Sea University must have been to actually capture and bring back an entire secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Li Si stared at the formation in front of him, something he'd only ever seen in textbooks. He gripped the waterflow talisman tightly and strode into the teleportation array. There was a sudden shift in his vision, and immediately afterward he heard the roar of waves. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him had changed from an indoor space to a sea island. The spot where he'd just been standing was now a shimmering blue ethereal altar. Apparently, this was the exit point of the secret realm. Meow. Is this the Ci Secret Realm? The Dark Knight Nether Cat, who had been dutifully nestled in Li Si's arms ever since they entered the Secret Realm Pavilion, now leapt out, landing nimbly on the ground. It looked around warily, unable to suppress a string of astonished meows. Yes, this is the place. According to the school's records, the Ci Secret Realm was divided into 3 regions based on the strength of the exotic creatures within: the Island Zone, the Near Sea Zone, and the Core Ci Zone. The Island Zone, where Li Si now stood, was inhabited by exotic species that could survive on land. None of them were particularly strong, no higher than level 10, making it the perfect place for Li Si to grow stronger. The Near Sea Zone, though, was a different story. The creatures there were much more powerful and often served as the graduation test targets for senior students. As for the Core Ci Zone, the freshman handbook offered little information about it, only warning that students were strictly forbidden to enter. Over there, a secret realm was worthy of its name. The density of exotic creatures was astonishing. Li Si had barely taken a few steps before stopping in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a seal by the shore. Frostspike seal attributes: water ice quality, green level, 8 trait, enhanced vision, green. The frostspike seal was covered in armor-like spines made of solid ice, looking for all the world like a giant aquatic porcupine. One careless move and a slap from its flipper could spell real trouble. The Dark Knight Nether Cat took advantage of the night, gliding silently over to the frostspike seal. It even circled right in front of the creature, but the seal didn't notice a thing. This species had evolved formidable defensive abilities and counterattack traits, but as the saying goes, you gain some and lose some. What they gave up was their sensory capacity. Even though this particular frostspike seal had a green tier enhanced vision trait, its basic perception was still too weak. Besides, stealth was the Dark Knight Nether Cat's specialty, making it even less likely for the seal to detect its presence. Circling the Icespine seal a few times, the Nightshade Shadowcat fixed its gaze on the only part of its prey not covered by the icy armor, the head. A glint of ferocity flashed in its emerald eyes. In the next instant, its seemingly delicate yet incredibly powerful claws shot out, driving straight into the seal's eye. A shrill, agonized howl burst from the Icespine seal. Its plump body jerked upright, the armor of icy spines flaring like the quills of a startled porcupine. Its remaining eye, now bloodshot, darted around wildly, desperate to find the assailant. Landing its strike, the Nightshade Shadowcat instinctively retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight as the seal thrashed in a frenzy. Good, just like that. Li Si quickly ducked behind a tree and praised the Shadowcat through their beast contract. After all, the Nightshade Shadowcat's skills and innate talents were that of an assassin. Hit-and-run tactics suited it perfectly, while close-quarters brawls were what it dreaded most. After a frenzied outburst, the Icespine seal began to tire. Its struggle slowed, that fleeting moment of weakness instantly caught by the Shadowcat. With a shimmer of darkness, it sprang out again, gouging out the seal's remaining eye. Now, the Icespine seal's green attribute was completely crippled. Blind, it thrashed with renewed violence, but this time neither the Nightshade Shadowcat nor Li Si rushed in. They simply watched, calm and silent, as the creature raged. The seal's rampage lasted nearly half an hour before it finally subsided. Blood loss and relentless spasms had drained its strength. Now it lay helpless across the rocks, blood staining the water, its chest heaving rapidly. Only then did the Nightshade Shadowcat move in to finish the job. Its claws pierced the seal's skull, ending its suffering. The beast's body jerked twice, then went completely still. Perched atop the fallen seal, the Shadowcat felt a surge of pure energy flow from the corpse into its own body, making it meow in excitement. In Lisi's eyes, slaying a creature of higher rank had instantly pushed the Shadowcat up to level 8. Ding! Nightshade Shadowcat has slain Icespine Seal, gained, Visual Enhancement, Green, Visual Enhancement, Green greatly increases vision. This kind of sensory trait was a perfect fit for the Shadowcat, so Lisi didn't hesitate. He immediately assigned the trait to his companion. Ding! Detected that Nightshade Shadowcat's keen hearing, white, and Visual Enhancement, green, are traits of the same type. Would you like to merge them? As the new trait merged into the Shadowcat, the cold mechanical voice sounded in Lisi's ears once again, this time notifying him of the merge option. Merge. There was nothing to hesitate about. Lisi chose to merge the traits without a second thought. As soon as he spoke the words, he watched as two glowing inscriptions, one white, one green, on the Dark Knight Nethercat's body shattered simultaneously. The shards of white and green began to swirl together, fusing and mixing, until at last the white faded away entirely and all the fragments turned green. A brand new inscription emerged on the Nethercat's body. Extraordinary perception. Green greatly enhances all sensory abilities, no longer limited to just visual enhancement. The extraordinary perception trait boosts every sense. The Nethercat, now infused with this new trait, looked around in astonishment. The entire world seemed transformed, as if overnight the resolution had been cranked up to 8K. The immediate dramatic improvement left the Nethercat utterly enchanted, and the look it gave Lisi brimmed with an almost feverish devotion. Let's go, keep going. At this point, Lisi was equally excited, seeing the Nethercat's level skyrocket. He could hardly wait to continue searching the island with his companion. 2 days flew by in a blur. In the pre-dawn hours of the first day of the new semester, Lisi stood on the island, carefully erasing all traces of his camp and packing away his sleeping bag. A soft plush meow sounded by his ear, and the next thing he knew, as he bent down to fold the sleeping bag, the entire weight of the Nethercat crashed into him, knocking him flat on the ground. All right, do you even realize how heavy you are now? Get up, you're going to break my back, Lisi grumbled, giving the Nethercat a good-natured pat on its back. The Nethercat immediately hopped off, sitting primly to the side and licking the traces of blood from its lips. As Lisi finished packing up, he looked back at the Nethercat, now much bigger in both height and length than it had been just 2 days ago, his eyes full of pride. Dark Knight Nethercat attribute, Dark level, 21 potential, purple traits, Nightfall, purple, experience drain, blue, insight, blue, Nightfall, dramatically increases affinity with dark attributes and greatly accelerates mastery of dark-type skills. Always carries a domain of darkness, allowing entry into night at any time in any place. Insight, massively enhances perception and in battle sometimes allows anticipation of the opponent's next move. This was the result of 2 days' work. Lisi had to admit even he was surprised by the effects of the experience drain trait. In just 2 days of the Nethercat's relentless hunting, the trait's potential had been pushed to the limit. The Nethercat had shot up from level 8 all the way to level 21, even at Donghai University, where prodigies gathered from all over. This was a level usually seen among third-year students. To reach level 20 as a sophomore was almost unheard of. Aside from leveling up, Lisi's greatest gain was upgrading his mastery over the dark attribute. He elevated his blue-tier dark attribute mastery to the purple-tier Nightfall. To upgrade a blue-tier trait to purple, he needed a full 300 trait essence, a requirement that nearly cost both him and his Nightshade Shadowcat their lives. After all, dismantling a gray-tier trait only yielded 5 essence and a white-tier trait just 10. To collect enough for the upgrade, Lisi and his Shadowcat barely had time to eat, constantly on the move hunting for foreign creatures. As for acquiring new traits, that didn't happen this time. This was the CI secret realm, and all the foreign creatures here were water types. The ones that could survive on land were either seals, sea lions, or shelled creatures, none of which meshed with the Shadowcat's fighting style. Forcing a trait from them would only create an awkward mismatch. So Lisi simply broke down all the traits he got, gathering just enough essence to upgrade to a single purple tier trait, with the leftovers used to boost his supernatural perception into mind's eye. With 2 upgraded traits, Lisi's account balance now sat solidly at 0. He was practically cleaned out, but the leap in power was absolutely worth it. Time to head back. No way he was going to be late on the first day of classes. He packed up his things, stuffed them in his spatial backpack, scooped up his Shadowcat, now almost as big as a tiger cub, and stepped onto the shimmering blue teleportation array. A flash of blue light later, the roar of ocean waves vanished from his ears and he found himself back inside the secret realm tower. He didn't bother returning the Shadowcat to his beast space, instead he just walked out the door with it in his arms. Hey, you were in there for 2 days. Xiao Ran, who was on duty at the entrance, noticed Li Si immediately. He remembered him well and greeted him with a smile. Yeah, given my situation, I had to squeeze every bit of improvement I could. Li Si replied. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement, took back the water amulet he'd loaned Li Si, and stepped aside to let him pass. As Li Si walked away, Xiao Ran finally noticed the Shadowcat following behind. That Shadowcat. Whoa, it's grown that much in just 2 days? Is that kid actually the protagonist or something? It was 5 in the morning, still early. Li Si headed straight to the dorms for a shower. Thanks to the note from Director Zhu, the dorm supervisor, even though he got dragged out of bed, couldn't complain. He just grumbled and unlocked the door. East Sea University was run almost like a military academy, and today was campus lockdown. All students had been assigned to temporary dorms by department since the previous day. Most were still asleep, so the supervisor didn't bring Li Si to a room with other students. Instead, he found an empty dorm to settle him in for the time being. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Li Si glanced at the clock. It was exactly 6 o'clock, just in time for breakfast. He headed out the door. When did someone move in across the hall? The moment he stepped out, a puzzled voice came from the dorm opposite his. The next second, the door across the hall swung open. Out stepped a young man, about 6'1", just as tall as Li Si, a look of surprise all over his face. I just got here, arrived a little after 5. You were still asleep then, Li Si said, grinning as he rubbed his damp hair with a towel. Hearing this, the young man's expression turned respectful. Man, you're something else, pulling strings at Donghai University already. You must have some serious connections. Li Si couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. Nah, nothing like that. I arrived a few days ago. I've been spending all my time in the CI secret realm. I only came out around 5 this morning. Now the young man looked even more stunned. No way, the secret realm. Freshmen can go in there before classes even start. He wasn't wrong to be surprised. In the secret realm, parts of the bodies of slain non-human creatures could be sold for a good price. For example, the frost spike armor from a frost spike seal. Once stripped off, it could be sold right away. Whether it was made into armor for beast tamers or their spirit beasts, or processed into energy supplements, it was always in high demand. Plus, there were rare herbs and treasures to be found. That's why everyone was so eager to get into the secret realm. Guess so. The teachers never said freshmen couldn't go, Li Si replied. At that, the young man could hardly contain his excitement, but he still remembered to introduce himself and his roommate. That's awesome. I'll check it out after the placement test. I'm Bai Juanhao from Blackrock City, Wanchur Province. This is my roommate Chen Rue from Yulin Province. Li Si from Linhai. Li Si replied with a smile, shaking Bai Juanhao's outstretched hand. Behind Bai Juanhao, Chen Rue also greeted him with a friendly smile. My roommate and I are about to grab some breakfast. Want to come with us, Li Si? Sure, Li Si agreed without hesitation. The past couple days he'd been surviving on bread while rushing around the secret realm hunting non-humans, even eating on the go. By now he felt like his stomach was about to cave in. His tongue was desperate for a real meal. Let's go then. The closest dining hall to the freshman dorms was Cafeteria 3. The three of them walked in and got their food. Li Si could barely take a bite before a middle-aged man burst in looking anxious. At first Li Si didn't pay him any mind, too busy savoring his food. After 3 days of cold bread, the taste of hot rice was so good he almost swallowed his tongue, but soon he had to stop eating. The middle-aged man had come straight over and sat down across from him, looking exasperated. Li Si looked up confused, still chewing his food, as he stared blankly at the man. Seeing the bewildered look on his face, a hint of pain flickered across the middle-aged man's features. After a long moment, he finally composed himself, only to speak in a tone dripping with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't our resident superstar. You disappeared the moment you set foot on campus, huh? The biting remark left Li Si more confused than ever. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he hesitantly spoke up. Sir, are you a teacher? Li Si was on guard, worried this man might be someone from Shenye Group sent to trip him up. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the middle-aged man clutch his chest in dramatic agony and collapse onto the chair opposite him, gasping for breath. It took several heavy breaths before the man finally came to his senses. I'm your advisor. All the new students from the Dark Division are supposed to check in with me. You're the only one left, he managed to squeeze out between gritted teeth after a long pause. 2 days ago, when he first heard that an incoming student had already managed to open a beast taming space ahead of schedule, he'd been thrilled. But once the excitement wore off, anxiety set in. He couldn't get in touch with the student at all. He asked around everywhere, only to find out that as soon as the guy arrived, he'd skipped the dorms entirely and headed straight for the CI secret realm. There was nothing to be done but wait, and wait he did for 2 whole days, with the start of term ceremony and freshman assessments looming ever closer and still no sign of the student. The advisor was getting desperate. If the kid didn't officially register before the deadline, things would get messy. Finally, at just after 5 o'clock that morning, he got a call from the dorm manager. The kid was back. Without wasting a second, he'd jumped in his car and raced back from Linhai City, determined to track him down, and at last he'd cornered him in the dining hall. Now Lisi's expression turned a little stiff. "Sorry, advisor, I didn't mean to cause you any trouble." Seeing Lisi's genuine apology, the advisor's anger evaporated. He could only wave his hand helplessly. Eat, hurry up and finish your food. I'll handle your registration while you eat, and then I'll add you to the group chat." As he spoke, he conjured a shimmering water mirror, positioning it so he could operate it while Lisi continued to wolf down his meal. The sight caught the attention of Bai Juanhao, who was sitting nearby. "Sir, why do all the teachers at East Sea University use these water mirrors? Are they better than computers?" The advisor kept his eyes on the mirror, not bothering to turn around as he answered, "Not even close. These things are way less efficient than computers. We just use them for show. According to the principle, a water element university has to keep up appearances." "You're Bai Juanhao, right? Over at Wanring University in your home province, they use sand screens for communication. Same idea, it's all about the image." Finishing up, he glanced at Lisi's profile and saw the registration had gone through. At last, he let out a deep sigh of relief, the tension draining from his body. About 20 minutes later, the four of them finally strolled out of the cafeteria and headed toward Auditorium 1. That was where the freshman orientation ceremony would be held, and immediately afterward, the freshman assessment would take place right there as well. You could say this auditorium was seriously hardcore. The structure was so sturdy it could even withstand a full-on assault from a monarch-level beast. By the time they arrived, there were already quite a few people inside. Their advisor hadn't left. He was still there, standing with his arms crossed, watching the stage. After a while, when the time came, the dean finally began his speech. It was all the usual formalities and official talk. Lisi listened for a bit, then started playing with his Shadow Knight cat through his beast space, half distracted. But after a moment, he felt someone kicking his foot. Instantly snapping back to attention, he turned his head and saw it was the advisor. The advisor gestured toward a boy sitting in the very front, about Lisi's age. "Look at him." Following the direction of the advisor's finger, Lisi raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. That kid was the second son of the current chairman of Xingye Group, the younger brother of the guy who'd stolen his initial beast. Now Lisi understood why the advisor had bothered to tell him all this. 3 days of brutal fighting had left Lisi with a faint air of menace. Raw, yes, but pretty remarkable for someone his age. "Teacher, can I finish him off during the freshman competition?" Lisi asked quietly, his face unchanged. "What are you thinking? This is a school, of course you can't go that far. But if you get into a fight, the school will just give you an anonymous warning. That'll be wiped from your record by the end of the semester," the advisor replied. Lisi grinned, genuinely delighted. He knew perfectly well he was being used as a weapon, otherwise the advisor would never have told him all this. But he was more than willing to play the part. Before he could get his full revenge, he might as well collect a little interest first. He gave the boy sitting in the front row a long, deliberate look, then turned to his advisor. "Teacher, is there any way I can face him sooner?" he asked in a low voice, like a hunter closing in on his prey, afraid that speaking any louder might scare it away. The advisor looked at him, smiling, but still shook his head. "Not for now. He hasn't opened his beast space early, but with his family's resources his initial beast must be high quality. It won't be purple grade, those beasts never hit the market, otherwise his brother wouldn't have bothered stealing yours, but even if it's blue grade it'd be top tier among blues, plus with all those rare resources backing him up his level's probably pretty high, maybe even at the peak of the novice rank. He'll almost certainly make the top 16, if you make it too there's a good chance you'll face off against him." The advisor kept his voice low as he explained. "So, what do you think? Confident you'll make it to the top 16? At the end he even teased Lisi with a playful remark. "Of course there is, more than enough." Lisi crossed his arms tightly, fists clenched, barely containing the excitement surging inside him. As for the possibility of not making it into the top 16, that had never even crossed his mind. That was the confidence his level 21 Shadow Knight cat gave him. Forget the top 16, if nothing unexpected happened he could even go for the championship. After all, according to what he'd found online, after a long while the principal's speech, rambling on and on like an old lady's endless nagging, finally came to an end. And with that, the freshman competition officially began. Just then, the boy Lisi had been watching all along stood up and looked around as if searching for someone. The moment his eyes landed on Lisi he froze, then a sneer crept onto his face. From across the hall he made a throat-slitting gesture at Lisi, a clear sign that he'd recognized him. "That kid's provoking you," the advisor said, slapping his thigh with laughter. He'd only come over after hearing from Qiao Ran and already knew about the changes in Lisi's Shadow Knight cat, so he found this little act of provocation especially hilarious. "Yet he's trying to get under my skin," Lisi chuckled, arms still folded, watching the boy with a bright, amused smile. He didn't react at all. This strange response caught the boy off guard for a second, but then he slowly swaggered over to Li Si, lowering his voice in an attempt to sound threatening. He said, "You're Li Si, right? The people before were useless, so you got lucky and walked away with your life. But this time, you're not getting off so easy." As he spoke, he reached out to slap Li Si's face, but Li Si caught his hand in midair. From the perspective of the second young master from Shenyang Group, the manager had been afraid to lay a hand on Li Si because he wasn't from Donghai University, so their positions weren't equal. But now that he was an official student of Donghai University, he and Li Si were on equal footing. Any private dispute between two students wasn't something the faculty would interfere in, or so he thought. What he failed to consider was Li Si's strength. "Oh, I'm so scared," Li Si said, not even bothering to pretend to be angry. He gripped the young master's hand and twisted it behind his back in one smooth motion. The severe pain made the young master cry out. He felt like a bedsheet during military training about to be folded into a perfect square. The commotion drew everyone's attention in the auditorium. Students whispered among themselves, casting admiring glances at the two bold enough to throw down during the opening ceremony right here in the main hall. Meanwhile, the teachers who knew what was going on just crossed their arms and watched the show, not a single one stepping in to stop it. After all, they were teachers, and what Xingye Group had done this time had truly crossed a line. "Alright, don't actually break his back," someone finally called out. At that moment, the instructor standing behind Li Si called out to him, making Li Si finally let go of the second young master, whose face was now deathly pale and lips trembling. Watching the second young master clutch his waist and wail on the ground, Li Si let out a cold laugh. He crouched down in front of him, grabbed his hair, and yanked his head up so they were eye to eye. In a gentle tone, he asked, "Whatever gave you the illusion that you could stand on equal footing with me? Was it because your useless older brother stole my initial beast contract? I suppose so. If things had gone the way they were supposed to, I'd be sitting at the table with your grandfather and you'd be kneeling nearby to serve us." Without waiting for the second young master to respond, Li Si slammed his head violently into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The sight of it seemed to send Li Si into a frenzy. He instinctively reached out to grab his head again for another strike, but Bai Juanhao and Chen Rui, who were standing beside him, clung tightly to his arms, finally saving the second young master's life. "Alright, calm down. If you keep this up, I'll really have to give you a warning," the instructor said as he walked over, gently patting Li Si's shoulder in a calming gesture. Alright, you young people are just so full of energy. Even here you managed to stir up trouble. Come on, get up, don't lie on the ground, the floor's freezing," the principal said with a hearty laugh as he walked down, his words instantly framing the incident between Li Si and the second young master. "Okay boys, go get ready, the assessment's about to start." As soon as the principal finished speaking, the main hall began to tremble and several massive arenas slowly rose from beneath the floor. On the ground, the second young master, helped to his feet by his companions, shot a venomous glare at Li Si. His chest burned with a fury the kind a superior being might feel at being affronted by someone beneath them. "Just you wait. You'd better pray you don't end up facing me." He gave Li Si one last, deep look before turning and leaving. Meanwhile, the principal had returned to the stage, stroking his meticulously groomed salt and pepper goatee with one hand and propping his chin with the other. He smiled as he watched the students gradually make their way onto the platforms. "Principal, that kid Li Si, he managed to raise his beast from level 7 to level 21 in just 2 days, and his aptitude's up to purple. That's a huge stroke of luck. Should we?" a burly man leaned in to ask. The principal paused, sitting up a little straighter as he looked at the man, a hint of surprise on his face as if he couldn't fathom why he was being asked this. Then the principal broke into a warm, kindly smile. "Professor Wang, that golden thunderstrike tiger of yours is really something. How did you get it?" The question left Professor Wang speechless, stammering and unable to answer. Seeing this, the principal's smile only deepened. "See, everyone has their own opportunities, their own secrets. If you insist on digging into everything, where's the fun in that? Don't you agree?" Professor Wang lowered his head, his expression shifting slightly. Then, with a respectful bow to the principal, he backed away and left. The principal, humming a tune, turned his attention back to the students below. Li Si was assigned to arena number 7. By the time he arrived, 49 people were already standing on the platform. That's right, the preliminary round was a free-for-all. After all, Donghai University admitted nearly 10,000 freshmen each year. If they held one-on-one matches, who knew how long it would take to finish? So they went straight to 50-person battle royales. Only one could remain standing on each arena, whittling the crowd down to 200, and then those 200 would face off in another free-for-all. "We've been waiting for you, Brother Savage, come on up," someone on stage called out to Li Si with a grin as he walked up to the arena. News of what had just happened had spread like wildfire among the new students, and Li Si had already earned himself the nickname Brother Savage. As Li Si stepped onto the stage, the teacher in charge of safety gave him a friendly nod, a bit of recognition for his earlier display. Alright, everyone's here, let's get started. The rules are simple, no killing, the last person left standing wins, the rest are out. With that, the teacher chuckled, stepped to the edge of the arena and left behind a group of stunned students. Most of them were barely adults and hadn't had their beast companions for long. None of them had ever seen anything like this. Lisi froze for a moment, then snapped into action. He instinctively reached into his spatial backpack and pulled out a machete and a dagger, but he quickly remembered the no-killing rule, so he put the blades away and instead grabbed 2 short sticks. His nightshade phantom cat, sleek and fierce as a tiger cub, pounced at a nearby contestant, targeting the Beastmaster directly. Screams erupted among the 50 contestants. Lisi lunged at the nearest person like a starving tiger, his sticks raining blows down fast and hard. The first victim was stunned, barely able to let out a cry before the second, third and fourth strikes landed in quick succession. Stop, I'll get off myself, the student yelled, covering his head, scrambling away from Lisi and tumbling off the arena. Behind Lisi, the nightshade phantom cat darted forward, grabbed another student by the collar and with a flick of its head tossed him right out of the ring. In the blink of an eye, man and cat had already eliminated 7 people. So far, not a single beast had been summoned. Lisi's strategy was simple: don't bother with the beasts, just take out the Beastmasters. It was a rapid-fire combo move between him and the nightshade phantom cat, all about efficiency. Only now did the remaining 42 contestants snap back to reality. Hurry, release your beasts! Someone shouted in panic. The crowd scrambled, fumbling to summon their companions. That nightshade phantom cat is a monster, someone cried, but it was no use. The moment anyone's beast appeared, the nightshade phantom cat was upon it, biting down on its spine and with a swipe of its paw to the head, knocking it out cold in an instant. Lisi immediately closed in on the Beastmaster, who had lost the protection of his beast, instinctively swinging his short stick. Don't hit me, I'll get off the stage myself. The Beastmaster was so terrified he nearly lost his soul, shouting as he scrambled off the ring on his own. Now, there were 42 people left on Ring 7. Everyone, let's go, we need to eliminate him first, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, his eyes darting with calculation. His words quickly won the support of many. After all, Lisi's strength was far beyond theirs and the gap was obvious. Meow, but just as the words left his mouth, a soft cat's meow sounded behind him. The guy jumped in fright. Before he could react, he felt a tight grip on the back of his neck. The world spun, and when he came to his senses, he was already off the stage, while his beast still stood there dumbfounded. Student, please recall your beast, a nearby teacher said, suppressing a laugh as he patted the student's shoulder. Instantly, the pain from his fall melted away like snow meeting fire. Oh, okay? The outcome was already decided. All he could do was put on a long face and recall his still stunned beast from the ring. He looked up at the stage. By now, the Dark Knight Nethercat had gone berserk. Using its Nightfall skill, it melted into the shadows, cutting off all the beast's vision in the ring. Meanwhile, on the outer ring, Lisi was rampaging as well. Thanks to the feedback from his level 21 Dark Knight Nethercat, his physical stats were leagues above the others. Now, armed with a weapon, it was no contest. Stick against bare hands, he was unstoppable. The situation on Ring 7 had become almost surreal. The beasts were locked in a gladiator-like battle at the center, while Lisi chased the other Beastmasters around the ring by himself. He kept his speed steady, occasionally catching a straggler and knocking them off the stage with a few swings. This was deliberate, to prevent the Beastmasters from teaming up against him and to make them believe as long as they ran faster than the others they'd be safe. After all, with over 40 people, if they really did join forces, he'd be in trouble. Up on the main podium, the principal was practically beaming with joy at the scene. He turned to those beside him, pointing at Lisi. That kid's got it, he knows to take out the Beastmasters first. If he ever ends up on the battlefield, he'll be a real talent, if he lives long enough to grow up. That is, a sullen-faced middle-aged man to the principal's left said in a low voice. The Xingye group may not mean much to us, but to that kid it's another story. Are you planning to keep investing in him? The gloomy man pressed, but this time, the principal only smiled and shook his head. No, East Sea University is just a school, nothing more. It's enough if we can guarantee our students' safety on campus. That's all a school needs to do. As for the rest, that kid will have to handle it himself. Hearing this, everyone else fell silent. After all, the principal was right, schools should stick to their responsibilities and the rest would have to be up to Lisi. Soon enough, the last person was knocked off the ring and the victor from Arena 7 emerged. It was Lisi. Unlike the other arenas where alliances were formed and all sorts of scheming took place, Arena 7 was pure chaos. Lisi single-handedly took on 49 opponents and came out on top. All right, come with me, the referee teacher said, grinning as he approached to lead Lisi off the stage. Go over there and restore your beast's strength. Just have a seat and wait here. Arena 7 finished first among all the rings. As he spoke, the teacher pointed to a device nearby. The Dark Knight Nethercat poked its head curiously into the machine. With a flash of white light, it soon trotted out, looking amazed, and scampered to Lisi's side, resting its head on his knee. Oh, maybe I'll give it a try myself sometime, Li Si said cheerfully, scratching the nethercat's chin. He had noticed earlier that the students he defeated were either sent into this recovery pod or treated directly by a teacher. In other words, this pod could also treat humans. Since Li Si was the first to qualify, he was alone in the lounge for now. After about 10 minutes, a second person walked in. It's the ruthless guy. The newcomer was a tall, burly man. He'd assumed he'd be the first to arrive, but when he saw Li Si sitting there petting a cat, surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly recovered though and greeted Li Si with a grin. He'd recognized Li Si. After all, it was hard to forget someone who'd ended up like that in front of everyone at the opening ceremony. Hey, I'm Ban Yubin. Just like you, I unlocked my Beastmaster space early. But I guess I got luckier than you. I already got my first contracted beast, Ban Yubin said, dropping down onto the seat next to Li Si with an easygoing laugh. At that, both Li Si and the nethercat looked up at him, trying to figure out what he meant by that comment. Noticing their unfriendly stares, Ban Yubin suddenly realized how his words might have come across. He jumped up and quickly tried to explain, sorry, I have a big mouth, I just wanted to check if the rumors were true. He looked at Li Si sincerely, waiting for an answer. Li Si frowned, sizing him up, trying to figure out what his real intentions were. When Li Si didn't respond, Ban Yubin hurried to explain further, here's how it is, you know about factions, right? People band together for all sorts of reasons to gain greater benefits, and among them hometown cliques are the most famous. But us, the ones who opened our beast taming spaces ahead of time, we're a faction too. We've got a natural closeness that others just don't have. After listening to Ban Yubin's explanation, Li Si finally understood. I see, sounds like our faction holds a fair bit of power then. I mean, geniuses who opened their beast taming spaces early are bound to grow faster, so we must have more strong people. That's right, Ban Yubin replied, that's why this whole thing's blown up. The official starter beasts they gave us are our faction's greatest asset. Now that someone's trying to mess with it, they've hit a nerve for a lot of people. Things must be pretty tense at Xingye Group right now. Li Si nodded. So that's how it was. Sure enough, some things seem trivial until you put them on the scale, but when you do, they turn out to weigh a ton. So do you think Xingye Group's going to get wiped out? That was the question he cared about most. If possible, he'd rather take his own revenge. Ban Yubin sat down beside him, shaking his head with a wry smile. No, it won't go that far. After all, this is your business. At most, we'll make sure their higher-ups are too busy or too scared to make a move against you. He didn't say the rest out loud. This was also a test from the faction for Li Si, but glancing at the midnight shadow cat curled quietly on Li Si's lap, Ban Yubin thought better of voicing that. The beast was already far stronger than he was, no point humiliating himself. That's good enough for me, Li Si said, grinning. By the way, what's our faction called? I figure I'll need to name drop it now and then, so I should at least get it right. At the mention of this, Ban Yubin perked up, puffed out his chest, and declared with pride, the Loafers Guild. Li Si's smile froze. He thought he'd misheard. What? The Loafers Guild? To be sure, Li Si had Ban Yubin write it out. Staring at the 3 characters on the paper, he finally confirmed he hadn't misunderstood and could barely hold back his laughter. What were the founders thinking picking a name like that? Isn't this supposed to be a respectable faction? Why call it a guild? Are we sure this isn't some kind of shady organization? Looking at the bold characters, Loafers Guild, Li Si couldn't help but start griping out loud. Ban Yubin laughed. We're actually pretty loosely organized. We only band together when something comes up, so we went with a casual name. Just as Ban Yubin was explaining, the door swung open again. A girl walked in, tall and straight-backed, with long jet-black hair and a cold, striking face. She paused when she saw Li Si and Ban Yubin, then gave them a polite nod before quietly settling into a corner, silent as a shadow. That's Wu Yusin, Ban Yubin whispered in Li Si's ear. She's like us, opened her beast taming space early, and a member of the Loafers Guild too. Don't let her silence fool you into thinking she's aloof. Truth is, she's just got social anxiety. She's too shy to talk to strangers, that's all. It wasn't all that quiet, really. Li Si saw Wu Yusin's body tremble slightly. She looked like she wanted to argue back, but in the end not a single word came out. As time went on, more and more people filed into the room. There were 12 members from the Mayu gang in total. They all already knew about Li Si's situation, so when they entered, each of them greeted Li Si with a friendly smile. Before long, Li Si started to wonder if that second young master had been knocked out of the competition. But just then the guy stumbled in, battered and bruised from head to toe. The moment he spotted Li Si, he strode right over. Pretty soon it'll be your turn. I hope you won't be begging me for mercy by then, he said, head held high like a rooster strutting after a victorious fight. Has he always been this cocky? Li Si's confidence wavered a bit at the display. What's this guy's deal? Doesn't he realize that the ones who make it in early are usually the strongest? That's Zhang Mingrui, Ban Yubin explained with a chuckle, seeing Li Si's confusion. His older brother, you know, the one who stole your beast, has always been extraordinary, so Zhang Mingrui never really got much attention or training. Guess his family's worried he'll get ideas if he feels left out. He's a bit dim honestly, so it's not surprising. Lisi finally learned the second young master's name. How do you know all this stuff? You're like a walking encyclopedia, he muttered, shooting Ban Yubin a sidelong glance. Hey, you should know something. The reason we were able to open up our beast spaces early is because our spirit power is naturally stronger than other people's. And after we succeed, our spirit power keeps growing until we turn 18, only then does it stop, Ban Yubin explained, grinning. So everyone who opens their beast space early has stronger spirit power than normal people. It shows up as special talents. My talent is a crazy good memory. Before I even started at Donghai University, I'd already gathered and memorized information on all 50,000 students here. He gave Lisi a thumbs up. Don't underestimate my intel network. Lisi was practically speechless. He didn't even know where to start with that one. Instead, he quietly changed into a pair of shoes with thick weighted soles. Why are you changing shoes? Ban Yubin asked, puzzled. Just a little handy tool I'll need later, Lisi replied. Ban Yubin clearly had his doubts, but he didn't press the issue. Soon everyone had finished getting treated. The teacher called the rest of the students over for the second round. The first round had been a 50-person free-for-all, but the second round was cut down to 20 people straight away, deciding the top 10. That's how Donghai University ran things. Students were divided into 3 tiers. The 9,000 plus people eliminated in the first round were one tier. The 200 who made it through were another, and the top 10, that was a tier of its own. Once you reached the top 10, every single jump in ranking brought better treatment and benefits. After the first month of the new semester, once every student had received their initial benefits, they were allowed to accept challenges. Students who refused to settle for their current rank could challenge those higher up and, if victorious, take their place. In the second round, Lisi was assigned to Arena 9. This time, he wasn't the last to arrive. There were already 9 people on stage. Lisi glanced around, offering everyone a friendly smile. All the while, he subtly shifted his position, searching for the perfect angle to strike first and swiftly eliminate someone. Unfortunately for him, Lisi's fearsome reputation preceded him. The students he'd eliminated before had already spread tales of his exploits far and wide. Now everyone knew exactly how Lisi operated. The few people standing nearest to him immediately put distance between themselves and Lisi, watching him warily. Tch, so cautious. He sidled up to another person only for them to instantly tense and move away, eyes full of suspicion. Lisi couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance and finally found a quiet spot to wait. Seeing this, the other contestants on the platform finally breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for all 20 participants to arrive. None of the slacker gang were present, whether by luck or the school's design, no one could say. Alright, everyone's here, let's begin, the referee announced, smiling as he stood at the edge of the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the stick in his hand into the air and his figure dissolved into a wisp of dust, drifting away. A few people on the stage stared, eyes wide in surprise at this scene. Now's my chance. Lisi's eyes flashed with excitement, as did those of several others. The moment the stick hit the ground, someone darted toward the nearest person who'd been caught off guard. Lisi was about to make his move as well, but after a quick scan of the situation, his eyes flickered and he stepped back instead. At the same time, he summoned his Nightshade Cat. Released from its beast space, the Nightshade Cat instinctively surveyed its surroundings, a habit honed during their time in the CI secret realm. Taking in the scene, its emerald eyes lit up. At that moment, Lisi and his beast were in perfect sync. Now, as shrieks rang out, those students who'd been momentarily distracted were quickly ganged up on and eliminated by the others. But just as those victors were basking in their success, a powerful force struck them from behind. Lisi and his Nightshade Cat, lying in wait like a pair of hawks, swept in and took those complacent students out of the match as well. Now only 10 people remained on the platform. In the blink of an eye, half the group had been wiped out. The remaining 9 stood frozen, staring at the scene in shock. These were the ones who hadn't rushed in to play the mantis, and by pure luck, they'd avoided Lisi's ambush. But their luck had just run out. Lisi looked at them, his Nightshade Cat crouched before him, eyes glinting as it fixed them with a predatory stare. The pressure from a veteran-level Beastmaster washed over the group, sending a chill down their spines. I'll just step down myself, one of them stammered. Soon a student whose family included a veteran Beastmaster, someone who had witnessed the power of advanced-level beasts firsthand, stepped down from the stage with a gloomy look on his face. He'd seen what it meant when a true advanced-level Beastmaster went all out, and there was no way anyone their age could possibly stand up to a Dark Knight Nethercat. Are you kidding me? We're all the same age, there's no way he's already at the advanced level. It has to be fake, his beast must have some kind of talent that can mimic an expert's aura, he muttered, but not everyone was convinced. Some just refused to buy it. One particularly stubborn student cursed loudly and released his own beast, a rock-helmed rhino. This kind of beast, like the blue-tailed brown bear from before, was known for its formidable combat ability early on and especially its incredible defense. However, this rock-helmed rhino's talent level was a bit lacking, only green, but it was already at level 10, which was top tier among freshmen. That made sense with a green aptitude. Getting into Donghai University wasn't easy, only a high-level early-stage beast could make up the difference. Who knew what stroke of luck this student had encountered? Li Si meanwhile was making a real killing this round. After all, the minimum requirement to get into Donghai University was green aptitude, and in the last round alone he'd collected 27 green entries. It was just a shame that defeating other students didn't drop entries, only taking down their beasts or exotic creatures counted. Back on the stage, the rock-helmed rhino lowered its head, its razor-sharp rocky horn gleaming coldly as it charged at the Dark Knight Nethercat like a small mountain on the move. The Nethercat had its own ways of dealing with such sluggish opponents. With its speed it could easily run circles around a lumbering rhino like this and take it out with hardly any effort. This was a tried-and-true tactic from the Abyssali secret realm. After all, most of its previous fights had been against things like giant crabs, but this time, just as the Dark Knight Nethercat was about to sidestep, it suddenly realized that Li Si was standing right behind it. This wasn't the wide-open Abyssalite, this was a ring, and while Li Si's physique had improved thanks to the Nethercat's feedback, he was still no match for a level 10 rock-helmed rhino. There was nowhere to dodge. The Nethercat sighed. If that's how it was going to be, it had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Tendrils of black mist began to pour from the Nethercat, quickly blanketing the entire arena. This was the effect of its Dark Attribute Mastery entry, which had recently ascended to purple and evolved into Nightfall Domain. Dense darkness spread out like a curtain of night, and within its depths, the Nethercat's shadowy form began to blur, taking on an almost ghostly quality. At the judges' table, several professors specializing in dark-type beasts slammed their hands on the table and shot to their feet in excitement. Merging with the night itself, how is that possible for an advanced-level Dark Knight Nethercat? A look of surprise and delight washed over their faces as they stared at the roiling darkness below. In the next instant, the shadows surged and thickened, coalescing into a tangible form. A black tiger materialized beside the Nethercat. Cat summons, can even command the night itself. Are all young people this outrageous nowadays? At this point, the professors specializing in dark-type beasts couldn't sit still any longer. Their eyes were glued to Li Si with excitement, as if they were looking at a priceless, unpolished gem. Compared to the towering black tiger measuring several meters at the shoulder, the rock-helmeted rhino, barely 1.7 meters tall, looked like a toy car. In a flash, the black tiger pinned the rhino to the ground, instantly knocking it out of the fight. As the rhino lost its ability to battle, a brand new green entry appeared in Li Si's registry. The black tiger stood lazily atop the arena, letting out a huge yawn. The aura it gave off sent chills down the spines of the other beastmasters and their companions. Keep going. Li Si patted the black tiger's hind leg and spoke softly. Since he'd already unleashed his trump card, it would be a waste to settle for just one green entry. The Dark Knight Shadowcat raised its head and let out a piercing roar. The tiger's cry shattered the nerve of several summoned beasts on stage, who were swiftly swept off the platform by the cat. Faint streams of energy flowed from their bodies into the Dark Knight Shadowcat. The level gap was just too great. This bit of experience was barely a drop in the bucket for the Shadowcat, but these new entries were another story. They were valuable. Li Si advanced to the next round. Soon sand gathered and spun into shape. The referee, smiling with squinted eyes, walked over and used the swirling sand to lift a few unconscious students, carrying them off the stage. Li Si was about to follow him down, but the referee stopped him. Just wait here. You haven't used up much energy, and it'll be your turn again soon. With that, the referee gave Li Si a mysterious wink as if hinting at something. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Li Si frowned, pondering for a moment, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. No way. As the idea took hold, his eyes lit up, his expression growing ever more eager. Sensing Li Si's shift in mood, the Dark Knight Shadowcat strutted over, rubbing its body against his calf and letting out a soft, adorable purr. That's actually kind of cute. After about 20 long minutes, someone finally shuffled over, dragging his feet as if he could barely walk, legs scraping the floor with every step. Li Si couldn't help himself, his face broke into a delighted grin. Huh, it really is you. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Mingrui, the second young master of the Shenye group, and the very person Li Si had been waiting for. At that moment, Zhang Mingrui's face emerged from the shadows, deathly pale. He looked up at the stage as if staring at some kind of monster. He'd originally been so confident, planning to teach Li Si a lesson and show him that a country bumpkin would always be a country bumpkin. But Li Si's battles had ended so quickly and with such overwhelming force that now every freshman on campus knew there was a level 20 beastmaster in their midst, outclassing everyone else like a shark among minnows. Especially for Zhang Mingrui, at first he hadn't cared much. After all, he knew his own abilities. The fact that he'd managed to squeeze into the top 10 was already a stroke of unbelievable luck, like his ancestors were blessing him from above. He never dared to hope for anything more, but when he heard that the level 20 contender was named Li Si, it felt like the sky was falling. How could he not recognize that name? He was all too familiar with it. During the last school break, his older brother had made everyone at home call him Li Si every day just so he'd get used to it and wouldn't slip up when the time came. Zhang Mingrui had heard the name so often his ears were about to sprout calluses, but now it was clear, his brother who had already started at Central University couldn't possibly be here. That meant the real deal was standing in front of him, the genuine Li Si, the one he'd managed to offend. Thinking back to how he'd taunted Li Si before, Zhang Mingrui felt a chill run down his neck and an unbearable itch he couldn't scratch. For the first time in his life, he felt truly grateful for the Empire's golden law, when Li Si had escaped before Zhang Mingrui had cursed the golden law more than once. But now things were different, because the golden law was the only thing keeping him alive. Dragging his feet to the edge of the arena, Zhang Mingrui looked up to see Li Si standing inside gazing at him with a look of undisguised delight. Zhang Mingrui's knees went weak. Teacher, can I just forfeit right away?" he stammered, his eyes fixed on the dark night nether cat lounging at Li Si's feet. Zhang Mingrui shrank his neck, asking in a voice that trembled. In a swirl of swirling sand, the referee appeared once more. Smiling, he shook his head. "You can't surrender before the match begins, you have to wait until it started." Gulp. That single sentence shattered the last shred of hope Zhang Mingrui had been clinging to. Swallowing hard, he forced himself up onto the stage. The moment he stepped up, he could instantly sense a change in the eyes of both Li Si and the cat across from him. Human and feline, their gazes were in perfect sync, a raw predatory ferocity that nearly suffocated him. "All right, both contenders are present. Let's begin," the referee announced as usual, tossing his short baton into the air. Zhang Mingrui frantically summoned his beast, hoping it could buy him enough time to shout his surrender. He opened his mouth, ready to yell "I for," but before the word forfeit even left his lips, a wave of searing pain shot through him. The Dark Knight Nether cat had moved. At level 21, the cat's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed half the arena and raked its claws across Zhang Mingrui's thigh. The agonizing pain brought him to one knee, mouth open but unable to make a sound. Both hands hovered over his bleeding leg, but the pain was so intense he didn't dare touch it, and then suddenly he felt a shadow fall over him. Dazed, he looked up to see a silhouette blocking the light, face hidden in darkness, walking toward him. The next instant, Li Si lifted his leg and drove the heel of his thick-soled boot brutally into Zhang Mingrui's face. That was the whole point of changing shoes earlier. Thick-soled boots hurt more. The immense force left Zhang Mingrui's mind reeling, followed by a barrage of savage stomps. Li Si stared down at the crumpled figure on the ground, then drove his heel ruthlessly into Zhang Mingrui's face again and again until it was battered and misshapen. Only then did Li Si finally let out a long, heavy breath, a look of pure satisfaction spreading across his face. Glancing out at the edge of the arena, Li Si saw the referee signaling a clear stop with his arms crossed in an X. He slowly halted his assault. After all, judging by Zhang Mingrui's condition, any more would probably kill him, and here at East Sea University, under the strict protection of the Golden Law, killing was absolutely forbidden. Li Si crouched down, grabbed a handful of Zhang Mingrui's hair and yanked his head up. "This is just a bit of interest. Go home and tell your family to wait. I'll settle accounts with every single one of them one by one." With that, he flung Zhang Mingrui's head back to the ground, spat on his body in disgust, and turned to leave. As for Zhang Mingrui's beast, it had long since been dealt with by the Shadow Night Cat. The creature now lay quietly on the ground, sleeping more soundly than its own beast master. Zhang Mingrui slowly opened his dull, lifeless eyes, watching Li Si's receding figure. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He opened his mouth to call for help, but his tongue had been crushed. He couldn't make a sound. Despair crashed over him in waves. Well, came a mocking sing-song voice from behind the referee. "Looks like that kid had a lot of pent-up anger. All right, take him down for treatment. After all, he's the second young master of Xingye Group. I can't afford to offend people like that. Who knows, maybe his family would steal my kid's starter beast if I did." Only now did Zhang Mingrui realize just how much resentment his family had stirred up. Back in the locker room, Li Si downed an entire bottle of water in one go before he finally snapped out of his daze. God, that felt good. He stared blankly at his own hands, every frame of Zhang Mingrui's face warping beneath his heel burned into his memory. The feeling of marching forward unwavering on the road of vengeance, it was exhilarating. Feeling calmer now, a familiar voice sounded at his side. It was his counselor who had come to sit next to him. "Yeah, I'm calm," Li Si replied, trying to control his facial muscles, but the grin on his face just wouldn't go away. He gave up and let his radiant smile show, looking at the counselor, knowing he must have something important to say. With a hiss, the counselor cracked open a soda, took a long swig, and looked over. "Funny thing," he said, "I've got a bone to pick with Xingye Group too. In fact, you and I, we're natural allies." Li Si had guessed as much, so he wasn't surprised. He gestured for the counselor to go on. "You want to take Xingye Group down for revenge. I want to destroy them for stealing my wife. We both want them dead," the counselor said, his tone grave as he met Li Si's eyes. Li Si didn't ask what exactly the wife-stealing hatred was, and the advisor didn't volunteer any details either. After giving the advisor a long, searching look, Li Si suddenly let out a soft laugh. Let me be blunt and ask, if you really waited for me to grow strong enough to destroy Xingye Corporation, what would you do to that woman? Now, with enough time and the right background to develop at his own pace, Li Si didn't need to rush. If anyone should be worried, it was the advisor. Given the current state of Xingye Corporation, they'd never get another chance to cross someone like him again. In other words, if the advisor missed his chance with Li Si, he might never get to take revenge personally. Right now it was Li Si who was choosing his allies. What he needed was not some fool who would blindly obey a woman's every word. After all, people change. That woman might have loved the advisor once, but after all these years, who could say how she really felt now? The advisor froze for a moment, then a look of deep, searing hatred twisted his face. By rights, after hiding his emotions for so many years, he should have been a master at keeping his feelings under wraps. But this time was different. He was putting on a show for Li Si, fully aware of the stakes. Of course not. That woman and I share a hatred as deep as the grave. She destroyed my family. When the time comes, I'll kill her with my own hands. Hearing this, Li Si couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. Glad to be working together, teacher. He extended his hand, and the advisor gripped it at once. I'll do everything I can to help you grow stronger, the advisor declared, laying all his cards on the table. I'll create an opportunity for you and Zhang Mingrui to leave the protection of the Golden Law at the same time, and I'll try my best to get you into the national tournament next month. After all, if it was vengeance they were talking about, a simple beating could never be enough. That was just the interest on the debt. Good, Li Si nodded firmly. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Thump thump. Gentlemen, the competition for the top 5 is about to begin, a voice called from outside, tinged with amusement. It was the referee who could turn his body into golden sand. They let go of each other's hands, and Li Si immediately turned and left the lounge. He opened the door, nodded at the referee waiting outside, and finally allowed a smile to cross his face as he walked away. But in the instant he turned, his eyes were cold and expressionless. Did he really believe the advisor's words? Hardly. He knew nothing about the advisor, not even his real name. How could anyone trust someone under those circumstances? And the conditions the advisor offered were interesting too. Create an opportunity for you and Zhang Mingrui to leave the protection of the Golden Law at the same time. On the surface, that meant a chance to kill Zhang Mingrui, but it also meant Li Si would be exposed, vulnerable, and endanger himself. After everything he'd been through, expecting Li Si to trust someone unconditionally was wishful thinking. He stepped onto the stage. Standing opposite him was the socially anxious girl, Wu Yusen. Her face was expressionless as always. She didn't seem the least bit surprised to see Li Si there. After all, she was the third to finish in the first round, with Li Si just ahead of her. Although the first round wasn't a direct reflection of raw strength, anyone who could defeat their opponent even faster than she did was certainly no ordinary contestant. Now it was about to begin. Laughter drifted on the wind, mingled with the swirling yellow sand as a short staff was tossed high into the air. The moment it struck the ground, Wu Yusen's beast space flared open beside her. A sinuous, dragon-like creature emerged, winding its way out and immediately forming a protective formation around her, shielding Wu Yusen at its center. The instant they saw the dragon-shaped beast, Li Si's and the Dark Knight Nether Cat's eyes practically lit up green with envy and desire. Li Si for his part could see the creature's stats. The Dark Knight Nether Cat couldn't make out the specifics, but it could sense that this beast was fundamentally different from the enemies it had faced before. Shadow Fiend Zhao. Attributes: Dark Undead. Quality: Purple. Level: 11. Traits: Extreme Dragon Body, Purple. Ferocious, Blue. 3 Corpses Demon, Purple. Purple traits, and 2 of them no less. Li Si's eyes shone with excitement. This was his first time encountering an enemy with a purple quality beast, and it even boasted 2 purple traits. Up until now, even the Dark Knight Nether Cat only had a single purple trait. Jiao, amplify demonic energy. Wu Yusen's command was crisp and concise. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Shadow Fiend Jiao exhaled a cloud of black smoke, then dove headlong into it. Within the swirling darkness, it twisted and soared, resembling a dragon riding the clouds in ancient legends, if you could ignore the color anyway. Who said storm clouds weren't clouds after all? The Dark Knight Nether Cat instantly picked up on the Shadow Fiend Jiao's surging aura and relayed the information to Li Si. Unlike the inexperienced cat, Li Si had at least gone to school. He understood the significance of what he was seeing. So this is a battle art, or more accurately, a boosting battle art. Beast mastering had evolved far beyond simple brawling ages ago. Generations ago, someone discovered that channeling a beast's internal energy along certain patterns could unleash far greater power. That discovery became the prototype for battle arts. After countless generations of refinement, these techniques matured and were eventually categorized into 3 main types: augmentation arts, offensive arts, and defensive arts. Every battle art was a family's prized legacy, time-tested methods developed through generations of research on a single beast type perfectly tailored for that beast's energy flow. That's why every great clan had its own signature beast and a suite of exclusive battle arts to match. Wu Yusun, for instance, hailed from the Wu family of the Shadow Fiend line. Their ancestral beast was the Shadow Fiend Jiao. Now riding the black clouds, the Shadow Fiend Jiao's aura grew even colder and more menacing. But the grim look on Wu Yusun's face didn't fade. She still couldn't sense the Dark Knight Nether Cat's power at all. That only happened when the opponent's level exceeded hers by at least a full tier. Staring hard at the boy in front of her and the languid-looking black cat at his feet, Wu Yusun felt a pressure greater than anything she'd ever experienced before. At home, she had faced veteran beast tamers before, but those were either family retainers or elders of the clan. No matter how badly she lost, there were never any real consequences. But the boy in front of her was different. His fierce reputation stretched from one end of the school to the other. Everyone knew his name. If she lost to him, he would actually beat her up. Gulp, she kept a wary eye. Only see a cold bead of sweat sliding down her hair and onto her neck before she even realized it, making her shudder. No, she couldn't drag this out any longer. If she hesitated, she'd lose the courage to make a move at all. As one of the Wu family prodigies, Wu Yusun immediately understood her predicament. Losing here wasn't the end of the world. Everyone stumbles now and then. What truly mattered was having the guts to step up and fight. If she couldn't even do that, then she'd be finished for real. Demon Jiao split, then breathe. Unlikely see Wu Yusun couldn't see talent stats or ability tags. All she knew was that her shadow demon Jiao was especially gifted when it came to its splitting skill. The clones it created could not only assist in attacks, but each had its own unique traits. As her command rang out, black mist swirled above the shadow demon Jiao's head, forming three monstrous beasts, one wolf-like, one tiger-like, and one resembling a fierce leopard. The wolfish one looked sly and sinister, the tiger brutal, and the leopard brimming with venomous malice. These were the Jiao's infamous three corpse demons. As the three corpse demons took shape, their malicious aura seemed to tug at the darkest corners of both Li Si and the Dark Knight Nethercat's minds. Impressive, so even I'm affected, huh? In an instant, Li Si found himself thinking up all kinds of gruesome ways to tear Wu Yusun apart, his mind fogging over with bloodlust. Then all at once he shook his head violently, snapping back to himself. He locked eyes with the Dark Knight Nethercat, and in that moment, they both saw the same shock and excitement in each other's gaze. For those who lacked real power, this ability might just be a trick for causing chaos. But in a battle between equals, it was a whole different story. Imagine a cautious opponent suddenly losing their senses and charging forward recklessly. That was practically a death sentence. For a beast tamer, it was even more dangerous. Their own bodies were fragile, and if they lost their minds and left the protection of their beasts to face the enemy head-on, they wouldn't even know how they died. Suddenly Li Si and the Dark Knight Nethercat were completely in sync, their thoughts perfectly aligned. I want it. Meow. With a sharp cry, the Dark Knight Nethercat activated its blue mind's eye trait. Just as four streams of breath attacks swept toward it, the cat twisted its body, slipping through the gaps at an odd, almost impossible angle. Three corpse demon clones plus the shadow demon Jiao itself made 4 breath attacks in total. Any average veteran beast would have been caught, but the Dark Knight Nethercat had its blue mind's eye, narrowly dodging the onslaught. The Nethercat seemed to blink out of existence and instantly reappeared at Wu Yusun's side. In that moment, Wu Yusun felt a chill run through her whole body, sweat pouring down her back, but just when she thought she was about to lose, the Dark Knight Nethercat darted past her, using the 3 corpse demons as stepping stones. In a flash, swift as a rabbit, sudden as a hawk, it landed squarely on the Een Demon Jiao's back. In its emerald eyes, there wasn't the slightest flicker of hunger for victory, all you could see was its yearning for the new ability. In that instant, the Een Demon Jiao's body went rigid. Coiled in a dragon-like formation, it froze, not daring to move a muscle for fear of angering the deadly presence behind it. But it was no use. The Nethercat's paw came down, not particularly large at first glance, but when it struck, a visible bulge appeared where it hit the Een Demon Jiao's neck. The massive serpent went stiff as a chopstick, then crashed straight down to the ground, losing consciousness on impact. Ding! Congratulations to Dark Knight Nethercat for defeating Een Demon Jiao and absorbing the ferocity trait, blue. A surge of energy invisible to others flowed from the Jiao's body into the Nethercat, bumping its level from 21 to 22. But neither the Nethercat nor Li Si paid any heed to this minor upgrade. The Nethercat gazed at Li Si with eager anticipation, while Li Si stared excitedly at the list of traits. After all, if one of the 3 corpse demons' abilities dropped, the Nethercat's power would at least double. But the moment Li Si realized the new trait was only ferocity, his face fell. Oh well, even if it wasn't one of the 3 corpse demons, ferocity was still useful for the Nethercat. He could only comfort himself with that thought. After all, with 3 possible traits, 2 purple, 1 blue, he'd managed to get the least impressive one. The match was over. That's it for today. The battle for the top 5 will take place tomorrow, the referee announced cheerfully as he walked over. Lisi nodded and stepped down from the stage. Now, the way the other freshmen looked at him had completely changed. Before, they knew him only as the guy bold enough to throw punches in the assembly hall, well known but not exactly admired. Now things were different. Lisi, a newly enrolled student, was already a senior-level beastmaster. Compared to the rest, he was on a whole other level. The top 10 each got their own single dorm room. After moving in with his bag, Lisi immediately locked himself inside. Meow 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 meow, hurry, comma. As soon as the door was locked, the Dark Knight Nethercat leapt onto the bed, meowing anxiously at Lisi. I'm coming, don't rush. He carefully peeked out the window to make sure no one was around, then drew the curtains tight and asked the Nethercat to double-check for anyone nearby, sneaky as could be. Once he was sure the coast was clear, Lisi plopped down on the bed, scooped the Nethercat into his arms, and began browsing through his collection of traits. He had to admit this time was a true windfall. 65 traits in total, 50 green, 15 blue. After filtering out the entries that didn't suit the Dark Knight Nethercat, Lisi was left with just 2. Body enhancement. Green significantly increases physical strength, ferocity. Blue innately exudes a trace of murderous energy. After cultivation, this energy has grown to envelop the entire body. Attacks deal increased damage and infuse foes with this ferocious aura, causing double damage to spirit-type enemies. The rest of the entries either didn't fit the Dark Knight Nethercat's path or were European style, so Lisi broke them down without hesitation. Disassembling a green entry yielded 30 entry essences, while a blue entry gave 100 essences. With 14 blue entries and 49 green ones, Lisi ended up with a total of 2,870 entry essences, a massive windfall in one go. Gazing at the pool of entry essences in his archive, Lisi sprawled out on his bed, his face beaming with joy. He had never enjoyed such an incredible start before. Meow. The Dark Knight Nethercat, unable to see the state of the entry archive, anxiously nudged Lisi's body with its head. All right, let's get you upgraded, Lisi soothed, scooping the cat into his arms. He first assigned the 2 new entries to the Dark Knight Nethercat. Blue and green lights shimmered over the cat's body, and 2 new entries, ferocity and body enhancement, appeared at the end of its existing list. In an instant, the cat's once slender body swelled beneath its black fur muscles, visibly filling out what had been a somewhat lean frame. Unlike other entries whose effects weren't so immediately visible, body enhancement made a direct, dramatic difference. As soon as it was equipped, the Dark Knight Nethercat felt its physical strength surge to a whole new level, but neither Lisi nor the Dark Knight Nethercat paid much attention to these minor details. They both knew the best was yet to come. Now Lisi stared at the balance of 2,935 entry essences, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He'd originally had just 65 essences left, which seemed almost laughable compared to this new haul, but hey, a gain was a gain. Even the tiniest mosquito leg was still meat. Lisi had grown up thrifty, never letting a single grain of rice go to waste. With nearly 3,000 entry essences in hand, Lisi immediately turned his attention to the Dark Knight Nethercat's entry archive. There, the previously grayed out purple entry, Nightfall, had finally lit up, now displaying a plus sign beside it. Gulp, Lisi swallowed hard in excitement. This meant his Dark Knight Nethercat was about to gain its first gold tier entry, advancing to a gold quality contracted beast. Without hesitation, he pressed the plus sign next to Nightfall. In the next moment, in a space that only Lisi and the Dark Knight Nethercat could see, a surge of endless pure light burst from Lisi's body and flowed into the Dark Knight Nethercat, merging into the Nightfall entry. As the power of pure light surged in, the Nightfall trait began to tremble and crack. Threads of golden light seeped from the widening fissures. Finally, the trait shattered, scattering into a pile of violet fragments. These pieces began to fuse together once more, spinning around each other. Amidst the rotating violet shards, a spark of gold suddenly flickered, then erupted in a dazzling blaze. A brand new trait manifested on the Dark Knight Nethercat, Night God. Gold in the darkness of night, all attributes are massively increased. While shrouded in dark elements, all attributes receive a tremendous boost. Mastery and affinity for dark attributes are greatly enhanced at all times. Staring at this trait, Lisi's eyes widened in astonishment. This single trait had 3 distinct effects. First, all attributes saw a massive boost at night. Second, all attributes were hugely enhanced when surrounded by dark elements. And third, a permanent immense improvement in the Nethercat's control over and affinity with dark attributes. Lisi noticed something else too. The description never said these effects couldn't be stacked. If they could, then the total boost would include every aspect, even mastery over dark elements. In other words, at night, if the Dark Knight Nethercat enveloped itself in dark energy, all the buffs would stack sky high. At this moment, the Nethercat was oblivious to Lisi's thoughts. It stared at its own paws in disbelief. Just moments ago, its mind had buzzed, as if a door had suddenly opened, and all the things it couldn't grasp before now made perfect sense. More than that, its control over dark elements. The nethercat gazed blankly at its fluffy black paws and the pink pads at their center where countless dark elements were gathering. Before, its command over dark elements could be called effortless, but it was nothing like this. Now, the dark elements practically clung to it. It was just like, what had its beastmaster called it before? Oh right, clingy fanboy. The nethercat studied the whirling dark elements around its body, realizing this was exactly like the clingy fanboy Lisi had once joked about. With this level of control, it felt it could defeat 10 of its former selves in a single breath. The nethercat brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, Lisi looked at the trait essence in his inventory, now cut in half, and clutched his chest in pain. Upgrading a violet trait to gold required 1500 trait essence. Now he was left with only 1435. None of his beasts currently had violet traits, so instead of saving up, he decided to spend every last bit of trait essence to boost their power. After all, as long as the nethercat kept getting stronger, he was sure he'd find a way to recover what he'd spent. Money or essence, sooner or later it would all come back. Lisi immediately turned his attention to the other entries in Dark Knight Underworld Cat's list. With over 1400 entry essences, while it wasn't quite enough to upgrade another gold entry, it was more than sufficient to level up several purple ones. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus sign next to experience absorption. This entry was the main reason why the Dark Knight Underworld Cat's level far surpassed its peers. The strength of a contracted beast generally depended on 3 factors: level, battle skills and aptitude. Of these, level was especially crucial. Today, even though the Dark Knight Underworld Cat didn't know a single battle skill, it had crushed Wu Yusin from the Wu family purely because its level outclassed her in Demon Jia by a huge margin, and that was all thanks to experience absorption. As the experience absorption entry shattered, a brand new purple entry, Experience Plunder, appeared in the cat's entry bank. Compared to before, this one could steal even more experience. It was an unexpected but pleasant surprise, and since it only took 300 entry essences to upgrade a blue entry to purple after maxing out Experience Plunder, Lisi still had over 1100 essences left. He had no intention of stopping. If he was going to do this, he was going all in. Time to go all out. Soon a series of purple flashes nearly blinded him. After the upgrades, the Dark Knight Underworld Cat's stats were enough to drive any beastmaster mad with envy. Level 22 attribute, Dark Aptitude, Gold. Its entries were Night God, Gold; Experience Plunder, Purple; Clarity of Mind, Purple; Fierce and Ruthless, Purple; and Innate Divine Body, Purple. Out of a total of 5 entries, the weakest were already purple and the gold entry still stood at the core. Though Lisi had never seen a true gold aptitude contracted beast before, he was convinced even those couldn't compare to his current Dark Knight Underworld Cat. Of course, there was a price to pay. After upgrading all these entries, his little stash had shrunk by a whole digit. He was down to just 135 entry essences, but the results were worth every bit. Glancing at the ground, Lisi saw the black tiger-like cat, its shoulder nearly level with his own, radiating terrifying waves of energy. He knew all his efforts were justified. Compared to before, the Dark Knight Underworld Cat may as well have become a completely different species. Its shoulder was almost 1.9 meters high, its body massive. There was no way it could fit in such a small bedroom. If he hadn't been assigned a single-person villa in his first 5 placements, he'd have had a hard time explaining this. And the cat's fur was no longer a pure, unbroken white. Mysterious, intricate divine runes now shimmered across its body, whispering secrets he couldn't understand. Staring at them for too long made his head spin, as if his very mind was being drawn in. This was the power of the innate divine body entry. The transformation was just too drastic, but after his excitement cooled, Lisi found himself troubled by the Dark Knight Underworld Cat's new appearance. Although it was impossible to hide the fact that he had a stroke of luck that could rapidly strengthen his beast, and he hadn't intended to conceal it anyway, the changes in the Dark Knight Nethercat were just too dramatic. Anyone could see something was up. Did he really think everyone else was an idiot? Roared, too dramatic. Then I'll just make myself smaller. In response, the Dark Knight Nethercat let out a low feline roar. Mysterious divine markings on its pitch-black body shimmered faintly, and then right before their eyes its body started shrinking at a pace visible to the naked eye. In no time, it had returned to its original size, the intricate patterns now hidden beneath its glossy black fur. Unless someone parted the fur to look closely, there was no way to even notice them. So this is the power of an innate divine body. Only now did Lisi truly grasp the wonder of that trait, and this might not even be the full extent of what an innate divine body could do. He would have to discover the rest on his own, since the description on the system panel was maddeningly vague. Just innate divine body, nothing more. It was as cryptic as ever, leaving him completely in the dark about what it actually meant. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell. The Dark Knight Nethercat shivered with excitement, its whole body coming alive. It had never felt so at home, so utterly in its element, like a fish in water. The night god trait was kicking in, and under the cover of darkness every aspect of the cat's abilities was amplified. Even its control over dark elements had increased by leaps and bounds. Don't rush, try pulling the dark element around yourself first. Lee Si could barely contain his own excitement. He was eager to put his theory to the test. If he was right, the Dark Knight Nethercat would become the most terrifying hunter the night could offer. The Nethercat nodded. It didn't even need to concentrate, just the thought alone was enough. Instantly dark elements from all directions seemed to respond to its will, converging on the spot and shrouding Lee Si's entire dorm room. Within moments, the room was plunged into utter darkness. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The air was so thick with dark energy that even the light from the lamp was drowned out. Normally, a concentration of dark elements this high would make it impossible for a human to survive. A frail beastmaster's body would quickly be assimilated by the darkness. But Lee Si was unaffected. After all, as the Nethercat's beastmaster, the night god beastmaster, he could now resist dark elements thanks to the feedback from his bond with the cat. Soon the dark energy contracted and faded away. The Nethercat let out a delighted yell, meow. It really works. At night, when I'm shrouded in dark elements, I get a double boost, Lee Si took a deep breath, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Finally, he had a trump card strong enough to put on the table. The next morning Lee Si rubbed his sleepy eyes. But the moment he opened them, he froze. He couldn't feel his lower body at all. His eyes snapped wide open in alarm. For a split second he thought someone at Donghai University had taken him out while he slept, but when he looked down and saw what was going on, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Dark Knight Nethercat was sprawled across his chest, fast asleep. Who knew how long it had been there? His chest was so numb now he couldn't feel a thing. No wonder it had been so hard to breathe last night. With a helpless smile, he sat up, gently scooped the cat off his chest, and set it on the bed. Then Lee Si started preparing breakfast for his little troublemaker. The Dark Knight Nethercat's meals were always made by him. There wasn't much fuss to it, just the seafood he'd caught in the CI secret realm. From what he'd learned back in high school, the flesh of high-ranked exotic beasts was a great supplement for contract beasts. Couldn't hurt to feed it more. As for nutrition balance and all that, he'd have to study up on it at East Sea University. Time to get up, time to get up. Once he'd finished breakfast prep, Lee Si walked back to the bedroom and gently shook the cat awake. Meow. The Dark Knight Nethercat let out a soft lazy cry, eyes fluttering open. When it saw Lee Si, the corners of its mouth curled into a small smile. In a couple of nimble leaps, it landed on his shoulder and started licking his face affectionately. Okay, that's enough, don't make a fuss. Hurry up and eat your breakfast, then I need to get something to eat myself. Lee Si had been so hyped up last night he didn't even feel hungry. He'd just washed up and gone straight to bed. It was only this morning that hunger really hit, so he needed to get to the cafeteria soon. He could cook for himself, his dorm had all the equipment, but he just couldn't be bothered. At his urging, the Dark Knight Nethercat hopped down and quietly began devouring the neatly cut pieces of meat on its plate. After seeing the cat's true form yesterday, shoulder height over 6 feet, body over 13 feet long, Lee Si had made sure to prepare an extra large portion sized for a giant tiger. He waited until the cat had eaten every last bite, feeling its satisfaction through their contract bond, before cleaning up the leftovers and heading out with the cat. Hey, Lee Si heading out for breakfast too. He'd barely stepped outside when he heard a cheerful voice. Turning, he saw Ban Yubin, dressed in a red jacket, standing at the door of a single dorm building, waving with a grin. No contract beast in sight. "You wanna go together?" "Sure." The two hit it off right away and started walking toward the cafeteria. You really broke Wu Yusin yesterday. She was losing it in the group chat in the middle of the night," Ban Yubin said, laughing as they walked. Clearly, they'd known each other for a while. "Isn't she supposed to be shy in real life?" Lee Si asked, puzzled. Just because she's shy in person doesn't mean she's shy online. Here, add me on WeChat, I'll pull you into our East Sea University Slackers Squad group chat. Ban Yubin pulled out his phone. Sure, I'm in. The two of them added each other on Weixin, and soon after he was pulled into a small group chat called Moyu Gang, East Sea Branch. There were only 14 people in the group. He made the 15th. As soon as he joined, a flood of welcomes crashed into him, led by none other than Wu Yusin, the same Wu Yusin who'd gotten thoroughly beaten up by Lee Si just yesterday. Wu Yusin at Lee Si, welcome boss. Newbie here, hope you'll remember me. That was quickly followed by a string of +1s, a perfect display of human nature that left Lee Si rather baffled. Are you sure she doesn't have some kind of split personality or something? Lee Si asked, pointing at her phone as she turned to Ban Yubin beside her. This time Ban Yubin couldn't hold back a laugh. Honestly, it's hard to say. Her mental state is, well, let's just say it's complicated. Chatting as they walked, the two soon arrived at the cafeteria. Standing at the entrance, Ban Yubin snapped a photo and sent it to the group. Ban Yubin, alright, enough chatting. Lee, the boss and I are at the cafeteria now. If there's anything you guys want to eat, speak up quick. After we finish, we'll bring some back for you. The group chat went quiet for a second, then suddenly exploded with requests. Lisi just muted her phone and turned off the vibration as well. She and Ban Yubin headed into the cafeteria. Finally, with their hunger satisfied, the two of them carried bags of food and headed toward the dorms. There are 4 new members in the East Sea branch, including you, Ban Yubin said with a grin, filling Lisi in as they walked. One of them is an awakened beastmaster with an acquired gift. I'm one of the 4 newbies. Oh, so what are you telling me this for, to brag? Lisi asked, smiling as she juggled a bag of fried rice and a bag of pickled vegetables. Nope, just complaining, Ban Yubin said with a laugh. Back home I thought I'd easily be top of the freshman class, but after coming here I realized I seriously underestimated everyone else. Based on the info I gathered last night, forget about being number 1, even 3rd place isn't guaranteed, he sighed, half joking, half exasperated. So who else is there? Lisi asked curiously. That guy with the acquired beastmaster talent, Ban Yubin replied, his expression turning serious. He explained, admiration in his voice. In the top 5, you and that guy are the outliers. The 3 of us who are strong all have a clear reason. We opened our beast spaces early, so our beasts leveled up fast, and we got high-grade starter beasts from the authorities. It makes sense for us to grow quickly, but you two, totally abnormal. You came in pretty much from nothing, grassroots. Your starter beast was even stolen. Logically, there's no way you could compare to us, but the reality is you're both stronger, like monster-level strong. Especially you. Lisi was intrigued. She was about to ask who the other one was when she heard someone cough. She looked up and saw a boy approaching. He had a handsome face and wore all white, his complexion ghostly pale and dark circles under his eyes. With a face as stiff as a coffin lid and a cold, unblinking stare fixed right on Ban Yubin, he looked, no matter how you looked at him, more like a corpse than someone living. Alright, I won't say another word, okay? As soon as he caught sight of the young man, Ban Yubin immediately raised both hands in mock surrender, grinning from ear to ear, showing not the slightest hint of embarrassment at being caught talking behind someone's back. So, let me introduce you two to each other, how about that? He said, glancing at Lisi and then gesturing toward the teenager. Lisi, this is Tuha, the genius who awakened his abilities later than most. With that, he turned to Tuha, pointing at Lisi. Tuha, this is Lisi, the one and only, the infamous ruthless bro. Tuha's piercing gaze shifted straight to Lisi. Lisi arched an eyebrow, his smile unwavering. After sizing Lisi up for a moment, Tuha finally looked away and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Lisi. Lisi reached out to shake, his face breaking into a broad, unreadable grin. Hi there. Their hands met briefly and parted just as quickly, smiles still in place. They nodded politely and brushed past each other. Not far behind, a group of a dozen or so boys and girls, some standing, some squatting, had gathered outside Lisi's dorm room. How to put it, they didn't exactly look like model citizens. The way they slouched and leaned, they could have easily been mistaken for street punks if not for the absence of cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Ban Yubin's face scrunched up in disapproval. He strode over and gave each of them a swift kick on the backside. Hey, straighten up, show some spirit, make a good first impression, will you? Alright, we hear you, Godfather. Everything you say this morning is right, someone piped up. A bespectacled boy who looked bookish, though his slouchy movements told a different story. He sidled over, eyeing the bags in their hands with a cheeky grin. Lisi had met all these people yesterday. Their faces were familiar, but he couldn't remember a single name. Not that it mattered, Lisi had long ago mastered the art of blending in, a skill he'd picked up living alone as a kid. Whether he knew them or not, he greeted everyone with a warm smile, and it didn't take long for the whole group's spirits to lift. But when he got to Wu Yusin, she ducked behind a tree, suddenly shy, nothing like the bold girl online who'd just been boasting about recognizing a big shot by sight. Come on, let's head in and eat. After breakfast, we'll go to Plaza 1 for the last match, Lisi called out, noticing someone about to tear into a steamed bun right at the doorway. He quickly invited them all inside to eat properly. Really, the Godfather? The bespectacled boy exclaimed in disbelief. After all, not everyone liked others invading their personal space. Take Ban Yubin for example. With his neat freak tendencies, he absolutely hated having people eat in his room. The group had gotten used to that over time, so the sudden hospitality left them a little uncomfortable. With the wind howling outside, you want to stand there with your mouth open and gulp down a stomach full of cold air, Lisi quipped. The others hesitated a moment longer, but his words settled the matter. Coming. Thanks for your generosity, Godfatherly. They chorused, and just like that, with a few words and a smile, Lisi had slipped right into the heart of this little group. Even if truth be told, he still couldn't remember any of their names. Interpersonal relationships can be as difficult or as simple as you make them, and Lisi always opted for the simplest approach: rule with strength in one hand, kindness in the other. People naturally admire the strong, and Lisi was much stronger than anyone else here. So as long as he showed even a little goodwill, the others would flock to him without hesitation. Sure, right now none of these people were as capable as Lisi, probably never would be, but they were all prodigies who had awakened their beastmaster spaces early. It never hurt to build good relationships. After all, besides talent, they each had considerable potential as beastmasters. His own experience, having his first beast forcibly taken away, had taught Li Si just how crucial it was to have connections and influence, so instinctively he sought to befriend these people. Decades down the line, they would be his allies. The school had prepared spacious single dorms for the top 5 students, big enough to comfortably fit a dozen people. Before long the meal was over. Li Si led the group out of the dorm and toward Plaza 1. Unconsciously, the others fell half a step behind him, yet no one felt anything odd about that. When they arrived at Plaza 1, there was already quite a crowd gathered. "Hey brotherly, isn't that Zhang Mingrui, the guy you beat up yesterday?" Suddenly, the bespectacled boy on Li Si's left spoke up. His name was Wang Boyu, also one of the top 5. Li Si's head snapped up at the mention, following Wang Boyu's gaze. Sure enough, there was Zhang Mingrui, head wrapped like a mummy, standing nervously amidst the crowd, glancing around warily. The moment he spotted Li Si, his exposed eyes widened in panic and he instinctively tried to melt back into the throng. "Brotherly, what do you say? Want to go over and rough him up again?" Wang Boyu asked eagerly. "Let's let him off for now. I'm still carrying an anonymous warning on my record. I'll deal with him after that's cleared." Li Si struggled to keep the excitement off his face as he watched Zhang Mingrui's retreating figure. The Shengye group really had deep pockets. After the beating Zhang Mingrui took yesterday, nearly losing his life and even having his tongue broken, he was somehow back on his feet today, just with his head bandaged up. Donghai University had a rough and ready style, maybe because it was built out over the sea where the ocean winds were fierce. Outdoor events here were always handled quickly and decisively. The president, stooped and white-haired, gave a cheerful speech from the stage, just a couple of sentences, then simply declared, "Begin." With that, the top 5 tournament was officially underway. Instantly all eyes in the plaza swung toward Li Si and his group. Where are we supposed to fight?" Wang Boyu looked around expecting a referee to show up, but after waiting a while saw no one. He finally spoke up. "There's not even a ring drawn here and we're surrounded by people. We can't just start brawling in the crowd, can we? This is college, not some cult initiation." As soon as the words left his mouth, the fountain at the center of the square suddenly froze for a moment. Then a surge of deep blue water burst forth, splitting into 5 streams mid-air, each one spiraling around Li Si and the other 4 students. Beast masters receive feedback from their beast's attributes, and it often rubs off on their own behavior. Take Li Si for example. When the water rushed toward him, he literally jumped like a startled cat, dodging the first attempt of the water to coil around him. The principal, who had been watching intently, paused in surprise before breaking into a helpless laugh. Just like a cat. Don't worry, this is something new our school developed. Just touch it, you'll be fine." Although the principal was standing quite a distance away, his gentle voice reached Li Si's ears as if he were right beside him. Li Si hesitated for a moment, then carefully extended a finger to touch the blue stream. Instantly, the water surged up, enveloping his whole body. An immense flood of information began flowing through the water, recording every detail about him. "This is our school's latest research, a liquid computer." The principal's cheerful voice echoed around Li Si and the other students. "We've turned water into an information-carrying medium. Right now your consciousness has temporarily left your bodies and entered the Shuiyan illusion. This illusion is integrated with the liquid computer. Here, you're just like you are in the real world. You can fight all you want. There are no rules, the only ranking is based on who lasts the longest." The principal's voice rang clearly in the ears of all 5 students. Li Si opened his eyes to find himself standing in a dense forest surrounded by tangled trees and vines that twisted like giant serpents. Is this really just an illusion?" He paused, pinched the skin on his arm and then reached out to touch a nearby vine. The sensation was indistinguishable from the real thing. Outside, a massive water screen had split into 6 smaller displays. 5 of them showed each of the students, while the central one was an electronic map highlighting their locations. "These 5 are the cream of your crop," the principal said with a warm smile. "Watch them closely and learn all you can." As he turned away, his eyes swept almost imperceptibly over a section of the freshmen gathered below. He sighed, a trace of resignation in his voice. Zhang Guanshu, a hero in his own right all his life, how on earth did his descendants turn out so dense and pig-headed? Among the freshmen, Zhang Mingrui, his head wrapped in bandages like a rice dumpling, was gritting his teeth so hard it was audible. Unlike the other freshmen who marveled at Donghai University's technology, Zhang Mingrui was consumed by rage. All he could think was, if Donghai University had this kind of technology, why didn't they use it sooner? Why did they wait until after I was beaten up to bring it out? When Li Si trampled him underfoot yesterday in that brutal fight, he genuinely thought he was going to die. At this moment, his anger had completely clouded his judgment. All he could think about was how to get back at these people. Humiliation and rage had pushed his emotions to the brink. If it weren't for his friends, who immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed to restrain him, one grabbing his arms, another his legs, a third covering his mouth, things would have spiraled out of control by now. Not far away, the academic advisor stood by the wall with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. Don't get him wrong, he hadn't manipulated anything behind the scenes, just a bit of verbal prodding. He hadn't expected that kid to be such a total pushover. If the entire Zhang family of Xingye group were like this, he wouldn't have had to wait for Li Si's arrival to see a glimmer of hope for revenge. Meanwhile, inside the mirage of flowing waters, Li Si spat out a mouthful of wood splinters. He had just finished testing all 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste and touch, and everything here was exactly like reality. If he hadn't known in advance that this was an illusion, he never would have noticed anything out of place. Alright, Dark Knight Nether Cat, come on out. It's time for us to start hunting for prey, Li Si spoke softly, a flicker of excitement deep in his eyes. Since the principal had said there were no rules in this place, he intended to take that at face value. Meow. As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black beast's face opened and his lazy black cat stepped out. The moment Li Si caught sight of the Dark Knight Nether Cat, he paused, then let out a helpless smile, just as he thought, there's no such thing as a flawless illusion in this world. There was a mistake after all. At first glance, the Dark Knight Nether Cat looked perfectly normal. If it were the Li Si of yesterday, he'd never have noticed anything. But today's Li Si wasn't the same as yesterday's. After last night's strengthening, the Nether Cat's power had multiplied many times over, and yet the one before him showed none of that. The liquid computer's intelligence was outdated, far less reliable than the information he gathered himself. Now Li Si understood. This Nether Cat was created by the school assigned to him for this test. He had no idea what they were really trying to assess. Was it the bond between him and his beast? Or something else? With too little information, Li Si couldn't piece together the full story, nor could he guess the school's true intentions, so he simply stopped trying and continued exploring with the Nether Cat, though he made a mental note to keep an eye on it. He had to admit this AI-powered Nether Cat was impressively well made. It responded to him, executed his ideas perfectly. It was exactly like the real thing. If not for the difference in power, Li Si would never have spotted the flaw. Before long, Li Si found his first target. Ban Yubin and another freshman from the Slackers Club locked in a tense standoff. To call it a standoff wouldn't be quite right, since both of them were smiling, chatting and laughing together. Clearly neither had slipped into a confrontational mindset yet. Their two powerful beasts, each with a rare violet-grade aptitude, were also lounging nearby, making small talk in their own way. It was obvious they'd known each other for a long time. Those two were already friends. The new recruit from the Slackers squad had a beast called a shadow lurker fish. Despite the name, this violet-grade beast didn't need water to survive. Instead, it lived in shadows. Shadows were its ocean. As for Ban Yubin's beast, it caught Li Si off guard. It was an old acquaintance, a violet-grade flowing water crane, a specialty beast from Linheishi. Draw their attention, especially keep their beasts busy. Through his beast contract, Li Si sent a command to his AI Nightshade Cat. Meow. The Nightshade Cat responded through the contract with a clear understood. Li Si crouched down quietly, gripping a short dagger in his hand. He'd have to handle this himself. For now, he still couldn't tell what exactly the faculty wanted to see from this test, so he couldn't fully trust the AI Nightshade Cat just yet. With a few nimble leaps, the Nightshade Cat scrambled up a tree, shaking a branch to rustle the leaves and make some noise. Sure enough, it caught the attention of both beasts below. Li Si held his breath, blending deeper into the tall grass. The two students hadn't noticed anything amiss with their beasts still chatting casually as they strolled closer, not a hint of wariness on their faces. Their beasts meanwhile were lured away by the commotion made by the Nightshade Cat, leaving Li Si alone with the two unsuspecting students. He didn't strike right away. He waited, sharpening his focus, quietly gauging the distance between himself and his targets. If the rule here was that there were no rules, then there was nothing to worry about. This was Li Si's specialty. Back when he worked odd jobs to make ends meet, he'd taken part-time gigs gutting fish. Nowadays, his heart was colder than his blade. Donghaisli Do Huan was gone. Donghaisli Mo was here now. Almost there, just a little closer. Watching the two draw nearer, Li Si steadied his breathing and tightened his grip on the dagger. Was it always like this here? Ban Yubin, now nearly within Li Si's striking range, paused for a moment. He'd glanced at this spot earlier, and with his exceptional memory, a talent he prided himself on, something felt off. This place didn't look quite the same as he remembered. Suddenly a flash of cold steel caught his eye, making his pupils contract. Ambush. The thought barely formed before a razor edge sliced across his throat. His consciousness blurred, a strange sensation of floating upward overtaking him, as if he were ascending to the heavens. Hog gasp, gasp, gasp. With a jolt, Ban Yubin woke as if surfacing from water, gulping down huge breaths, his hand flying to his neck, eyes wide with panic. Relax, your head's still on your shoulders, jokes and teasing echoed in his ears. Ban Yubin lifted his head in a daze, only then realizing that he was surrounded by people. The members of the Slackers squad, those closest to him, had all crowded around, grinning and ribbing him mercilessly. The rest of the students could only marvel at Li Si's ruthlessness. After all, for a group of students who had only just reached adulthood, to draw a blade without hesitation and take a life was something far beyond anything they'd experienced. "Come on, get up 5th place in the freshman rankings, stand up and walk us through just how you lost so badly," one of his best friends grinned, twisting the knife with his words. Before he'd come here, Ban Yubin had fully expected to take 1st place. But after running into Li Si and Tu Hao one after another, his confidence had taken a hit. Even so, he still thought he could manage 3rd, but now 5th place, he could barely believe it. He pressed a hand weakly to his eyes. The only thing he could see in his mind's eye was Li Si's cold, unfeeling stare as he drove the blade into Ban Yubin's neck. Only now did Ban Yubin finally understand how Li Si had managed to escape the Shinai group's blockade all on his own and carve out a path to survival. He was more ruthless than Ban Yubin, more talented. No wonder his strength was on a different level. Ban Yubin quickly composed himself, letting his hand fall away. The faint arrogance that used to flicker in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. There were heroes everywhere, just like fish in a river. He realized now he'd underestimated them all. The principal, who'd been watching Ban Yubin from the sidelines, nodded to himself in quiet approval. Then, glancing at Zhang Mingrui, hidden among the crowd, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. He simply couldn't bear to watch. Meanwhile, inside the simulation, the moment Li Si noticed the shift in Ban Yubin's expression, he flicked his blade, letting the flash of light throw Ban Yubin off balance. He immediately lunged forward, finishing Ban Yubin off. In one smooth motion, Li Si withdrew his blade and spun, striking at the slacker squad freshman standing beside Ban Yubin. That freshman was left splattered in Ban Yubin's blood, his eyes wide in shock, completely losing his composure. All he heard was a faint hiss, and then his consciousness slipped away from his body. In a daze, he seemed to watch his own corpse collapse to the ground. After dispatching both opponents, Li Si's gaze flicked, almost on instinct, toward the AI Nightshade cat, which was busy playing with 2 AI companion beasts. He immediately looked away. Outside the simulation, that split-second flash of ferocity in Li Si's eyes was caught by the professors and the dean, who truly understood the real purpose of this assessment. They exchanged delighted smiles. Does this kid really have that much natural instinct? The dark arts professor said, hardly bothering to hide his admiration for Li Si. After all, Li Si was his own student. Hearing this, the surrounding students all looked over curiously. Li Si's ruthless glare had genuinely unsettled them just now. What was even scarier was that he'd looked at his own companion beast that way. That completely contradicted everything they'd been taught in class. Beast companions are the most trusted partners of a beast tamer, their closest brothers in arms. But the look in Li Si's eyes couldn't have been further from that sentiment. So why did the teachers at the school still seem so pleased? "This is your first lesson," one of the professors said with a cheerful smile, finally revealing the real purpose behind the test. "What you learned in high school was correct, but only partially so. It was appropriate for your age and stage. In this world, humanity's hold as the dominant species is only temporary. Our enemies haven't given up, they're watching us, waiting for a chance. The most notorious are the spirit-manipulating races. They can cloud your senses, distort your perceptions. These are the most dangerous moments, so your very first lesson as beast tamers is to question everything." At those words, the other freshmen finally looked as though they understood. Just then a panicked cry rang out. Wang Boyu, his face flushed red, struggled to stand up from the pool of liquid, clutching his throat and gasping for air. He'd been eliminated by Tu Hao, a guy whose beast was a blue-ranked vinegrass dragon, a pure grass-type pseudo-dragon. Its rank might have only been blue, but its combat power was terrifying. That vinegrass dragon had strangled Wang Boyu with its vines. The suffocating feeling still haunted him. After the panic subsided, he slumped back into the water, greedily gulping in air. Meanwhile, inside the illusion, only Li Si and Tu Hao remained. Under the deliberate manipulation of the dean, the black dots representing them on the virtual map were drawing closer and closer together. Tisk, AI beast companions don't drop any skill fragments. That's a pain. Li Si sighed in frustration, staring at his stagnant skill library. His AI Dark Knight Phantom Cat noticed his gloomy mood. Even though it didn't really understand what Li Si was upset about, it still echoed his sigh with a soft meow that instantly made Li Si laugh. "What do you know, huh?" he said, tapping the cat lightly on the head. With a smile, he stood up and strode deeper into the forest. His real-time monitoring device told him that only 2 people were left in this secret realm. Now it was time to end the trial, time to become the top-ranked freshman, to earn the first slot in the national competition, and under the gaze of the whole country to finally twist off the head of that bastard. The thought alone made Li Si's breathing quicken with excitement. With only 2 competitors left, the map was no longer hidden from them. Looking up, Li Si saw a huge map in the air with 2 red dots rushing toward each other. A smile spread across his face. He couldn't hide it even if he tried. "Good, looks like the other guy is thinking the same thing." Without another word, he headed straight toward that red dip. Very soon Li Si came to a halt. Deep within the dense forest ahead, a figure stood silently waiting for him, so pale he seemed more dead than alive. It was Tu Hao, huh? So you realized I was getting close and just decided to stop and wait for me here, huh? Li Si chuckled softly, circling around Tu Hao while carefully scanning their surroundings. He had no idea what Tu Hao's beast was. When Ban Yu Bin had tried to tell him the truth earlier, Tu Hao had cut him off. Li Si was confident in his own beast's strength, but he knew better than to get careless. One slip and he could end up in deep trouble. Tu Hao, for his part, circled Li Si just as cautiously, the two of them maintaining a safe distance from each other. Since you're on the move, I figured I'd pick my own battlefield and set things up in advance, Tu Hao said openly, his tone matter-of-fact. After all, with your strength, if I don't pull some dirty tricks, I really don't see any hope of winning. He admitted outright that he planned to play dirty and even sounded a little apologetic, making it impossible to get angry at him. At this, Li Si raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile. How funny, it seemed Tu Hao was thinking exactly what he was. Tu Hao's eyes were wary, darting around the forest. Li Si had been so high-profile all along, making no attempt to conceal himself, so Tu Hao had easily learned what kind of beast Li Si had, a Nightshade Nethercat advanced level. For their age, that kind of power was simply off the charts. Facing a strong opponent wasn't what worried Tu Hao. What was frightening was when that powerful opponent vanished from sight. Just then he felt a prickling, needling sense of danger shadowing his every move. It was the feeling he got only when his life was truly on the line, a kind of sixth sense, a talent that had let him outpace so many of those born with innate gifts, even though his own awakening had come late. He called this ability Danger Sense. Thanks to it, he'd found all kinds of opportunities when picking his starting beast, and his strength had soared his level, shooting straight up to 17. He'd thought that with that kind of level he could easily claim the freshman top spot. Who could have guessed a monster like Li Si would show up out of nowhere, as if the universe itself had dropped him in? When Tu Hao first heard about it, he didn't even know where to begin complaining. What was this guy's deal anyway? But he hadn't panicked, not at first. After all, Li Si's beast was only level 21 and Tu Hao himself was level 17. The gap wasn't huge. He figured he could put up a fight. It wasn't until he actually faced Li Si in person that he realized how badly he'd misjudged the situation. That constant, bone-deep sense of danger reminded him every second that somewhere hidden nearby was a savage beast capable of killing him at any moment. Gulp. Tu Hao swallowed hard, cold sweat already soaking his back. That feeling of teetering on the edge between life and death was just too exhilarating. But he didn't dare let the Vinegrass Dragon make a move right away. Li Si was cautious. The distance between them was too great at this range. If the Vinegrass Dragon tried to attack Li Si, it would need time to reach him. And the moment the Vinegrass Dragon acted, the Dark Knight Ghost Cat would have nothing left to worry about. In the time it took the Vinegrass Dragon to get close, the Dark Knight Ghost Cat could kill him 10 times over. But just circling each other like this wasn't a solution either. For a moment, Tu Hao found himself caught in a dilemma, trapped between advancing and retreating. Suddenly Li Si, who had been circling with him in perfect sync, stopped in his tracks. In that instant, Tu Hao felt his heart skip a beat. Li Si tilted his head and looked at him, a bright, brilliant smile on his face. We're outside your beast's attack range, aren't we? With just that simple sentence, Tu Hao's heart nearly stopped. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Do it. Li Si's voice was like the final straw breaking the camel's back, shattering the tension that had already reached its breaking point. Vinegrass Dragon, protect me. Tu Hao cried out in panic. As his words fell, endless vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around him in a dense sphere of protection. At that moment, his contracted beast finally revealed its true form. Its entire body was woven from twisting vines, forming a serpentine dragon gliding through the forest. Tiny leaves created its dragon scales. 2 slender vines served as whiskers, and thorns formed menacing horns atop its head. It looked every bit the image of a true dragon. One of its clawed hands gripped the vine sphere, protecting Tu Hao, cradling it like a dragon's pearl, while its wary gaze locked onto Li Si, a low threatening growl rumbling from its throat. There was no denying it, this beast had an impressive presence. Legend had it that the Vinegrass Dragon originated when a true dragon fell into the forest, and the vines, awakened by the lingering dragon aura, gained sentience and wove themselves into the shadow of the dragon they saw. Though it was a pure grass-type pseudo-dragon and not of the actual dragon type, its appearance, crafted from the dragon's image, was more dragon-like than most true dragon-type beasts. Who cared how strong it was? Just look at how cool it looked. Had walked right into the trap. Seeing this, Li Si's smile finally broke through, unable to be contained any longer. Outside the arena, watching the scene unfold, the principal shook his head with a smile. It's settled now. They're both good kids. If Tu Hao were facing any other beast, this move might have worked. But his opponent is the Dark Knight Ghost Cat, a cat that's mastered merging with the shadows of the night. The principal spoke with a smile, but there was no disappointment on his face. After all, that's the nature of school, and that's a teacher's role, to guide, to instruct, to dispel confusion. If students knew everything already, what would they need school for? Meow. Within the illusion, a nightmare-like cat's cry echoed in Tu Hao's ears. he looked down in terror only to see the shadows of the vines begin to writhe and twist, gradually forming the shape of a cat's head. Tuha's pupils dilated, his mind going blank. At that moment the Dark Knight ghost cat reached a claw out from the shadows, the last thing he saw before everything went dark. Tuha let out a miserable scream as he stood up from the water, still shaken as he looked around. When he saw that he was surrounded by concerned students, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. At this point he couldn't even tell if it was sweat or water on his brow. "Alright, you're awake now, so don't just stand there blocking the way. Get up and take a look around." The principal's gentle, good-natured voice drifted into Tuha's ears, bringing him fully back to his senses as if waking from a dream. Tuha looked up and realized the assessment wasn't over yet. On the water screen above, he saw his own body slowly collapsing, his head torn off by the Dark Knight Nethercat. Blood spurted 3 meters high. Judging from that, his blood pressure must have been quite high. The grisly scene made Tuha instinctively shrink his neck, casting a wary glance at the surrounding shadows. The Dark Knight Nethercat's sudden attack had left him with a psychological scar. "Wait a minute, Principal, didn't the rankings already come out? Why isn't the assessment over?" Tuha asked in confusion. His question made the principal and the others chuckle. "Did you really think this assessment was just about ranking you all?" the principal replied, looking at Tuha with a kindly smile, his demeanor as relaxed as a neighbor out for a stroll. The question didn't just leave Tuha at a loss. The 2 other top 5 students who'd arrived late and missed the earlier conversation also fell into thoughtful silence. Suddenly, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd of freshmen. Tuha and the others' pupils contracted. They jerked their heads up, looking at the water screen above. On the screen, after the Dark Knight Nethercat finished off, Lee approached it with a grin and raised his hand for a celebratory high five. But the moment his palm met the cat's paw, his other hand, which he'd kept hidden behind his back, flashed out, gripping a dagger. Holding the dagger in a reverse grip, Lee drove it mercilessly into the Nethercat's abdomen several times. Then, without hesitation, he jumped back and watched the Nethercat coldly from a safe distance, observing its reaction. Just as he'd suspected, there was no way the school's intention was to have a Beastmaster fight a beast of equal rank head-on. That would be ridiculous, an unwinnable fight. There had to be a loophole somewhere, so he decided to take a gamble, and it paid off. The AI beast wouldn't fight back against its own Beastmaster. The real purpose of the assessment was probably to see if the Beastmaster could notice something off about their own beast, not to force a real deathmatch. The Dark Knight Nethercat stabbed several times, staggered to its feet, its face full of disbelief as it stared at Lee. Its emerald green eyes, capable of human-like expression, were filled with fear and confusion. Even now it seemed to be wondering what it had done wrong to make Lee so angry. I have to admit, when Lee saw the look in the Dark Knight Nethercat's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. For a moment he almost wavered, but in the end he steeled himself. After all, whether it was the beast taming contract or the changes in strength, everything pointed to the fact that this Dark Knight Nethercat was nothing more than a string of data. When the AI Dark Knight Nethercat realized Lee wasn't falling for its act, a look of helpless relief spread across its face. Then it gradually faded away, along with Lee's consciousness. Whoosh! Regaining his senses, Lee shot upright. Like the 4 others before him, his first instinct was to scan his surroundings. "Well, look who's finally awake, our number 1, a teasing voice rang in his ears. "Since you're up, come get your prize. I'll have this month's resources delivered to your dorm later." Lee looked up to see his advisor standing behind him, arms crossed, an expression brimming with pride. To be honest, the thought of Lee taking first place among the freshmen had crossed the advisor's mind before, but he'd quickly dismissed it. After all, this was Donghai University, one of the Empire's top 5 colleges and the best in all things water-type. Every student here was a bona fide prodigy. To stand out as number 1 among such geniuses was nearly impossible. But somehow Lee had pulled it off, and the surprise was a pleasant one. The resources awarded to the first-place freshman were leagues ahead of what the runner-up would get. The rewards were so generous even seasoned famous beast tamers would be envious. This was how the Empire encouraged its new generation of talent. With these resources, all sorts of plans the advisor had in mind could now be put into motion ahead of schedule. Shaking off the lingering grogginess, Lee immediately opened his beast space. "You can't even go half a day without me, huh? If you're that attached, just say so already." The now miniaturized Dark Knight Nethercat slipped out, bouncing into Lee's arms and lifting its nose with a look of pure pride. Lee couldn't help but laugh. The cat's terrifying stats and skills displayed on the panel and the smooth unbroken beast contract all reminded him that he was back in reality. This was his Dark Knight Nethercat. Ever since his little cat skills had been upgraded, its tail had been stuck up in the air. Maybe it was just getting more comfortable around him and letting its real personality show, or maybe it was just getting more arrogant. Either way, there was no way an AI could have imitated this kind of attitude. He gave the cat's head a good rub, cradled it in his arms, and stepped up onto the high platform, claiming the honor that was rightfully his. As he approached, the other 4 top scorers who had been waiting all moved aside to let him pass, their gazes a mix of awe and complexity. After this trial, they'd gotten a first-hand taste of just how ruthless Lycée could be, and they understood now how he'd managed to escape the encirclement of the Chenier Corporation and blow the whole incident wide open. No one really believed that the incident of someone fraudulently claiming a starter beast only happened to Lycée, but he was the only one who dared to make a scene and expose it all. What let him pull it off was sheer ruthlessness. Standing behind Lycée, Tuhao looked at his back, his eyes complicated. To be honest, if he'd realized ahead of time that something was wrong with the Vinegrass Dragon, he definitely wouldn't have acted as decisively as Lycée had, making a move against the beast without hesitation. In this respect, he just wasn't on Lycée's level. On the high platform, Lycée's sharp gaze swept downward. Every freshman who met his eyes was stunned by the intensity of his stare and instinctively looked away, watching the sea of heads below. Not a single person daring to meet his gaze. Lycée felt a complicated emotion take root and begin to grow in his heart. Behind him, Tuhao, who had been staring at Lycée the whole time, flashed a look of confusion. He couldn't explain it, but he felt like something about Lycée had changed. The awards ceremony for the top 5 was mostly for show. The principal personally upgraded the permissions on their student IDs, which meant they'd all enjoy greater privileges at East Sea University. "Alright, you're done here. I'll go get your resources. I'll bring them to your dorm later." Their advisor walked over and patted Lycée on the shoulder, then turned and left without another word. Tuhao, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately intercepted Lycée the moment the advisor left, making for a seamless handoff. Isham, Lycée raised an eyebrow and looked at him curiously. He didn't think Tuhao was here to cause trouble. After all, the way the guy even walked, skirting every shadow, made it clear the Nightshade cat had scared him witless. There was no way he'd come now to pick a fight. Can you tell me how you realized your beast wasn't right?" Under Lycée's intense, intimidating gaze, Tuhao suddenly felt awkward and dropped his head. He stammered for a moment before finally forcing out the question, an embarrassed expression flickering across his pale, corpse-like face. After all, Lycée had just killed him in the competition. Just seeing Lycée's face now made Tuhao's skin crawl. The question left Lycée at a bit of a loss for how to answer. What was he supposed to say? That overnight the Nightshade cat's power had multiplied several times, and the moment he saw the AI version he knew something was wrong? He definitely couldn't say that out loud. It was one thing for others to suspect, it was quite another for him to admit it himself. After thinking for a moment, Lycée finally looked up at Tuhao, his face solemn. "Just spend more time communicating with your Vinegrass Dragon. It's your first beast, your life partner. The more you connect, the better. There's no downside." With that, Lycée patted Tuhao on the shoulder and turned to leave, leaving Tuhao standing alone, slowly pondering the meaning behind Lycée's words. Spend more time communicating with your beast companion, huh? After a while, Tuhao seemed to have figured something out. He bowed respectfully to Lycée's back before hurrying away. Meow. That's all it took to send him off, The Midnight Nether cat sprawled comfortably in Lycée's arms, its voice soft and fluffy. "Honestly, I wasn't sure what to tell him either, so I just went with the most generic advice possible. Besides, communicating more with your beast companion is never a bad thing, right?" Lycée replied through their beast contract, a little helpless. For stuff like this, he should be asking the professors. This is a university after all, filled with experts in the field. Why would he come to a half-baked college student who didn't even finish high school? "Come on, let's go. The advisor probably already brought our stuff back to the dorm. Time to go divvy up the spoils. All the school rewards are given as exchange points, which you can trade for things straight from the school's treasure vault. The advisor just now quietly asked if I wanted him to help with the exchange. As a faculty member, he gets a staff discount, so I let him handle it." Lycée spoke as he hurried toward his own dorm, hugging the Midnight Nether cat while also relaying the message cheerfully through their contract. This was also his way of testing the advisor a little. Without waiting for the Midnight Nether cat's reply, he looked up at the dorm in front of him. The school really went all out when it came to stoking competition among students, and it showed in every detail, dorms included. Just the exterior of the top freshman's dorm looked completely different from the others nearby. It gave off an unmistakable sense of prestige. The key was his student ID. Lycée swiped it across the door lock. Authentication successful. "Welcome, this year's top freshman, Lycée, to your dormitory." A gentle AI voice sounded in his ear, and the title of top freshman made Lycée straighten his back with pride. The Midnight Nether cat in his arms looked like it was about to tilt its head right up to the ceiling. After all, this was all thanks to its efforts. The two strutted in, heads held high like a pair of roosters fresh from victory. "Welcome, top freshman Lycée. You have a package waiting. Would you like to claim it?" The AI's female voice continued in his ear. Both Lycée and the Midnight Nether cat's eyes lit up instantly. They knew exactly what it was. "Yes, claim it." As soon as he spoke, the door slid open and a boxy delivery robot rolled in, stopping in front of Lycée. Its screen displayed an adorable emoji. Hello Lisi, hi. You have a package here, please swipe your student ID to claim it. As it spoke, the emoji on the screen morphed into an arrow pointing to the top of its head. Lisi swiped his student ID over its head and the robot's chest compartment opened up, revealing a tightly wrapped bag sealed in black plastic. This thing sure doesn't look fancy at all. Looking at the plastic bag at his feet, indistinguishable from any ordinary trash bag, Lisi couldn't help but express his surprise. Once the delivery robot had left, Lisi exchanged a glance with the Dark Knight Nether cat. Meow, strongest freshman, open it. The cat purred, its eyes fixed obsessively on the bag. It could sense something inside that exerted an irresistible pull on it. At the strongest freshman's contracted beast. Alright, let's open it together. Lisi didn't bother to deny the title and claimed it without hesitation. After he spoke, he and the Dark Knight Nether cat shared a knowing grin, their expressions sly and conspiratorial, like two monkeys in on an inside joke. Man and cat each extended a hand and a paw, grabbing a side of the bag. With a sharp tug, they tore it to shreds. There were only 3 items inside, and each one radiated a faint eerie glow, as if they could swallow the light around them. Tucked in with them was a slip of paper detailing the uses and descriptions of these 3 rare treasures. Read and burn, keep the secret. Asterisk, first prize in the freshman competition comes with 500 exchange points, which lets you pick your own rewards from the school vault. But since you're a freshman, you don't get any discounts, so things would be pricier for you. I went ahead and redeemed everything myself, choosing only the items best suited for helping the Dark Knight Nether cat boost its strength quickly. Afterwards, I even threw in an extra 50 points from my own stash. Pay me back when you've got the means. For someone like me with mediocre beast taming talent who got this lecturer position through research and connections, earning exchange points isn't easy. Asterisk, the first thing Lisi noticed was the message from his advisor. Attached was also a link to the school's vault. But instead of checking the link right away, he turned his attention to the descriptions of the 3 items: a black fruit about the size of a fist, 2 blades of grass, jade green and intertwined like gemstones, a jet black crystal core, nether fruit, century-old, grown for 100 years in places of extreme energy. This deep purple fruit emits a faint ghostly glow. Rich in dark elemental energy, eating it directly boosts the dark energy within a dark-type beast, potentially triggering an evolution. There's also a small chance it will refine and purify the beast's dark elemental energy. Heartbond grass asterisk, the beast and the beast tamer each eat 1 blade. It strengthens the bond between them and forges a heartbond contract. Dark soul crystal core, elite, formed from the condensed energy of an elite-level dark elemental creature after its death. After purification by the school, it can be directly absorbed. Staring at the 3 treasures before him, Lisi didn't rush to have the Dark Knight Nether cat consume them. Instead, he carefully packed everything back up, grinning happily as he left his dorm room, his destination, the admissions office. Lisi had no idea how to tell if these items were tampered with, but he knew someone who could. Inside the admissions office, Director Zhu was beaming at his phone screen. The final results of the freshman assessment had just arrived. What surprised him most was that Lisi had taken first place. The so-called half-crippled genius he'd picked up at the school gates had actually managed to get back on his feet. Still, that kid was a bit too eager, didn't even think to keep a low profile. Now everyone knew he'd stumbled into some great fortune. As he mulled this over, Director Zhu's weather-beaten face, darkened by years of sun like an old fisherman's, showed a trace of helplessness, but the look vanished as quickly as it had come, replaced by a wry smile. So what if there were all kinds of vultures circling? If Donghai University couldn't even protect its own students, how could it hope to stand tall in the empire? Just then a knock sounded at the door. Director Zhu looked up in confusion, and when the mist from his tea cleared and he saw who was outside, his expression grew even more puzzled. Lisi, shouldn't that kid be in his dorm right now, absorbing the resources he'd just traded for? What was he doing here? Though he couldn't figure out Lisi's intentions, Director Zhu went ahead and called out, "Come in." As soon as the words left his mouth, the office door swung open. Lisi walked in carrying a bag in his hand. Hey, what's this? What are you up to? We don't do this sort of thing here." The moment he saw the bag, Director Zhu shot up from his chair, crossed the room in 3 quick strides, and kicked the office door wide open behind Lisi, making sure he couldn't close it. He left the door standing open as he spoke. "Director, what's with that reaction?" Lisi said with a helpless smile, catching on immediately. "Even if I wanted to give you a gift, now's definitely not the time. I haven't even avenged my big grudge yet. I need to focus on getting stronger first. Besides, with my current strength, what could I possibly give you that'd be of any use? Better to put my efforts into improving myself, and we'll talk about gifts some other time." Hearing that, Director Zhu finally looked satisfied. "Good, you're not losing your head over this. As long as you know what matters, at your level, the most important thing is to focus on your own growth, not these empty gestures." As he spoke, Director Zhu gave Lisi's head a light pat before finally closing the door. Of course, he'd been half joking before, but also giving Lisi a subtle reminder his troubles weren't over yet. After all, this was Li Si's own choice. He wanted to seek revenge himself. Who knew how many eyes were watching him right now? He was, after all, the only one who had managed to stir up such a fuss over the whole life replacement incident. There were plenty of people waiting to see what precedent he'd set. Alright then, what's up? Director Zhu sat back down, propped his chin in his hand, and looked at Li Si with a cheerful grin. Li Si grinned back as he opened the bag. Director, I'm not too sure about these things. Could you take a look for me? Li Si trusted Director Zhu unconditionally. After all, this was the man who'd saved his life. Director Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his finger at Li Si. I knew you wouldn't come here for nothing. Alright, I'll take a look. With that, Director Zhu picked up the 3 dark element resources from the bag and began to examine them, but as soon as he glanced at them, he paused, giving Li Si a meaningful look. Hot kid, you've got connections now, haven't you? Otherwise there's no way you could have exchanged your 500 points for these. As for where these things came from, Director Zhu didn't ask. Donghai University was just a school. After all, its business wasn't to meddle in such matters. After inspecting each of the 3 items carefully, Director Zhu finally tossed them all to Li Si. No problem. They're all top quality. I even picked out the Nightshade Nethercat that's best suited for you. You can use it right here. Nothing will go wrong in my office. Hearing this, Li Si didn't hesitate. He released the Nightshade Nethercat and sat cross-legged on the floor. Just as he'd said before, he trusted Director Zhu unconditionally. He tossed the nether fruit to the Nightshade Nethercat. The cat leaped into the air, caught the fruit in its jaws and swallowed it whole, skin, pit, and all, in just a few bites. After that, it curled up and slipped into a deep sleep. With each breath, the cat exhaled dense, almost tangible dark energy from every rune-etched pore of its divine body, shrouding the entire office in pitch-black night. At this, Director Zhu frowned, staring at the barely visible black runes on the Nightshade Nethercat's body, his eyes full of astonishment. Runes? You've got to be kidding. Has this Nightshade Nethercat's physique already been refined to this level? He examined it closely a few more times, as if still uncertain. After repeatedly confirming what he saw, he finally stood up. Mist swirled around him, condensing into a translucent vapor dragon that coiled protectively at his side. The vapor dragon opened its mouth, exhaling a white fog that blotted out the light. Only after doing all this did Director Zhu, still full of doubt and wonder, turn to look at Li Si. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about the runes? Li Si asked, curious. What's wrong? There's a huge problem, Director Zhu exclaimed. Oh right, you were admitted ahead of schedule before finishing high school. No wonder you don't know what runes are. Director Zhu sighed, a little exasperated, as though lecturing someone who just didn't get it before launching into an explanation. No matter if it's a beast, an alien race, or a human, once the physical body is refined to the pinnacle of a certain realm, the laws of the world will leave a mark on that body. It means you've forcibly captured a divine ability with sheer physical strength. What divine ability has your Nightshade Nethercat grasped? Director Zhu spoke with awe. Runes only appear when a body reaches the absolute limit of a realm. When you break through to the next realm, the runes will disappear, only to re-emerge if you again reach the very peak. Not everyone gets this lucky. No one knows if they'll have another chance in their next realm. Divine ability? Would changing size count? Li Si thought back to the Nethercat's supernatural traits and, after a moment's consideration, ventured to ask. That question left Director Zhu completely speechless. After a long pause, he could only look at Li Si with a helpless expression. Changing size isn't a real magical ability, that's just an outward display of your actual powers. Think about it carefully. Director Zhu gently patted the absent-minded fellow on the head, then began rummaging through her own cabinet. After a while, she pulled out a bottle filled with blue liquid. Our East Sea University is an institution aligned with the element of water, so a lot of things here are usually recorded using water. This is a hidden skill I developed some time ago. Just pour it over the Dark Knight Nethercat and it'll be able to grasp the ability immediately. As for those divine runes, it's best to keep them under wraps. They're not simple things, they could drive a lot of people crazy. Li Si took the bottle and saw 5 bold characters on the label. Cloud Dragon Concealment Technique. By now, the Dark Knight Nethercat had absorbed every bit of energy from the nether fruit. That was the effect of the innate divine body attribute. It strengthened the Dark Knight Nethercat in every possible way. Seeing this, Li Si quickly grabbed the heartbond grass, untangling its intertwined stems that resembled hemp rope, and split it with the cat. He bit into the grass and a fresh green taste filled his mouth. It wasn't exactly delicious, nor was it unpleasant, just a little bitter. If he had a bit of sauce, it might actually taste okay. As he chewed and swallowed the heartbond grass, Li Si could distinctly sense a subtle connection weaving him and the Dark Knight Nethercat together, just like the intertwined stems of the grass they'd just eaten. Next one. The cat's childish, girlish voice rang out in Li Si's mind. He'd never sensed the Dark Knight Nethercat's presence so clearly before. The heartbond contract at work. Alright, don't rush me. Smiling, Li Si took out the last dark soul core and placed it in front of the cat. The Dark Knight Nether cat pounced on it like a hungry tiger, clutching the core and licking and sucking at it. As it did, wisps of black mist drifted out from the core, streaming straight into the cat's body. The energy inside the core gradually dwindled while the aura surrounding the Dark Knight Nether cat steadily climbed. Its body began to expand, eventually growing back to its massive, several-meter-long tiger form, muscular and powerful yet still agile. The jet-black divine runes on its body seemed to come alive, flowing and shifting over its fur. The energy surging inside it could no longer be suppressed, making it impossible for the cat to maintain its smaller form. At the same time, the cat's level soared, level 22, 23, 24, all the way to 29. It stopped just shy of level 30, finally settling down. The treasures the advisor selected for Lisi were all carefully chosen. The Dark Knight Nethercat had a tremendously solid foundation. After stacking several key traits, it was already one of a kind in the world. As a result, the advisor skipped over those treasures that merely enhanced its base or potential and instead exchanged for 2 items that would directly boost its level. Later he added a Heartbond grass to the mix as well. That's how they achieved this effect. Watching the Dark Knight Nethercat still struggling to adapt to its sudden surge in power, Lisi immediately took out the bottle of Cloud Dragon Veil technique. He glanced at Director Zhu, and only after seeing him nod in confirmation did he pour the entire bottle of liquid over the Dark Knight Nethercat's head. The transparent liquid turned into white mist the instant it hit the air. This mist seemed alive, swirling and winding around the Nethercat, spreading rapidly. If you looked closely, you could see countless streams of information coalescing, shattering, and evolving within the fog. A dragon can be large or small, can rise or hide, can summon clouds and breathe mist when huge and vanish without a trace when small. It soars through the cosmos or lurks deep within the waves. The Cloud Dragon Veil technique was a battle art I created based on these ideas. At last, a deep voice sounded in the Nethercat's ears, and through the Heartbond it echoed in Lisi's mind as well. Lisi instinctively glanced at Director Zhu. If he remembered correctly, there was an invisible mist dragon coiled around this man, and if he wasn't mistaken, Director Zhu was the very creator of the Cloud Dragon Veil technique. Soon the Dark Knight Nethercat had absorbed all the instructions and began trying out the technique. This battle art was originally designed for the mist, which the Nethercat didn't have, but it had something similar. Endless black clouds billowed from every pore of its body, and it rode the dark haze forward. Within the clouds, the face of a giant tiger twisted ferociously, looking every bit the demonic overlord, a peerless beast king. But there was an upside too. The divine markings on the Dark Knight Nethercat transformed into unobtrusive white patterns. A black tiger with white stripes, so ordinary that no one would pay it any special attention. TSK, how did you turn my Cloud Dragon Veil technique into this? Director Zhu clicked his tongue in amazement as he watched. As a beastmaster and the creator of the technique, his own mist dragon used it to ride clouds and fly like an immortal, nothing like what he was seeing now. No one would believe it if you told them Lisi was a good guy after seeing this. But there was nothing to be done. The Nethercat's attributes were what they were. Lisi himself didn't mind. Black clouds or not, they looked cool either way. All right, put your little friend away. It's already torn up my floor, Director Zhu said, waving his hand. The black clouds filling the office were swept away by white mist and pushed out of the room. Looking at the cracked tiles on the floor damaged by the Nethercat's inability to control its newfound strength, Director Zhu could only knock his forehead in exasperation. Alright, goodbye, Director. I'll come visit you again next time. Seeing this, Lisi gave an embarrassed smile, immediately recalled the Dark Knight Nethercat into his beast space, bid farewell once more to Director Zhu, and turned to leave at once. He could hardly wait to test out the Dark Knight Nethercat's newfound strength. Watching Lisi's retreating figure as he dashed away, Director Zhu shook his head with a helpless smile. Kids really can't hide their excitement, he muttered. As he spoke, the light and shadow on his shoulder began to ripple, and the mist dragon revealed its true form once again. With a single breath, the floor that had been scratched up by the Dark Knight Nethercat was seamlessly restored to its original state. Once the task was done, the mist dragon lazily coiled itself around Director Zhu, resting its head on his shoulder before fading out of sight once more. Welcome, Mr. Lisi, the strongest new student, to the training room. As the crisp, enthusiastic voice of the AI rang out, every student, newcomers and upperclassmen alike, turned to look at him in unison. So this is this year's top freshman. He does look imposing. In the public training hall, a few upperclassmen huddled together, pointing at Lisi and whispering among themselves. Lisi was tall and broad-shouldered. He wouldn't exactly be called handsome, but he definitely had a commanding presence. Before, he'd lacked confidence and carried a touch of gloom which made his features less noticeable, but now with his newfound confidence, all traces of that gloom had vanished and his noble, heroic bearing was impossible to ignore. The moment anyone met his gaze, it was as if they were facing a lion or a tiger. Many instinctively looked away. Don't be fooled by his age, he's not your average rookie. He was already a senior beastmaster when he entered school. You haven't even made senior yet, have you? A sophomore joked with his friend, who blushed bright red and stammered, unable to reply. Lee Si ignored the upperclassman's muttered comments and went straight to the front desk, where he found the student council member in charge and asked for the highest grade dark-type training room available. This was one of the perks for the top freshmen. While the public areas of the training grounds were free, private rooms required payment, not in cash, but in exchange points. The top freshmen could try any training room for free, while the second through fifth place finishers were limited to lower tiers, and so on down the line. Of course, just a moment please. The student council senior smiled warmly as she took Lee Si's student ID, scanned it, and then handed it back to him. Room 207. Welcome, strongest freshman. As Lee Si took his student ID and turned to leave, he heard the senior's voice, rich with suppressed laughter, in his ear. It made him freeze mid-step. The AI's announcement when he'd entered had already caught him off guard. He'd barely kept his composure. Now, getting teased again by the student council senior, he really couldn't hold it together. He hurried upstairs as fast as he could. As he entered room 207 and opened the door, a torrent of dark elemental energy so thick it almost felt tangible poured out. The entire room was pitch black. He couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. For ordinary humans, a concentration of dark elements like this would be nothing short of deadly poison, but Lee Si was different. Thanks to the feedback from his Dark Knight Nethercat, he'd long since developed a resistance to this level of dark element energy. He closed the door and immediately released the Dark Knight Nethercat from his beast space. The massive tiger, cloaked in swirling black mist, had barely touched down before it sensed the overwhelming surge of dark element energy in the air. It raised its nose, inhaling in great excited gulps. Soaking in such dense dark energy, the Dark Knight Nethercat felt completely in its element, as if a fish had returned to water. Alright, your task today is to get used to this sudden surge of power, Lee Si said to his beast. The darkness did nothing to hinder Lee Si's vision. The feedback from his innate divine physique was still at work, gradually reshaping his body into something beyond human. The transformation wasn't drastic, but it was steady and continuous. If this kept up, maybe one day divine markings would appear on his body, granting him supernatural abilities. Lee Si walked over to the wall console and doubled the gravity inside the training room. The sudden increase made the Dark Knight Nethercat stumble for just a moment, but it quickly found its footing again, though its expression showed some discomfort. After all, doubling the gravity wasn't just about doubling body weight. If it were only that, even a 100-fold increase wouldn't bother the Nethercat, but the increase also affected the weight of its organs and bones, which made things much tougher. Fortunately, Lee Si's innate divine physique trait kicked in, and before long the Dark Knight Nethercat had adapted to the new gravity. It began to run and leap around the training room, full of energy. Seeing this, Lee Si didn't increase the gravity any further for the time being. Instead, he moved to the edge of the training room outside the area affected by the gravity field and started to stretch and warm up himself. He needed to train too. In battle, if the Dark Knight Nethercat couldn't quickly defeat an opponent, he needed to be able to deal with the enemy Beastmaster himself. He had just started his exercises when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his advisor calling. "Hello, where are you?" The moment he answered, his advisor's anxious voice came through. "Me, I'm in the training room with the Dark Knight Nethercat, helping it adjust after eating those things," Lee Si replied as he continued stretching. "Which training room are you in? I'm coming over right now." The urgency in the advisor's voice was clear. As soon as Lee Si gave the location, the call ended. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Lee Si opened it, and the darkness inside seemed to spill out, enveloping his advisor. But as a dark element instructor and a dark element beastmaster himself, this concentration of dark energy didn't faze him in the least. He stepped into the training room, closed the door, and waited a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the surrounding darkness. Then, looking at Lee Si with a rare seriousness, he asked, "Do you know what sets you apart from the heirs of those great families?" After his eyes adjusted to the darkness before him, the mentor's gaze naturally fell on the massive beast practicing lethal strikes in the center of the training room. The creature, wreathed in black clouds, appeared clearly in his sight. Its overwhelming power brought a delighted smile to his face. The stronger Lee Si became, the greater his own chances for revenge. Lost in thought, he watched the Dark Knight Nethercat dance with the shadows. Suddenly the mentor broke the silence. "Battle techniques?" he asked. Lee Si considered for a moment before replying. The only battle techniques he'd encountered so far were the ones from Wu Yusin and director Zhu's Cloud Dragon concealment art. He had to admit both were formidable in their own right. Wu Yusin's demonic aura amplification was no joke. It could instantly boost the Yin Demon Jiao's strength by several levels. As for the Cloud Dragon concealment art, it was even more remarkable. Unlike direct combat techniques, this one didn't directly enhance fighting power, but its benefits in other areas were immense. After all, Director Zhu had developed it by studying the transformations of dragons, infusing it with the essence of change and the principles of soaring and diving. "Yes, exactly, battle techniques," the mentor said, nodding. no matter how talented you are, it's impossible to surpass the combined efforts of generations, even dozens of generations of extraordinary individuals all by yourself. As he spoke, the mentor took out a small pitch-black bottle from his spatial backpack, and this, he continued, is the surprise I brought you, a suitable dark-type offensive battle technique, Netherclaw. I had to call in a lot of favors to get my hands on this. It's perfect for a beast like the Dark Knight Nethercat. When used, it allows you to hide in the shadows and gather power, then unleash a devastating attack. The longer you charge, the more powerful it becomes. With that, the mentor uncorked the bottle. Pure black mist poured out, merging into the surrounding darkness and being absorbed by the Nethercat. The beast, which had been practicing its pouncing under the pressure of gravity, suddenly froze. The infusion of dark elemental knowledge made its movements stiffen, and it slowly crouched low to the ground, absorbing the new insights. "Thank you, teacher," Lisi said. Watching the Nethercat absorb its new knowledge, Lisi turned, bowed deeply to the mentor, and this time he didn't use the casual mentor, he addressed him respectfully as teacher. The mentor paused at the word, but soon waved his hand with a smile. "We're just helping each other out. I'm only helping you so you'll help me get my revenge one day, don't forget that." With that, he turned and left. Behind him, Lisi bowed once more. "Of course I won't forget," Lisi thought, watching the mentor's back as the door slowly closed, the last sliver of light fading away. Yet Lisi's eyes were filled with a resolute brightness. "Time to get up. There's class today, I'd better not be late." In the freshman dormitory area, there were 5 independent dorm buildings clustered protectively around the central villa. In the last of those 5 dorms, the door swung open and Ban Yubin stepped out, dark circles etched under his eyes. He yawned sleepily in the morning sunlight. He hadn't slept a wink all night, replaying yesterday's assessment over and over in his mind. Those who knew Ban Yubin understood. He might seem easygoing on the surface, but inside he was fiercely proud. He looked down on everyone, which was why he treated everyone with the same distant indifference. Yet for all his arrogance yesterday, he hadn't even made it into the top 3, he'd only placed 5th. "Let's go, first day of class, don't want to be late." Ban Yubin yawned again as he looked at the classmate who'd come to call him. "Whoa, what happened to you pulling all-nighters to cultivate immortality?" The dark circles under Ban Yubin's eyes startled the other students, who stared at him in shock. "It's nothing really, I'm not dead yet, probably." Ban Yubin tried to put on a brave face, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his vision swam and he had to rein it in. His confident tone softened, losing its certainty. "Just catch up on sleep in class. I heard the professor today is Chen Jilin, a really kind old professor. As long as you nap in the back and don't disturb anyone, you should be fine." The boy next to him, someone Ban Yubin had just met yesterday but had deliberately maintained a decent relationship with, scratched his cheek as he spoke. "Guess that's all I can do. By the way, what class do we have today?" Ban Yubin yawned again, resigned. At his question, the rest of the group all shook their heads in unison. "No idea." Ban Yubin couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "Whatever, it's just the first class. There's no way they'd throw anything crazy at us, right?" Ban Yubin's smile froze on his face. He stared out at the endless sea before him, his mind blank. What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? He was supposed to be heading to class with his friends. He remembered walking into the teaching building together, and as they opened the classroom door, a flash of blue light had blinded him. When he next opened his eyes, he was here. In front of him stretched a vast ocean, the salty fishy wind whipping against his face and jolting his sleep-deprived mind wide awake. He had no idea what was going on, but he immediately summoned his beast companion, a far more powerful individual than the waterflow crane Lisi had fought before. Its wings formed of flowing water unfurled as it soared into the sky, its sharp eyes scanning everything below for information. Ban Yubin was after all one of the very top geniuses of this generation's Moyu gang. Faced with this sudden bizarre situation, he snapped into action instantly and responded decisively. After being so easily defeated by Lisi last time, he'd learned the value of intelligence. Now, he approached everything with greater caution, round-light eyes. As he watched the waterflow crane soar into the sky, Ban Yubin immediately activated this family-inherited combat technique. Round-light eyes was derived from a legendary spell of the Great Yin round-light art. According to legend, that spell allowed its user to see whatever they wished using water bowls, mirrors or similar media as conduits. While round-light eyes worked similarly, its manifestation was different. This combat technique created a visual link, letting a beast tamer see through their beast's eyes. A hazy shimmer glimmered in both Ban Yubin's and the waterflow crane's pupils. In that instant, their eyes turned a deep clear blue and their vision fully overlapped. The waterflow crane swept across the sky, wings slicing through the air and scattering drops of rain. Below, Ban Yubin's gaze was fixed, studying the bird's aerial view of the sea, comparing it meticulously with the maps stored in his memory. He had already prepared his beast space in advance, and even among his peers in the Slackers Club, his mental strength was top tier, which gave him a photographic memory too. He matched the landscape below feature by feature against every map he'd memorized. Before long, he pinpointed the location. So that's it. this is the island zone of the CI Secret Realm. Looks like I'm on the eastern side of the island. Banyu Bean relaxed at last, rubbing his chin. Now that he knew he was in the CI Secret Realm and not somewhere else, he realized there probably wasn't any great danger here. Well, not bad, figured out where you were already, huh? A teasing voice sounded in Banyu Bean's ear. You are Professor Chen? Banyu Bean had never heard this voice before, but after thinking about it, it could only be Professor Chen. East Sea University was one of the Empire's top 5 schools, and anyone who could teach here was definitely no ordinary person. Yes, it's me. Consider this your first lesson. You'll survive for 3 days on the outermost islands of the CI Secret Realm. During these 3 days, I won't provide any food or water. Everything you need to survive you'll have to earn yourself. As soon as the words fell, the teasing voice abruptly vanished. Silence returned, only wind and waves crashing against the rocks remained. Well, that's quite a joke to play on us. Banyu Bean swallowed hard. Of course he knew just how important the CI Secret Realm was. He also knew that the place was home to countless foreign races captured by the university's professors. These beings were imprisoned inside, breeding over generations, so the density of non-human creatures here was off the charts. Sure, the strong ones wouldn't show up on the outer islands, but there were so many of them that sheer numbers alone could cause trouble. He was just one person with a single contracted beast. Mistakes were bound to happen, and if they did, things could get ugly fast. And to make matters worse, he was already in poor shape. This really was survival training with a handicap. He straightened up, feeling around his body. Thankfully, his spatial backpack was still there. It hadn't been taken. Inside, there were still some snacks and such. If he rationed them carefully, they should last him about a day. He took out a fruit knife to use as a weapon. He really didn't have anything else. The only reason he even had the knife was because he liked eating fruit. With the waterflow crane expanding his field of vision, he wasn't too guarded. He just told the crane to keep an eye out from above for any possible attacks by other species. But after half an hour of walking, his expression was starting to stiffen. There was nothing. Wasn't the density of alien creatures in the CI Secret Realm supposed to be pretty high? Why hadn't he encountered anything after walking for so long? If it kept up like this, he'd starve to death before 3 days were up. What he didn't know was that, high above the CI Secret Realm, the atmosphere had gathered into a giant transparent eye. This eye was even bigger than the island below, and right now it was filled with shock and confusion. Where are all the alien creatures in the island area? A middle-aged man stood suspended in the air as if walking on air itself, his gaze overlapping with the giant eye. He stared at the island below, which was cleaner than a scrubbed face, and his own expression turned a bit rigid. Under the observation of the eye of the atmosphere and its beast-taming powers, everything seemed normal in both the deep sea and shallow sea zones, but the island area looked like it had been hit by a gang of bandits. There was absolutely nothing left. Eye of the atmosphere replay. Finally, the increasingly frustrated middle-aged man just gave up on pretense. As he spoke, the pupil of the giant eye contracted. The clouds and air currents above began to churn, replaying everything that had ever happened inside the CI Secret Realm, scene by scene. In the past, when humanity didn't know much about beast taming, there was a saying, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know." The eye of the atmosphere was exactly that, heaven knows, the so-called heavenly eye said to be able to observe all things in the world. In the replay, Professor Chen could clearly see a young man with a nightshade ghost cat rampaging through the island area, slaughtering alien creatures like mad. By the end, he'd even developed a sort of automated killing routine from sheer practice. What a killing machine! Professor Chen clutched his jaw, his teeth aching. He'd always thought this world was fairly normal. Who could have guessed someone would actually do something so pointlessly thorough? With that kind of power, you could easily crush the aliens in the outer areas. Why not head straight to the inner zones for a real challenge? Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Professor Chen reached out again and moved all the new water-type students he'd placed on the CI Secret Realms island to other areas. He had no choice. All the weak alien creatures were gone, and he couldn't just send these green kids off to the shallow sea to face veteran elite-level monsters. If that's the case, we might as well just leave. After all, we can't starve these kids for 3 whole days. There's no way that would help them train. It'd just be pure suffering. The freshmen, who had been all fired up and ready to battle it out with the other races, suddenly felt the world spinning before their eyes. When they opened them again, they found themselves standing neatly in front of the water element classroom. Not even their positions changed from before. Huh, we're back already? Weren't we supposed to survive in the CI Secret Realm for 3 days? Yeah, I was all geared up for a deathmatch with the other races, but I didn't even see a single one. A bunch of teenagers, their blood still pumping from Professor Chen's rousing speech, clustered together and chattered noisily, making Professor Chen's head pound. All right, settle down. Something came up, so the first practical lesson is cancelled. We'll do some theory instead. Professor Chen couldn't help but sigh at the whole ridiculous situation. Other races grow and develop too. It's not easy to find a batch whose strength is just right for training. Looks like I'll have to go out and fish up a few more. After hearing Professor Chen's explanation, the students were at a loss for words. Before the entrance exam, someone had already spent days in the CI secret realm and cleared out all the other races from the island area. Is that even humanly possible? Even though they grumbled about Li Si in their hearts, no one dared say it out loud. After all, both his strength and his ruthlessness had left a deep impression on these fresh high school graduates. Meanwhile, in the training room, Li Si had no idea any of this was happening. He'd been here all night working on his coordination with the Midnight Shadow Cat. That morning his advisor had class, but gave him half the day off. In the afternoon he had a class with a professor from the dark department which he couldn't skip. So how's it going? Li Si asked, tossing a large chunk of crab meat to the Midnight Shadow Cat as he stood at the edge of the training room. The crab meat was a leftover from the CI secret realm raids. Li Si couldn't bring out most of the other races' corpses, his spatial backpack just wasn't big enough, so he'd only chosen some of the more valuable parts. The rest he'd had to toss into the sea for the fish and shrimp. The Midnight Shadow Cat leapt from the shadows, pounced on the crab meat and tore into it, panting heavily but with eyes shining bright. A full night of hard training combined with the Night God ability and 3 overlapping skills boosting its dark attribute control had made the Midnight Shadow Cat the embodiment of darkness itself. In just one night it had mastered the Dark Claw combat technique. From now on its attack power would be off the charts. Very good, the cat answered after devouring the crab meat and taking a short rest. Ever since the Heartlink Pact was signed, Li Si and the Midnight Shadow Cat could communicate freely. Let's head back and rest up, then it's time for class. Li Si glanced at the clock, it was just after 9 in the morning, and made his suggestion. Naturally the Nightshade Nethercat didn't object. Li Si walked over to the gravity controls and slowly dialed down the setting from 5 times normal gravity. After using the gravity chamber you couldn't just shut it off all at once, that could be fatal. The proper way was to gradually decrease the gravity, giving the contracted beast time to adjust. Only when the gravity level returned to normal did Li Si power down the chamber and summon the Nightshade Nethercat back into the beast space, then head to his own dorm room. No sooner had he returned than he immediately pulled the Nightshade Nethercat, who was curled up and sound asleep in the beast space, back out. After a night of intense training, while the Nethercat still couldn't fully control its surging new strength, at least it was no longer struggling just to maintain its small form and being forced back to its true size. Now, the Nightshade Nethercat had regained the kitten-like appearance Li Si first saw, except now it was drenched in sweat, its fur damp and greasy. Li Si prepared a basin of hot water, tested the temperature with his hand, and once satisfied, placed the Nethercat into the bath. The cat didn't even open its eyes, just let out a deep, contented purr and let Li Si do as he pleased. While washing it, Li Si deliberately parted the cat's fur to study the white stripes. These were divine markings concealed by the Cloud Dragon veiling technique. He inspected them closely for a while, only when he confirmed that there was none of the dizziness he'd experienced before when examining the markings up close did he finally relax. Once the Nethercat was bathed and dried, Li Si gently returned it to the beast space to rest. With all that done, he grabbed a quick bite to eat, then hurried off toward the dark arts classroom building. On the way he spotted Wu Yusin. Her destination seemed to be the same as his, the dark arts building. That made sense. If the shadow demon flood dragon didn't count as a dark type beast, nothing did. Just then Wu Yusin noticed Li Si too. She opened her mouth and called out to him. Li Si stopped in his tracks, turning with some confusion to look at her. What is it? Li Si was tall and broad-shouldered. When he walked over, he was like a moving mountain, practically able to scoop up the petite Wu Yusin in one go. Standing before him, Wu Yusin had to tilt her head back just to see his face. What's more, with the light at Li Si's back, his shadow completely enveloped her, making the whole encounter feel even more intimidating. With a sudden motion, Wu Yusin bowed her head and began bowing repeatedly, flustered. Sorry, I'm so sorry for stopping you out of the blue. She kept bowing, not daring to look up. What the? Li Si was completely at a loss. He thought he'd been perfectly polite, he hadn't expected such a dramatic reaction. Is this girl about to cry? I'm not mad at you, I'll get going then. In the end, Li Si, who had absolutely no experience talking to someone with social anxiety, admitted defeat. After saying a single sentence he quickly walked away. Only after Li Si left did Wu Yusin cautiously lift her head. Seeing that he was really gone, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She'd originally just wanted to greet him, but when Li Si actually came over she was so nervous she couldn't get a word out. She just stood there like a deer in headlights, making awkward, unintelligible noises. Anyone would be freaked out by how she just acted. Thinking about it now, Wu Yusin felt a little dejected. Not giving the recent awkward episode another thought, Li Si strode into the dark arts teaching building. The dark arts department didn't bother with any gimmicks. There were no tricks like can't see your own hand in front of your face or anything like that. Those kinds of theatrics were reserved for the training grounds. Using them in classrooms would just be ridiculous. The classroom, previously buzzing with noise, fell silent the moment he walked in, as if someone had hit the pause button. Standing in the doorway, Lisi glanced left then right, completely baffled. Why did everyone look so scared of him? But he couldn't be bothered to explain. He found an empty seat and sat down. He hadn't even finished high school when a sudden turn of events forced him to enter university early, but that was fine. Lisi had faith in his own abilities. After all, he'd always been a straight-A student. Soon an elderly man with white hair, a thin frame and a ramrod straight back entered the room. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the students below. It was so piercing that no one dared meet his eyes. However, when his gaze landed on Lisi, it paused. The old professor's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile as he met Lisi's calm, steady stare. "Good, you must be Lisi," the professor said gently, looking at him as if he were a raw gem waiting to be polished. "Yes, Professor," Lisi replied. The professor's smile grew a little, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned to the rest of the class and started talking about something else entirely. "Ahem, today I'm mainly here to explain how to use the CI secret realm." At that, every student in the room straightened up in their seats. After all, a secret realm was an invaluable opportunity, something you couldn't get your hands on for any price outside. Under the eager gaze of the students, the old professor cleared his throat. "Ahem. So, this CI secret realm, there's actually nothing too complicated about it. It's divided into several major zones. The most important thing is to know your own strength. Don't wander into areas that are too dangerous for you. On the other hand, don't go to places where you can easily crush everything just to show off. For example, there are always some people who, after becoming strong enough to wipe out all the foreign races in the island zone, don't bother pushing into the shallow sea zone. Instead, they keep hanging around the islands, killing all the weaker enemies, and eventually clear out the entire area. It wasn't easy for those rare species on the island to reproduce, so their strength needed to be kept in check." On the stage, the old professor was still rambling on, but down below some people had already sensed something was off. Suspicious glances flickered between the professor and Lisi. The more Lisi listened, the more uneasy he felt. By the time the old professor practically spelled it out, he couldn't help but lower his head in embarrassment. There was nothing he could do. His contracted beast was a Shadow Knight Nethercat. Cats hated water, let alone fighting other species in the shallows. Clearly, he'd have to contract a water-type beast in the future. To Lisi, having a water-type beast was a must. After all, this was East Sea University. Claiming they had the best water types in the world might be a stretch, but saying they had the best in the country was undeniable. He couldn't pass up that opportunity. Back on stage, after teasing Lisi, the old professor finally started the lesson. The first dark-type class wasn't as wild as the water-type one, maybe because the professor already knew the CI secret realm had been emptied, so he didn't throw them in headfirst. The first lesson was about feeding dark-type beasts. Compared to other types, dark beasts were born a bit fiercer, so they needed to be fed more raw meat to keep their wildness sharp. The old professor definitely knew his stuff. His explanations were clear and easy to understand. The afternoon flew by, and when class ended, Lisi packed up, ready to head home. Just then, the classroom door was knocked on, drawing everyone's attention. Curious, Lisi looked up. A boy who looked at least 50% like Zhang Mingrui stood in the doorway, face stern and completely humorless. "Who's Lisi?" he asked, but his eyes were fixed squarely on Lisi, clearly here for him. Seeing this, Lisi couldn't hold back a grin of delight. He knew it, there was no way Xingye Corporation would just sit by and do nothing. Here they were already. "I'm your guide," Lisi replied, standing up. His tall frame made the newcomer instinctively take a step back, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression still dead serious. "My name is Zhang Mingqi, cousin of Zhang Mingrui. I'm here to get justice for him." "Do you dare face me in the arena?" Zhang Mingqi's challenge was so stiff it sounded like he was reading from a script. In fact, that's exactly what he was doing. East Sea University was one of the Empire's top 5 schools. Everyone here was undoubtedly a genius. But even among geniuses, there were differences. Outside, Zhang Mingqi was definitely considered a prodigy. He'd already reached level 20 as a sophomore, earning the title of Senior Beast Master, but that was nothing compared to Lisi. He'd likely be killed by Lisi in a single exchange. And that was exactly his intention. His goal was to provoke Lisi, to force him into killing him by accident so that his own death would trigger the intervention of the Golden Law. This was the task assigned to him by the family, to trade his own life for the lives of the Zhang Mingrui brothers. Even though they all shared the Zhang surname, the two brothers were direct heirs, while he was only the grandson of their grandfather's brother, hardly close by comparison. "Oh, you should know how strong I am, right? In this situation, instead of running for your life, you actually have the nerve to challenge me?" Lisi grinned as he asked, not caring at all about how distant their blood relation was, nor bothering to look into it. As far as he was concerned, as long as they were from the same family, they were all fair game. Hearing Lisi's words, Zhang Mingqi took a deep breath. Before coming here he'd watched Li Si's combat footage dozens of times. He knew he didn't stand a chance, he wouldn't even win if a professional beastmaster took the field against Li Si, but none of that mattered anymore. Coming here meant he'd already put his life on the line. If I didn't challenge you, you'd just run away again. Who knows when I'd ever get the chance to face you myself. Li Si, hearing Zhang Mingqi still taunting him, felt no anger now, just amusement. The commotion had already drawn a crowd. Some upperclassmen stood with their arms crossed watching the showdown like it was entertainment. Others, eager for gossip, hurried off to dig up information, trying to figure out how these two ended up facing off. Wait, something like this is happening? Li Si's story was no secret among the freshmen. The older students only needed to ask around a bit to get most of the story. Once they understood the feud between Li Si and the Zhang family, these naive college students were all left gaping in shock. Having someone's life swapped out was just too much for students still sheltered in the ivory tower. Untouched by the world's cynicism, their sense of justice still intact, they couldn't help but glare at Zhang Mingqi with indignation when they learned the whole story. Zhang Mingqi's dead eyes swept across the crowd, taking in every look cast his way, but he no longer cared about any of that. He just stared straight at Li Si. Ahem, alright, what are you two doing blocking the hallway like this? Just then their counselor popped up from nowhere, cheerfully grabbing both of them and pulling them apart. As it happens, I was looking for you too. Since you're both here, perfect, there's a task I need you to take care of together. He hooked an arm around each of their shoulders, grinning as he ushered the two of them into his office. Li Si's heart skipped a beat. He knew the advisor was about to make good on his promise. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Our 4 universities, Earth, Water, Fire and Wind, along with Central University, are all semi-militarized institutions, the advisor began explaining with a smile when he noticed Li Si's puzzled expression. That means the local authorities assign us some of the trickier problems as official tasks. The school uses task completion as a key measure of student performance, and you can earn exchange points for completing them. Leaning back against his desk, the advisor tossed a file to the two of them. Here's an urgent assignment out in the suburbs. 3-person limit, Li Si, Zhang Mingrui and Zhang Mingqi. Mingqi, you and Mingrui are brothers, so don't you two go bullying Li Si. He patted Zhang Mingqi's hand in a tone that was both earnest and meaningful, but his words left Zhang Mingqi momentarily stunned. What, he and Mingrui bullying Li Si? Was that some kind of joke? Zhang Mingqi was bursting with complaints but had no idea where to begin. Instinctively he sensed something was wrong. He snatched the file, and the moment his eyes landed on the coordinates his heart sank. Jinyo Ridge, a stretch of wilderness not far from Linhai City, outside the protection of the Golden Rule law. Perfect, exactly 3 team members required, and it just so happened to be the 3 of them. The mission site, out in the wilds. At that moment Zhang Mingqi felt as if malice was closing in on him from every direction. Only now did he truly grasp just how absurdly he'd offended his own people. Sir, we're not taking this assignment, Zhang Mingqi blurted, jumping to his feet in protest. He could accept dying at Li Si's hands, but only within the bounds of the Golden Rule law, so that Li Si would be held accountable, not out here where his death would be meaningless. The advisor just kept smiling as if he hadn't heard a thing. That won't do, Mingqi. You haven't met your quota for assignments this month, so this one's mandatory. Don't worry, this mission isn't hard. You'll only be facing a few low-level outsiders, just some level 10 or so. It's pure benefits. Zhang Mingqi opened his mouth, but the words died. He stared at the advisor in disbelief. The advisor's face was all gentle warmth, but his words were ice-cold daggers. In that instant Zhang Mingqi finally understood. The advisor really did want him dead. It took him a while to recover. He shot the advisor a deep, searching look. Fine, I'll go. But Zhang Mingrui is a freshman, he shouldn't be assigned to a mandatory mission. It was his last-ditch effort, but the advisor only chuckled. Of course he's not required to go. But a lecturer sees great potential in him, so he specially added a spot to this originally 2-person mission. It's a golden opportunity for him to get some experience. As he spoke, the advisor stood up, no longer bothering to hide the disgust on his face. He strode over to Zhang Mingqi, lowered his voice, and said, I'm coming with you. The instructor he'd mentioned was, in fact, himself. He'd held back for so long that now, when he finally made his move, it would be decisive. He'd thought of everything. When do we leave? Li Si, who'd been silent since entering the room, suddenly spoke up. Right now. The advisor had endured for too many years. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The sooner the better. Alright, got it. Li Si nodded, then sent a message to Director Zhu letting him know he was heading out on a mission. It was always good to have someone know where you were going. It benefited everyone. From now on we're teammates. Li Si slung an arm around Zhang Mingqi's shoulders, his face beaming with a bright smile. There was no trace of longing for exchange points in his eyes, only the excitement of impending revenge. In that moment Zhang Mingqi's spirit finally broke. He let himself be dragged out by Li Si without resistance. Before long, at the teleportation array outside East China Sea University's East Gate, Zhang Mingrui, struggling desperately, was hauled over by the advisor. No. I can't go. I'll die, Zhang Mingrui thrashed wildly, but the advisor's grip was like an iron vise, he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Zhang Mingqi seemed resigned to his fate. He just kept tapping on his phone as if communicating with someone. Li Si didn't care. Thanks to the presence of the goof-off gang, the older generation of the Xingye group couldn't lay a finger on him, and the younger generation was no match for him anyway. That was the confidence the golden trait Shadow Knight Cat gave him. Good, everyone's here, let's go. Seeing the son of his sworn enemy Zhang Mingrui, the advisor's smile twisted with barely restrained hatred. Before the Zhang brothers could react, he shoved them both onto the teleportation array. Currently, the Empire's teleportation arrays could only send people within Imperial borders. They couldn't reach the wildlands, so their destination was Huangshe Town, the closest settlement to Jinyo Ridge. Huangshe Town bordered Jinyo Ridge, and with a dizzying flash Li Si felt himself whisked away from the university's east gate to a place covered in yellow stones and green vegetation. This was Huangshe Town, famous for a massive yellow boulder shaped like a bowl, and the special yellow stones found here were prized by certain beast tamers. Hello everyone from East China Sea University. Someone had clearly been waiting for them. A middle-aged man with a beer belly greeted them, eyes lighting up the moment he saw the advisor's badge. He hurried over, all excitement. Alright, enough with the pleasantries, we know our mission target, let's get moving. The advisor, anxious to avoid any complications, clamped a hand over each of the Zhang brothers' mouths with Li Si's help. Without another word they left coldly and efficiently. Zhang Mingrui was still struggling violently in Li Si's grasp, trying desperately to catch the attention of the middle-aged man, but Li Si simply drove him back with a sharp elbow. Watching the four of them hurry away, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead. No wonder they call them top students at Donghai University, everything they do is so efficient, he muttered. As the city walls loomed closer, the Zhang brothers thrashed even harder, but it was no use. Neither the counselor nor Li Si were people they could hope to overpower. The counselor might claim he wasn't much of a fighter, that he joined Donghai University through connections, but he was still a lecturer there. He might be weaker than some of his colleagues, but he was far beyond what two students could handle. As for Li Si, well, that was even simpler. The guy was born with a supernatural physique, a real monster. When they reached the city wall, the odd foursome was stopped by the guards. Hold it, what are you doing here? One of the guards demanded. For a split second hope flashed in the Zhang brothers' eyes. The city guards, people they'd normally never even bother to look at, suddenly seemed like saviors shining in the darkness. Li Si glanced at the counselor, who immediately pointed to the badge on his chest. Li Si, lecturer in the Dark Arts Department at Donghai University. You can check my credentials on the university's official website, or just search my name, social media search engines, it's all there. I'm here today to help my students fulfill a commission you requested. As soon as the guards heard they were here for a commission, they relaxed a little, but still dutifully opened their app to check the list of assigned personnel, comparing each person one by one. During this time, the Zhang brothers made countless attempts to break free from Li Si and the counselor's grip, which did not go unnoticed by the guards. Mr. Li, these two students, a young guard asked, gesturing at the pair who were still struggling, hold them? The counselor didn't even blink as he lied. They had a mishap with their beast control exercise. Frankly, they're not entirely sure who they are right now. It worked like a charm. The prestige of a Donghai University lecturer spoke for itself. Once the guards confirmed the counselor's identity, they all stepped aside respectfully. As the city walls faded into the distance, Zhang Mingrui, still feeling the ache in his chest from Li Si's elbow, finally couldn't hold back his tears any longer. They streamed down his face, crying, "Save it, won't make a difference when you're about to die." Li Si sneered. Once they'd entered Jinyo Ridge and were out of range of the Golden Rule's jurisdiction, he let Zhang Mingrui slide off his shoulder. Then from his spatial backpack he pulled out a sharp knife and a bowl, scraping the blade back and forth along the bottom of the bowl. The shrill sound of metal against ceramic made Zhang Mingrui shiver uncontrollably. Zhang Mingqi, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. He'd clearly been bracing himself for this. His eyes darted anxiously around, as if he were waiting for something. Naturally, there was no way Li Si and the counselor could have missed what was happening. The two exchanged a glance, and the counselor gave Li Si a reassuring nod. Only then did Li Si suddenly grab Zhang Mingrui by the hair, yanking his head up. In the next instant, a polished gleaming dagger was shoved into Zhang Mingrui's mouth and with brutal force pried out one of his teeth. Without any anesthetic, the pain of having a tooth ripped out made Zhang Mingrui clutch his mouth and howl in agony, collapsing to the ground and writhing uncontrollably. The sight sent a chill straight to Zhang Mingqi's heart. Hand over your phones, Li Si's command rang in their ears. The two, though unsure why he was making such a demand, obediently took out their phones without protest. They watched as Li Si fiddled with one of the devices, then pointed the camera at them. Open your mouth, shake your head, blink, good. They followed Li Si's instructions to the letter, but the terror in their hearts only grew with every passing second. Then they heard the crisp chime of a payment notification. What did you do? The counselor, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward to ask. I just used their identities to take out some money from the black market loan sites, Li Si replied, tossing their phones aside. His eyes were alight with excitement as he stared at the enormous sum now sitting in his account, an amount he'd never even dreamed of before. The counselor was stunned, unable to believe his own ears. How could there be someone so reckless in this world? Let go of my son! Suddenly a booming roar echoed from the horizon. In the next instant, a giant bird wreathed in black flames tore through the sky, soaring straight toward them. The moment the counselor caught sight of that black bird, his face darkened and the hatred in his eyes became almost tangible. Zhang Diguang, he forced the name out through clenched teeth. Seeing the black bird, Zhang Mingrui somehow found the strength to stagger to his feet. Dad, save me! But before he could finish, his voice was abruptly cut off. A sharp dagger sliced through his neck, severing his spine and extinguishing the last glimmer of life in his eyes. It was Li Si. At his feet, Zhang Mingqi, who had just lost his life, lay peacefully as if in a childlike slumber. I told you to let him go. Didn't you hear me, you bastard? By now Zhang Diguang had finally arrived. Seeing the corpse of his eldest son, he collapsed to his knees in anguish, his bloodshot eyes fixed murderously on Li Si. But to Li Si, this old dog who didn't even know his own name wasn't worth a second glance. The Shadow Knight Nethercat had always been there, just hidden from sight. At that moment, as Zhang Diguang knelt on the ground clutching Zhang Mingrui's shadow, a subtle disturbance rippled through the darkness. A piercing tiger's roar erupted from the shadow. The Shadow Knight Nethercat, which had been gathering its strength since it arrived, finally bared its fangs. The dark claw technique he'd just learned yesterday finally revealed its true power in this moment. As the tiger's claw bore down mere inches away, Zhang Diguang's mind went completely blank. At that most desperate instant, the giant bird wreathed in black flames shot forward, throwing itself between the Nightshade Nethercat and Zhang Diguang, taking the brunt of the blow head-on. The bird itself was no weakling, level 37, a bona fide elite beast with blue-grade aptitude. In Linhai City, that alone would have made it a force to be reckoned with, but up against the Nightshade Nethercat with its gold-grade aptitude, double enhancements, and innate divine physique, it simply wasn't enough. With a single strike, Zhang Diguang heard a sound like tearing fabric and the giant bird was nearly sliced in two before his very eyes. Luckily, the beast carried a trace of phoenix blood which barely kept it alive, allowing it to grab Zhang Diguang and soar into the air. If not for that, both man and bird would have died here today. You bastard, how dare you ambush me? Just you wait, I Zhang Diguang swear on my father's name, I will make you pay for this. Recovering from his dazed stupor, Zhang Diguang hovered high above, seething with rage as he glared down at the figure below, a young man even younger than his own son, and couldn't hold back his furious curses. Li Si sneered, not backing down in the slightest. Old much, you're decades older than me and you still can't take a single hit from me. If we were the same age, you wouldn't even be worthy of meeting me. All those years you've lived, what a waste, might as well have given them to a dog. If I had a flying beast, your head would be sitting right next to your son's by now. Zhang Diguang was livid, shaking with rage at Li Si's taunts, but he didn't dare descend. Li Si wasn't boasting, the Nightshade Nethercat was absurdly powerful. If Li Si really could take to the skies, Zhang Diguang knew he'd be finished. Realizing this made his expression even uglier and he fled in humiliation, not even daring to retrieve the bodies of his son and nephew. Watching Zhang Diguang's panicked retreat, Li Si tried to keep a straight face, playing the aloof master, but he couldn't hold it in. As soon as Zhang Diguang disappeared, Li Si burst out laughing. The laughter grew louder and wilder, escalating from a chuckle to a full-throated roar. The faculty advisor standing beside him said nothing, simply watching in stunned silence, disbelief still lingering in their eyes. It took a while before Li Si managed to stop laughing. He turned to the advisor, his face still glowing from the thrill of victory. Teacher, was that the father of the guy who tried to steal my beast? The advisor nodded. That's right, his biological father Zhang Diguang. He's the eldest son of old man Zhang Guangqiu, born before Zhang Guangqiu made his fortune. People used to say like father like son, but honestly he's always been a good-for-nothing, just a bully hiding behind his father's reputation, using it to push others around. The instructor seemed to know Zhang Diguang quite well. As soon as his name came up, she launched into an endless stream of anecdotes about him. Li Si, standing in the back, stopped paying attention entirely. The moment he confirmed Zhang Diguang really was that man's father, he couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. First, I killed his younger brother, give it some time and I'll kill his father next. Teacher, can you arrange for me to be alone with him? Li Si turned and looked at the instructor as he asked. To be honest, if you hadn't stepped in this time, I could have taken him out myself, the instructor replied helplessly. He's just an elite-level beastmaster. I might not show off my strength, but killing him wouldn't be a problem for me. The only reason I haven't done it before is because once he's dead, I'd have the whole Zhang family from Xingye group hunting me down. That would be a headache. But now with you out in front taking the blame, I can just pin everything on you. She let out a sigh. No one could have guessed you'd act so fast. He hadn't even hit the ground before you'd already beaten him half to death. well, serves him right. From what I know of that bastard, he'll be hiding at home for a while, licking his wounds under his father's nose." Though the instructor's words sounded like complaints, her tone was laced with satisfaction. Clearly, seeing her enemy fleeing in disgrace had put her in a much better mood. "Let's go." With that, she turned her head and called out to Lisi. "Go where?" he asked. "To finish the mission, of course. Did you really think the mission was just to cover?" The instructor rolled her eyes, her voice resigned. "And by the way, when we get back, I'll have to take the blame for you too. Outside of school, your Moyu gang has plenty of influence, so you can handle the heat, but inside the academy your gang's reach doesn't go that far. That's when your teacher has to step in and take the fall for you." Lisi didn't bother asking about the consequences. The instructor wouldn't have agreed to work with him if she hadn't already thought it through. Instead of following immediately, Lisi walked over to the two corpses nearby. Fighting the urge to vomit, he bent down and used his knife to hack off both their heads. "What are you doing?" The instructor jumped, startled by his actions. She was starting to seriously question Lisi's mental health. "Oh, just a little keepsake. When I see that guy again, I want to gift him the whole family bucket," Lisi replied matter-of-factly. At that, the instructor's hopes for him died. There was no need to question it anymore. Her student was definitely not right in the head. "Hurry up. Let's try to finish the mission before dark, then head straight back." Once he'd removed the heads and stowed them away, Lisi washed the blood from his hands with water before finally standing up. The flow of time inside his spatial backpack was slow, so he didn't have to worry about the heads rotting and becoming unrecognizable. "Our assignment this time is to deal with a herd of rock sand iron rhinos that have been rampaging through this area, stealing Yellowstone from the townsfolk. Yellowstone is a key resource here. Over 60% of the locals rely on it for their income." On the way, the instructor explained the details of the mission to Lisi. "So our commission this time is to wipe out that herd of rocky sand rhinoceros?" Lisi asked after hearing the instructor's briefing. "The request is just to drive them away, not necessarily kill them. That gives us a lot more flexibility. You could subdue the herd, take them away, and sell them to a beast shop. That's another source of income," the instructor replied. Only then did Lisi understand why so many people were desperate to become beast tamers. The earning potential alone made a big difference, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. The real perks were the exchange points you could earn at school. Some rare beast materials and treasures couldn't be bought with money outside, but here at the university you could get them for a fair price with your points. This mission is a group assignment. Once you complete it, you'll earn a total of 50 exchange points. For group missions, the point distribution has to be agreed upon before starting, whether it's divided equally or by contribution, so there's no argument later. But since it's just you this time, you get to keep everything. Missions are split into 4 major ranks, A, B, C, and D. Each rank has 3 sublevels, upper, middle, and lower. This one's a mid-level C-rank mission. The opponents aren't very strong. If it weren't a group task, it would barely count as a lower C-rank. For beast taming majors, you have to complete 10 missions of the required rank each academic year. If you don't, you'll be assigned mandatory missions, just like Zhang Mingqi, who didn't meet the quota, so I had to assign him tasks myself. "Since this is your first commission, I'm leading you. Normally, that won't happen again." To pass the time on the road, the instructor filled Lisi in on the mission system at East Sea University. About 10 miles out from the town, the scenery suddenly changed. No more sweeping green fields, instead bare yellow rocks stretched out ahead. In the distance, a massive slab of yellow stone shaped a bit like a bull stood tall and proud. This was the region's famous yellow rock, known to have special effects on certain earth-type beasts. As soon as they stepped into the yellow rock quarry, a dull thudding echoed around them. They didn't even need to search. The herd of rocky sand rhinoceros was right there in plain sight. Or rather, these beasts weren't even trying to hide. A group of hulking creatures, each at least 2 meters tall at the shoulder, covered in earthy yellow armor made of rock and mud, were frolicking together. They smashed the yellow rocks with their heavy hard hooves, then used their stalagmite-like horns to fling the shattered debris into the air, letting it rain down on their own backs. This seemed to bring them real joy. "That's odd," the instructor muttered, stopping Lisi and pulling him aside to hide. He frowned deep in thought. "I always thought yellow rock only benefited certain earth types, but not rocky sand rhinoceros. What's going on here?" But Lisi thought he more or less understood what was going on. Yellow earth demon bull, incubating, about to be born, aptitude, gold. A brand new beast panel appeared before Lisi's eyes, and the target was that massive bull-shaped yellow boulder, the very origin of Gold Bull Ridge's name. This was the first time Lisi had ever seen a wild gold-ranked beast. "Teacher, do you know about the yellow earth demon bull?" Lisi swallowed hard, struggling to keep his excitement in check as he asked. "The yellow earth demon bull? Of course, it's ranked 10th among the strongest earth-type beasts." The instructor lowered his voice. "It's also a mutated form of the rock sand heavy rhinoceros. The rhino itself is a pretty ordinary earth beast, No one really knows why its mutation ends up as a monster like the Yellow Earth Demon Bull. Insanely tough body, impressive control over earth elements, strong offense, solid defense, and even decent ranged attacks. If it has a weakness, it's probably just its speed. Even though the instructor always claimed he got the job through connections, when it came to this stuff he knew his facts. Why did you see a Yellow Earth Demon Bull? He asked, looking at Lee Si with curiosity, clearly wondering what prompted the question. Yeah, I saw one. Lee Si started rummaging through his spatial backpack, getting things ready while signaling to his Dark Knight Nether cat to start charging up. What level is it? If it's high level, we'll have to ditch the mission and bail. The instructor looked around nervously, pulling out a jade token from his pocket. This is a one-time use portable teleport array, the latest from East Sea University's labs. The catch is, you never know where you'll end up. It's our last resort. Lee Si pressed down on the instructor's head, forcing him to crouch. Calm down, it's not a fully grown Yellow Earth Demon Bull, it's still incubating. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Lee Si wouldn't have said anything yet. He'd never seen the instructor in action, didn't know how strong he actually was, or whether he could counter him if things went south. Having grown up in the city, Lee Si knew all too well that money moves the heart. He and the instructor weren't as close as he liked to pretend, they were just temporary allies against a common enemy. But at this point he had no choice. He had no idea when the Yellow Earth Demon Bull would hatch, or what the process entailed, or how far along it was. He could try to play it safe and look up the details once he got back to school, then come back another time. But what if the bull hatched and escaped while he waited? So Lee Si had to take the risk. Still, he wasn't totally unprepared. He had the Dark Knight Nether cat charging up in the shadows, ready to attack the rock sand heavy rhinoceros, or a person if needed. The instructor froze, his pupils contracting sharply. A Yellow Earth Demon Bull, still incubating. He couldn't hide the shock in his voice. After he spoke, he suddenly stuck his head out, pointed at that massive ox-shaped yellow rock, and was left speechless. That. It took him quite a while to calm down. Only then did he crouch back down, his face completely losing composure as he asked in utter disbelief, "Is it really that one?" "Yes, that's the one," Lee Si replied with a smile, all the while discreetly observing the instructor's expression. "I actually picked up this skill back when I worked as a waiter in a restaurant." "So the Yellow Earth Demon Bull is born like this, a naturally bred Earthborn variant?" The instructor was visibly shaken. If that's the case, then the long-held belief in Earth-type beast mastery, that the Yellow Earth Demon Bull is just a mutated variant of the rock sand heavy rhino, wouldn't hold water anymore. Huh? You mean, you don't know how the Yellow Earth Demon Bull is born? Lee Si was caught off guard, staring at the instructor in disbelief. "Well, that's a shame. Of course I don't. The origin of the Yellow Earth Demon Bull is one of the great unsolved mysteries among beastmasters. But listen, while I don't know exactly how they're created, based on my knowledge of other naturally bred beast species, all these yellow rocks around us are basically its amniotic fluid. Now that these rock sand heavy rhinos are here to steal its amniotic fluid, that's bad news. It could lead to a difficult birth." Even though the instructor didn't know how Lee Si could tell that was a Yellow Earth Demon Bull, he chose to trust him. After speaking, he grew visibly excited. "Shit, this Yellow Earth Demon Bull has been absorbing Earth energy here for who knows how many years. Once it's born, its potential will be off the charts, at least a purple grade, maybe even gold. If I'd opened my own Beastmaster space earlier, I'd have contracted it myself, but right now it's got to be you. Revenge comes first." He spoke bitterly, his resentment outweighing his greed as he made his choice. "Well, what kind of grudge must you have to give up a Yellow Earth Demon Bull of this caliber?" Lee Si couldn't help but ask. "I'll tell you later. For now, we need to get these rock sand heavy rhinos under control." As he spoke, the instructor handed Lee Si a black cloak and set up a camera nearby. The birth of a Yellow Earth Demon Bull is a milestone for Earth-type beast mastery. From now on, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull will be reclassified from a variant of the rock sand heavy rhino to an elemental lifeform. If I document this, I'll be set for life, maybe even get my punishment lifted. I can't let this chance slip by. Seeing the confusion in Lee Si's eyes, the instructor explained further. Lee Si instantly understood, quickly throwing on the black robe. Meanwhile, the instructor started recording. From the shadows, the Nightshade Nether cat leapt out, black clouds swirling around it and blanketing the mining grounds, like a demon lord on the move. In an instant, it unleashed an overwhelming force. With a swipe of its paw, it knocked the head clean off a rock sand heavy rhino that was trying to steal its younger brother's amniotic fluid. "Kill them all. Who knows how much yellow rock these rock sand iron rhinos have absorbed here? Take them out, then feed the energy back into the earth." Behind him, the instructor was barking orders. There were a total of 18 rock sand iron rhinos in the herd. The best of them had a green aptitude, only 3 of those. The rest were all white quality, not a single gray one among them. It seemed that absorbing the yellow rock had indeed yielded some results for them, but in front of the Dark Knight Nethercat, already at level 29, they didn't stand a chance. If the Nethercat didn't have such limited means of attack, just a single explosive strike with the rest being the standard feline moves, it would have been over even faster. Even back in the day, Asong knew how to handle a tiger's 3 tricks, and now in this era those old moves were even less effective. But with such a huge level gap, there was never any real danger. When the black clouds finally cleared, the mining site was littered with corpses, rhinos everywhere, blood pooling on the ground, and then something strange happened. The blood and bodies began to sink into the earth, visibly seeping away right before their eyes. Just as I thought, so that's why these rhinos showed up. They must have sensed a yellow earth demon bull was gestating here. Professor, does this mean there won't be any more yellow rock produced here in the future? Lisi suddenly asked, watching as the massive stone bull absorbed the blood. Of course not, the instructor replied. Elemental life forms are part of the world itself. Once it's born, it'll naturally feed energy back into its environment. There's no way it would destroy its own birthplace for good. The absorption process lasted all the way into the night before it finally stopped. By then, the two of them had a campfire going and were roasting skewers, but at some point they realized a sandstorm had kicked up around them. At first Lisi thought it was just a random gust of wind and paid it no mind. But soon he noticed something was off. The sand showed no sign of letting up. In fact, it was getting stronger by the minute. Now every time he opened his mouth, he got a mouthful of sand. Looks like the yellow earth demon bull's gestation was a success. This was its signature ability. When it appeared, it could whip up a sandstorm, and while the storm raged, its defenses would be greatly boosted. The instructor tossed the sand-covered, inedible skewer into the fire, leapt to his feet, and grabbed the camera that had been rolling the whole time. Now's when the real footage begins, he declared, adjusting the camera angle. We'll need to edit this later. If we just let it run from the start, it'd be obvious we already knew how the demon bull's birth worked. That wouldn't look right. Plus, we caught your Dark Knight Nethercat fighting earlier, he added. There aren't many Nethercats at this level, and with this kind of power, it wouldn't be hard to trace it back to you, Lisi. It's better to play it safe. Get ready. As soon as the gestation finishes, make the contract, the instructor said loudly, shifting the camera to capture the best angle. Got it, Lisi replied. Lisi responded with a quiet acknowledgement and walked over to stand beside the bull-shaped boulder. With every 10 levels gained in the initial beast mastery, the beast master could contract an additional beast, so Lisi still had 2 open slots. Just as he found his footing, the ground began to shake violently. Countless cracks split the surface of the massive stone, and earthy yellow light seeped out from within. With a deafening roar, the boulder shattered. In its place stood a calf, its entire body the color of earth, its muscles coiled around its frame like writhing serpents. 2 sharp, rocky horns shot straight toward the sky. Seeing those enormous horns, Lisi suddenly understood why the yellow earth demon bull was considered a variant of the rock-sand-heavy rhinoceros. There truly was a resemblance. Because it had just been born, the little demon bull wasn't very big, only reaching up to Lisi's waist. Its wide, innocent eyes radiated confusion, clearly knowing nothing of the world. The instant the yellow earth demon bull came into being, a wave of ochre light spread outward from its body. For a brief moment, Lisi felt as if the surrounding air had been injected with new life. He realized this was the elemental feedback the instructor had mentioned, the birthplace's response to the birth of an elemental life form. Yellow earth demon bull attribute, earth quality, gold level, 1 abilities, demon bull's might, gold, earth's regent, purple, diamond body, purple, demon bull's might, gold greatly increases physical strength, significantly boosts strength growth. Earth's regent, purple, as long as its feet touch the ground, stamina and strength will recover endlessly. Diamond body, purple, dramatically increases physical durability. The downside is that its body size can grow without limit. 3 exceptional abilities, 1 gold, 2 purple, left Lisi utterly stunned. In all his life, he'd never seen anything described as dramatically increased, and diamond body listed unlimited size growth as a drawback. What a joke, that's pure advantage. Who wouldn't want a demon bull that, upon revealing its true form, stood 800 feet tall and stretched over 1,000 feet from head to tail? Lisi's body moved before his mind could catch up. He reached out and gently cradled the demon bull's head. Sensing no malice, the newborn bull didn't resist, simply gazing at Lisi with those blank, trusting eyes. Lisi felt no guilt at all about taking advantage of a newborn. He pressed his own forehead to the demon bull's. As a flash of light flickered between them, an invisible contract linked Lisi and the yellow earth demon bull together. Normally, forming a contract with a beast, especially one as powerful as this, wouldn't be so easy. But this little demon bull was nothing more than a baby, just catching its first glimpse of the world. Adding to that, Lisi had previously helped the creature reclaim the stolen amniotic fluid. Although the yellow earth demon bull hadn't yet fully formed at the time, as a being of elemental life, it could already sense things to some extent. It had felt Lisi's assistance, and so it had grown even more fond of him. Now, with the contract complete and feeling the new bond between himself and the yellow earth demon bull, Lisi couldn't help but break into a broad smile. The contract succeeded? The supervisor who had turned off his camera the moment the Yellow Earth Demon Bull was born came over and asked. "Yeah, it worked," Lee Si replied, putting the Demon Bull back into his beast space. He took a deep breath, trying his best to hide his excitement. "Now that it's done, let's go back and report in. This haul is just too good. We need to get back right away before anything unexpected happens." The supervisor looked around like a sneaky weasel that had just stolen a chicken, then urged him on. "All right." Lee Si had no objection, since he also wanted to take stock of everything he'd gained on this trip. The two of them hurried back in silence, saying nothing along the way. Soon, they were back in town. A middle-aged man who had been standing atop the town's wall so long he was almost like a statue waiting for his wife's return caught sight of their figures. A flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes, but as soon as he recognized the supervisor Lee's eye, he hurried over to meet them. "Mr. Lee, why did only the two of you come back?" the man asked cautiously. In an instant the supervisor's expression shifted from gleeful satisfaction to utter grief. "It was my fault. 2 outstanding students from East Sea University died because of me. Don't worry, the mission you gave us wasn't the problem, it was all on me. I'll apply for disciplinary action when we get back." He said this without the slightest hesitation, like someone who had been practicing this lie for years. He didn't even blink. This. The middle-aged man was terrified. After all, 2 students from East Sea University had died on his watch, and it was because of his request. This was a big deal. All he could do now was hope the supervisor would keep his word and shoulder all the responsibility. With a heavy heart he watched as Lee Si and the supervisor stepped onto the teleportation array leading back to East Sea University. He knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. On the other side, Lee Si felt the world spin around him as the scene shifted. Before he even opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar sound of crashing waves and the salty tang of sea air. Tisk, I don't know what the first headmaster was thinking building a school on a turtle's back. With these sea winds, I'm bound to get rheumatism after I retire, the supervisor said, grinning even more broadly now that they were somewhere safe, tossing out a casual complaint. "Well," a melodious cry echoed. A splash of surf came sweeping in, slapping the supervisor square in the face, while Lee Si wasn't touched at all. "Ancestor, I didn't mean any disrespect." Soaked and miserable, the supervisor flopped down and lightly patted the ground in apology. Only then did the rolling waves settle. "All right, you go get some rest first. I'll go confess my mistake, and at the same time I'll help you look for some books and materials on how to raise your 2 contracted beasts." Lee Si nodded, feeling genuinely pleased. He had to admit, it was really nice having a companion working toward the same goal, someone who could actually help. No wonder the ancients always said that for cultivation the most important things were wealth, companions, methods, and a place. His advisor was like his cultivation partner on this path of revenge. "Alright teacher, what do Yellow Earth Demon Bulls eat?" Lee Si suddenly asked. The little guy had just been born and hadn't eaten anything before Lee Si whisked it away. If he still didn't feed it soon, it'd be borderline child neglect. "High-energy soil and rocks," his advisor replied. "Just use the reward points from this mission and exchange them at the school warehouse through the student council. 50 points should be more than enough." "Like Yellowstone?" Lee Si asked. "Yeah, exactly like Yellowstone." "Tisk, what a loss. If I'd known I would have grabbed some Yellowstone before coming back." "You little rascal, always trying to get something extra. Alright, you go handle it yourself. I'm off to accept my punishment." With a helpless glance at Lee Si, the advisor turned and left. He couldn't help but wonder, was it just his imagination or was his student getting a little crooked? After the advisor left, Lee Si didn't linger at the east gate either and headed straight to his dorm room. Meow. The moment he got home, the Shadow Night Cat leapt out from Lee Si's shadow, bounding up to the cat tree to play. Lee Si didn't even bother putting the Shadow Night Cat back in its beast space anymore. Instead, he just let it hide in his shadow whenever it wanted. "What are you doing?" a slightly haughty female voice echoed in his mind. The Shadow Night Cats, of course. Ever since they'd signed the Hardling Pact, Lee Si could communicate with the cat effortlessly. "Counting money. Black market loans really live up to their name. They're ruthless. We drained ourselves dry and only got 360,000. Lee Si looked at the balance in his account, feeling his blood pressure rise. When he first saw that number, he was excited, but that excitement quickly turned into heartache. Because he was in a rush, he'd only found 4 black market lenders and the 2 of them had maxed out each one. Black market loans may be shady, but they're not stupid. The interest rates they offered were within the legal limit, but they'd tack on a huge fee. Borrow 50,000, they'd take 10,000 right off the top as a service fee, then charge interest on the full 50,000. In the end, you only pocket 40,000, and the limit per loan was 50,000, no more. So with 4 lenders maxed out, they borrowed a total of 400,000, but only took home 360,000. Lee Si was so pained by the loss he didn't even know what to say. 40,000 lost, back before he became a beastmaster. That was almost 2 years worth of work-study wages for him. Those guys just moved their mouths and bam, 40 grand gone. but black market loan money was just the small fry. The real windfall came from the two Zhang brothers' bank cards. Add that to the pot and Li Si suddenly had over 1.7 million on hand, 360,000. What can you buy with that? The midnight shadow cat had no concept of money, but seeing how excited Li Si was, it hopped down from the cat tree, rubbed against Listo's pant leg, then leapt onto Li Si's shoulder to ask, "So how much cat food would that buy you?" "Probably enough to feed you for several years," Li Si replied. "Of course, it wouldn't be the best quality, just enough to keep you going day to day. Don't even think about getting stronger on that, as long as you don't starve, that'd be a win." "That much?" The cat's eyes sparkled. "Then we should save it, trade all that money for cat food." Now it understood. "Let's not rush into that," Li Si said, grinning. "I'm planning to withdraw all the money first, then lay it out in neat stacks and make myself a bed. Tonight I'm going to sleep right on top of it." Li Si wasn't joking. After all those years of scraping by, now that he finally had some cash, why shouldn't he enjoy it a little? Let the music play, let the dance go on. Don't forget my cat food. The midnight shadow cat was now fixated on its meals. "Don't worry, I've got it covered. First, I'll go buy some food for our second beast, then I'll go get the money," Li Si promised. The cat had been lurking in Li Si's shadow when he made the contract with the Yellow Earth Demonox, so of course it knew who our second beast was. After tidying himself up, Li Si grabbed the campus map from the table and headed out. Donghai University was famous for its sheer size. Without a map, it would be easy to get lost. Back when he received his freshman ranking award, Li Si should have gone to the school warehouse to claim it himself, but the advisor had helped him at the time, so he never went. That's why he wasn't familiar with the way now. Following the map, after about 20 minutes of walking, he finally found the place. The school warehouse was a distinctive building, almost like a bank lobby, with a steady stream of students coming and going. Most of them were upperclassmen exchanging items for completed tasks. Freshmen like Li Si were few and far between. His arrival caught the attention of a few people. As soon as he stepped inside and joined the line, he could feel several intense gazes aimed his way. He turned to look in the direction of the stairs and saw a sickly-looking man, pale-faced and frail, watching him closely. When the guy noticed Li Si had spotted him, he offered a friendly nod and walked over. "Li Si," he asked, extending a hand. "That's me, and you are?" Li Si didn't accept the handshake, instead eyeing him warily. "Feng Qi, I'm a sophomore, ranked 10th in my class. Beastmaster level 27, I heard you hit that level the moment you enrolled. People are saying a freshman outleveled all us upperclassmen, calling us useless. I'm not buying it. I'm here to challenge you." He sounded all righteous and indignant, but the fire in his eyes betrayed him. This guy was a battle junkie, and everything he just said was just an excuse. That excuse was so flimsy Li Si could tell right away someone was trying to set him up for failure. Even if he just used his toes to guess, he'd know exactly who was behind it. After all, he got along with everyone and rarely made enemies, except for the Zhang family, who wished he were dead. No one else would bother with such underhanded tricks. "Once I've changed, let's set a time for tomorrow," he said. Even though he knew exactly what was going on, Li Si still agreed to the challenge. After all, he was a battle junkie himself. The difference was every fight for Li Si brought in real tangible benefits. I like it. Here, add me as a friend," Feng Qi exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement as he whipped out his phone to add Li Si on Super Chat. "You first," Li Si replied. After they'd added each other and settled on a time and place for their match, the wild look on Feng Qi's face faded, replaced by a scholarly calm. Smiling, he stepped aside to let Li Si take his spot, then went to stand where Li Si had just been. Their little exchange hadn't gone unnoticed. Li Si had underestimated just how eager the students at Donghai University were to fight. As soon as Feng Qi successfully set up a match with Li Si, a swarm of sophomores crowded around, all clamoring to add him as a friend and challenge him too. Li Si didn't turn anyone down. Why would he? Every one of these matches was a solid opportunity to earn valuable skill upgrades. Alright, so you're saying my son and nephew, right before they died, borrowed tens of thousands from some online loan sharks and then killed themselves to escape the debt? In a dim basement, Zhang Diguang's face twisted in a menacing sneer as he glared at the group tied to chairs in front of him. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. After Li Si had beaten him down with a single move, Zhang Diguang had gone quiet, too scared to even leave the house. But staying home didn't mean he couldn't get things done. He immediately ordered a check into his eldest son's and nephew's phone records. Compared to his youngest, the genius of the family, Zhang Diguang actually favored his eldest, because the boy was just like him, ordinary, overlooked, a shadow of his own existence. That's why his eldest son's murder truly pained him. But the investigation turned up something unexpected. Right before dying, his eldest and his nephew had taken out shady online loans. The idea that two heirs of the Zhang family would stoop to borrowing from loan sharks, was there anything more ridiculous? So Zhang Diguang had his people bring in the masterminds behind these illegal loans. The group, blindfolded and led into the basement, were utterly confused, glancing at each other in bewilderment. In their grey market circles, they all knew each other by face even if they weren't close. But what could they possibly have done to cross a big shot like Zhang Diguang? It all became clear soon enough. When Zhang Diguang slapped the documents down in front of them, they finally realized just how much trouble their underlings had stirred up behind their backs. Well, would you look at that? You actually loan money to the eldest son of the Zhang family. You must really be somebody. Maybe you should be the boss from now on. When this whole mess started, everyone was already on edge, and when word came that those two Zhang brothers were dead, the panic only got worse. But unbelievably, at a time like this, some idiot actually tried to distance himself from it all. When he suggested that maybe those two Zhang brothers killed themselves to escape their online debts, everyone's last shred of hope died. At that moment, Zhang Diguang's face twisted into something monstrous like a demon. The air in the basement grew heavy and suffocating. Every pair of eyes glared murderously at the fool who'd just spoken up. Didn't he know that in times like this it's best to just take the blame together? And he had the nerve to try to shirk responsibility? Even worse, he claimed they killed themselves over online loans. Damn it, how did someone with your IQ even end up running with us? A moment later, Zhang Diguang's expression suddenly calmed, and when the others saw this, their hearts sank completely. They weren't afraid of Zhang Diguang losing his temper, they were terrified when he didn't. Zhang Diguang waved his hand. Instantly, attendants stepped forward. Take them away, bury them. He said it calmly, then turned and walked out, leaving behind a chorus of wailing and pleading. Upstairs, a man and woman waited. The man, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Diguang, squatted on the floor with a face full of misery. Chain-smoking, spent cigarette butts littered the ground. The woman, though middle-aged, was still attractive, her skin fair with a mature elegance, but now she sat in a chair sobbing so hard her voice had gone hoarse. When Zhang Diguang emerged, the man finally stood up, his eyes bloodshot. He strode over, grabbed Zhang Diguang by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Big brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. My son took the hit to protect yours, and now he's dead. Give me an explanation, or I'll challenge you to a duel to the death in front of our father. You don't have to wait for those two least to kill you. I'll do it myself right now. His grip tightened, fingers pressing against Zhang Diguang's throat until he couldn't breathe. Zhang Diguang's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead as he desperately beat at his brother's arm. When he began to choke and his legs kicked helplessly, Zhang Dizheng finally let go, letting Zhang Diguang collapse to the floor. Cough. Cough to Dizheng, I'll take care of it, I will. Trust me, my son will absolutely kill those two Lees, chop off their heads and lay them on my nephew's grave as an offering. That only made Zhang Dizheng angrier. And just how are you going to solve this? With that useless son of yours, the one who can only steal other people's spirit beasts, the one who isn't even worthy of a name anymore. His fury made the veins stand out on his neck. Now Zhang Diguang shot to his feet and glared back, roaring in anger. My second son isn't a failure, he's a genius. He's a genius who awakened on his own, Zhang Dizheng sneered coldly. Oh really? Someone retorted. Then how come our so-called genius didn't awaken early but only got his powers on his 18th birthday? The authorities don't even acknowledge him. When they handed out high-grade starter beasts to those with potential, he wasn't even considered, and the folks from the Idle Hands Guild didn't spare him a single glance. The two brothers glared at each other, neither willing to back down, anger simmering between them. Just then an old weak voice broke the tension. Enough, let's set this matter aside for now. Dizheng, that's enough out of you. Zhang Dizheng stared in disbelief toward the depths of the house, his lips trembling. After a long pause his eyes turned dark and stormy. Old man, Mingqi is your grandson too, your own flesh and blood, you. Fine, fine, from now on I Zhang Dizheng am done with the Zhang family. I'll stand by and watch as that Li bastard comes knocking at your door, slaughtering you one by one like chickens. When the time comes, I'll be dancing on your graves. Cursing, he stomped his feet, then carefully helped the sobbing woman beside him to her feet. Without looking back, he turned and left. It was only after watching his own younger brother storm out that Zhang Diguang mustered the courage to push open the largest door in the house. Behind the door was a vast conference hall. At its center sat an imposing chair, the Zhang family's seat of power, reserved for the patriarch Zhang Guangqiu. But now an elderly man was pinned to that chair by a radiant spear of light. The spear blazed with heat and brilliance, scorching the old man's body even as its light worked to heal him. The two forces balanced each other in a cruel equilibrium, a punishment that trapped the old man in endless torment. This was the Idle Hands Guild sentence for him. Even as one of their own, his actions had crossed a line none of them could forgive. Father Dizheng's out of control, I'll go fetch Taming and Dita to teach him a lesson, Zhang Diguang said as he entered, rubbing his hands together and forcing a fawning smile. It wasn't hard to tell from his tone that the elderly man was his father, the Zhang family's pillar, their unshakable foundation, Zhang Guangqiu. Forget it, just let him go. That child's back, go check on him, the old man said, opening his clouded eyes and giving a weak wave of his hand, shooing his son away. Lately, as he replayed recent events in his mind, regret gnawed at him. If only I'd acted decisively and killed Li Si outright, he thought, I'd have been punished by the Golden Lodge, sure, but that would have been better than what I'm suffering now, far better. My son's back, good, I'll go see him right away, father. Zhang Diguang replied overjoyed and hurried out. Watching his son's retreating figure, Zhang Guangqiu let out a weary sigh. His spirit was still strong and he could clearly sense that his grandson's return was overshadowed by something. He must have been bullied outside, of course. Here is your requested translation. That's true, now that everything's been exposed, even he ended up beaten like this. As the one who stood to gain the most, his own grandson definitely wouldn't fare any better, but honestly, he couldn't really blame the boy. It was just that the younger generation had all proved such disappointments. He'd nearly given up hope long ago. Who could have predicted that the eldest, who everyone had written off as useless years before, would suddenly have a genetic mutation and produce a self-awakened genius? Sure, the awakening happened right at the cutoff at 18, but it was still a self-awakening that put him leagues ahead of those mediocrities who needed external stimulation to awaken. There was a fundamental difference. Unfortunately, the Empire didn't recognize it, and neither did the Lazabone Syndicate. That meant his grandson would start at a disadvantage, and he'd always dreamed of his grandson taking over the Xingye group after he passed on. Losing at the starting line was simply not an option. But a top-tier purple-rank beast was a rare stroke of luck. You could only make a contract with one in the wild, or else the authorities would buy them up at exorbitant prices. The government kept a tight leash on them. Private deals were strictly forbidden. Just when he was at his wit's end, he heard a rumor. Someone in Linhai City had opened a beast taming space early, and as it happened, he had some connections. Once the temptation took root in his heart, there was no stopping it. Everything was prepared perfectly. They actually pulled it off. They managed to swap out Li Si and replace him. But in the end something went wrong. Li Si escaped and the whole thing blew up, even reaching Donghai University. Now the entire Lazabone Syndicate knew, and that was the source of their nightmares. Meanwhile, Zhang Diguang hurried back to his own courtyard after leaving the main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a young man furiously pounding away at a punching bag, a trace of gloom clouding his brow and a few bruises on his face. This was Li Si, or rather Li Si in the eyes of the law, Ming. Li Si, you're back. The moment he saw the boy, Zhang Diguang's face broke into a broad smile. He almost called out the boy's real name but managed to catch himself just in time. But the moment the boy heard that name, he broke down completely, bursting into tears. Dad, I can't stand using this name anymore. They beat me up 8 times a day, the boy wailed, throwing himself into Zhang Diguang's arms. At those words, Zhang Diguang's forced smile collapsed. He pulled the boy out of his embrace and slapped him hard. What are you thinking? After everything the family's given you, all those resources you've enjoyed, and now that it's your turn to do something for us, you say you want to quit? He snarled, low and furious, like a cornered hyena. Not even Zhang Guangqiu knew that his mediocre eldest son's loyalty to the family ran this deep, far deeper than any of his 3 brothers. This was to be expected. Zhang Diguang was so mediocre that even ordinary people who awakened their abilities later in life were better than him. His Beastmaster talent only awakened after several attempts, and he had almost failed altogether. His aptitude was among the worst of the worst. He was painfully aware of his shortcomings and knew all too well that if he ever left his family, he'd have absolutely nothing. The days of living in luxury would be over, and things might get even worse. After all, he'd made plenty of enemies in the past, so, at a time like this, no one was more loyal to the family than he was. There was no contest. The boy's crying faded under his father's furious roar. Looking at his wronged younger son, Zhang Diguang pulled him into his arms and comforted him in a low voice. Meanwhile, Li Si had finally made it through the line and stepped up to the counter. Hi there, what would you like to exchange for? The upperclassman at the window greeted him with a big friendly smile. High energy rocks, Li Si said directly. High energy rocks? That's pretty broad. Is it for your beast's feed? The upperclassman's smile stiffened a little. There were all kinds of high energy rocks, each with different properties, and depending on how you used them, you needed different types. That's right, Li Si nodded. What kind of beast is it for? A pure earth-type power-based beast. With that information, the upperclassman seemed to get the picture. A pure earth-type power beast. Got it, most earth types are power-based, so this is easy. Good thing you're not asking for something rare or niche, otherwise I might not even know what to recommend. Here, for pure earth-type power beasts, the usual feed rocks are these 3 kinds. Yuanling rock, which is 1 exchange point per ton, Tiangao rock, half a ton per point, and Dine rock, 50 gene per point. He tapped a few keys on his computer and 3 rock descriptions popped up on the lobby's main display in front of Li Si. All of them could boost earth energy and strength, but the more expensive they were, the better the effect. Dine rock, I'll take 30 points worth. Naturally, Li Si went straight for the best option. After all, this was for his less demon bull, a beast ranked in the top 10 among earth types. It was worth it. Alright, that's 1500 gene in total. Just take your student ID to the warehouse and back to pick it up, the upperclassman said, processing the exchange before urging Li Si to step aside for the next person. Student ID in hand, Li Si headed to the warehouse behind the hall. The warehouse was guarded by an elderly man stooped with age. Lisi guessed he was probably some hidden master, the kind of sweeping monk character you only heard about in legends, otherwise why else would they assign him here? "Excuse me, sir, I'm here to pick up my items." Lisi raised his voice as he handed over his student ID. I heard you, my ears aren't shot yet, you know. Don't shout, you're rattling my brains," the old man grumbled, digging at his ear and shooting Lisi an annoyed look. "Oh, sorry about that," Lisi apologized with a smile, watching as the old man held up his student ID and scanned it at the storeroom door. With a soft beep, the heavy door swung open. "Go on, and all your dinya rocks are ready. They're right there in that bag," the old man said, pointing toward a woven sack in the corner. Huh, Lisi was momentarily stunned. "That bag's a space backpack. It's just got a retro pattern for the aesthetics. Don't ask me, I'm too old to get you young people's tastes. Anyway, go ahead and grab it," the old man continued. Still a bit skeptical, Lisi walked over and picked up the bag. Sure enough, it really was a space backpack. He unzipped it and peeked inside. It was crammed with pitch-black glassy reflective rocks. That was dinya rock, no doubt about it. "Thanks, sir, I'm heading out now," Lisi called out. This type of space backpack came with a weight reduction enchantment. No matter that there were over 1,500 pounds of dinya rock inside, he couldn't feel any weight at all. Lisi easily hoisted the bag with one hand, gave the old man a wave and set off toward his dorm. Back in his room, Lisi set the woven bag down, opened it up and saw that all the dinya rock had already been cut into chunks about the size of a human head. He grabbed one and placed it on the floor, then opened the gate to his beast space. Moo! A deep, mellow yet slightly childish bellow echoed through the room. A hulking earthen demon bull, all bulging muscles and sheer mass, lumbered out from the portal. The moment it arrived, it glanced around in confusion, but as soon as it spotted Lisi, it let out an excited lowing sound and bounded toward him. Just like any newborn, the earthen demon bull instinctively bonded with the first living being it saw. Lisi. Okay, come here, this is for you." Lisi hugged the young bull, grateful that it was just playing around. If it got serious even as a baby, its strength would be more than he could handle. Chuckling, he handed the head-sized chunk of dinya rock to the bull. The earthen demon bull stared at the rock, eyes shining, then opened its mouth and bit straight into it. The dinya rock, as tough and glossy as obsidian, was crushed apart, ground down and swallowed with ease by its powerful jaws. Watching this, the midnight nether cat sauntered out of the room, shaking its head. Tisk, poor little number 2. What can it eat? Just some mud, maybe a few lousy rocks." Its mock serious tone made Lisi laugh. He flicked the cat lightly on the forehead in mock annoyance. The earthen demon bull didn't stop until it had eaten nearly half the chunk of dinya rock. Satisfied, it picked a corner, curled up and promptly fell asleep. After all, it was just a newborn. Eating and sleeping were its entire world. Lisi and the midnight nether cat left the sleeping bull alone. After reminding the cat to keep the noise down, Lisi went back to his room, flopped onto the bed and began reading his books on beast taming. According to his old habits, whenever he was broke, he'd go out and find a job. If he had money, he'd spend his days playing video games. But now, with his enemy still at large, he just couldn't muster any interest in gaming. Instead of wasting time, he figured he might as well focus on improving himself. After all, becoming a stronger beastmaster wasn't just about raising the rank of his beasts, he had to grow too. As for that idea he'd had about making a bet out of cash, well, that'd have to wait until the next time he left campus. There wasn't anywhere to withdraw money at school anyway. It wasn't until evening that his counselor finally showed up at Lisi's dorm, looking utterly miserable. But the moment he stepped inside, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. The sorrow on his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum, breaking apart into wild laughter as he practically exploded with joy right there in Lisi's room. He laughed, pumped his fists in the air, and bounced around like a monkey in mating season. "Are you planning on dancing around my place all night?" Lisi asked with a smile, coming out of his room with a cup of freshly brewed green tea for the counselor after hearing the commotion. "Sorry, I just got a little carried away. Let me have my crazy moment," the counselor said, not even glancing at Lisi as he flopped down and started rolling around on the floor. Lisi just sighed at the sight. He decided not to bother handing over the green tea and sipped it himself instead. After venting for a good while, the counselor finally snapped out of his frenzy. He got up, straightened his clothes, and plopped down on the living room sofa, cheeks still flushed from all that excitement. "Guess I made a bit of a fool of myself there," he said, grinning, still riding the high. "I've been waiting for this moment for 10 years, and it's finally here." Lisi kept a straight face and poured him a cup of tea. "Here." "Oh, thanks." The counselor took the tea, and once he'd calmed down, Lisi finally spoke up. "So when does the next phase of the plan start?" "My idea is to just wait for the 5 schools tournament. That's when you can get your revenge," the counselor said, setting down his teacup. "Shem, I can't face Zhang Diguang before then," Lisi sighed, looking a little frustrated. "I was hoping to give him the full combo meal, you know. I want that bastard dead even more than you do, but unfortunately it's just not possible," the counselor replied, shaking his head. He's no fool, he knows both of us are dreaming about tearing him apart right now, so for the time being he's not setting foot outside his house. Mentioning the way Zhang Diguang was hiding out like a turtle, the counselor sighed as well. For the past decade he'd studied that punk day and night, he probably knew him better than the guy knew himself. Given the situation, there was no way they'd get their hands on Zhang Diguang before the Zhang family was destroyed once and for all. That bastard's useless at everything except being self-aware. He's too smart in that regard. If he suddenly let his guard down, I wouldn't dare go after him anyway. 9 times out of 10 she'd be setting a trap. Alright then, Lisi said, leaning back with a helpless shrug. On the way here I prepared all the information you'll need, don't forget to look through it. The advisor seemed to have other things to do. He dumped a pile of books and documents onto the table and hurried off. Lisi glanced over the stack of materials and textbooks. They were all about breeding the Midnight Nether Cat and the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, starting from the basics and going all the way to advanced techniques, comprehensive, but just way too much. There were 5 books alone that were thick as bricks. Just looking at them was enough to kill any motivation Lisi had to keep reading. Setting the stack on the desk, Lisi realized he'd need to find a teammate. More precisely, he needed a beast breeding specialist. Usually, these breeders were ordinary people whose talent for beast taming wasn't high enough or who didn't have the qualification to become a beast tamer at all. Good breeders still held respectable positions in society, but they usually worked closely with powerful beast tamers. In fact, one beast tamer might have an entire team or even multiple teams of breeders supporting them. Naturally, Donghai University didn't just have the beast taming department, there was also the breeding department and the cultural studies department, the latter being a major for ordinary students with no special powers. Since the idea had come to him, Lisi decided to act on it. He picked up his phone and logged into the school forum, looking for a partner from the breeding department, specialization in dark or earth types preferred, no gender or age restrictions, high level of commitment, planning to work together even after graduation, promising future guaranteed. The forum was full of posts like this, so Lisi just copied the format and put up his own. He didn't expect to get a reply almost immediately. A freshman looking for a breeder already, promising future, and you are? Lisi glanced at the reply. Seeing it wasn't what he was looking for, he couldn't be bothered to answer. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm of the Junior Student Council, a member stared at Lisi's post in disbelief. How dare this freshman not reply to her message? She flushed with irritation, took a screenshot of Lisi's post and shared it. Guys, can you believe this? Look at this freshman, so full of himself, only just started college and already dreaming big. I kindly reminded him and he just ignored me. Originally, Lisi's post was nothing special and quickly sank to the bottom, just one among many, but this student council member was different. She'd been active on the forum for years and was well known. As soon as she posted, the thread blew up. With all the attention, every kind of person crawled out of the woodwork. Freshmen are wild these days, total simp. Is Dream Big Senior going to open that freshman's mystery box? Maybe give him a lesson in person, just stirring the pot, fight till you fight, more instigating, dumb as a rock, XP +3. Classic spammer, seriously, do none of you even look at usernames? This guy is Lisi, real name verified, this year's top freshman, already a senior beast tamer before he even started school. That's a level your so-called Dream Big Senior hasn't even reached by her 3rd year. When he says he can guarantee a promising future, he's not kidding. Someone had finally recognized who Lisi was. The once lively thread fell silent the moment that message appeared. Everyone immediately started digging up information on Lisi. His details weren't hidden at all, it was all there for anyone to see and every word matched exactly what had been said. Now, this crowd of rubberneckers was genuinely shocked. Damn, I really didn't recognize a big shot when I saw one. Turns out this new student actually has the credentials to back up his swagger. Freshman and already a senior-level beast tamer. You've got to be kidding me, what kind of talent does that take? But what really got everyone was Lisi's backstory. Awakened his powers ahead of time, but had his first beast stolen, then was hunted down and barely escaped here only to be rescued by Director Zhu. What kind of tragic yet powerful character is this? The ones who were just here to gossip kept idling in the thread, but those in the beast breeding department were suddenly wide-eyed, hungrily searching for any post about Lisi. Joking aside, who didn't know what it meant to be a senior-level beast tamer before the age of 18? The sky was the limit for him. Thanks to that post from Senior Meng, Lisi was now famous, but the thread itself wasn't. The students in the breeding department weren't stupid, there was no way they'd let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip to someone else. Not only did they avoid bumping the thread, some even reported it. Soon enough, both the thread and Senior Meng's post were taken down, but Lisi's private messages exploded. What the did my phone catch a virus or something? After Senior Meng's post, Lisi had figured it'd be a while before anyone reached out, so he picked up a book and got ready to study on his own. He never expected his phone to start buzzing non-stop. It was practically playing a song with all those notifications. Did the school forum get hacked? Lisi stared in disbelief at his phone. When he unlocked it, he was met with so many private messages that his eyes almost crossed. Are all Donghai University students this enthusiastic? Baffled, Lisi randomly opened one of the messages. Hi there, big bro. My name's Lu Yongfei. I'm a freshman too from the beast breeding department specializing in dark-type beasts. I've always loved creatures like the Shadow Night Cat. If you let me, I promise I'll take great care of yours. As for other types, even if I'm not in that department, I'll learn whatever I need. Lisi checked a few more messages, all pretty much the same. That's when he realized his post had really blown up. With so many people to choose from, Lisi wasn't sure who to pick. After all, he'd only just arrived at Donghai University, didn't know anyone and had no clue about the lay of the land, so he simply went with the one he had a good feeling about. The first message he opened from Lu Yongfei. Inside a 4-person dorm room, Lu Yongfei sprang up from his bed the moment he saw Lisi's reply. Nice. The loud thump woke up his roommate, who blinked groggily and asked in a confused tone, what's going on with you? Oh, excuse me, I need to step out for a moment. Apologizing quickly, Lu Yongfei hurriedly changed clothes and rushed out the door. Just now Lisi had asked him to come over and get up to speed on a few things. He had to get there right away. If he could latch onto this opportunity, it could be his ticket to leap up the social ladder. He sprinted all the way to Lisi's dorm. Once he arrived at the door, he didn't go in immediately. Instead, he first grabbed a tissue to wipe off his sweat, then pulled out a pocket mirror to tidy up his appearance. Only after his breathing had calmed down did he finally step forward to knock. Before long, the door swung open and a tall figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped him. Lu Yongfei looked up and saw Lisi standing in front of him, a full head taller than he was. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Lu's face froze for a second, but he quickly recovered. This wasn't just pressure, he told himself, this was a sense of security. With this kind of presence, Lisi was bound to become someone important one day. Lu Yongfei. Lisi glanced at the young man in front of him, about 5'7", average build with a shy smile on his face, and asked. Yes, I'm Lu Yongfei, he replied quickly, nodding. Come in. Lisi stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. After stepping inside, Lu Yongfei carefully closed the door behind him. His eyes instinctively scanned the room. It was very tidy. You could tell the owner was someone who liked things clean. Good, he made a mental note of that, it might come in handy later. The most eye-catching thing in the living room was a huge cat tree where a jet-black nightshade cat was playing. Having watched Lisi's battle videos, Lu Yongfei instantly recognized this powerful beast. This was one of the pets he'd be responsible for in the future. He'd have to be extra attentive. The second thing he noticed was the earthen magminotaur curled up in the corner. In the first few classes for students of the breeding department, they focused on identifying various beasts. Even though Lu hadn't finished all the classes yet, he definitely knew about the earthen magminotaur, a top 10 Earth-type beast. So that's it, he thought. The Earth-type beast Lisi mentioned must be the earthen magminotaur. These are the two beasts you'll need to help raise. What do you think? Too difficult? Lisi invited him to sit and poured him a cup of tea before asking. Not at all, Lu Yongfei answered without hesitation. If he'd been asked to breed every beast in an entire category, he wouldn't dare to be so sure. But with the job narrowed down to just 2 types, there was nothing to worry about. Since he'd be working just for Lisi, and Lisi could contract at most 10 beasts, it would be more than manageable. Good, here are the care manuals for the nightshade cat and the earthen magminotaur. Go through them when you have time. Lisi nodded with satisfaction and handed over the books their advisor had found for him. He still wasn't completely sure about Lu Yongfei, but this attitude was definitely a good start. Don't worry, I'll read them cover to cover tonight. Lu Yongfei didn't hesitate for a second. He reached out and took the book right away. This was going to be the foundation for his future, so he needed to study it well to make sure he understood every single word inside and out. The two of them chatted a bit longer, getting to know each other's situations. After that, Lisi finally saw Lu Yongfei out the door. It was already afternoon by then. Glancing at the time, Lisi saw that the lunch break had just ended. He gathered his things and headed out. Before leaving for his assignment earlier, he'd told Director Zhu he'd be gone. Now that he was back, it was only right to report in. In the admissions office, Director Zhu was standing in front of a shimmering water mirror, speaking into it. What, Lisi? What does this have to do with Lisi? Director Zhu's eyes flew wide open, his tone incredulous and angry. He's just a kid, not even of age yet. What kind of evil could he possibly be scheming? Someone on the other end of the water mirror had tried to drag Lisi into the conversation, but Director Zhu immediately shut them down, his words so sharp the other person was left speechless. Alright, that's enough. Don't say anything that ridiculous again. I'm hanging up. With that, he ended the call. The water mirror melted into a stream of water, then faded away into a mist that drifted and disappeared. Just as he finished all this, the mists he'd placed around the building brought news that Lisi was approaching. Director Zhu's face immediately returned to its usual stern expression as he called out "come in," pretending he didn't already know who was at the door. The words had barely left his mouth when the door opened and Li Si walked in with a smile. "Director, I just got back from my assignment and brought you a little something from home." Director Zhu's expression shifted in an instant. Hey, hold on, don't get me in trouble," he cried out, half joking, half serious, looking genuinely startled. "Oh, relax," Li Si grinned, holding out a box of pear blossom cakes. "These are a specialty from Huangyan Town. Only the pear trees that grow there have this flavor. I ate 2 on the way back and I've got to say they're really good." He handed Director Zhu an already opened box, which made the director laugh out loud. "Who brings a gift and eats half of it first?" I joking. He took out a cake and popped it into his mouth. He had to admit it really did have a unique taste, different from the pear blossom cakes from anywhere else. "I was just making sure it wasn't poisoned," Li Si said, grinning mischievously. Director Zhu chuckled. "You never drop by for no reason, out with it. What brings you here this time?" Li Si shrugged. "Nothing major, just wanted to let you know I'm back safe from my assignment." Director Zhu had no children of his own. It was the first time anyone had ever come to check in with him like this. Truth be told, it was a novel experience. His gaze toward Li Si softened. All right, you've reported in so you can go. Don't forget to close the door on your way out, I've still got work to do." "Got it. I'll get out of your hair," Li Si replied and took his leave. Li Si stood up with a cheerful grin, turned and left the office, even remembering to gently close the door behind him. After he left, Director Zhu continued working through the stack of files on his desk, but at some point an irrepressible smile had crept onto his face. Leaving the admissions office, Li Si headed straight for the training grounds, pulling out his phone on the way to message the group who'd previously challenged him. With no classes that afternoon, it was the perfect time to harvest some vegetables, to rack up a few easy wins. Before long, Li Si arrived at the edge of the training complex, by far the largest building on the entire Donghai University campus. No contest. The training facility was ringed by smaller rooms, each divided by department. The top-tier dark-type training room he'd reserved was here too. At the center of the building stood a massive battle ring, designed so students could test their skills and pit their beasts against one another. "Hey, over here." No sooner had Li Si stepped inside than someone called out to him. It was Feng Qi, the first person who'd challenged him, a sophomore ranked 10th among his peers and a formidable opponent. "I thought you left. How'd you get back so fast?" Feng Qi asked, clearly puzzled. He'd wanted to battle Li Si earlier, but Li Si had said he needed to take care of some business first, so they'd postponed. Feng Qi hadn't expected him to return so soon. It hadn't even been 2 hours. "Handled my business, so I came back. Enough small talk. Did you book us a ring?" Li Si cut straight to the point, his face lighting up with anticipation. This caught Feng Qi off guard. He was used to being the one pushing others to hurry, but today the tables had turned. Still, excitement quickly washed away his surprise. "Don't worry, I've got everything set. Come on, follow me. We don't need the main arena, let's use one of the smaller rings." As they walked, Feng Qi gave Li Si a rundown of how things worked here. They settled on ring 19. A referee was already waiting for them outside, nodding and greeting as they approached. "Let's go." The moment Feng Qi stepped onto the ring, his whole demeanor shifted. He radiated a feverish electric intensity. He shouted the challenge and summoned his beast. It was a humanoid creature, bandages wound all around its body. Just standing there, it seemed to heat up the very air around it. Name: Wrathful Thunder Master. Type: Fighting Aptitude, Purple. Level: 27. Traits: Thunder Fist. Momentum, Purple. Body Control, Green. Li Si had heard of Wrathful Thunder Masters before. Among the many fighting-type beasts, they were considered upper middle tier. Their punches were blindingly fast, and when they tore through the air, the sound was like a clap of thunder. That's how they got their name. This Thunder Wrath Lord, however, was of the rare Purple aptitude. Beasts of this caliber never circulated on the open market, so either Feng Qi had been outrageously lucky and formed a contract in the wild, like with the Earth and Demon Bull, or he was a member of the Slackers Guild as well. "Very well, I'm coming up now." With that, Li Si vaulted onto the arena. At the same time, the Shadow Knight cat strode lazily out of his shadow. It looked like nothing more than an adorable little black kitten, yet both the Thunder Wrath Lord and Feng Qi stared at it as if facing a mortal enemy. They'd both watched Li Si's previous battle footage. They knew perfectly well how terrifying that harmless-looking kitten became once the fight began, and now something felt even more off. Feng Qi's eyes narrowed as he watched the Shadow Knight cat pace casually beside Li Si. Had he sensed wrong, or was its level actually higher than his Thunder Wrath Lord's? He had a creeping suspicion it was even stronger. Thunder Wrath Lord, a battle-hardened fighting-type beast, had survived countless matches under Feng Qi's command and developed an unervingly sharp intuition. Standing before the Shadow Knight cat, an overwhelming sense of wrongness flooded him. It was as if this creature wasn't a Shadow Knight cat at all, but some unknown entity merely wearing its skin. The feeling sent a chill down his spine, the kind that came from witnessing the impossible. Gulp. Thunder Wrath Lord swallowed hard, fixing his gaze on the languid black cat still circling its beastmaster. Suddenly, with a violent stomp, he shattered the ground and vanished from sight. That was perfect body control, a skill that allowed him to master every inch of his strength, not just what he could put behind his fists. For a beast like Thunder Wrath Lord, this green tier ability could rival a blue tier 1 in effectiveness. "Oh, you're coming straight for me," Li Si grinned as Thunder Wrath Lord reappeared, now only a few steps away from him. Across the arena, Feng Qi froze in shock. He hadn't given any orders, Thunder Wrath Lord had acted entirely on his own. "What's happening?" Through their heart link, Feng Qi questioned his partner. As one of the top 10 sophomores, he had the points to exchange for Heartlink Grass, a rare treasure that allowed such communication. "We have to strike first or I see no path to victory. This is the only right move." Thunder Wrath Lord's usual brash voice was now heavy with caution. His decision to bypass the Shadow Knight Cat and attack Li Si was pure instinct. After all these years, he'd learned to trust his instincts without question. Li Si's smile deepened. He had to admit Thunder Wrath Lord was making the right call. Compared to the Shadow Knight Cat, Li Si himself was undoubtedly the weak link. But the real question was, could Thunder Wrath Lord actually get past the Shadow Knight Cat? Watching Li Si draw closer and closer, the bandaged Thunder Lord couldn't help but reveal a look of delight on the part of his face that was visible beneath the wrappings. Good, he's close now, almost there. As long as he got near enough to Li Si, he'd use a clever bit of force to toss him out of the ring. It might hurt a little, but it wouldn't cause any real harm. He was confident about that. He watched as he charged in, closing the distance to within 3 steps of Li Si. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed out, reverberating from his clenched fist. The Thunder Lord had earned his name because the force of his punches ripped through the air with a boom like rolling thunder. Ever since he was young, his ability had far surpassed that of others in his clan, making him a standout among his peers. That was why he believed in his fists more than anything. He didn't possess Li Si's ability to see innate talent traits, so he had no idea this skill was called Thunderous Fist Momentum. All he knew was, as long as he could land his punch, everything would work out. At this moment, that was the only thought in his mind. But just as his fist was about to crash into Li Si's face, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't bring his fist down, no matter how hard he tried. Huff! A low guttural breathing sounded by his ear, and a bone-deep sense of dread, like running into a natural predator in the wild, flooded through his body. He twisted his head in terror and saw a massive, terrifying black tiger standing just behind him, its gaping maw close enough to brush his ear. The heavy breathing had come from it. Its fur was black with white stripes, and a clear white king character was etched between its brows, exuding an almost regal authority. In an instant, a chill shot straight up his spine, making his scalp tingle. He had no time to deal with Li Si, who was now right in front of him. With a quick twist and a few frantic backflips, he leapt away, landing beside Feng Qi, gasping for breath. He'd just pushed his body to its absolute limit to escape in such a short span. Feng Qi was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the enormous black tiger that now lay leisurely beside Li Si. He'd clearly seen the body of the Dark Knight Nether Cat begin to grow, swelling up until it became that terrifying behemoth. "No. That can't be the Dark Knight Nether Cat. What is that thing?" he blurted out. The beast looked so at ease lounging by Li Si's side, as if it were just a house cat sprawled in its own living room. "No, it really is the Dark Knight Nether Cat," Li Si replied. "Even within the same species, different contracted beasts can have different talents. You already know that. Mine just happens to have the ability to change its size." Li Si intended to use this battle to deliberately leak a bit of false information, hoping to conceal the true nature of the size-changing ability. Change its size? What good is that? Feng Qi was caught off guard, not doubting Li Si's words for a second. This kid always spoke his mind after all. But hearing that explanation, Feng Qi finally relaxed. If it was only a matter of growing or shrinking at will, then there was nothing to worry about. They could still fight. As he spoke, he slipped 2 brass knuckles onto his hands. In a Beastmaster battle, it's never just the beasts fighting. The Beastmasters themselves are often the key to victory. If you can take down your opponent's Beastmaster directly, the whole tide of the match can turn in an instant. This tactic is all too common among sophomores, but originally he hadn't planned to use it against Li Si, since Li Si was just a freshman who had barely started college. Winning that way would hardly be honorable, but now he couldn't afford to hold back. The pressure Li Si was giving him was simply overwhelming, so much so that he had no choice. On the other side, after Feng Qi's calming words, the Thunder Fury Lord had finally settled down. Its gaze toward Li Si was now tinged with thoughtfulness. Linked by their shared consciousness, it understood exactly what Feng Qi had in mind. Coincidentally, it was thinking the same thing. There was no doubt it couldn't beat that monstrous creature. The pressure it felt from the monster was simply too much. Brute force wouldn't work, only a clever tactic would. Take out the Beastmaster directly. The Thunder Fury Lord's name made it sound like a powerhouse, giving people the impression its specialty was raw strength. But that's a misconception. Its fists could slice through the air not because of power but because of speed. Compared to heavy punches, what it really excelled at were lightning-fast strikes, and with the body control trait the Thunder Fury Lord could even convert its punching speed into pure movement. A crack of thunder echoed across the arena as the Thunder Fury Lord burst forward, moving so fast it turned into a blur as it lunged for Lee Si. As it closed in, excitement flashed in its eyes. That terrifying monster didn't seem to notice a thing. Perfect. Victory was within reach. But just as it was about to slip past the Nightshade Nethercat, it suddenly realized with a jolt of horror that the Nethercat's head had at some point turned to face it, staring dead on. In that instant the Thunder Fury Lord's expression was like the Flash catching Superman moving in his own bullet time, utter disbelief. It watched helpless as the Nethercat stretched out a paw, blocking the only path forward. There was no time to react, there was nothing it could do but crash straight into it. Thud, a dull, heavy sound echoed, like a mallet striking a taut drumhead. The Thunder Fury Lord's body was thrown into the air, then crashed limply to the ground. Congratulations to the Nightshade Nethercat for defeating the Thunder Fury Lord and absorbing the green trait, Body Control. As the Thunder Fury Lord lost consciousness, a mechanical voice sounded in Lee Si's ear. It was a bit of a shame it wasn't a purple trait, but green wasn't bad either. After all, neither of his beasts could use the purple Thunder Fist trait. They didn't even have hands. But Body Control, that might just work for the Earthenhorn Demon Bull. The Nethercat's growth was comprehensive, no need to worry about it being unbalanced in any area. But the Demon Bull was different, all its traits boosted strength or defense. What it really needed was a trait that let it master its own body. This one was perfect. At this moment Lee Si looked at Feng Qi, who was standing there dumbfounded, and smiled as he raised the short baton in his hand. Feng Qi's face immediately broke into an awkward grin as he tossed his knuckle duster to the ground with a crisp metallic clang. Because the Experience Plunder trait allowed him to seize a greater share of experience, the very instant he defeated the Wrath Thunder Lord, his Dark Knight Nethercat's level had successfully broken through to level 30, right at the peak of the veteran tier. Just one more step and it would reach elite, becoming a true pillar of strength among humans. Excellent. As the knuckle duster hit the ground, Lee Si smiled and patted the giant tiger beside him on the head, then turned to look at the referee. Teacher, can I schedule another match? Lee Si asked. Hearing this, the teacher glanced at the watch on his wrist. This arena isn't booked right now. You can. Nodding, Lee Si grinned and pulled out his phone to contact his next opponent. Since he didn't have any classes today and would just be bored at home anyway, he figured he might as well come out and rough up some fellow students. Well, technically beating up his peers would count as bullying, but these were upperclassmen, so he'd just call it a friendly sparring session. After sending the message, Lee Si looked up and suddenly noticed Feng Qi was still standing on the stage. Do you need something? He almost blurted out, why are you still here? But managed to stop himself at the last second. Nothing, just, did you invite someone else already? Feng Qi asked, hesitating for a moment. The deja vu was a little too strong, he'd done this exact thing before. Before Lee Si showed up, Feng Qi had been famous at Donghai University for his battle mania, always pulling these sorts of stunts in the arena. Now he'd gone from running the show to being on the receiving end, and he didn't even know where to begin complaining about it. Yeah, I scheduled another senior, Lee Si replied, completely open about it. That only made Feng Qi's sense of deja vu stronger. For a moment as he looked at Lee Si, he almost felt like he was looking at his old self. Could someone actually imitate him so perfectly? But he quickly snapped out of it, forcing a slightly twisted smile onto his face. Mind if I stick around and watch? Of course not, Lee Si said, scratching his head, not sure why Feng Qi was even asking. With Lee Si's answer, Feng Qi beamed and found himself a seat nearby. He'd just been beaten so badly he could barely stand, but no matter what, he was determined to see who the next unlucky victim would be. Not long after, a young man dressed in bright red, his hair as fiery as a leaping blaze, came running over. The moment he spotted Lee Si, he couldn't wait to vault onto the stage. Lee Si, my name's Zhang Yuan, second year fire specialization, ranked 11th in the sophomore Beastmaster department. After speaking, he noticed Feng Qi sitting down below. Feng Qi was ranked 10th, just one spot higher than him. Yet that one spot made all the difference in the school's treatment. It was like night and day. So, in the fight for the top 10, he'd tangled with Feng Qi more than a few times. Now, even though he wasn't sure why Feng Qi was down there instead of up on stage, he didn't bother to think too much about it. Instead, he turned and shot Feng Qi a provocative look, then twisted back to glare at Lee Si, opening his beast space, completely oblivious to the barely contained expression on Feng Qi's face behind him. With a deep muffled boom, a massive beast covered in flames appeared on the stage, his contracted beast. Blazing Weasel level 27. Attributes: smoldering flame, blue; body of fire, blue; explosive blaze, blue. It was a giant weasel-like creature towering nearly 3 meters tall when it stood upright. Its stats were impressive, 3 blue-tier fire attributes. No wonder it held the 11th spot among the sophomores, just behind Feng Qi. Standing behind his blazing weasel, Zhang Yuan felt utterly confident, unable to suppress a victorious grin directed at Li Si. For this battle he'd even brought out his ace. Normally he'd only send out the blazing weasel against Feng Qi. That alone showed how seriously he was taking Li Si. "Come on kid, don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're younger," he called out to Li Si with a broad, cheerful smile. Behind him Feng Qi was clutching his head, his body twitching, and even the referee next to him was barely holding it together. "Don't worry senior, I'll give it my all." Li Si paused, then flashed a bright energetic smile as he replied. As soon as his words fell, darkness descended. 10 seconds later Zhang Yuan stumbled over to sit next to Feng Qi looking completely dazed. His eyes were glazed over and he still hadn't recovered from the shock of what he'd just witnessed. Holy crap! About 5 minutes passed before he finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling with emotion. He could barely believe what he'd just seen. Black clouds blotted out the sun, a black tiger rode the wind descending from the sky like a demon out of legend. In a single instant his defenses were torn to shreds. If it hadn't been on the arena stage he was pretty sure he'd have been killed outright. That kind of terrifying monster was really his classmate's beast. "Ready for the next one? Want to watch?" Feng Qi asked, crossing his legs beside him. He was hooked. He had to admit Zhang Yuan's match was pure entertainment. He'd probably never forget what happened just now for the rest of his life. "Watch." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and answered firmly. He had to watch. If he missed seeing the next victim get steamrolled by Li Si, his own confidence would never recover. With anticipation shining in their eyes, they waited as the next victim finally made their way to the stage. In just one afternoon, Li Si had fought his way through nearly all of the top 20 sophomores. Now only the top 5 remained untouched by his fists. The crowd of onlookers had grown as well, not only those who had already been defeated by Li Si but also students drawn over by the spectacle. "Li Ji, want to keep going?" Lu Yongfei called out loudly, striding over as another unlucky challenger was carried off. He dropped everything as soon as he got the message, rushing over to take on the referee's duties for the teacher. Li Si glanced at the time and shook his head. "Not, it's about time for dinner. We'll pick this up after class tomorrow, got it?" Lu Yongfei nodded and hurried off to spread the word among the crowd, explaining things and smoothing things over for Li Si. He also took the opportunity to exchange a few friendly words, strengthening relationships. After all, Donghai University was one of the empire's top 5 schools. Anyone who made it in was already a genius, and to rank among the top 20 in a year group that was genius among geniuses, it only made sense to build good relationships while you could. Who knew when it might pay off down the line? Li Si himself might not care about this sort of thing, but Lu Yongfei certainly did, and you had to hand it to Lu Yongfei. He really knew how to talk to people. With each round of flattery and friendly banter, the previously defeated students couldn't help but crack smiles. If it were just Lu Yongfei on his own, it wouldn't amount to much. After all, who was he? Hardly anyone knew him, but now he was speaking on behalf of Li Si, and that made all the difference. P.S. Based on reader feedback, I've changed the plunder entry to copy. I updated chapters 1 and 2. If anyone spots the word plunder elsewhere, please flag it for me. Thanks, comma. Having finished smoothing things over and building bridges with everyone, Lu Yongfei was all smiles and ready to head out, but he'd only taken a few steps when someone called out to him. "Hey, where are you going?" "Over here." He turned surprised and saw Li Si standing at the side of the road, a tiny black cat perched on his shoulder waving him over. Lu Yongfei paused for a moment, then jogged over. "Li Ji, you're not heading back yet?" he asked, puzzled. "I was waiting for you. Come on, let's grab dinner, my treat." With that, Li Si slung an arm around his shoulders and dragged him off. Lu Yongfei opened his mouth to refuse, but the words just wouldn't come out. In the end he could only smile helplessly and follow along. After dinner, the two finally went their separate ways, each heading back to their own dorm, back to their own lives. Returning to his room, Li Si pulled out the half-block of Dainyan stone left over from lunch, then released the yellow earth demon bull. He watched as it lowered its head and began gnawing on the hard rock as if it were chocolate, swallowing it bite by bite. Once it had finished the entire block of Dainyan stone, the yellow earth demon bull fell asleep again, this time though its level had risen by 2. Levels 1 through 5 are considered the juvenile stage for beast companions. During this period, it's best not to put them through any training at all, just let them eat and sleep to their heart's content. That's all they need to do. The rest can wait. Focus on letting them grow peacefully to level 5 before starting any kind of training, otherwise it could harm their bodies. Gently stroking the earthen demon bull's broad back, Li Si leaned against it, reading his book. He didn't even notice when he drifted off to sleep. The midnight nether cat, who had been lounging nearby, saw this and let out a resigned sigh. It transformed back into its true form, a giant tiger, and padded over to push open the door to Li Si's room. With practiced care, it dragged a blanket out, tenderly tucking it around Li Si's sleeping figure. only I would go to such lengths for him. It thought, a sense of pride spreading across its feline face. Its task complete, it shrank back down to its smaller form and curled up on Lisey's chest, soon slipping into sleep itself. It was rare for it to sleep at night, but yesterday's exhaustion had finally caught up with it. The next morning Lisey yawned and blinked awake. How did I end up sleeping here? He wondered, momentarily disoriented as he looked around, but the memories of yesterday soon came rushing back. He glanced down at the blanket covering him and at the midnight nether cat curled in his arms, and a gentle smile crept onto his face. His movements roused the cat, who lifted its head only to see Lisey beaming at it. Instantly the proud little creature felt flustered. It tried to wriggle free and make a quick escape, but Lisey caught it before it could get away. "All right, settle down," he said with a laugh. "We were all wiped out after getting back yesterday. Didn't want to do anything, but today let's take stock of what we gained." He had an early class at 8-inch, but it was still dark outside. Checking his phone, he saw it was only 4 o'clock, plenty of time. He decided it was the perfect moment to take care of what he'd forgotten the night before. At this, the earthen demon bull, who'd been serving as his pillow all along, perked up and shuffled closer, curious. Through their bond, it could see the world outside from Lisey's perspective, but as far as it recalled, they hadn't done anything yesterday. So what was this about sorting through gains? Catching the bull's puzzled look, the midnight nether cat puffed up its chest proudly. Lisey chuckled, giving the cat an affectionate rub on the head before opening his entry library. Instantly his field of vision was filled with green, blue and purple icons. Not many of these traits were actually useful, just one green body control entry and 2 blue entries, eerie winds and flying sand and rolling stones. Body control needed no elaboration. The trait from Feng Chi's Thunder Wrathlord would be extremely beneficial for the earthen demon bull, so he assigned it to the bull right away. Eerie winds. Blue calls up chilling, ghostly winds during movement. These winds disturb the enemy's spirit, making their soul unstable. Flying sand and rolling stones. Blue, when summoning a sandstorm, the storm is laced with stones of varying sizes that pelt and attack the enemy. The chilling winds trait was bestowed by Lisey upon the Shadow Knight Nethercat. As the saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. The Nethercat had already learned the Cloud Dragon concealment technique from Director Ju, which allowed it to wield the power of clouds, but it still couldn't command fierce winds, something Lisey had always found lacking until now. As for the flying sand and rolling stones trait, that naturally went to the Yellow Earth Demon Bull. After all, sandstorms were practically its specialty. If they weren't at home right now, both beasts would have let loose their powers, and Lisey's living space would be in ruins. 2 flashes of blue light and 1 of green flickered through the room. The Shadow Knight Nethercat, already accustomed to these sudden surges of power, immediately tuned into its new abilities. Meanwhile, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull's eyes went wide with disbelief as it stared at Lisey. Just moments ago, it had felt something shift inside its body, and judging by its master's expression, it was obvious this was a gift from Lisey. But something didn't add up. Were human beastmasters really this powerful? The inherited memories of its kind certainly didn't mention anything like this. The demon bull was momentarily at a loss. Lisey didn't rush to explain. Instead, he opened his trait library and began dismantling every trait he didn't need, 17 in all, 2 purple, 7 blue and 8 green. None of these matched his beast's attributes, so they were useless to him. Breaking them down netted a total of 1910 trait essence points. Added to what he already had, Lisey's balance shot up to 2045 points. Now, aside from the golden traits, every remaining trait for his 2 beasts had a plus sign next to it indicating they could be upgraded. Lisey paced back and forth between his 2 beasts. With just over 2,000 points, he could only upgrade 1 purple trait to gold, and the leftovers would be just enough to bump a blue trait up to purple. He weighed his options. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull was still in its juvenile stage and couldn't yet fight, so his only real choice was the Nethercat. Lisey examined the list of traits on the Nethercat, thought for a moment, and decisively pressed the upgrade button next to Experience Plunder. This trait had helped him too many times to count. The time was right for an upgrade. As he made his selection, the Experience Plunder trait began to shatter. Purple shards spun faster and faster until, at the peak of their speed, a golden light burst forth as if the trait was being dyed before his eyes. The purple fragments transformed into gold and then reassembled into a single line of golden text. 4th Calamity, gold able to plunder experience from defeated opponents to increase its own power. At the same time, it acquires certain characteristics of the 4th Calamity, such as weakness nullification. The Shadow Knight Nethercat no longer has any weaknesses. Instead, it now possesses a health bar. Until this bar is depleted, the Nethercat cannot die. Moreover, after death it may choose to consume 5 levels to immediately resurrect on the spot. This entry's effect is insanely strong. If you only look at the front part, nullifying weaknesses, it'd just be a pretty standard gold level entry, but the real game changer is the resurrection at the end. Is reviving at the cost of 5 levels a steep price? Absolutely, it's huge, almost unthinkable. But for the Dark Knight Nether Cat, who has the 4th Calamity entry and can steal experience points, dropping 5 levels isn't that big of a deal. After leveling up the main ability, Lee Si looked at the 545 points of entry essence he still had left. That was just enough to upgrade another blue entry, so he figured, might as well use it all up. He poured everything into Chilling Winds Howling, determined to convert every resource he had into combat strength as quickly as possible. With his action, the blue entry shattered and finally reformed into a brand new purple entry, Blood Stormgale. Purple, a bloody wind chills the soul, a rain of blood melts the flesh. Following the rule that the fewer the words, the more terrifying the effect, Lee Si had a feeling this innate entry would be pretty impressive. Most importantly, it was one of the rare offensive entries, and a wide area attack at that. It directly made up for the Dark Knight Nether Cat's biggest weakness, its lack of large-scale attack abilities. It took 300 points of entry essence to upgrade a blue entry to purple, so Lee Si's freshly earned funds were instantly wiped out. He still had enough left to level up the Lust Demon Bull a little, but after thinking it over he decided against it. The Lust Demon Bull hadn't even finished its juvenile phase yet and couldn't contribute much in a fight. Best to save the rest. Maybe next time he could save up enough for another purple entry. With all that done, Lee Si, practically buzzing with excitement, headed out to class with his Dark Knight Nether Cat and the Lust Demon Bull in tow. His mood was fantastic throughout the entire lecture, already daydreaming about which little leeks would be ripe for harvesting later. He didn't notice at all the strange looks his classmates were giving him. The lecture was taught by a young instructor from the dark discipline, someone who often lurked in the forums under an anonymous handle and was thus well aware of recent events. He glanced at Lee Si, who was still full of anticipation, paused for a moment, and then, clearly struggling to keep a straight face, finished the class as usual. Today Lee Si only had the one class, the rest of the day was free. The moment the bell rang, he couldn't wait to head straight for the arena. Yesterday's matches had been a blast, and he had a strong hunch, just 1 or 2 more battles of that intensity and his Dark Knight Nether Cat would hit level 31 and advance to elite rank. If he managed to pull that off, maybe, just maybe, he'd have a shot at competing for the title of the greatest prodigy in the Empire's history. After all, he was on his own, he had nothing, no connections or backing, everything he needed he'd have to fight for himself, and the resources available to an ordinary genius versus the greatest genius of all time, they couldn't be more different. But when he got to the training grounds, Lee Si's smile froze on his face. What did they mean, everyone's busy and can't accept your challenge right now? Lee Si stared wide-eyed at the referee next to him and asked. The literal meaning was that the top 5 sophomores had all been sent on emergency missions yesterday and weren't on campus anymore. The referee's smile was about to give way. He had to pinch his own thigh just to keep himself from bursting out laughing. Forcing a straight face, he explained the situation to Lee Si. Of course, he understood the real reason. Yesterday the sophomore class had almost been wiped out by Lee Si. The only reason they hadn't run away immediately was because they'd been the ones to challenge Lee Si on their own initiative that day, so it would have been embarrassing to turn tail right away. But now it was the next day. If they stuck around and got beaten up by Lee Si again, the sophomore class's pride would be stomped into the ground. That would be humiliating beyond words, so last night the top 5 banded together, accepted a long-term group mission and basically skipped town holding hands. As for resistance, what a joke. Lee Si's fights were all recorded for everyone to see, and his terrifying combat skills meant he could wipe out even the 6th-ranked student in seconds. The top 5 were all stronger than number 6-inch, but not by much, and facing Lee Si they wouldn't lose quite as badly, but it wouldn't be far off. At that point it wouldn't matter. The entire sophomore class getting demolished by a freshman, could anything be more disgraceful? So they all just ran. What about the juniors then? Lee Si pressed on. The juniors were a bit tougher, but still doable. Sorry, but the juniors, seniors and even the grad students, none of them are accepting your challenge, the referee said, shaking his head helplessly. After seeing the sophomore class's utter defeat yesterday, all the upperclassmen had made the same decision: avoid Lee Si at all costs. After all, beating Lee Si wouldn't earn them any glory, he was just a freshman they were supposed to win. But if they lost? That would be a real spectacle. They'd be stuck on the wall of shame for sure. The sophomore class was already being whispered about as the worst year in Donghai University's history, and according to school rules both sides have to agree to a challenge. You can't just force someone to fight, that's called assault and would land you a disciplinary note. It was the same as when Lee Si fought Zhang Mingrui before. Come on, you can't do this. Lee Si was desperate, throwing his last hope at the remaining sophomores. You can't defeat the same opponent multiple times in a short period, that way you can't duplicate their skills or even gain any more experience. His dream of finding a punching bag to keep grinding for experience was crushed. Those he'd already challenged all refused to fight him again, and anyone ranked below them was even less likely to accept his challenge. The referee looked at the long list of challenge refused notifications on the platform, and this time he couldn't hold back. He laughed out loud. Then, What about the freshman? Lisi's voice was hoarse as he asked his question, and the referee immediately shot him a look of confusion. What are you thinking? You beat sophomores as if you're swatting kids. What freshman in their right mind would want to go up against you? As soon as the words left the referee's mouth, it was as if all the strength and confidence drained out of Lisi. Then, what about non-beast masters? He asked. This time, the referee was truly stunned by Lisi's question. His jaw dropped and he stared at Lisi in disbelief for a long moment before finally blurting out, "You want to challenge someone from the support division? What on earth are you thinking?" Well, that reaction said it all. Lisi let out a sigh, turned around and walked away. Just then outside, Lu Yongfei came running up in a hurry. "Li Ji, I've got a mission. Are you interested?" The moment he saw Lisi, his eyes lit up. After Lisi's performance last night, taking on 20 sophomores single-handedly and almost wiping the floor with them, the entire campus forum had blown up. In that instant, Lu Yongfei realized it was going to be tough for Lisi to find anyone willing to spar with him today. He'd even asked a friend who worked part-time at the task board to keep an eye out, and sure enough, the top 5 sophomores had packed their bags and skipped town overnight. So this morning Lu Yongfei grabbed a 2-person mission right away. If there were no suitable opponents on campus, they'd just head off campus instead. He'd made sure to pick a combat assignment too, one that would definitely give Lisi a good fight. Like everyone else, Lu Yongfei had pegged Lisi as a battle junkie, someone who lived for the thrill of a good fight. There were plenty of people like that at Donghai University. It never even crossed his mind that Lisi's cheat might be something like leveling up by fighting monsters. What's the mission? Lisi's eyes lit up at the question, watching Lu Yongfei jog over. "Check this out, Li Ji, it's not far from here." A herd of bristleback boars suddenly stormed into a farm and caused major damage. "The farm's asking for someone to drive the boars away," Lu Yongfei explained, pulling out his phone and showing Lisi the mission he'd picked in advance. Lisi's eyes sparkled. He immediately took the phone and started reading through the mission details. The mission site wasn't far from Donghai University's current location. After all, the university itself was built atop a legendary armored steelback turtle that roamed the ocean, so its position was constantly shifting. Right now, Donghai University happened to be close to the area in question, which was also not far from Linhai City. That reminded Lisi of the creature that had nearly skewered him back in the day. Looked like he'd have a chance to settle that score. "This is the one. Accept the mission, I'll go with you," Lisi said decisively. Their target was a herd of bristleback boars. These beasts looked like wild boars, but their bodies were entirely covered in thorny spikes, and they were much larger than any regular boar, about the size of a tank, in fact. The group of bristled boars harassing the farmers wasn't small. There were about 30 of them in total. Their leader, the Boar King, was a level 25 mutant, about the same level as Lisi. As for the rewards, since the task was considered quite challenging, the school was offering 110 exchange points to be split between the two of them. When it came time to decide on the split, Lu Yongfei took it upon himself to set it at 90-10, with him taking the smaller share. The lowest split he figured Lisi would accept. He knew his own abilities well enough. Lisi, without missing a beat, changed the ratio to 70-30 as he spoke, then handed Lu Yongfei's phone back to him. "Li Ji, this split is too generous." Lu Yongfei started glancing at the numbers on the screen, but Lisi cut him off before he could finish. "Go get the supplies ready. We don't even know how many days we'll have to spend out there," Lisi said, already heading toward the campus convenience store. Behind him, Lu Yongfei froze for a moment, then shook his head with a helpless grin. No matter what, he couldn't stop smiling. Deep in a forest outside Lanhai City, a harsh, agonized squealing echoed through the hills, a shrill, piercing sound that seemed to signal something, setting off a chorus of squeals all through the dense woods. Smoke and dust drifted through the air, and the groaning, cracking of twisting branches was constant. From above, you'd see the giant trees vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were being devoured. The culprits were a horde of wild boars, their bodies bristling with thorny spikes, their skin crawling with a bloody aura, and their eyes burning red. Their bellies were grotesquely distended, swollen to the point where only a thin layer of tough pigskin contained them, like overfilled balloons, liable to burst if not for that skin which now stretched nearly transparent. But even so, the boars never stopped eating. They dragged their bloated bodies along, the friction of their bellies scraping the ground making painful sounds, yet they continued to gorge themselves on everything in sight, utterly wild with hunger. Not far away on a rocky cliff, 2 figures, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, were watching it all unfold. Just 3 more days. In 3 days, once it's absorbed the essence of the entire bristled boar herd, the newborn bristled boar might evolve straight to gold tier aptitude. When that happens, once you've mastered controlling an artificial gold-tier beast, you'll have the credentials to join the organization, the short, heavy-set man said. His head was covered by a white hood hiding his face, but his voice was thick with fanatic excitement. Just thinking about breaking the global monopoly on gold-tier beasts thrilled him beyond measure. Sure, sacrificing an entire family of newborn bristled boars might be cruel, but since when had humanity cared about the feelings of mutant beasts? The tall, thin man's face lit up with excitement at these words. Sir, if I join the organization, will they really be able to protect my family? His voice trembled as he asked the question. The man standing there was none other than the Xingye group manager who had once tried to kill Li Si. Ever since Li Si escaped, the manager had barely slept a wink. But there was nothing he could do. No matter how many connections he called in, he couldn't lay a finger on Li Si. In fact, as soon as people realized he was targeting Li Si, they'd hang up in a panic, desperate to cut ties with him as if he were some kind of plague. This situation only got worse a few days ago when the acting family had returned in disgrace. That was when the manager finally understood just how high a genius Beastmaster who awakened his talent early and found his own path could soar. To him, acting head Zhang Diguang had always been a towering figure, someone untouchable, but in front of Li Si, Zhang Diguang didn't even last a single round. In just one encounter he was nearly killed. The memory of the look Li Si gave him before leaving still made the manager shudder uncontrollably. He knew full well that Li Si would never let him go. Hell, even his own son wouldn't escape Li Si's wrath, so desperate to save himself he did some things he shouldn't have. Over the years he'd built up a vast network while working for Xingye Group. Most of those contacts wanted nothing to do with him now, but a few, those he had leverage over, had no choice but to help. Through their efforts he managed to get in touch with an organization known as the Starfall Institute. This group was hunted relentlessly by governments around the world, forced to hide in the shadows, in other words, a terrorist organization. But at this point the manager couldn't afford to care about any of that. Everyone else wanted him dead, as if his death would appease Li Si's anger. Only Starfall Institute wanted him alive. Did it even matter anymore who the good guys were and who the bad guys were? Of course, once you join us, we're family. Your wife is my wife, your son is my son. There's no way I'd sit by and watch my wife and son get bullied by some snot-nosed kid. The short, chubby man chuckled cheerfully. The manager hated the man's words, but he had no other choice. If it meant keeping his family alive, he was willing to give up anything. As the words faded, the chubby man's figure became increasingly hazy. Finally, with a wisp of the morning wind, he vanished above the cliff, leaving the manager alone. He gazed down at the bristling pigs below, still gorging themselves, a look of resolve flashing through his eyes. He turned and walked into the cave behind him. With each step the air grew hotter. Pained groans began to echo through the darkness. At the end of the cave was a vast chamber. Inside, thick iron chains, each as wide as a wrist, were tightly wrapped around a massive bristling pig. When the beast saw the manager, hatred burned in its bloodshot yet lucid eyes, undisguised and absolute. Its belly was swollen and round, but not in that grotesque way you'd expect from something overfed. It was obvious, the creature wasn't bloated from eating but pregnant. The manager walked up to the spiny pig and gently ran his hand over its stomach, feeling for the signs of life inside. Once he was sure the fetus was healthy, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He pulled out a slab of meat big enough to use as a blanket and tossed it within reach of the pig's curled foreleg before turning to leave. Behind him, the spiny pig's agonized, broken howls echoed through the air. As his gaze shifted, the cold blue flames lit up the surrounding area. All around, countless bloody skeletons lay scattered like garbage. Judging by their shapes, they were all from the same species. So this is the mission site? Li Si asked, a bit puzzled, as he stepped out of the teleportation array and took in the desolate scene around him. As a native of Linhai City, he'd actually been here before. The place used to be lush and green, a small scenic area not well known, but still a nice spot where locals came to relax during holidays. Now everything was gone, even the soil looked like it had been stripped away in 3 layers. The landscape was so different it was almost unrecognizable. There's no way the spiny pigs could have done this, Li Si muttered. Li Ji, something's off about this mission. Seeing the situation, Lu Yongfei wasted no time. He pulled out a mission recorder and clipped it onto both his and Li Si's collars. He was determined to document every detail of the assignment. If anything went wrong and the difficulty of the mission increased, student participants had the right to either end the task or keep going. If they continued, they had to record everything carefully. The mission hall would then recalculate their reward based on the new level of difficulty. By the way, Li Ji, with things changing this much, are we really going on with the mission? Lu Yongfei asked. He already guessed Li Si wouldn't back out, but figured he should ask anyway. He knew his place. He was just along for the ride and definitely wasn't the one to make decisions, even if he knew what Li Si was thinking. We keep going, Li Si replied, glancing around before pulling out his phone to report the situation to Director Zhu. If something happened, at least his family would know where he was, just in case. When the message showed red, Li Si put his phone away. He told the Shadow Knight Cat to hide in his shadow, ready to strike at a moment's notice, while he prepared to search for more information. Li Ji, wait up. We've got tech on our side, Lu Yongfei called out. Seeing Li Si's puzzled look, he dug into his space backpack and pulled out several tiny drones, each no bigger than a pinky finger. These are the latest prototypes from our school's lab, still in the testing phase, not mass-produced yet. I agreed to help them with field trials, so they let me borrow a few." As he spoke, Lu Yangfei pulled out his laptop and connected it to the drone. The drone slowly lifted off and its live feed appeared on the screen before them. Looking down from above, the two finally realized just how thoroughly this place had been destroyed. Everything within several kilometers had been completely consumed, nothing remained but bare exposed rock with even the topsoil stripped away. "How did this happen? Was it eaten, or did something just erase it all?" Li Si frowned, clearly puzzled. "Found it." After nearly 10 minutes of searching, Lu Yangfei's excited shout drew Li Si's attention back to the screen. Li Si hurried over, and for the first time, the monitor displayed something other than featureless barren stone. A herd of bristled boars, grotesquely fat, writhing and letting out pained howls. "Damn, these things are bigger than any bristled boar we've seen before," Lu Yangfei remarked, watching the footage. Their bellies were so swollen they looked more like honeypot ants than wild pigs. A quick glance told them that not a single one of these beasts was under 5 meters long, all of them exceeding the known maximum size for their kind. But their size wasn't the result of strength or muscle, it was just layers upon layers of fat, giving them a sickly, unnatural appearance. If the drone flew any higher, you'd hardly recognize them as boars. They look like a swarm of giant honeypot ants. One or two like this might be a freak mutation, but a whole herd, there's no way that's natural. "Someone did this," Li Si muttered, resting a hand on Lu Yangfei's shoulder. But even as he spoke, he saw Lu Yangfei open a new browser window. "What are you doing?" Li Si asked, curious. "Oli, you just reminded me. If this was man-made, we can look it up. This is the Imperial Research Registry. Every experiment has to be filed here. If it's a classified project, we won't see the details, but the whole province will be locked down on the site. If there's a record, it's official and not our problem. If there's nothing, then the job's ours to finish," Lu Yangfei explained as he clicked through the site. He pulled up the region for Linhai City, no restrictions, meaning there weren't any high-security experiments underway. He then narrowed the search to their location. No records of any bristled boar-related experiments at all. Lu Yangfei straightened up, grinning. "Li, this isn't an officially sanctioned experiment. We can take care of it." "Perfectly," he said, flashing an OK sign. The two of them headed straight toward where the drone had spotted the herd. When they arrived, before they even caught sight of the bristled boars, a cluster of control panels popped up in front of Li Si. Thornback boar level 25 attribute devour green digest green. Thornback boar level 20 attribute devour green digest green. But what struck Li Si as odd was that every single one of these thornback boars had exactly the same attributes, devour and digest. That made Li Si even more certain they'd been artificially modified. After all, it was unheard of for an entire species to share identical attributes across the board, and to be honest, Li Si was seriously envious of those devour and digest attributes. His own lust demon bull still didn't have any skills to speed up its growth. These two would be perfect. As long as he could keep the demon bull's appetite in check, it should never turn out like these monsters. Besides, if things really got out of hand, couldn't he just upgrade the attributes? If the green devour came with side effects, there were always blue, purple or even gold upgrades. Surely one of them would be safe. Suddenly, the nightshade nethercat slipped out from Li Si's shadow and transformed midair, its palm-sized kitten form swelling into a black tiger striped with white. The change was swift as a flash of lightning. Clear skies were instantly swallowed by roiling black clouds. Blood rain fell, dissolving flesh and bone. A rank wind howled, scattering lingering spirits. The blood rain and foul wind attributes he'd just acquired now kicked in, and the thornback boars began to wail in agony. Unable to withstand the onslaught, they finally melted into pools of blood. "Wait, leave some alive," Li Si quickly shouted, stopping the nightshade nethercat just as it was about to unleash total carnage. The nethercat hesitated for an instant, then hurriedly swiped its paw, dispelling the blood rain and dispersing the foul wind. The area abruptly fell silent and still, with only the puddles of blood on the ground hinting at the violence that had just erupted. Of the original group of more than 20 thornback boars, only 3 remained writhing on the ground and howling in pain, their tough hide corroded and eaten away. "I'll call the Beast Bureau to come and collect them," said Lu Yangfei beside him, pulling out his communicator. The Beast Bureau was the official organization responsible for managing beastmasters, with law enforcement authority throughout the empire. Firm believers in the Golden Law, they handled all matters related to beastmasters, including this kind of situation. Meanwhile, Li Si's attribute repository was now crammed full. 10 devour and 10 digest attributes split evenly. The mission report had mentioned nearly 30 thornback boars in the area, but now there were only 20 left. What happened to the missing ones, no one could say. Before long, a vehicle from the Beast Bureau arrived. A burly man jumped out and strode over. "Li Si and Lu Yangfei from Donghai University," he asked, flashing his badge. "I'm Zhang Peng, deputy squad leader of the Linhai Beast Bureau, here to take over." "Yes, that's us," Li Si replied, stepping forward and presenting his own student ID. Zhang Peng glanced at the ID and his face broke into a broad, friendly smile. The moment I saw you two, I could tell you weren't ordinary. As expected, you're top students from Donghai University. With that, he finally turned to the three half-dead spine boars and asked, "So, what are you planning to do with these?" Li Si's interest was piqued by his question, and Lu Yangfei, who picked up on this, jumped right in as Li Si's mouthpiece. "Captain Zhang, is there something we should know about this?" There was a subtle art to how he phrased it. Calling a deputy captain Deputy Zhang would only rub people the wrong way. You had to just call them captain. When addressing the actual captain, you used chief. Zhang was no fool. After a glance at the two, he immediately saw that Li Si was the one calling the shots. Still, he didn't answer Li Si right away. Instead, he smiled and shook hands with Lu Yangfei before turning to explain, "There's definitely something to discuss. With these spine boars, you could haul them back yourselves and try to find a buyer, or we can take them off your hands and pay you directly. If you sell them to us, we'll pay market price. It won't be a premium, but it won't be low either. If you sell them on your own, you might find someone desperate for this kind of beast and get a really good price, but that's a long shot. Plus, college students like you are the easiest targets for getting scammed." Since they were from Donghai University, Captain Zhang took the time to explain. He'd been with the Beast Bureau for years and had seen plenty of college students get cheated in these deals. "Alright, then we'll sell them to you, Captain Zhang. But there are a few things I need to report to you." Li Si nodded, making a decisive call. This situation was complicated. He figured it was time to use some leverage. The mask of the mild-manneredly Mo from Donghai dropped. Cunning Senya took his place, set the tigers against the wolves and reaped the rewards. "Oh, did you discover something?" Captain Zhang straightened up, curiosity in his eyes. Without hesitation, Li Si laid out everything that had happened. The more he spoke, the more delighted Captain Zhang looked. By the end, as Li Si finished, Captain Zhang pointed excitedly at the three battered spine boars. "I noticed there was something off about these pigs. I thought maybe it was a side effect of your skills, but I didn't expect it was because of this. Someone running experiments with foreign species without reporting it. This is a big case." "Thank you so much," he said, his face glowing with excitement. With this, maybe he could climb another rung or two on the ladder. "Chief, no thanks, I'm not settling for a minor post." "Captain Zhang, is it illegal in the Empire to experiment on foreign species?" Li Si noticed his reaction and asked. Still riding his wave of good mood, Captain Zhang grinned and explained, "It's not that experiments aren't allowed, it's just that they have to be reported to the Empire and carried out under Imperial supervision. Otherwise, who knows what kind of deadly things those mad scientists might cook up. It's not like there's any ban on experimenting with foreign species. Since when did those mongrels have human rights?" Captain Zhang let out a sardonic laugh before finally explaining the situation to the two of them. "I see." Li Si nodded, finally understanding. "Alright then, I'll leave this place in your hands, Captain Zhang. Our mission's done, so we'll be heading back now." Li Si smiled as he spoke, waved to Captain Zhang and led Lu Yangfei off toward the teleportation array. "Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of this," Captain Zhang called after them with a broad grin. He watched them disappear into the distance, then turned around, unable to contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Hurry up, report what just happened now," he urged his subordinates. As for handling the aftermath himself, that had never even crossed his mind. You eat as much as your stomach can hold, and he knew his own limits well enough to realize he wasn't cut out for this kind of mess. Better to let the higher-ups deal with the headache. After all, as the first to discover the situation, he'd already secured the credit. Why give up an easy win like that? "Bro, are we really just leaving like this?" On the way back, Lu Yangfei looked at Li Si puzzled. This didn't fit with his impression of Li Si at all. Li Si's face was expressionless as he answered quietly, "You know that a Beastmaster's initial contracted beast can influence them, right?" That was basic high school knowledge. Lu Yangfei nodded immediately. "As my Dark Knight Nethercat has grown stronger, I've gained some of its feline senses. Just now I could feel a sharp, hostile intent focused on me." Lu Yangfei understood at once and fell silent, simply following Li Si as they continued walking. After about 10 minutes, Li Si suddenly stopped. "Alright, I can't sense that malice anymore. Now, release all the drones we have. Sweep the area where we dealt with the thornback boar, leave no stone unturned. I want to see who dares look at me like that." His eyes lowered as he gave the order. The truth was, Li Si rarely felt safe. After everything he'd been through, it was hard to feel secure. That's why he pushed himself to grow stronger, so no one could ever take away his sense of safety again. But just now, someone had stared at him with that kind of malice, and all his old insecurities came flooding back. After all, you can't always guard against a thief, but a thief only needs to succeed once. So, to put his mind at ease, he decided to take away the other person's sense of safety instead. On it, Lu Yangfei could hear the killing intent in Li Si's voice, so he didn't hesitate. He swung his backpack off and started pulling out every drone he'd borrowed from the school lab. All the drones took to the sky, and one by one their video feeds appeared on the computer screen. The world around them was utterly silent, broken only by the howling wind and the rapid clacking of Lu Yongfei's fingers on the keyboard. Li Si leaned back against an exposed rock, eyes closed, resting while quietly instructing the Dark Knight Nether Cat to start gathering its strength. Once they found their target, it was to unleash a dark claw attack immediately. It wasn't long before Lu Yongfei's voice cut through the wind and reached Li Si. "Bro, I found him." Li Si's eyes snapped open. In 3 quick strides he was at Lu Yongfei's side. "Where?" he asked, barely able to contain his urgency. "Here, look, he's been in this spot since the beginning." Lu Yongfei pointed to one of the screens and zoomed in on the image. On the monitor was a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man, hair wild and tangled, face twisted with a savage expression. His lips moved incessantly as if he was muttering something under his breath. Lu Yongfei, still pointing at the screen, waited for Li Si to respond, but when none came, curiosity got the better of him. He glanced over at Li Si and was startled. He had never seen such a complicated look on Li Si's face before: surprise, fury, excitement, all tangled together and laced with a murderous intent that twisted his features into something almost unrecognizable. "Bro, do you know this guy?" Lu Yongfei ventured, suddenly remembering Li Si's past and probing for confirmation. "Know him? Of course I know him. We're going over there right now. You find a safe place to wait and keep in touch. If he tries to run, let me know immediately." Li Si's words were clipped, and without another moment's delay he set off at a run toward the direction of the man on the screen. He couldn't wait another second to confront that bastard. Unfortunately, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull was still too small, nowhere near ready to bear the weight of a rider. Li Si had no choice but to rely on his own 2 legs. Not that the bull couldn't handle his weight with its dense muscle and strength-focused attributes, that was never an issue. The problem was simply that the bull's body hadn't grown enough to play the role of a proper mount. "Li, wait up," Lu Yongfei called out, stopping Li Si after only a few steps. Seeing Li Si's questioning look, Lu Yongfei tossed him an earpiece. "Use this to stay in touch," he shouted, already hurriedly packing up his things to go find a safe place to hide. "Got it." Li Si put the earpiece in and resumed his swift march toward the target's location. Any changes in his position? As he sped forward, his pace enhanced by the feedback from the Dark Knight Nether Cat, Li Si spoke into the earpiece. "He's moving. Looks like he's given up on those bristle boars. He's left his spot and is headed back toward Linhai City. Bro, you're both on the same road now. If you keep this pace, you'll run right into him." Lu Yongfei's voice replied in his ear, never missing a beat as he tracked the situation. "Good." Li Si answered, his voice taut with anticipation. At this moment Li Si was completely exhilarated. It wasn't long before he saw a dark figure appear on the horizon. It was the very person he'd been thinking about day and night. Though this man wasn't Li Si's greatest enemy, he was the one who had actually struck, the one whose face was burned deepest into Li Si's memory. The manager also immediately spotted Li Si, who was rapidly closing the distance. For a moment he was utterly stunned. "Am I dreaming?" He slapped himself hard, murmuring in terror. Only heaven knew just how panicked he'd felt when he realized it was Li Si who had taken down his herd of thorn-backed boars. More than once he'd thought he must be dreaming, but unfortunately for him, this was all real. It really was Li Si, and he had returned with a terrifying power the manager knew he could not possibly resist. It was like something out of a nightmare. How long had it been? Yet the kid who once needed help just to escape from his clutches had already grown to such an astonishing level. Was this what a genius who could open a beast-taming space ahead of schedule was like? It was simply unreasonable. Once the shock wore off, the manager broke out in a cold sweat, his legs turning to jelly. Instinctively he wanted to run, but the instant he started to move, the last shreds of his reason forced him to freeze. He couldn't run now. If he bumped straight into Li Si and his companion, they'd be doomed for sure. He could easily imagine just how much Li Si hated him. So forcing himself to swallow his panic and terror, he stayed hidden. Only after a long while, once he was sure Li Si and his companion had moved far away, did he finally hurry off in a panic. He couldn't stay in Linhai City any longer. He had to get his whole family out immediately, even if it meant fleeing in the dead of night. He didn't even bother dealing with the mother boar, he just ran. But what he never expected was just how sharp Li Si's senses had become. Just the malice in his gaze had been enough for Li Si to detect his presence, and with the help of technology he'd quickly tracked him down. The moment he saw Li Si again, he felt his heart skip a beat. His body reacted before his mind caught up. Lance-spine swordfish, block him. Now he didn't even dare dream of having his swordfish pierce Li Si again. That was just wishful thinking. If he had time to daydream, he'd be better off figuring out how to escape. A sharp fish sprang from the beast-taming space. It was the very same one that had once run Li Si through. Enemies meeting again burned with hatred, but compared to Li Si, the swordfish's fury was even greater. Roar! An earth-shaking tiger's snarl erupted from Li Si's shadow. His shadow suddenly stretched out and endless black clouds surged forth, instantly filling the entire area. The Nightshade Ghost Cat rode atop the storm, looking every bit the demonic overlord. In its rage, the divine markings on its body gleamed, making the very air feel heavier, and its form began to swell, growing larger and larger. At that moment, the divine patterns finally unleashed their true might. Coupled with its innate night cat transformation skill, the result was truly monstrous. A giant tiger towering tens of meters high appeared. If it wandered onto the set of a neighboring Ultraman show, it would fit right in as one of the monsters. Heaven and earth is my domain. This was the advanced power granted to the Dark Knight Nethercat by its seasoned divine patterns, a miraculous ability of the highest tier. Its emerald eyes locked onto the manager, and the swordfish murderous intent blazing so fiercely it could barely be contained. Back then, trapped at sea and unable to move, it had been forced to watch helplessly as that despicable bastard ran his blade through its beastmaster. For the Nethercat, nothing could have been more humiliating, but now it was here for vengeance. It stretched out a paw. To the manager and the swordfish, the movement seemed to slow down as if played in slow motion, yet in reality it was lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, the swordfish's body was shredded by the Netherclaw into thumb-sized pieces, utterly obliterated, not a single piece left intact. Beside it, the manager felt the searing agony of his initial beast's death, and a dark stain quickly spread across his pants. For a beastmaster, the death of their initial beast meant total ruin. Their future progress would stall forever, their beast space would suffer irreparable damage, perhaps even sealing shut for good, never to open again. Only after the swordfish's gruesome demise did the Dark Knight Nethercat's rage subside a little. It withdrew its heaven-earth form and shrank back into a palm-sized black kitten, scampering up Lisey's pant leg and perching on his shoulder, rubbing its fluffy body against his neck. The proud little creature seemed to be comforting Lisey in its own way, too shy to say it outright. Lisey looked down at the manager, who was now collapsed limply on the ground. He couldn't hold back his grin any longer. "Well, we meet again," he said. He grabbed the manager's hair, hauling his head up so their eyes met. In the manager's pupils, Lisey finally saw just how twisted his own expression had become. The manager gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain, but compared to the terror he now felt, even the brain-splitting agony seemed insignificant. He trembled all over, too afraid to imagine what Lisey might do to him next. "You gave me 2 choices back then, now I'm giving you 2 as well." Watching the manager's pitiful state, Lisey took a deep breath. He felt elated, like pulling on a fresh pair of underwear on New Year's Day. What 2 choices?" the manager stammered, finally daring to ask. Lisey's grin widened, then with no warning he reached out and grabbed the manager's ear. The terrifying strength channeled from the Nethercat and the Yellow Earth Demon Bull surged through him. With brute force he tore the ear clean off. The searing pain made the manager's entire body go rigid, his screams echoing across the desolate wilderness. It was a long time before he finally stopped. Meanwhile, Lisey patiently dabbed expensive medicine on the manager's ear to stop the bleeding, careful not to let him bleed out and die. "The first option, you do nothing. I'll tear you apart little by little, just like I did just now, and I'll make sure you stay alive as long as possible." Now that the man no longer had his ear to muffle the sound, Lisey's gentle voice reached him with chilling clarity. The manager shuddered. Waves of pain still made his muscles twitch involuntarily. "And the second option," the manager croaked, his voice hoarse and broken from his earlier screams. "The second option is simple. Do everything I say, confess everything, and I'll give you a quick death." Lisey crouched in front of him, speaking softly, gently stroking the manager as if comforting a lover. I choose the second one." Swallowing hard, the manager made his choice without hesitation. "Good. Now tell me, what are you doing here? What's your connection to those bristleback boars?" Lisey smiled lightly, his tone casual as he asked. This time, the manager didn't hesitate. He spilled everything, leaving nothing out. As Lisey listened, his expression grew serious. He immediately opened his mission recorder. If what the manager said was true, this was bigger than he'd thought. He'd need to call for backup. When the manager finished, Lisey gave his hair a little tug. "Anything else?" The manager shook his head frantically, terrified that if he was too slow to answer, Lisey would rip off his other ear, too. The agony of having a part of himself torn off, he never wanted to feel that again. "Good. Now I don't care how you do it, but get me 5 million right now." Lisey found a flat stone to sit on, propping his chin on his arm, watching the manager with great interest. The manager didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone and got to work, selling his house and car for whatever he could get, taking out high-interest loans, anything that would bring in cash fast. What would happen to his family later? He didn't have the energy to care. The pain had shattered his courage, and besides, from what he knew of Lisey, his whole family probably wouldn't be spared anyway. At least they'd all go down together. There were worse endings. Soon, with all the transfers confirmed on his phone, the manager took out his bank card and tossed it to Lisey. "It's all on this card. Here's the password. Just make it quick." He stretched out his neck, desperate for it to be over. Lisey laughed. "Very good, not bad at all. Picking up the card from the ground, he slowly walked toward the manager, whose eyes were tightly shut. Just as the manager was waiting for Li Si to finish him off, Li Si suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Tell me," Li Si said, pinching his chin thoughtfully as a new idea sprang into his mind. "What if I kill you, but leave your entire family alone? What do you think would happen then?" The manager's eyes snapped open at those words. He stared at Li Si and, in a serious tone, said, "You might as well go ahead and kill them too. Otherwise, they'll definitely try to avenge me one day." He was trying to provoke Li Si, hoping this would anger him. He understood all too well the situation his family was in. He had just borrowed a huge sum from loan sharks to scrape together that 5 million. If Li Si didn't finish them off, their future would be unimaginable. This was a fear even greater than death itself. At this point, death might actually be the kindest thing for them. Li Si let out a cold laugh. "All right, since you insist, I'll deal with your whole family too." As he spoke, he habitually pulled a short knife from his backpack, but after testing its weight a couple of times, he shook his head in dissatisfaction and put it away. Instead, he took a steel axe from his dimensional backpack. Back when he escaped from Linhai City, he had bought a ton of supplies. Useful or not, he'd snatched up everything. That's why his dimensional backpack was so well stocked. With a grim expression, he raised the axe and brought it down hard, splitting the manager's skull in a single blow. There was no pain, no struggle. The manager simply collapsed to the ground, as if drifting off into a baby's sleep. "Yumfei, did you get all that?" Li Si stared at the manager's corpse in silence for a long moment before snapping back to reality. Having dealt with another enemy, he felt his mood lift considerably. He spoke into his earpiece to Lu Yangfei. "Got it all recorded. I've already edited the mission footage too, ready to send out whenever you want," Lu Yangfei replied, tapping away at his keyboard. Honestly, Li Si's actions just now weren't anything out of the ordinary, considering the whole situation involved artificial golden beasts and a terrorist organization. Being a little ruthless was understandable. Still, if things could be handled more cleanly, it was best to avoid unnecessary controversy. As Li Si's beast partner, Lu Yangfei took responsibility for Li Si's reputation. The moment the manager spoke, he'd started editing the footage, cutting out all of Li Si's more extreme actions. "Good, send out 2 copies, one to the school and one to the Beastmaster Bureau." Li Si didn't expect Lu Yangfei to be this on top of things, but since he had everything ready, there was nothing more to say. He just had to send them off. "Done, sent. So brotherly, what do we do now?" Lu Yangfei asked after the files were uploaded. "We head back to Linhai City and lay low. This isn't something we can get involved in any deeper. Let's just wait for the big shots to clean up and then maybe we can pick up the scraps," Li Si said, moving over to join Lu Yangfei. The two quickly regrouped. Looking around at the stretch of barren land surrounding them, Li Si couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Where are you?" "I'm already here," Li Si asked, puzzled as he held his phone. "Over here, right here." As soon as the words were out, a familiar voice sounded right in front of Li Si. Then, as if the world had glitched for a moment, a transparent figure appeared in the clearing ahead of him. Colors slowly filled in the shape until it became Lu Yangfei. "Li Ji, this is my contracted beast, the chameleon. You know how my Beastmaster talent is pretty terrible. Honestly, it's about as bad as it gets. I had to go through several artificial stimulations just to awaken it at all. Normally, with my talent, not to mention Donghai University, I wouldn't even make it into a third-rate college. That's why I switched to becoming a beast breeder instead. I specifically chose the chameleon as my beast. Sure, it has no attack or defense power and its speed is laughable, but it has a unique camouflage ability. It's great for survival." Lu Yangfei grinned, launching into his explanation as soon as he appeared. "Not bad, that's a pretty impressive beast." Li Si nodded approvingly. As far as combat went, he had that covered. As long as Lu Yangfei didn't drag him down, he'd be the perfect support. "Alright, let's get moving." Neither of them had a driver's license, so they didn't own a car. They had no choice but to walk back. Luckily, they didn't have to hike all the way to Linhai City, just to the town where the mission had been assigned. By the time they made it back to the town, Lu Yangfei, who hadn't exercised in a while, was drenched in sweat. "Phew. First thing I'm doing when we get back is getting my license," he panted, gulping down air. "Go for it. When you do, I'll sponsor you for a car," Li Si joked, not the least bit winded, his tone light and teasing. "I'll hold you to that, bro." Having already formed an alliance with Li Si to become his exclusive beast breeder, Lu Yangfei certainly wasn't about to refuse such an offer. "Deal. Just tell me what car you want and it's yours." Li Si had just scored 5 million from the manager, so he was more than qualified to make that promise. Awesome. Now that he'd caught his breath, Lu Yangfei followed Li Si into the town. There was a teleportation array in town that led to Linhai City, but it was prohibitively expensive, so hardly anyone used it. Everyone just took the bus. But since they were on a mission, the school would cover the cost through official channels, so Li Si decided to splurge. Teleportation array activate. A flash of white light and Li Si and Lu Yangfei vanished from the town. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in Linhai City. "Ha, that familiar smell. Come on, let me take you to get something to eat." The moment they set foot on the street, Li Si took a deep breath. The scent of the city that had nurtured him for 17 years filled his lungs and made him close his eyes in contentment. Bro, are you sure it's safe for us to just stroll in like this? Lu Yangfei stepped protectively in front of Li Si, scanning the surroundings for any potential danger. Relax, that old bastard from Xingye Group is being watched by the folks from the goof-off gang. He can't make a move, his sons are all useless, none of them are a match for me. As long as I don't show up at his house and slaughter his family like chickens, nothing's going to happen. Li Si said, a hint of emotion in his voice. He couldn't help but marvel at how far he'd come in such a short time. Xingye Group, which used to weigh on him like a mountain, now had to tread carefully around him. The people who once crushed him with their power were now forced to cower behind their father, hiding like fledglings under a parent's wing, utterly pathetic. Come on, I'll take you to my old place. I should still have about a month left on the lease. With that, Li Si led Lu Yangfei through the familiar streets to his shabby old rental apartment. As soon as he pushed open the door, Li Si burst out laughing. Li Ji, someone's been in here, Lu Yangfei said, sharp-eyed as ever. He immediately started checking the place, falling silent when he saw the spotless room and the brand-new, just unwrapped furniture. The shiny new pieces looked wildly out of place in the rundown apartment. Yeah, someone's definitely been here. Those guys who tried to kill me before, they're scared I'll come back for revenge, so they're trying to butter me up like this. Li Si plopped himself down on the expensive new bed, wiggling his hips. This mattress is way better than the one in the dorm. So what's your plan, Li Ji? Lu Yangfei asked, choosing a chair across from Li Si when he motioned for him to sit. The ones who just tagged along don't need to die, but the Zhang family, they have to go. And anyone who actually tried to kill me, they're dead too. Li Si's thinking had always been clear. He wasn't magnanimous enough to spare everyone except the ringleaders, but he wasn't crazy enough to kill them all either, so he'd strike a balance. Everyone who laid a hand on him would pay with their lives. Sounds good. When we get back, I'll see what I can do to give this whole thing an official label, make the revenge legitimate. Lu Yangfei nodded, not trying to talk Li Si into some easier way out. He backed him up, no questions asked. Huh? What do you mean? What's the advantage of calling it revenge? As Li Si opened the snack drawer, he found that all his old peanuts and bargain sunflower seeds had been replaced with expensive treats. He dumped them out onto the table, curiosity piqued. Of course there's an advantage. The golden law forbids private feuds, but it doesn't ban revenge. As long as you go through the proper channels and everything's legal, you can carry out your revenge right here in the city. Now making it legal takes some work, that's what lawyers are for. But don't worry, I'll handle that part, Lu Yangfei reassured him. Lu Yangfei patted his chest and swore up and down, and in that moment Li Si finally understood why so many beast tamers said having a beast assistant was so important. Lu Yangfei really had his whole life perfectly organized. Alright, I'll leave everything to you, then Li Si said, clapping Lu Yangfei on the shoulder. Just as the words left his mouth, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see that it was Director Zhu calling. As soon as he answered, Director Zhu's anxious voice came through. Hey Li Si, where are you right now? Li Si barely needed to think to know why Director Zhu was calling. It was nothing more than worrying that he'd get cocky and reckless, thinking he was some kind of protagonist, and go charging off into trouble. He switched the call from audio to video and spun around the room. Director, look, this is my house. I've always lived here. Now Yangfei and I are both back in Linhai City. On the other end, Director Zhu, shirtless as ever, his skin tanned as dark as an old fisherman's, visibly relaxed when he saw Li Si's surroundings. Good, that's good. Your last assignment was a big one, so be extra careful if you go out these days. Wait for people from the Beast Bureau and the school to get there. After reminding him several times, Director Zhu finally hung up. We can finish up later, let's drop our stuff and grab a bite to eat before we get back to work, Li Si suggested when he saw Lu Yangfei already pulling out his laptop ready to hustle non-stop on Li Si's behalf. Li Si quickly stopped him. There's a place nearby I've been going to since I was a kid. The food's great. Come on, let's go. Lu Yangfei, happy to go along with it, set down his backpack and followed Li Si out the door. The restaurant was just around the corner, not even a 5-minute walk. Uncle Diao, I brought a friend. Got any seats left? Li Si called out with a big grin as he pushed open the door. The restaurant was small, nothing fancy about the decor, but it was spotless and inviting. The first impression was genuinely warm. Lu Yangfei, trailing half a step behind, was surprised to see such a sincere smile on Li Si's face. It was the first time he'd seen him look so genuinely happy. Hearing the noise, the chef hurried out from the kitchen. He had a big belly, a white headscarf and a plastic mask over his mouth. He stared in surprise at Li Si, who was swaggering in. What are you doing back here? Go on, get out, don't come back. Uncle Diao quickly blocked Li Si's way, urging him anxiously. Huh, Uncle Diao, do you have customers here? Li Si asked, puzzled. Uncle Diao had watched Li Si grow up. When Li Si was a kid with no source of income, Uncle Diao and his wife had kindly taken him in to work at the restaurant. Because they were worried about hiring underage workers, they didn't pay him a wage, but they covered his meals and a place to stay. When school was in session, they even gave him weekly pocket money and paid his school fees. That harsh-sounding condition was exactly what helped Li Si survive the toughest years of his life, so if anyone knew Uncle Dio inside and out, it was him. The moment Uncle Dio opened his mouth, Li Si instantly understood. There was someone in the shop, and not just anyone, his enemies. This was Uncle Dio's way of warning him to make himself scarce. "Uncle, step aside, let me see which old friend it is," Li Si said with a cheerful smile, grabbing Uncle Dio by the shoulder and gently moving him to a safe spot behind himself. Then swaggering, he strode right toward the table Uncle Dio had been blocking. Sure enough, there were people sitting there. Lu Yangfei followed close at Li Si's heels, glancing sideways at the smile on Li Si's face, and couldn't help but shudder. As Li Si marched over, making no effort to hide his intentions, the laughter and chatter at that table slowly died away. The two men sitting there stiffened, frozen mid-toast, their hands awkwardly suspended between taking a drink and setting their cups down. What else could they do? Of course they'd notice Li Si the moment he walked in, but then what? Were they supposed to walk up and pick a fight? What a joke! Who'd be crazy enough to challenge a senior beastmaster? They were only here because Zhang Diguang had sent them to keep an eye on things. They'd figured it'd be an easy job. Who in their right mind would head home at this hour anyway? To them it was basically a paid vacation, and honestly, for a little dive like this, the cook had real skills. They'd been eating here every day all day for almost a week now, and both had put on a few pounds. They were treating this like a fun outing. But who could have guessed that the guy they were supposed to be watching would actually show up? Talk about a death sentence. Li Si dragged a chair over from the next table and plopped down. After glancing at the beer on their table, he helped himself to a bottle of Coke from the fridge, popped the cap, and raised it in a toast to the two men, using Coke in place of alcohol. "Gentlemen, what's the story?" he said, smiling. From under the table his shadow suddenly shifted, and a fearsome tiger's head emerged, its emerald eyes fixed on the two men. They could see their own reflections in those jewel-bright eyes. The Shadow Knight cat didn't emanate any aura, not even a hint, but the oppressive feeling, like something primal and deadly, made both men tremble uncontrollably. Looking at Li Si, who was still toasting them with a smile, the two only felt a bone-deep chill. Goosebumps broke out all over and cold sweat instantly drenched their backs. Gulp. One of them swallowed hard, then all of a sudden downed his entire glass in one gulp. "Man, I'm done, drank too much. I gotta go lie down, bro," he mumbled. Before his companion could even glare daggers at him, he ducked under the table, sprawled out, and started snoring loudly. "You son of a, that bastard totally set me up." The remaining man glared so hard his eyes nearly popped, wishing he could drag his partner out and stab him right there. He hated himself too for not thinking of faking it first. Meanwhile, Li Si's gaze was sharp as a viper, heavy as a tiger, making the man's skin crawl. Swallowing hard again, the man suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "Boss," he shouted, "look at how you cooked this fish. It's completely raw. Come on, give me 2 slaps." As he spoke, not caring about the heat, he grabbed the braised fish from the table and slapped himself across the face twice with the tail. "Damn, this fish must be imported from Japan, it's so tough it's fighting back. No way, I have to defend the honor of humanity. I'll wrestle it." He treated the braised fish like one of those canned alien meats. You have to fight the can before you can eat it. So right there under Lu Yangfei and Uncle Diao's stunned gazes, he started battling the braised fish, the fight getting fiercer and fiercer. In the end, with a tragic yelp, he collapsed under the table. Astartes ultimately failed to defend the glory of mankind. The braised fish KO'd him. Tragic. Watching the two of them come to their senses, Li Si drained her Coke with a smile. In her shadow, the proud Dark Knight ghost cat flicked its tail and disappeared. "Uncle, I brought my friends over. You'd better show us your real skills today." Li Si grinned as she put the chair back in place, addressing Uncle Dio, who was still staring at her in shock. "Never mind that for now, are you some big shot now?" Uncle Dio hurried over, checking her up and down, worried she might be missing a limb. "Not that big, but back in Linhai City, I'd count as someone, I guess." "Uncle, just wait for me to work a bit harder. Then I'll bring you Auntie and my little brother over to live the good life." "Alright, where are Auntie and my brother?" Li Si wasn't related to Uncle Dio by blood at all. The old couple had a son just a year younger than her, but from childhood Li Si was treated exactly the same as their own son. The two of them helped out at the restaurant together and got the same allowance. The couple took Li Si in like their own child, and Li Si always planned to repay them. "Your brother just got out of tutoring class. Your aunt went to pick him up." "Alright, enough chatting. Your friends must be getting hungry. I'll start cooking. Today I'll break out my secret skills." Uncle Dio, grinning from ear to ear after learning that Li Si had become a big shot in his eyes, headed into the kitchen. He'd always said it. A kid this good couldn't be unlucky forever. Finally, her luck had turned. "Come on, let's sit here." Li Si laughed and pulled Lu Yangfei to the table next to the one where the earlier battle had taken place. "Bro, gotta say our uncle's cooking is seriously on point," Lu Yangfei said, unzipping his jacket and putting down his chopsticks after eating his fill, completely satisfied. "No doubt about it, Uncle Diao's cooking is top-notch. Just as the two were chatting, the door swung open. "Hey honey, I'm back." "Wait, Shaoli, what are you doing here? Quick, go, get out of town and don't come back. After you left, a bunch of people came to your place looking for clues. When they didn't find anything, they started watching us. Based on how they usually operate, they'll be here soon. You can't let them find you." At that moment, the door of the restaurant swung open and in walked an unremarkable middle-aged woman leading a high school boy by the hand. The instant she stepped inside, her eyes landed on Lisi and she immediately widened them in alarm, her face clouded with worry as she hurried over, trying to get Lisi to leave quickly. "Auntie, don't worry, I'm not afraid of those people anymore, I've grown up," Lisi reassured her. Uncle Diao, who'd come out from the kitchen after hearing the commotion, chimed in too, both of them doing their best to calm her down. Only then did she finally relax. "So how are things now?" she asked. She was quite shy by nature and the presence of strangers made her even more reserved. After a couple of words, she slipped off to help in the kitchen, leaving her son outside with Lisi. His name was Diao Fengyuan. He and Lisi had grown up together, not blood brothers, but close enough, so he didn't stand on ceremony, plopping himself right down next to Lisi. "I'm alright, I just didn't manage to open my beast taming space early like you did, big bro," he said, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "It's fine, so you didn't open your beast taming space, no big deal. There's more than one path in life, and besides, you're still a long way off from 18. You've got plenty of time," Lisi comforted him. Lu Yangfei, who was good with words, quickly joined in. In just a few sentences, they managed to dispel all of Diao Fenyuan's worries. After chatting and eating for a while, Diao Fenyuan suddenly set down his chopsticks, leaned in close to Lisi and lowered his voice. "Bro, how strong are you now, compared to them?" He gestured toward the two men lying on the ground. Lisi immediately understood that his little brother had gotten into some kind of trouble, and chances were it was because of him. "I could take on 200 of them in one go without even breaking a sweat," Lisi replied calmly, nodding at the two men sprawled on the floor. Having known Lisi since childhood, Diao Fenyuan knew he wasn't bragging. He breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and quietly confided, "Bro, I didn't dare tell mom and dad, but the day you went on the run someone kidnapped me. They let me go after a few hours. Don't tell my parents, okay? No need to worry them." His voice was low, too quiet for anyone in the kitchen to hear, but there was no way the two men pretending to be unconscious on the floor could miss it. Both of them trembled and shuddered, fear creeping up their spines. "Alright, I got it. You don't need to get involved in this. If anything happens, call me right away," Lisi said, his face expressionless as he nodded. He then stood, walked over and hauled the two men up off the floor. "Uncle, auntie, I'm heading home. I never sleep well away from my own bed, so I'd better get some rest," Lisi called out. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed each man by the leg and dragged them out the door. "Bro, I've picked up some interrogation techniques online," Diao Fenyuan called after him. On the way, Lu Yangfei grabbed hold of someone's leg and, as they walked, spoke to Lisi. Just from the look in Lisi's eyes earlier, Lu Yangfei could tell that those two were in for a rough time. There was no way he could talk Lisi out of this, so he figured he might as well join in. "Oh, by the way, bro, private punishment isn't allowed inside the city walls. We'll have to head outside. I just swiped some toothpicks from our uncle's restaurant. We can shove these under their fingernails." As he spoke, Lu Yangfei pulled a box of toothpicks from his pocket and gave it a little shake, the crisp rattling sound ringing out. At that, both men could clearly feel the leg in their hands start to tremble. Lisi and Lu Yangfei exchanged a glance. They both knew they had this in the bag. "Alright, let's head out of the city. Oh, and I brought pliers. After the toothpicks, we can pull out their fingernails too." That was the final straw for the two lookouts. They couldn't hold it together any longer. Eyes snapping open, they dropped to their knees before Lisi with a loud smack. "Master Li, ask whatever you want. We'll tell you everything." The pair was terrified, falling all over themselves to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Lisi grinned and sat down on a stone bench by the roadside, crossing one leg over the other. His fierce gaze made cold sweat pour down their backs. They might have been beast tamers too, but their skills were at the bottom of the barrel, barely in their teens in terms of level. They never got sent out to fight foreign creatures, they just held down jobs in the city, lording it over the ordinary folks who couldn't awaken beast taming abilities. In truth, they'd never even seen real blood. Compared to Lisi, they were worlds apart. Under the weight of Lisi's murderous stare, they felt an icy chill on the back of their necks. Lisi didn't say a word, he just lightly tapped the stone bench with his fingers, each sharp tap seeming to land in sync with their pounding hearts. Just as the two men were about to crack, Lisi finally spoke. "Alright, tell me, who was it that took my brother back then?" The two men let out a sigh of relief, scrambling to answer. "Master Li, it wasn't anyone from Xingye Group, it was just a few thugs from Linhai City. When you left, Xingye put a bounty on you. Those guys wanted the money, but they couldn't find you, so they came up with a crooked idea. Later, when you were taken away by folks from East Sea University, Xingye cancelled the bounty and they let your brother go. We had nothing to do with it, not even a little bit. We're just here earning a dead-end wage. We never even thought about threatening your family." They stumbled over each other's words, but they got the point across. Lisi nodded, understanding. I see, well then show me the way, take me to those thugs. Lisi felt confident now, so he wasn't anxious. There was no need to lay a hand on people who hadn't tried to hurt him, unlike last time. Of course, the two men quickly stood up, plastering smiles across their faces as they led the way for him. One of them, quick on the uptake, immediately went to start the car. The place where those thugs lived wasn't far from Lisi's home, otherwise they couldn't have found out about the connection between Lisi and Uncle Diao's family so quickly. Before long the car came to a stop. Lisi got out and stood in front of an old apartment building, gazing up at it. Bro, I've already found out the identities of the three who kidnapped our little brother. Lu Yongfei, holding his phone, walked over and announced, drawing glares from the other two men. They'd finally gotten a chance to redeem themselves, and this guy had to butt in and steal their thunder. Unbelievable. Lu Yongfei shot the three a glance, not even bothering to respond. Opponents of their caliber weren't even worth his time. Lu Yongfei, the ultimate lackey, level 3. What identities? Lisi, about to head upstairs, paused and made a show of listening intently. All three share the last name Dai, they're triplets. They were troublemakers as kids and never got their act together. As adults, they laze around, mooching off others to get by. Since the amounts they swindle are so small, they never broke any laws, but this time I guess the lure of money was too much for them. They got carried away and went straight for kidnapping. Lu Yongfei rattled off the information he'd just uncovered, striding confidently at the front to lead the way. Where'd you even find all this? Lisi asked, surprised. I've lived around here all my life and never even heard of those three. You remember Captain Zhang Peng? I got it from him. Lu Yongfei waved his phone, showing off the chat log with Captain Zhang Peng. It was clear the captain was taking Lisi's case seriously. Not only did he provide detailed information about the 3-inch, but he even included their photos. Turned out those brothers were regulars at the Beast Department, so Captain Zhang Peng had all their pictures on hand. Finished with his explanation, Lu Yongfei continued leading the way. Captain Zhang's info even includes their address. How far am I allowed to go? Lisi stretched his shoulders as he asked. You can rough them up a bit, just no permanent injuries. If they fight back, it counts as mutual combat, so you can go a little harder, but still don't cripple them. Ever since tagging along with Lisi, Lu Yongfei spent his days either studying how to train midnight shadowcats and earth demon bulls, or brushing up on legal matters like this. Is there any way to get them out of the city? Lisi asked as he warmed up. The two men who'd been trailing behind suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Out of the city? For what? Was he planning to kill them just because they kidnapped his brother? Thinking about how they'd been staking out his shop these past few days, both men felt their necks go cold. Thank goodness the two of them hadn't done anything stupid, otherwise they'd be finished. Their ancestors were probably knocking their heads against the floor in the afterlife, praying that the two of them stayed out of trouble. Since the usual channels won't work and they're not willing, we can't force them, otherwise we'll end up getting whipped, Lu Yongfei said quietly. After he finished, he fixed his eyes on the two men behind him. The two of them exchanged a miserable glance, faces drawn. We'll do it, they said. They understood it was finally their turn to be useful. If they didn't go along with this, they'd end up taking the fall instead of those three guys. Better them than us, right? For their own safety, they figured it was best to send those three off to reincarnation. After all, it was only a whipping. Getting 3 people out of the city by force was 9 lashes in total. Just 9, and as painful as a single lash could be, his skin split open and bleeding, it was still better than dying. 9 lashes wouldn't kill them or cripple them either. At worst, when they got old, maybe they'd have trouble holding their bladders. With that, the two hulking men charged into the hallway like wolves, filling the narrow, battered corridor with their presence. Lisi wanted to follow, but Lu Yongfei stopped him with a firm grip on the shoulder. Bro, we don't need to go, keeps us out of suspicion. With that, Lu Yongfei led Lisi across the street to a bubble tea shop, ordered 2 drinks, and sat down inside to wait. Before long, the 2 burly men and their beasts emerged, dragging 3 writhing burlap sacks. Each gave a swift kick aimed at what looked like the heads inside, and the sacks quickly stopped struggling. Then, without a word, they stuffed the 3 sacks into the back seat, got in and drove out of the city. Half an hour after they'd left, Lu Yongfei wiped his mouth and swallowed the last piece of pastry on his plate. Alright, that's probably enough, time for us to head out too. Okay, oh, and contact those 2, tell them once they've dropped off the address they can come back. From now on my business is none of theirs. Lisi, who had been itching to leave, immediately jumped up. The 2 of them hailed a rideshare driver straight out of the city. Please, Lisi said from the front passenger seat once they'd gotten in. Oh, you 2 are Beastmasters, huh? The driver asked, surprised, then grinned. After all, who else but Beastmasters would be heading out of the city this late at night? Yeah, they replied, not bothering to hide it. Well, you guys are something else, so young and already accomplished. But I can't actually drive you out of the city. It's too dangerous outside, so I can only drop you at the city wall. That's fine, just stop at the East City Wall, Lisi replied. It was late and none of them felt like making small talk. In silence, the car soon arrived at the city wall. after showing their East Sea University student IDs and Beastmaster certifications, the two of them were allowed through the protective barrier and left the city. The two men had stashed the others about 1,000 meters past the South City wall behind a big rock. As they walked further from the city, pretending to be out exploring, Li Si explained the plan to Lu Yangfei. Once they were out of sight of the city wall, Li Si immediately led Lu Yangfei south. Both of them were beast tamers, with Li Si leading Lu Yangfei. Their pace wasn't slow, but it still took them a while before they finally reached the big rock. Once they passed it, they saw that the three brothers had already woken up. They were struggling, desperately trying to escape. One of them had already managed to poke his head out of the sack, looking for all the world like a peeled banana. Hearing footsteps approach, the three froze for a second, then began writhing even harder, humming through their noses in a frantic attempt to get someone's attention. They clearly wanted to speak, but their mouths were sealed shut with duct tape, so all they could manage were muffled nasal sounds. Judging by the way they'd been restrained, those two must have been pros. As the three strained their necks, eyes full of desperate hope, Li Si strolled over and slowly opened their sacks. Just as they were about to thank him, a cheerful voice rang out above their heads. "Gentlemen, this is our first meeting, but I think you all already know who I am, so I'll skip the introductions." The three paused, then immediately looked up. Under the moonlight, Li Si's face wore a cocky smile, and in that moment he looked like some ancient hero come to life beneath the same moon. Regal as a dragon, radiant as the sun. After a brief moment of shock, their faces twisted with recognition. It was obvious, they knew exactly who Li Si was, the very person they'd once longed for. Bro, who are you? We don't know you." The eldest, Dai Long, tried to play dumb, forcing a look of confusion as he struggled. Li Si couldn't be bothered to argue. "Doesn't matter if you don't," he replied lazily, pulling a steel axe from his space backpack. He had to admit the thing was addictive. Ever since he'd split the manager's head open with it last time, he couldn't get that feeling out of his mind. He didn't waste time with the villain's monologue you'd see on TV. By now Li Si was genuinely angry. The axe flashed down, red and white sprayed everywhere, but Li Si sidestepped just in time to avoid the mess. Like a cat that instinctively avoids getting dirty, Li Si was no different. The youngest brother Dai Bao convulsed twice before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The two remaining brothers' struggles grew frantic, their pupils trembling with terror. Any thought of talking it out with Li Si and making peace vanished in an instant. "This guy's a maniac. We need to run, move, damn legs move," Dai Long screamed in his mind. But before he could act, his second brother Dai, who lost his life as well. Now Dai Long was truly panicking, cold sweat pouring down his forehead and into his eyes, stinging so badly he could barely keep them open. Through the blur and in the dim night, he saw a tall figure approaching, steel axe in hand, and that was the last thing he ever saw. Li Si stood silently for a moment, staring at the blood and brain matter pooling on the ground after he split another man's head open. "I have to admit, Xingye Group is one hell of an opponent, the kind that forces you to grow and fast." Under their relentless pressure, Li Si underwent a transformation in just a matter of days. He went from a penniless student to the kind of guy who could take down three men without so much as batting an eye. After a brief moment of melancholy, Li Si turned to look at Lu Yangfei, who was doubled over and throwing up his guts. Smiling, Li Si handed him a bottle of water. "If you can't handle it, then don't watch. It's not like I need you dealing with this stuff anyway," he said, his tone light, almost comforting. After he was done puking, Lu Yangfei chugged the whole bottle of water, wiped his mouth and looked up. He took the steel axe from Li Si's hand and with a grim determination landed a few more blows on each of the three men. Only when he'd finished did he look up, panting and grinning. "Bro, you know this makes us partners in crime now, right?" Li Si was caught off guard for a second, then let out a helpless laugh. "Fine, partners in crime. Now how about we go clean up, change our clothes and wait quietly for the teachers to come find us?" Joking and chatting, the two retraced their steps and slipped back into Linhai City through the east wall. Back at Li Si's tiny but well-kept apartment, they both took long hot showers, scrubbed their dirty clothes clean and finally slipped into pajamas. Li Si only had a single bed, so he dragged out an old folding cot for Lu Yangfei, the one the old man next door had left behind and Li Si had claimed ages ago. Lu Yangfei tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. No matter how you looked at it, he was just a regular college student, and what had happened today was enough to leave anyone shaken. "Hey, you still awake?" he finally asked, sitting up and glancing over at Li Si. There was no response. Lu Yangfei could only smile wryly and lie back down. Just then he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his leg. Looking down, he saw it was a bottle of milk. "Drink it, it'll help you sleep." Li Si's voice drifted over from the bed. With that, he rolled over and promptly started snoring. Lu Yangfei stared at the milk for a moment before opening it and downing it all in one go. Afterward he lay back down feeling surprisingly calm. Whether it was the milk or just psychological comfort he didn't know, but within moments he too drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning Li Si woke up in his familiar bed, stretched lazily, and stared quietly at the ceiling. If it weren't for the constant reminders from the Earth and Demon Bull in his beast space and the Shadow Night Cat lurking in his shadow, he might have thought it was all just a dream. But no, this was real. After lying there a bit longer, he suddenly swung his legs off the bed and started preparing breakfast for his beasts. The noise woke Lu Yangfei, who rubbed his eyes, sat up and perked up instantly when he saw what Li Si was doing. "Bro, what are you doing? That's my job." He hurriedly stood up, took the cooking utensils from Li Si's hands, and started preparing breakfast for the Dark Night Nether Cat, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, and his own chameleon. This was his job as a Beastmaster partner. If he couldn't even do his basic duties, what would be the point? The school hadn't taught this part yet, but he'd done specialized research on these three kinds of beasts, so preparing their food was an easy task for him. As he skillfully mashed up various nutrients and fresh meat into bite-sized pieces that the Dark Night Nether Cat could easily swallow, he added some fish meat from exotic species as well. That's how the book says to do it. Li Si stood nearby, arms crossed, making comments as he watched. In the past he'd never bothered to mash up the food, he'd just cut off a big chunk and let the Dark Night Nether Cat tear into it on its own. "Yup, this is exactly what the book recommends," Lu Yangfei replied. Once he finished preparing the food for the Dark Night Nether Cat, he grabbed a hammer and a set of weights and headed downstairs. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull's food didn't need to be as meticulously prepared, but the intake amount had to be precise, so he needed the scale. It was still hard physical work. Upstairs, after glancing down a few times, Li Si turned his attention back to his phone. On the screen it showed that Director Zhu had called. "Hello Director, what's up? You're here already? That was fast. Okay, I'll head over right away." He hung up. Downstairs, Lu Yangfei had already finished splitting the rocks. Originally Li Si had only prepared Dinya rock, a rare mineral, but eating just one type of rock for a long time could cause malnutrition, so the rest were ones Lu Yangfei had brought. They weren't expensive, but they made up for the nutrients Dinya rock lacked. Even though Lu Yangfei insisted they weren't costly, Li Si still kept it in mind. After finishing up Li Si's two beasts, Lu Yangfei finally got around to preparing food for his own chameleon. They both ate a quick breakfast, then headed to the Beastmaster Bureau. Director Zhu from Donghai University was leading the team, and they were currently at Donghai Beastmaster Bureau handing over intelligence. Meow in the taxi, the Dark Night Nether Cat slipped out of Li Si's shadow and sprawled across his shoulders, letting out a soft purr. "The meal just now was delicious. Looks like this guy is actually useful." Through their heart-link contract, Li Si instantly understood what it meant. "Oh, so the food he makes is tasty, but mine isn't?" Li Si picked up the Dark Night Nether Cat by its front legs, buried his face in its soft belly fur, and asked with a laugh in his voice. "Meow, are you kidding? You've never cooked in your life, comma." The Dark Night Nether Cat gave Li Si two light meow punches, then grumbled in mock annoyance. "How could I have never?" Li Si's voice trailed off, clearly remembering the ridiculous times he'd just hacked off a slab of meat and tossed it to the Dark Night Nether Cat, making it rip and tear at its food. Well, there was no helping it, this was one of his blind spots. In fact, it wasn't until he met Lu Yangfei that he learned how beast companion meals were actually supposed to be made. The feeble yet swift flurry of meow meow punches rained down on Li Si's face, but from the force of it, it felt less like a protest and more like a show of affection. While Li Si and the Midnight Shadow Cat were horsing around, time slipped by and soon the taxi pulled up in front of the East Sea Beastmaster Bureau. "We're here," the driver announced, reminding them it was time to get out. Alright, Lu Yangfei was sitting in the front seat, so naturally he paid the fare. Once that was settled, the two of them hopped out and walked straight into the bureau. The Midnight Shadow Cat wriggled free from Li Si's arms, flipped gracefully and darted into a shadow to hide. "Hey there kids, what's up?" The on-duty agent at the Beastmaster Bureau rubbed his face and tried his best to put on a friendly smile as he greeted them. "Hello sir, we're students from East Sea University. Director Zhu told us to come find him here. These are our student IDs, since negotiations like this would probably be his responsibility from now on." Lu Yangfei stepped up confidently, pulling out their IDs to explain to the agent. "Oh, it's you too. Director Zhu already mentioned you. Come with me." After checking that their IDs were legit, the agent's smile brightened considerably. He quickly led them into a conference room. "Humph, if you ask me, forget all this hemming and hawing, just bulldoze straight through them. If it comes to it, we can set the whole Linhai city ablaze." They weren't even inside yet when Li Si overheard Director Zhu's voice through the door. The words nearly made Li Si burst out laughing. This was nothing like the Director Zhu he remembered. "Come on Lao Zhu, you're too extreme. You can't handle things like this," came a slow, unhurried voice. Just from the sound of it, Li Si could picture a pot-bellied man holding a thermos cup. He knocked on the door and the debate inside instantly fell silent. "Come in," the slow, measured voice called out, now a little louder. Pushing the door open, Li Si saw 8 people seated in the conference room, divided into 2 clear camps. At the center of each group was either the rotund, middle-aged man or Director Zhu with their supporters seated behind them. When Director Zhu saw Li Si and Lu Yongfei, he stood up with a smile and beckoned them over. "These are two of East Sea University's brightest students, Li Si and Lu Yongfei," he said, slinging an arm around each of their shoulders as they approached, introducing them to everyone in the room. "Li Si, this is Director Zhou Guang of the Linhai Beastmaster Bureau. The three people behind him are Linhai's special action agents," Director Zhu explained. Special action agents were basically the Bureau's top combat power. They didn't handle administrative work but enjoyed the same privileges as the director. After all, high-level beastmasters needed time to grow stronger. You couldn't bog them down with paperwork or you'd be missing the point. "Nice to meet you, Director Zhou." "Hello to the special action agents." Li Si greeted them all respectfully. Li Si cupped his hands in greeting, his tone neither warm nor cold. The title Director Zhou made Zhou Guang's face darken in embarrassment. After all, he'd heard bits and pieces about Li Si's situation. Now hearing Li Si call in Director Zhou, Zhou couldn't help but feel there was an edge to it, as if Li Si was mocking him. He lowered his gaze, seemingly too ashamed to meet Li Si's eyes. "I've heard about what happened to you," Zhou said. "In this situation, no matter what I say, it'll just sound insincere. Still, I owe you an apology." Li Si nodded slightly, then stepped behind Director Zhou, saying nothing and not even glancing at Zhou. That made Zhou Guang sigh. Director Zhou had had enough. He slapped the table and shot to his feet. "Zhou Guang, cut the crap with my student. If you've messed up, fix it. An apology doesn't just erase everything like nothing happened. Where the hell did you learn that? I don't care about your excuses, just get this task done so I can take my people and leave. Frankly, being here disgusts me." With that, he snatched up the teacup on the table and hurled it at the wall behind Zhou Guang with a loud crash. The force of it sent a rush of air that reddened Zhou's ears. "Fine," Zhou said, collecting himself. "Let's deal with the Xingqian Institute first. But as for what you said about abandoning the entire Linhai city if necessary, forget it. I can't and I won't. Don't bring up that nonsense again. I know what you're trying to do. You're just tossing out something I'd never agree to, hoping I'll compromise." Zhou Guang quickly regained his composure, pointed at Director Zhou and snapped, "Then you tell me, what's your plan?" Director Zhou sat back down, grinning. His style was well known by now, and getting called out didn't faze him in the slightest. "Before you arrived, I already had the investigation team's beast tamers set up full surveillance. We've identified the person involved." As he spoke, he waved a hand and a water mirror appeared in the center of the conference room. Because of its proximity to Donghai University, beast tamers in these coastal cities like to use water mirrors to communicate. It wasn't as convenient as modern tech, but it was completely secure. Standing behind Director Zhou, a middle-aged man quietly explained things to Li Si and Lu Yongfei, the two younger folks who looked a bit lost. Li Si recognized him. He was an associate professor from the Dark Element Department. Li Si had never taken his class, but he'd seen his photo on the faculty webpage. Catching Li Si's gaze, the associate professor offered a friendly smile. After all, Li Si was likely to become a leading figure in the Dark Element, and it never hurt to build bridges early. Li Si responded with a grateful nod, then turned his attention to the water mirror. At this moment, the image in the water mirror shifted to reveal a new scene. A short, stout, middle-aged man draped in a black robe was fleeing in a panic, desperately scrambling in one direction. His hood had been torn apart, exposing a thoroughly unremarkable face, so plain that you'd lose him in any crowd, but a long old scar cut across his entire head, nearly splitting it in two. That scar alone defined his appearance. That's Inghua from the Starfall Institute. Didn't expect it to be him. He must be quite famous, because the moment Director Zhou saw his face, he straightened in his seat, clicking his tongue in surprise. Originally, Inghua had disguised himself, but under the gaze of the Earth Eye Flower, it was completely useless. The Earth Eye Flower is the Earth Nose in the saying "Heaven knows, Earth knows." You know, I know. It can observe everything on the land, and its range grows with its master's power. Where did you even get an Earth Eye Flower? Aren't those spirit beasts nearly extinct? Director Zhou couldn't help but ask. Zhou Guang ignored him entirely, focusing on manipulating the water mirror. The mirror split into several fragments, each displaying a different scene. People in Beast Control Bureau uniforms, each showing off their unique skills using various methods to search for something. The Starfall Institute Xinghua is not someone our city's Beast Control Bureau can handle, Zhou Guang said in a low voice. So before you arrived, we never truly tried to hunt him down. We were searching for the Thornback Mother Boar instead. You know as well as anyone that's what everyone really cares about. Compared to that, even if you wiped out the entire Starfall Institute, it wouldn't matter as much. Everyone present understood exactly what he meant. In this world where countless races coexist, nobody cares much about the lives or deaths of outsiders. That's why the Starfall Institute's method of artificially catalyzing golden rank spirit beasts was tolerated, so long as the method was in the right hands. If anyone here managed to bring back the Thornback Mother Boar, their names would go down in elementary school textbooks for generations. Books would be written about them. They might even be remembered in history. So once everyone learned about the boar, the Linhai City Beast Control Bureau and Donghai University both made the same decision. Keep things quiet and send their strongest people, the ones who wouldn't attract outside attention, to handle it. All to avoid anyone else swooping in to steal the credit. So what you're saying, Director Zhu said, crossing one leg over the other. At this moment a new scene appeared in the water mirror. A short, stout, middle-aged man in a black robe was fleeing in panic, desperate to escape in a certain direction. His hood had been torn apart, revealing a thoroughly unremarkable face, one of those faces you'd lose instantly in a crowd. But a long old knife scar ran clear across his head, nearly splitting his skull in two, and that wound had become the only thing distinctive about him. "Hot, that's Inghua from the Starry Institute. I never expected it to be him," Director Zhu muttered, straightening up in his seat as soon as he recognized the man's face, clicking his tongue in surprise. This person seemed to be quite notorious. He'd tried to disguise himself, but under the scrutiny of the Earth Eye Flower his efforts were useless. The Earth Eye Flower was the Earth Knower in that old saying, "Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know I know." It could observe anything that touched the ground, with its range increasing as its power grew. "Where did you get your hands on an Earth Eye Flower? Aren't these spirit beasts nearly extinct?" Director Zhu asked. Zhou Guang couldn't be bothered to answer. He focused on manipulating the water mirror, which now split into several fragments, each displaying a different scene. In every fragment, uniformed Beast Control Bureau officers were showing off their skills, using all sorts of detection methods to search for something. "Inghua from the Starry Institute isn't someone our city's Beast Control Bureau can handle alone. That's why before you arrived we never truly tried to hunt him down. We were just searching for the Thornback sow. You know as well as I do, that's what everyone really cares about. Compared to that, even wiping out the Starry Institute wouldn't earn you as much credit," Zhou Guang said gravely. Everyone present knew exactly what he meant. In this world where countless races jostled for power, no one cared about the fate of other species, so the Starry Institute's method of artificially creating golden-ranked spirit beasts was tolerated, so long as the method remained under their control. Simply put, if anyone here could bring that Thornback so back, their names would go down in the next generation's elementary school textbooks. People would write biographies about them, their deeds would be remembered for centuries. So once this was discovered, both the Linhai City Beast Control Bureau and East Sea University chose to keep things quiet. They sent only their strongest, most discreet operatives, hoping to avoid drawing attention from outsiders and to protect their claim to the glory. "So what you're saying is you want to hand Inghua over to me while you all go search for the Thornback sow? That's quite the clever plan. You do the least work and take the biggest share," Director Zhu said, crossing his legs. "There's no point splitting hairs at a time like this. Did you think we could hog all the glory for ourselves?" Zhou Guang shot back, glancing at Director Zhu with irritation. "All right, you win. We'll do it your way. Just tell me, how far do you want me to go?" What Director Zhu let out a soft chuckle, then straightened up, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In the air, the haunting call of whales and the deep rumbling roar of dragons seemed to echo endlessly. "We need to capture him alive. If that's not possible, then make absolutely sure he's dead." Zhou Guang's eyes hardened as he spoke coldly. In handling this matter, he'd already broken a major taboo. He had bypassed all the usual channels and reported directly to the Imperial Emperor. If everything went smoothly, well and good, everyone would be pleased and his career would sail smoothly from here on out. Even if he couldn't rise to the rank of a true sage, he'd still be the most distinguished person just beneath that level. This was a high-stakes gamble. Zhou Guang had bet everything on Director Zhu. If they succeeded, their names would go down in history together. If they failed, Zhou Guang would shoulder all the blame alone, his reputation ruined for good. Ever since he learned about the Star Academy's plan, Zhou Guang knew there was no turning back. There were only two possible outcomes. Either they captured Inghua alive and Zhou Guang would be celebrated for generations, or Inghua died and Zhou Guang's actions would come under harsh scrutiny later. He'd be left to bear the full consequences and be condemned in infamy. The possibility of Inghua escaping, that hadn't even crossed his mind. After all, the one taking action was the sea demon himself, Zhu Dongchen. They'd sealed off every possible escape route, leaving only one path to the sea. On the surface, it looked like an escape route, but anyone who knew Zhu Dongchen's name understood that was actually a road to certain death. "I'll go ahead, you all start searching for the mother beast's tracks." As he finished speaking, Director Zhu's figure gradually faded away, dissolving into a wisp of white mist and vanishing into the sunlight. "Chief professors will head out as well." The three special operatives who had been quietly standing behind Zhou Guang nodded politely to the professors until he seed, then turned and quickly departed. They had wanted to imitate Director Zhu and vanish in a swirl of white mist. How cool would that be? But unfortunately no one could just pick up that trick. It was a secret technique Director Zhu had developed himself. It wasn't particularly powerful in battle, but when it came to style points it was off the charts. Anyone who saw it would be left gaping. "Damn, that's ridiculously cool." That's precisely why Director Zhu never put this secret art in the school's archive. Students weren't allowed to show off, but he could. "Professors, please guard these three locations and drive him toward the sea." Zhou Guang waved his hand and the floating water mirror instantly transformed into a map. He pointed to 3 spots on the map as he made his request to the professors. After all, they were just a city-level Beastmaster Bureau. There was no way they could find someone strong enough to go head-to-head with someone like Yinghua. Li Si split the intelligence into 2 parts, one he handed to Donghai University and the other he reported to the Beast Control Bureau. This move fit perfectly with his own wishes. After all, he'd been considering escalating the report up to the provincial level, but if he'd done that, there wouldn't have been much left for him to gain. When he first heard about what Li Si had done, he could hardly believe his ears. Was there really such a thing as a pie falling from the sky? All in all, when he learned of Li Si's decision, whatever composure he'd cultivated over the years shattered instantly. His heart started pounding wildly, and almost in that very moment, he acted purely on instinct. He was all in, he'd bet everything on this. Don't worry, leave this to us. The 3 professors stared at the 3 marks on the map, nodding with smiles, their eyes burning with barely contained excitement. No one could resist the lure of making their name echo through history, no one, especially not people like them whose careers revolved around reputation and achievement. In life, what is there but fame and fortune? And this was a shortcut straight to the top, a chance to outpace everyone else. There was no way they could hold back. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Zhou Guang stood up, bowed respectfully to the 3 professors and watched them leave. Only then did he turn back to the water mirror, checking in on his team's progress searching for the mother beast. This mission basically broke down into 2 major accomplishments. The first was to find the mother beast, a finished product, an artificially created gold-grade contract beast. The second was to capture Yinghua alive, because he was the one who'd run this experiment and all the details were in his head. The Beast Control Bureau of Linhai City and Donghai University had wordlessly agreed to each pick 1 inch, a tacit compromise, an unspoken agreement that splitting such an enormous achievement between the 2 sides would do. There was no need to report it any further up. Li Si, Yangfei, come have a seat. Zhou Guang, satisfied with the moving red dots on the water mirror, beckoned Li Si and Lu Yangfei over. Li Si didn't stand on ceremony, he sat right next to Zhou Guang while Lu Yangfei quietly stood behind Li Si like a loyal bodyguard. Zhou Guang smiled, not minding in the least. His eyes were filled with gratitude toward the 2 of them. After all, this was a windfall beyond measure. When Li Si's previous incident had come to light, Zhou Guang had thought his time as bureau chief was over and figured he'd be stripped of his post by the end of year review. But then, just when things seemed darkest, a new path suddenly appeared. Somehow he'd managed to turn things around from a completely different angle, and all of it was thanks to Li Si. After all, it would have been perfectly reasonable for Li Si to handle this on his own without involving them. Donghai University had the people, the resources, and the strength to claim all the credit themselves, but Li Si chose to share the opportunity with them anyway. That was a huge favor, and considering they'd lost Li Si's original contract beast in the first place, it made his generosity and sense of honor stand out even more. So he paid no mind at all to Li Si's cold attitude and instead kept up a warm barrage of concern and small talk. This went on for over 20 minutes until news finally came in from the front lines. They'd likely pinpointed the mother beast's location, but a more thorough search would be needed. Only then did he pause and turn his full attention to the water mirror. Li Si meanwhile took the excuse of boredom to slip out of the office. Brotherly, he's the director of the Beast Bureau after all. Are we really doing the right thing, treating him like this? Lu Yangfei asked in a low voice as the 2 of them left the bureau. But just then Li Si, who'd had a dark, stony expression this whole time, suddenly broke into a smile. Old Lu, you know, after what happened with the Zhang family, I realized something. He walked ahead as he spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough for Lu Yangfei to hear every word. Oh, Lu Yangfei made a show of listening intently. It's that in this world, going it alone is a losing game, so I have to make as many friends as I can. I get it now. Lu Yangfei nodded, enlightened. Now he understood why Li Si acted the way he did. Outside the city limits of Linhai, a short, heavyset, utterly unremarkable-looking middle-aged man suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression shifted dramatically in a split second and he lifted his nose to sniff the air. The jagged scar across his face seemed to come alive as he did. After a careful sniff, he let out a raspy chuckle. Well, so the one coming after me is you, Elder Zhu. His voice was harsh, like 2 pieces of sandpaper scraping together. That's what you call me, Elder? A young, hearty voice echoed from all directions, and Director Zhu's face appeared on every drop of liquid nearby. Of course you're an elder. You were already a big name in the beast-taming world back when my father was young. I gotta say, after all these years, you've still got it. As he spoke, the veins on Yinghua's forehead bulged, as if Director Zhu's presence was putting him under immense pressure. Putting on that constipated face while secretly gathering your strength, who are you trying to fool? You and your old man are 2 of a kind. He used to pull this trick all the time, and now you do too. guess some things just run in the family." Director Zhu gave a light, amused shake of his head. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sky seemed to collapse and the world upend. A massive tidal wave crashed down from above, materializing out of nowhere to drench the entire plain in water as if a corner of the heavens had fallen. But instead of spreading everywhere, the floodwaters hit an invisible barrier and rebounded, minimizing collateral damage and hitting Inghua a second time with renewed force. The waves crashed down, utterly overwhelming him before he could even speak. Director Zhu didn't show himself, he simply waited, letting his beast intensify the pressure across the waterlogged battlefield. As a veteran who'd survived countless battles in the beast taming world, he knew better than anyone how easy it was to slip up when you thought you had the upper hand. Sure enough, after waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the pressure became too much for Inghua to bear. With a raspy guttural cry, its flaming wings slashed through the water's surface, sending countless rivulets cascading down like waterfalls of fire. In the blink of an eye, the water was completely vaporized, the searing heat warping the very air. Standing in the clearing was a beast 3 meters tall with 8 grotesque heads, each uglier than the last. 16 eyes glowed with firelight, swirling with cruelty, greed, and every other wicked impulse imaginable. This was the malignant firebird, the most vicious among the phoenix-blooded beasts. Director Zhu looked at the 8-headed monstrosity and after a moment's thought instantly understood what it was, yet this beast had never appeared in any previous reports on Inghua. Most likely, it was a new contract acquired only recently. Phoenix-blooded beasts were notoriously proud. It was said that the malignant firebird was born from the impurities and evil thoughts within the phoenix bloodline fused with a trace of true phoenix spirit. This creature's mind was a chaotic swirl, with each of its 8 heads possessing its own will and vying for dominance, giving it a uniquely deranged temperament. That was why it was known as the most savage of all phoenix kin. To make things worse, contracting with such a beast was notoriously difficult, almost impossible unless one raised it from infancy. There was simply no way to form a bond with an adult malignant firebird midstream. Yet Inghua had never shown any sign of this before. Had he really managed to contract an adult malignant firebird directly, or was he so patient and cunning that he'd been secretly raising one from a chick for decades, never letting it show a hint of its power until now? Between the two, Director Zhu found the first explanation more believable. Judging from the malignant firebird's aura, even if it wasn't quite a match for his own radiant horned narwhal, it was close, likely a half-step king-class beast, a truly formidable existence. What a headache! Good thing he'd snatched this unreleased mission straight from the principal's hands. If anyone else had led this team, things might have gone sideways fast. Director Zhu clicked his tongue in amazement. Who would have thought that on a whim standing up for the kid he'd practically adopted would land him right in the middle of a mess like this? Craw! A deep, grating cry rumbled from the malignant firebird's many throats. It spread its wings wide but didn't take flight. This beast had long since forsaken flying. Instead, it relied on its pair of powerful muscular legs, its deadliest weapons. Among beasts of the same rank, unless you had overwhelming strength or were built for defense, a single kick from the malignant firebird could practically send your guts flying. Its body blurred into a streak of red light as it sprinted to the ground beneath it, superheating, every drop of moisture in the air evaporating in its wake. It was trying to force Director Zhu out of hiding with this display, but unfortunately it was wrong. Or rather, after sailing through life with the wind at its back for so long, it had lost its way. Blinded by its own success, it could no longer see the path it had come from. A piercing, soul-shaking cry echoed across the wilds. The dread firebird lifted its heads in bewilderment. Just now a raindrop had fallen onto one of them. That was simply impossible. Ever since its power had reached a certain level, it could alter the weather at will. Wherever it went, the skies would always be clear. But just now it had rained. When that raindrop landed on its face, the dread firebird and Inghua both stared blankly, unable to fathom what had just happened. But their confusion did not last long. Torrential rain swept in, accompanied by thunderclouds and lightning. Endless streams of water lashed against the dread firebird's blood-red feathers as if trying to wash away its sins. Inghua gazed deeply at the distant sky. Even as the downpour soaked him to the bone, he didn't seem to notice. Out there something was coming, something unimaginably powerful. Boom! Thunder tore through the heavens, lightning followed in its wake. For a brief moment, the world shrouded in darkness was illuminated. But Inghua felt no joy at this fleeting light. On the contrary, terror gripped him. That flash of lightning hadn't just lit up the surrounding tribes, it revealed something deadly. Far off in the distance, a massive one-horned beast broke the water's surface and soared through the air. Jewels of every color glimmered along its body, casting an entrancing glow in the storm's brilliance. It was none other than Director Zhu's legendary beast, the radiant horned narwhal, a sovereign among beasts, a being of kingly might. A half-step king thinks he can challenge a true king? Aren't you a little too delusional? Director Zhu's voice rang out through every drop of rain and every beat of dew, echoing from all directions. At that moment, the look in Inghua's eyes changed completely. Endless bolts of lightning crashed from the sky, turning the ground into a sea of thunder. The cloud dragon, which had been coiling around Director Zhu, summoned storm and lightning. The instant it struck, it went straight for the kill, no hesitation, no mercy. Seizing the moment while Inghua was still reeling from the Radiant Horn Narwhal's appearance, Director Zhu attacked without warning or the slightest shred of kingly dignity. In the blink of an eye, the storm subsided, the cloud dragon twisted in the air above, watching the scene below. The ground was scorched black, and only 3 bird heads lay there, eyes dull and lifeless. Sacrifice, the Dreadfire bird's legendary ability born from the blood of the phoenix, allowed it to cheat death itself. At the brink of destruction, it could exchange one of its heads for life, instantly restoring its strength. Just now Inghua had forced the Dreadfire bird to burn through 3 lives just to escape Director Zhu's grasp. As he watched Inghua's figure flee into the distance, Director Zhu narrowed his eyes. Now this was more like it. After all, this was a being at the half-step monarch level. Anyone who could reach such heights was inevitably a top-tier genius, combining talent, temperament and luck in perfect harmony. At this level, not a single opponent was easy to deal with. If Inghua could have been wiped out by him so easily, then that would have been truly baffling. Meanwhile, the fiendish blaze bird carrying Inghua's charred and battered body was fleeing in a panic, darting about in desperate search of escape. Unleashing its full power, the half-step monarch-level beast became a streak of light blazing through the sky with astonishing speed. But after flying some distance, a sharp piercing sound tore through the air. The remaining 5 heads of the fiendish blaze bird's hydra-like form all shrank their pupils in alarm. With a sudden twist of its body, it narrowly dodged a deadly strike by the slimmest of margins. It, and Inghua riding on its back, looked up to see a massive beast standing in their path. Its body was made entirely of rock, its arms shaped into 2 razor-sharp stone axes. The beast wore a tailored suit, and pinned to its chest was a name badge that read, Jiangwei, Associate Professor of Rock Element, East Sea University. "French, you're not getting past this point," said Jiangwei. Feeling the pressure rolling off Jiangwei, an aura equal to his own, Inghua gritted his teeth and growled, pointing in another direction, "That way, go." Under normal circumstances he might have tried to fight his way through, but not now. Behind him, Zhu Dongchen could catch up at any moment, and if they were held up here, it would mean certain death. Their only choice was to avoid conflict whenever possible. The fiendish blaze bird twisted its body and changed course, flying off in the direction Inghua indicated. Seeing this, Associate Professor Jiang signaled for his beast to stand down and made no move to pursue. He simply stood in place, quietly polishing his glasses. But they hadn't gotten far when the sky began to darken, growing heavier and heavier until it became pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Even the flames spat out by the fiendish blaze bird couldn't pierce the surrounding darkness. This wasn't nightfall, it was a domain formed entirely by a dense concentration of dark element energy. With a faint, almost imperceptible sound, the fiendish blaze bird suddenly felt a numbness shoot through its right wing, then half its body went limp, paralysis spreading rapidly and unstoppably. Terrified out of its wits, the beast instantly sacrificed yet another of its heads, forcibly wrenching itself free from the terrifying weakness. Seizing on the burst of life-saving energy, the fiendish blaze bird shot upward and finally broke free of the dark domain. Up in the sky, it could finally see what was happening. This wasn't just black fog, it was the body of a mist-like beast, and they had just blundered straight into it. Floating in the center of the fog was a middle-aged man dressed in black, a wide grin on his face. He looked up at them, mouthing the words, "You shall not pass." The fiendish blaze bird glared at him while the dark element professor simply smiled back, eyes twinkling with amusement. With another sharp turn, the fiendish blaze bird changed direction yet again, fleeing toward the coastline. Anywhere there weren't people blocking their way. If Inghua were still conscious, he would have immediately stopped the fiery demon phoenix from its suicidal act. But now he had completely reached his limit, first struck by Yunlong's barrage of lightning, then corroded by a high concentration of dark energy. Now lying on the fiery demon phoenix's back, he had lost consciousness entirely, overwhelmed by sorrow. Staring out at the endless sea before it, a glimmer of hope flashed in the fiery demon phoenix's eyes, a thrill at the prospect of finally escaping to safety. But that excitement vanished in an instant. As it finally left land behind, it thought it had survived, unaware that this was actually a death sentence. By the time it had flown far enough that it couldn't return to land, monstrous waves began to rise. A towering wave crashed down, slamming the fiery demon phoenix into the sea. It struggled desperately under the water, but it was as if the sea itself had come alive, dragging it down deeper and deeper. The hellfire on its body blazed, vaporizing the water around it and granting it a brief chance to catch its breath. But if escaping were that easy, Director Zhu would never have been called the sea demon. The steam from the evaporated water coalesced into mist, moving silently, almost imperceptibly, and the fiery demon phoenix unwittingly inhaled much of it. Once the mist had gathered in just the right place, ensuring the fiery demon phoenix could not escape, it suddenly solidified and pierced through the creature from within. The fiery demon phoenix's control over its flames faltered for a heartbeat, and the surrounding water seized the opportunity to surge forward all at once. In the space of a few seconds, the last four of the phoenix's heads faded away one after another, and just like that, a powerful beast on the verge of becoming a monarch-level entity fell perishing in this nameless stretch of sea. From above, the phoenix's headless body could be seen slowly sinking into the ocean. Beneath it, a massive shape, its entire body glittering with starlight, slipped silently by, leaving not the slightest ripple in its wake. Ingwa's gravely wounded body floated quietly on the surface. The water that had just been a deadly weapon now gently mended his wounds, filling his depleted strength and at the same time erasing any hidden dangers left within him. It was done. Inside the Beast Control Bureau, Director Zhang slapped his desk in excitement when he saw Director Zhu's message and the enormous creature about to give birth displayed in the water mirror. His face flushed with exhilaration, he was trembling all over, barely able to contain his joy. 2 major achievements both accomplished, and both missions completed perfectly. The siege that had lasted all afternoon had finally come to an end. Hurry up, get ready, let's go welcome our heroes. He shouted to his team, only regaining his composure after draining an entire thermos of water. His own Beastmaster talents weren't strong enough to be of use on a battlefield of this level, but there was still plenty he could do, like taking care of Li Si's situation. We're all old foxes here, no one's fooling anyone with ghost stories. There's no way Li Si didn't know what he was thinking, it's just that until now he'd put everything on the line, not knowing what the future would bring, so he had no choice but to play dumb. Now that everything's settled, it's time to make good on his promises, otherwise who'd ever want to work with him again, who'd dare bring him in on anything good? He sat back down in his chair, eyes flickering as he started to think about how he could help Li Si. TSK, what a loss. Back at home, Li Si plopped onto the bed with a sigh. What's wrong, bro? Lu Yongfei asked as he came in with groceries, getting ready to prep food for a few spirit beasts before feeding the 2 humans in the house. I was hoping to follow a big shot and pick up some scraps, Li Si grumbled, squatting down to help Lu Yongfei sort the vegetables, but turns out there was only one opponent, no way for me to get a piece of the action. That's not so bad, bro. With your talent you don't need to work yourself to death. Why get mixed up in those high-level fights anyway? Lu Yongfei replied without looking up. The comment left Li Si speechless. What was he supposed to say? That he had to cheat and could get stronger just by fighting people? Soon Lu Yongfei had whipped up a table full of delicious dishes. As they ate, Lu Yongfei suddenly asked, bro, when are we heading back? Tomorrow. We'll handle things then and leave the day after, Li Si replied. There were still some loose ends with the manager's family. If you don't cut things off cleanly you only invite trouble. The manager had come after Li Si, who was about the same age as his own son, because he wanted to secure his future. Now Li Si was in the same position. Alright, I'll start spreading the word tomorrow. With Director Zhu and a few professors still in Linhai plus all the stuff you've handled, the city officials won't give us any trouble. After dinner, Lu Yongfei went to wash the dishes without being asked, while Li Si played with their 3 spirit beasts, including Lu Yongfei's own. The chameleon though seemed shy and wouldn't play with the earthen demon bull or the shadow night cat. Just as Li Si was playing with the 3 spirit beasts, there was a sudden knock at the front door. Instantly, both men and all 3 beasts froze. Lu Yongfei quietly walked over, standing to the side of the door with a kitchen knife in hand. He glanced at Li Si, waiting for instructions. Li Si frowned deeply. He didn't have any friends in Linhai close enough to come by this late, and he'd already told Uncle Diao's family not to visit until everything was settled, and not to leave the city either. He signaled Lu Yongfei to stay alert but not act rashly, and quickly recalled the earthen demon bull back into his spirit beast space, while letting the shadow night cat hide in his own shadow. As for the chameleon, the little guy had a keen sense for danger. The moment it sensed the atmosphere shift, it turned invisible, vanishing completely, just like its beast master. It was carefree, not needing Li Si to pay it any mind. Once everything was ready, Li Si straightened his clothes and pulled open the door. Outside stood several men Li Si had never seen before. They wore ingratiating smiles, each lifting a bag in their hands. From inside those bags, Li Si could clearly smell the stench of blood, but, lacking experience, he couldn't tell if it was human blood or from some other animal. Mr. Li Si were former employees of Xingye Group. We were deceived by villains before and didn't know it was you we were blocking. We've come today to apologize and make amends. This is our apology. The man leading them was a middle-aged guy with claw marks across his face. Li Si could distinctly sense the dark energy radiating from him. He too was a beastmaster and of the dark type. More than that, he'd just recently been in a fight. Without hesitation, the man dropped to his knees, raising the bag high above his head. Someone beside him quickly stepped forward and opened the bag, revealing several human heads strung together like a gruesome skewer, their faces frozen in expressions of rage and agony, eerily grotesque. What's this? Li Si asked, curbing the dark night nether cat with their soul bond before it could leap into action, then looked at the men with amused curiosity. "Sir, these are the heads of our former manager's wife, child and everyone who laid a hand on you. He and his wife were both orphans, grew up together in the orphanage, so he had no other family. Last time he dared to attack you, sir, he really didn't know his place, so I Wang Baiman took some men and wiped out his whole family to vent your anger for you." The middle-aged man almost shouted these words. As soon as he finished, the lights in several neighboring houses immediately went out, as if everyone inside was terrified of getting involved. Li Si couldn't help but laugh. He was genuinely amused by the man's performance. "All right, good, very good. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one myself." He had Lu Yangfei brought out to check the heads, matching each one to make sure all those involved were accounted for. Only then did Li Si satisfied stash the gruesome bundle of heads into his spatial backpack. "Very well, I accept your sincerity." At these words, the men outside broke into expressions of wild relief. Only they knew how terrified they'd been these past days, hearing story after story about Li Si. After all, what's scarier than a quick death by the blade is the torment of waiting for it. Li Si had never hidden his intentions to take revenge, and he was steadily growing stronger. No one believed that after he became powerful enough, he'd let bygones be bygones, so those who hadn't offended Li Si too deeply, at least those who'd never shown their faces in front of him, got together and decided to strike first, using their fellow townsfolk as scapegoats. But with the golden law hanging high above like a sword, even the powerful Zheng family couldn't completely evade it. All they could do was look for loopholes. For these people, that was even less of an option. Just as they were wringing their hands in despair, the middle-aged man with the beast claw scars on his face came up with a crooked idea. He suggested they lay everything out honestly, go straight to the folks who had shown their faces in front of Li Si, tell them the truth, and say, "As long as you're dead, Li Si has no reason to go after your families." At first those people were furious at the idea that this bunch of scoundrels wanted to trade their heads for a safe future. But after thinking it over, they calmed down. After all, not everyone was an orphan, most had families to worry about. If their deaths were inevitable and offering up their own heads could spare their wives, children and elders, maybe that wasn't such a bad deal. In the end, those who wavered agreed to the plan. With their agreement, everything else fell into place. Not everyone had family in this world teeming with danger from every race and clan. Orphans were all too common. And then there were the two managers with families who were doomed no matter what. They would never agree to such a thing. So those who consented stepped forward and started the moral blackmail. "Do you want my family to die because of you?" In situations like this, even the stubborn ones began to falter. If that still didn't work, they'd just use force. The willing ones would gang up and drag the holdouts outside the city to kill them. After all, they were dead either way, and there was no need to fear the law's punishment. After listening to the scar-faced man's explanation, Li Si looked at him in genuine amazement. He had to admit this was the first time he'd experienced just how effective moral blackmail could be. No wonder some people loved to use this tactic. It really worked. Once Li Si accepted the heads, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted from their chests. They bowed respectfully and took their leave, each walking away with a lightness in their step and the joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. After they were gone, Li Si dragged the bag back into the house. "Well, that sure saved us some trouble. Didn't even have to get our hands dirty," Lu Yongfei said with a grin as he put his knife away. "People in this world really are something else." Li Si clicked his tongue in amazement. "So, are we heading out tomorrow?" Lu Yongfei, having finished washing the dishes, started packing up his things. "No rush, since everything's handled. I figure I'll go show my face tomorrow," Li Si replied. With that, he lay down on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. With Lu Yongfei by his side for now, Li Si decided not to assign the Devour and Digest entries to the Earth and Demon Bull just yet. He'd wait until he was alone back home. There was no real hurry after all. After tidying everything up, Lu Yongfei lay down on his folding bed, played on his phone for a bit, then drifted off to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Li Si awoke feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Last night had been the best sleep he'd had in days. Though his grudge hadn't been fully avenged, he'd at least gotten part of it done. Lu Yongfei was woken up by Li Si's movements. Rubbing his eyes, he got out of bed to wash up. They ate a quick breakfast. Afterward, Lu Yongfei slung his spatial backpack over his shoulder and glanced sideways at Li Si, waiting for him to say where they were headed. "Let's go to the Zhang family," Li Si said without any hesitation, wiping his mouth and standing up as soon as he spoke. Lu Yongfei's eyes went wide in shock. "Bro, we're just going over there like this, no backup." He sounded a little panicked. Now he finally understood what Li Si meant yesterday when he said he'd jump right in their faces. He literally meant showing up at their house and confronting them head-on. "Relax, I already talked to Director Zhu yesterday." As he spoke, Li Si shook his phone, showing the message thread where he'd reported everything to Director Zhu. "Alright, that's good then." Seeing this, Lu Yongfei finally relaxed and quietly put away the phone he'd been about to use to notify Director Zhu. He'd assumed Li Si was acting recklessly out of anger and that he'd have to clean up the mess afterward. He hadn't expected Li Si to have already thought through his escape route. Looked like he wouldn't be needed after all. If only Lao Er was a little older and bigger, I'd just ride him over there. On the way, Li Si couldn't help but complain. Who wouldn't want to make an entrance riding a demon ox? The only pity was that his yellow earth demon ox was just a regular yellow ox, not a legendary blue one. If it were blue, he'd start growing out his beard right now, so that when he got old he could wander around on his blue ox white beard flowing, cosplaying as Lao Zi himself. The Zhang estate was famous all across Linhai City. When Zhang Guangqiu first made his fortune, he bought an entire block in Linhai and turned it into the Zhang family's domain. Over the years, the area had grown more prosperous with more and more shops opening up. The place became so well known that the whole area was renamed Zhang Estate. There was even a light rail station called Zhang Estate Station thanks to the heavy foot traffic. Arriving in the area, they passed through the commercial district. The crowds thinned out, replaced by residential houses. Among them, the Zhang estate stood out most, a towering mansion that dwarfed all the neighboring homes. It loomed over the area like a dark cloud. That oppressive cloud had suffocated Li Si for years, but now, after just a few days, it felt like the sun had broken through the gloom. Li Si's smile twisted as he stared at the vermilion gates before him. Without hesitating, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the red doors burst open under his kick. The combined force he'd borrowed from the Dark Knight Ghost Cat and the Yellow Earth Demon Ox punched straight through the doors. "Who's there?" came an angry, startled shout from inside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Si calmly withdrew his foot and shoved the shattered doors wide open. Inside the gate, a group of security guards kept retreating, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at Li Si. Clearly, they recognized his face. "They all know me." Li Si gave a small smile, reached out and grabbed the nearest guard, hooking an arm around his neck and pulling his face close. He pointed at his own face and asked, "Do you recognize me?" The guard's mind went completely blank. He was trembling all over, his eyes darting nervously, not daring to look directly at Li Si. He was simply terrified. Li Si's fierce reputation might not be well known outside, but things were different in the Zhang family. Even the current chairman of Xingye Group had nearly died at Li Si's hands. How could these low-level lackeys not be afraid? "Head, looks like you do recognize me." Li Si chuckled, patted the guard's cheek, and let him go. "Any of these guys usually up to no good?" Li Si asked Lu Yangfei, who was standing off to the side as he looked at the group of guards shrinking back from the door. Li Si could tell, every one of them was a beastmaster. 15 guards in total, 14 were excellent level and 1 was a veteran level beastmaster. "I'm not sure, bro. Even if we did know what bad stuff they'd done, we don't have the authority to do anything about it. If we really want to go after them, we'd have to register with the Beastmaster Bureau first," Lu Yangfei said quickly, afraid Li Si would lose control and start killing people. "So register with the Beastmaster Bureau, huh? Got it." Li Si glanced at the guards. "You all just got lucky, now get lost." With that, Li Si strode confidently into the Zhang estate. The guards immediately parted to clear a path for him. Those who had something to hide with the Zhang family quickly followed behind Li Si, cautiously throwing a few phantom punches at the air behind his back, as if to show they'd done their job for the Zhangs. The ones with nothing to lose just bolted straight out the doorway Li Si had kicked open. But Li Si didn't stop there. Suddenly, he grabbed another guard who'd been trailing him and asked with a sly smile, "Where's Li Si?" Everyone knew he wasn't asking about himself but about the imposter who had taken his name. The guard he grabbed shivered. The second young master isn't home. He's gone to school. Right after hearing you'd arrived, he left in the middle of the night," the guard stammered. Afraid to die, huh?" Hearing that the fake Li Si had run off in a panic, Li Si lost interest and let the guard go. "Alright, take me to Zhangdeguang." The guard hesitated at first, but after glancing at Li Si, his face obscured by shadow in the sunlight, only a dark silhouette showing, he shuddered and thought better of it. "Lord Li, please follow me," he stammered, scrambling to his feet and leading the way. The Zhang estate covered nearly 50 acres, about as big as a school, so the walk wasn't short, but Li Si's luck was good. He hadn't gone far before he spotted a familiar figure sneaking around and clearly trying to slip away unnoticed. It was Zhang Deguang, the very person he and his instructor had been looking for. This man seemed to have gotten word from Li Si and tried to run, but unexpectedly bumped right into him. Seeing Li Si in front of him and that twisted, excited grin slowly spreading across Li Si's face, Zhang Deguang froze for a moment. Then, before he could even think, he turned to run. "Run, your life's already been spoken for. There's no way I'd kill you here after all." Li Si strode forward, kicked Zhang Deguang's legs out from under him and then planted a foot squarely on his back, grinning as he spoke. "Your life's been reserved by the instructor, so for now you get to keep it." To be pinned underfoot like cargo, and by a kid even younger than his own son, Zhang Deguang's face flushed a deep, burning red. He had never known such humiliation. The shame made him struggle desperately, which only made Li Si frown in irritation. Without a word, Li Si lifted the leg pinning him down and, in a single fluid motion, did a high vertical split that would have impressed any gymnast. Ever since he'd become a beast master and gained the Nightshade Cat's attribute feedback, all of his physical stats had skyrocketed, even his flexibility. Moves like this, which should have been hard, came to him as naturally as walking. The next second Li Si brought his right foot down hard, stomping on Zhang Diguang's head. Bang! With a crisp ringing thud, Zhang Diguang's head smacked against the ground, then bounced up like a ball. His snarl of rage vanished in an instant, replaced by a dazed, blank look. He glanced up at Li Si, trembling, and then collapsed face down, blood pooling beneath him. Breaking into someone's home, torturing and humiliating my big brother with such cruel methods, doesn't the law mean anything anymore? Just then a wailing voice rang out. A middle-aged man bearing a strong resemblance to Zhang Diguang appeared from who knows where, pointing indignantly at Li Si and Lu Yangfei. In between his thunderous complaints, he managed to squeeze out a few noisy crocodile tears, as if he were the most wrong person on earth. And you are? Li Si released Zhang Diguang and walked over with a smile. The stranger shrank back a few steps, startled, though he stopped quickly, probably too embarrassed to let himself be cowed by a kid barely the age of his own son. What, you want to take revenge on me too? The man, face flushed with anger, shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm telling you, I Zhang Dida am not afraid. This is the Great Yen, there are laws here. Fine you bastards, really? Li Si started, ready to throw a barb right back, but Lu Yangfei grabbed his arm from behind. Uncle, you've got it all wrong, Lu Yangfei said, stepping forward. My brother already filed a formal application for vengeance. Once it's approved, whatever he does to you is all legal and above board. An eye for an eye, blood for blood, that's the foundation of the law here in Great Yen. What you're getting now, it's just a little interest. Sure, my brother might be in the wrong technically, but anyone with common sense would understand. And as for the law, don't worry, my brother won't run from it. After he finished speaking, Lu Yangfei ignored the ugly look on Zhang Dida's face. He quickly pulled Li Si aside and whispered in his ear, we can't take anything from the Zhang's house, that would count as robbery. Don't worry about them trying to frame us, I've been recording everything since we walked in, so we have evidence. No killing, until the procedures play out and the final verdict is handed down. We can't kill anyone in the city. Don't cripple anyone either, but cursing and fighting are allowed. The worst we'll get is a fine. If we can goad them into fighting back, even better. After listening to Lu Yangfei, Li Si flashed an okay gesture, then strode forward and grabbed Zhang Dida's face, slamming him against the wall. The impact sent a wave of dizziness through Zhang Dida. If he weren't a beast master himself with feedback from his beast, he would have blacked out on the spot. Look at me, I've already beaten you up this badly, but your dad still hasn't come out. Could something have happened to him? Li Si leaned in and whispered in his ear. Feeling a chill at the back of his head, clearly blood was starting to trickle down. Zhang Dida's heart went even colder. He lifted his head to look at Li Si, but there was no hatred or fury in Li Si's eyes, only calm. That made him panic even more. All along, he'd thought Li Si was just a reckless brute who'd gotten cocky with a bit of power. He never expected Li Si to be probing him, testing for a reaction. His mind raced as he tried to figure out what to do, but it was too late. After a few moments, Li Si suddenly let go and even straightened Zhang Dida's collar for him, tidying up from the scuffle. So that's it, now I get it. I heard the fishing gang put some restrictions on your father because of me. Looks like those restrictions aren't so simple. At the very least, I bet they broke your father's legs so he can't move, right? There was no trace of the anger or savagery from when he'd first come in. Instead, Li Si wore a relaxed, cheerful smile. You, just as Tiger King was about to blurt something out, Li Si cut him off. Alright, save your breath. If you really want to prove me wrong, why not get your wild old man to stand up? Have him walk over to me. If he's fine, let him take a few steps. With that, Li Si threw his head back and laughed as he led Lu Yangfei out the door. Their mission was accomplished. Sure enough, something was wrong with Zhang Guangqiu. Let's go, Lao Lu. Time for us to go accept our punishment. Sight coming, bro. Lu Yangfei snapped out of his shock. Even he had been fooled by Li Si's performance. He'd honestly thought Li Si just wanted to blow off steam before leaving and had spent the whole trip over asking law school upperclassmen from Donghai University what taboos to avoid. But he never imagined Li Si's real goal was to test out the truth behind the Zhang family's old monster. The two of them left without a trace of reluctance, leaving behind nothing but chaos, a mess scattered across the floor. The unconscious Zhang Dida, whose face was clouded with uncertainty, and a group of security guards standing around in confusion, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Get out, all of you, get out! Zhang Dida glared at the security guards, his anger boiling over at their uselessness. He waved his hand weakly, his shout laced with frustration. He knew there was no hiding it anymore. His father was in trouble and the secret was out. From here on, it wouldn't just be those two Lis coming for revenge. There would be other predators circling, hungry for a piece of Xingye group now that it was too weak to fight back. With disgust, he glanced at Zhang Diguang, still lying unconscious on the ground. Useless, he'd always been useless ever since they were kids, and now, grown up, he was still causing trouble. Was he really going to drag the entire Zhang family down with him? Hello Li, what brings you here? Li Si stepped into the Linhai Beast Control Bureau. The same beast guard from yesterday was still on duty looking exhausted. Clearly the Donghai Bureau had worked through the night and was still pulling overtime. Even so, he recognized Li Si, forcing a tired smile onto his face. "Hi, I'm here to turn myself in. I hit someone." As he spoke, Lu Yongfei, quick on the uptake, placed his phone on the table. On the screen, the video he'd started recording outside the Zheng family's door played, crystal clear footage of everything that had happened. The beast guard sucked in a breath. This incident could be big or it could be small, depending on how you looked at it. The video was high definition, no editing, nothing left out. Who hit whom, where it happened, the reason behind it, it was all right there. There was no need for any further investigation, but that was exactly what made things tricky. The ones beaten up were Zhang Diguang and Zheng Dida, the top two at Xingye Group. Their status was different. This wasn't a simple case, just handle it according to the rules. Donghai University would never cover anything up, said Director Zhu, walking through the door with a serious expression. The beast guard in charge of the questioning immediately sat up straight. "Understood, Director Zhu, you can rest assured we'll handle this strictly by the book." He sat down and picked up the case file again, but in his mind he couldn't help but roll his eyes. If they were really going to follow the rules to the letter, Director Zhu wouldn't have needed to come in person. Still, he kept his face expressionless and professional. "Mr. Li Si, based on the evidence you've provided, I'm classifying this as fighting and brawling. The circumstances are serious, but since you've turned yourself in voluntarily, we'll be lenient. In the end, you'll need to pay a total of 12,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress to the victims." As soon as the decision was announced, the interrogation room fell silent. The beast guard's partner stared at him in shock, as if he'd lost his mind. Li Si and Lu Yongfei exchanged a look, then stood up without another word. "Where do we pay?" Li Si asked his question crisply and directly. He had to admit the punishment was so light it caught him off guard. He'd braced himself for a much heavier price. "Let the chief take care of it. He'll make sure the money gets to the victim," he added. With their answer, the three of them left the interrogation room. "Chief, isn't the Empire's golden law supposed to be absolutely inviolable, and aren't the Imperial beast guards its staunchest defenders? Then why?" For the first time, Lu Yongfei felt the sting of raw, naked privilege. He looked up at the chief, curiosity shining in his eyes. This wasn't what he'd been taught since he was a child. Even when Li Si had his starter beast forcibly taken away, it never occurred to him to connect it to this. He had always believed people just found loopholes in the golden law, but this couldn't be explained away by a simple loophole. Now every word seemed to have multiple meanings, and they were starting to split hairs over the language. Li Si, standing nearby, didn't say anything, but there was a flicker of interest in his eyes as well. In the very beginning, the golden law was indeed as you described." Chief Shu pondered for a moment before choosing his words carefully, trying to explain as gently as possible. "What do you mean, in the beginning? Even the golden law can be corrupted?" Lu Yongfei lowered his voice in shock. "It's not exactly corruption, the story is a long one." Chief Shu sighed. "Our great Yan Empire was founded on the rule of law. Our first emperor started from nothing, and in his youth he suffered under the tyranny of corrupt officials. So when he finally unified the land, he was determined to create the perfect set of laws. Countless legal scholars worked tirelessly for this goal, but after nearly half a year, they still couldn't come up with a flawless legal code, because anything made by human hands can never be truly perfect. Eventually, someone suggested that instead of chasing perfection, perhaps they should return to the roots, to the most primal form of law. Maybe that would bring about something extraordinary." When Chief Shu finished, Li Si's expression grew thoughtful. "An eye for an eye, blood for blood?" Li Si asked. That was exactly how Lu Yongfei had described the essence of the golden law earlier. Exactly, the most primitive kind of law, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. The moment the law was finalized, the world seemed to shift. The very paper that recorded the law suddenly burst into flames, and one by one the characters came alive, forming a powerful beast. That beast became what we now call the golden law. Its master isn't fixed, it serves every emperor of Great Yan in turn. Unlike our own beasts, which can only have one master, the golden law's beast serves whoever sits on the throne. And then, Li Si and Lu Yongfei were both riveted. Chief Shu rolled his eyes at them, then continued his explanation. When the golden law was first established, the empire truly underwent a transformation. But as you know, people spend their whole lives chasing after privilege. It's true for you, for me, for everyone. I climbed my way up to become director of admissions at Donghai University for the sake of privilege, so I could live better than others. Xiao Li's the same, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted so strongly when his starter beast was taken from him. But the existence of the golden law blocked those powerful beastmasters from obtaining special privileges. How could they possibly accept that? Each of them could move mountains with ease, stir up the seas wielding inhuman might. The strongest among them could, by their mere presence, alter the ecosystem of an entire region. To ask such people to accept the same rights as ordinary folk, it's more unbearable than killing them. Li Si understood now. He'd already guessed what came next. The Golden Law was powerful, one of the strongest beasts of its age, but not the very strongest, so, under the leadership of the then Prince Yan, later Emperor Taizong, a rebellion swept across the entire Great Yan. Liu Yongfei's eyes went wide. The Jingnan campaign, he couldn't hold back his excitement. Seeing history from this perspective thrilled him. After all, it was completely different from what he'd learned in school. That's right, the Jingnan campaign. Afterwards the Golden Law was shattered, its core remained, but that overwhelming power, like a blazing sun hanging over the empire forcing every blade of grass and every tree to obey the law, was gone. Director Zhu spread his hands and grinned at their stunned faces. When he first learned about this, he'd worn the same expression. After Director Zhu helped them hand over the money, the two followed him and a few professors back to Donghai University. Alright, that's it for now. You're done here, go split your rewards. Any additional bonuses will be sorted out and paid to you once everything's been tallied. Having dropped them off at the task exchange hall, Director Zhu hurried off. This incident was about as big as they come. The interrogation of Inghua was complete, all the knowledge in his mind had been copied out. The experimental data, the information and the soon-to-deliver cell had all been rushed overnight to the capital and to Donghai University. He didn't know the situation in the capital yet, but according to the researchers at Donghai, this was almost certain to succeed, and that changed everything. This was an artificially created golden qualified beast, a resource that could be mass-produced, so, as soon as Director Zhu got back, he started pulling strings to maximize the benefits. Director Zhang was doing the same. Two departments with nothing to do with each other were suddenly acting like brothers. Let's go, old Liu, time to wrap up this mission. After Director Zhu left, Li Si finally called Liu Yongfei over to hand off the task. Let's go, bro. As soon as the two of them stepped into the main hall, a senior from the student council hurried over, looking at them with an expression of surprise and admiration. You must be Li Si and Liu Yongfei, right? Come with me, the school's already notified us. He didn't have them stand in line with the others. Instead, he led them straight into a nearby office. The original reward for this task was 110 exchange points, but since there was an unexpected complication, the difficulty increased. As for the final number of points, it hasn't been determined yet, but Director Zhu paid out of his own pocket to raise the reward to 500 points. That's not the final tally, though. The rest will have to wait for the task review. As he spoke, the senior typed something into the computer. Alright, the points have already been distributed to your student cards according to the ratio you agreed on before the mission. He shifted in his seat, then fixed his gaze on the two of them, eyes full of curiosity and gossip. So guys, mind telling me what happened on this mission? What on earth could have happened to make 500 points barely cover it? At that, Li Si and Liu Yongfei exchanged glances, then both burst out laughing. Sorry senior, it's really hard to explain. Let's just say, if you know you know. The student council senior, who had been all excited to hear some juicy gossip, immediately pulled a face and shot Li Si an exasperated look. Fine, I transferred your exchange points, now you two can go. Clearly disappointed at not getting any dirt, he all but shooed them out the door. Neither of them minded. Huddling together in excitement, they left the office. Old Liu, I've transferred all the points to you. Help me figure out how to maximize the upgrade for both of my contracted beasts. Make sure the points are split evenly between them. As soon as they left, Li Si handed over all the exchange points he'd just received to Liu Yongfei, trusting him to choose the best resources for their magical beasts. That was exactly what a beast partner was for. Got it. I know what to do. Seeing this, Liu Yongfei took a deep breath and nodded firmly. He'd known this day would come and had been preparing for it. This was his chance to show his worth. Oh, and remember to contact Professor Li Zizai from the Dark Department. He's my advisor and also an ally of ours. Faculty get a discount when buying resources. Plus, I borrowed some exchange points from him before, so pay him back first and use the rest to buy what I need. With that, Li Si sent Liu Yongfei his advisor's contact info, waved him off and headed back to his dorm. Those skill tags had been sitting in his tag library for ages. He could hardly wait any longer. With a bang, Li Si shut the door behind him, strode straight into the training room and released both of his contracted beasts. Moo! After being cooped up in the beast space for several days, the Earth Taurus burst out as soon as it was released, charging around the training room with wild abandon, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Si didn't try to stop him. Instead, he just stood to the side, watching with an amused smile. Midnight Shadowcat glanced at the silly second pet, but in the end her feline instinct for cleanliness won out. She hid herself deep within the shadows, refusing to come out. It was a good while before the Earth Taurus finally settled down. He ambled over to Li Si and gently nudged Li Si's stomach with his newly sprouted knobby horns, a gesture he used to show affection. Haha, enjoy it while you can, Li Si chuckled, rubbing the Earth Taurus's big head. Give it a little more time and you won't even be able to reach my stomach anymore. Compared to when they first formed their bond, the Earth Taurus had grown by leaps and bounds, both in height and strength. These days, if he caught Li Si off guard with a nudge, he could practically lift him right off the ground. that was the terrifying growth you got with the combined power of the bull demon strength and Vajra body traits, 1 gold 1 purple, stacked together. Alright, wait here, let me give you a buff. As he spoke, Lisi pressed his hand to the Earth Taurus's head. Sensing what was coming, the Earth Taurus immediately stilled, looking at Lisi with eager anticipation. He'd already experienced Lisi bestowing traits before and knew exactly how powerful his master's special ability was. Bestow, devour and digest traits. As the words fell, 2 streams of green light flowed from Lisi's hand into the Earth Taurus's body. In Lisi's eyes, 2 new green traits now appeared above the Earth Taurus's head. Devour, green, able to consume massive amounts of food. Side effect, perpetually hungry, will keep eating even if it bursts. Digest, green, accelerates digestion, allowing greater absorption of nutrients from food, though the speed has an upper limit. Lisi was just about to break down the remaining 9 devour and 9 digest traits to further strengthen the existing ones when he suddenly froze. What if I fused all these traits into one? The thought struck him out of nowhere. Lisi stroked his chin, considering for a moment, and then made up his mind. Without hesitation, he bestowed all 18 remaining traits on the Earth Taurus. Let's do this. Multiple identical traits detected. Would you like to fuse them? The system prompt sounded in Lisi's ear. Fuse. Lisi's face lit up. Looks like my guess was right. Traits with similar effects can be fused, so there's no reason identical ones can't be too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 20 green traits began to twist and merge before his eyes, finally condensing into a single deep blue trait. Pseudo-gourmand bloodline. Deep blue can devour enormous amounts of food and accelerate digestion for rapid growth. Lisi's eyes flew wide open in shock. This was the first time he'd ever seen a deep blue entry, and it was a fusion of a full 20 green entries, yet it still hadn't upgraded to purple. He had no idea why, but he couldn't complain. The pseudo-glutton bloodline was much stronger than his previous devour entry, and best of all, that constant gnawing hunger was finally gone. Even the digestion limit had vanished. The earthen demon ox, who'd been so ravenous from the devour entry that he was seeing stars and just about ready to eat dirt, suddenly looked up in confusion. The terrifying hunger from moments ago had just disappeared without a trace. After glancing a few times at Lisi, the ox lowered its head and took a few half-hearted bites of the training room's muddy ground. It wasn't hungry anymore, but the memory of that hunger had left it shaken, so it munched on a little dirt to calm its nerves. Don't eat too much of that tasteless stuff. I'll get you something better when we're done, Lisi said irritably, giving the earthen demon ox a firm pat on the head. How much entry essence does it take to evolve a pseudo-glutton bloodline entry? Lisi wondered. He only had 245 entry essence left, just shy of what was needed to upgrade a blue entry to purple. That's why he wanted to know the cost first. After all, this was the first deep blue entry he'd ever seen. Who knew if there might be some difference? When the system displayed the required entry essence, Lisi's eyes widened again. 150, he blurted out in disbelief. Normally, upgrading a blue entry to purple required 300 entry essence, but the pseudo-glutton bloodline only needed half that. Suddenly Lisi understood the meaning of a deep blue entry. It was stronger than blue, close to purple in power, but not quite there yet. Still, it was already well on the way, so upgrading it cost less essence. And as luck would have it, he had just enough to make the leap. Upgrade the pseudo-glutton bloodline entry, Lisi commanded without the slightest hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the deep blue entry above the earthen demon ox's head shattered. The fragments spun around the ox, radiating an intense blue light that only Lisi could see. When the blue reached its peak, a brilliant purple glow burst forth, forming a brand new entry above the ox's head. Glutton bloodline. Purple possesses the blood of the divine beast Glutton, can devour massive quantities of food and digest it at lightning speed with virtually no upper limit. Can convert an enormous proportion of nutrients directly into personal power. **** Massive quantities, lightning speed, virtually no upper limit, enormous conversion. Just a single purple entry, yet it was packed with such outrageous attributes. Lisi hadn't even seen that with gold entries, so this was a divine beast entry. That was just absurd. Just the gluttonous bloodline alone was already this powerful. It was hard to even imagine how strong an actual Tautai would be. After the skill upgrade, the earthen demon bull tilted its head at Lisi, its eyes filled with confusion. It seemed, it really wasn't hungry anymore. Still, it lowered its head and took a couple bites of soil. After chewing and swallowing, it felt nothing at all. That's when the earthen demon bull understood. Its new gift meant it would never be hungry, but it could never feel full either. Want some? Even though Lisi and the earthen demon bull didn't share a heart-link pact and couldn't communicate with the same perfect understanding he had with the midnight nethercat, the beast contract itself let Lisi sense the bull's thoughts. With just a glance, Lisi guessed what it wanted. Smiling, he took a chunk of dine rock from his backpack, the same size he'd always given the bull for a whole day's ration. He placed the dine rock on the ground and watched as the earthen demon bull ate it, bite by bite. Its movements weren't fast, but the progress was steady. Soon the entire chunk of dine rock was swallowed down. Li Si's eyes went wide. Once the bull finished eating, it stopped moving and lay down, its belly rumbling softly. Li Si grabbed a chair and sat to the side, watching expectantly. As the Dine Rock was digested, the earthen demon bull's body began to grow before his very eyes. At the same time, the swelling on its head burst open and two massive spiraling horns, almost exaggerated in size, not unlike the Rocky Sand rhinoceros, shot straight up toward the ceiling. These massive horns were the bull's main weapons, but they were also its primary conduit for channeling earth energy. With the horns fully grown, the earthen demon bull had officially stepped into adulthood. As the horns emerged, dust swirled up from the floor of the training room. The desert monarch was finally showing its majesty. Its energy conversion rate is that high. Li Si opened his mouth in shock only to get a mouthful of dust. That shut him up quick. He closed his mouth tightly and thought to himself, if things went the usual way, the bull would have needed to eat more than a dozen chunks of Dine Rock this size to grow its horns, but now just one chunk was enough to take it out of its juvenile phase. Its absorption of energy and nutrients was more than 10 times stronger than before. As Li Si stroked his chin, pondering what to do about the earthen demon bull's future, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. Come to think of it, which is more valuable for the Taodai bloodline, to devour Dine Rock or rare magical treasures? He had to admit that was a real question. Guesswork wouldn't cut it, he needed to test it out to know for sure. He shot old Lu a message asking him to buy as many different kinds of feed for the earthen demon bull as possible. Quantity didn't matter, just variety. Only after setting his phone aside did he gently rub the bull's head. To be honest, he still hadn't quite figured out the best way to train the lust demon bull. Normally you couldn't send a beast into battle until it had passed its juvenile stage, and for this particular creature, the sign of maturity was when its horns grew in. But right now, the lust demon bull was clearly too young. He wasn't even sure if it had fully developed in other ways. He'd have to ask his advisor to take the bull for a checkup later. After all, he was a faculty member at Donghai University and had plenty of connections. While he was mulling all this over, the doorbell rang. They're here. He pulled out his student ID and spoke into it. The ID was connected to the building's intercom, then got up from the training room and headed out to open the dorm door. Well, if it isn't my advisor and old Lu. You two came together, huh? He said, swinging open the door. Standing outside were his advisor and Lu Yongfei. Li Si wasn't surprised in the slightest. He grinned, welcomed them in and poured them both some tea. No sooner had this kid come to see me than I found out you've already picked a beast partner, the advisor grumbled as soon as he sat down. Seriously, Li Si, I told you to read up and learn how to raise a lust demon bull, and what do? Outsource the work the first chance you get. That's just plain lazy. Luckily things went smoothly. The paper I submitted on the lust demon bull's ecosystem is moving along nicely. If there are no surprises, I should be promoted to Associate Professor of Earth Elemental Studies soon, otherwise I might not have been able to keep you around, the advisor continued to nag. Li Si just smiled and refilled his advisor's tea, letting him rant. Once the advisor finally paused to take a sip, Li Si asked, so, what do you think of my new beast partner? Lu Yongfei, who'd been quietly sipping his tea on the side, suddenly looked up, staring at Li Si in disbelief. Wait, what does this have to do with me? He blurted out. As Li Si's partner, the advisor naturally understood what Li Si was really asking. He frowned, giving Lu Yongfei a long, assessing look, so long that Lu Yongfei started to squirm with nerves. At last, the advisor nodded. Anyone who can get into Donghai University is a genius, no doubt about it, the advisor said. Plus, from what he discussed with me about the rare materials he bought, it's clear he put a lot of thought into picking out things that are perfect for your beast, and not just in general, but right for this particular stage. That kind of effort, along with a solid grasp of theory, says a lot. We haven't even covered Lust Demon Bull in the elemental cultivation class yet, so he must have studied on his own. No matter how you look at it, the attitude is spot on. You really lucked out. Lu Yongfei was so flustered by the advisor's praise that he didn't know where to look. He couldn't stop grinning, no matter how hard he tried, and finally just ducked his head and shoved his hands in his pockets, pinching his thigh to keep himself from smiling even more. Hearing this, Li Si nodded in satisfaction. Good, everything up to now had been an internship, but with the advisor's approval and those carefully chosen materials, Lu Yongfei had finally passed the real test. Professor Li, have you ever thought about taking on a student? Li Si asked with a sly smile, her words cutting straight to the point. In an instant, both the advisor and Lu Yongfei's eyes flew wide open. Me? Take on a student? The advisor stared, instinctively about to refuse. But after a moment's thought, he sucked in a breath, a contemplative look settling over his face. Hey, there might be something to that. Honestly, I only got this lecturer position in the first place because of some connections. Now, with the luck of being part of the project that produced the Sky Bowl, I've got a real shot at getting promoted to associate professor in the next review. But let's face it, people are going to talk. They won't be convinced I deserve it. If I had a student who actually accomplished something that might shut some mouths. He absently rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. As for the possibility that Lu Yangfei wouldn't amount to much, the thought never even crossed his mind. After all, Lu was Li Si's protege, how could he be ordinary? Wait, I really can. Lu Yangfei's eyes went even wider. To be accepted as the personal student of someone about to become an associate professor, he was just a regular freshman at Donghai University and he'd never dreamed something like this could happen to him. Of course you can, but let's be clear up front. Compared to other associate professors, I'm really nothing special. The resources I can get for you are limited. For the rest, you'll have to fight for them alongside your big brother here. The advisor was completely open about his own shortcomings, showing no embarrassment at all. As he finished speaking, he shot Li Si a glance and gave his shoe a little kick, signaling him to say something as well. I'll help with resources too. Li Si nodded. That's fine, Miney. Back in my hometown, I was considered a genius for getting into Donghai University. But here, where geniuses are everywhere, I'm just average. I'd be crazy not to grab this opportunity. Lu Yangfei looked at the advisor sincerely, his eyes shining with determination. The advisor felt a little uncomfortable under that intense gaze, shivering despite himself, but eventually nodded. Alright then, we'll go take care of the paperwork together in a bit. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, Li Si put down his teapot. Now that your business is settled, let's get to mine. Both of them perked up immediately. Lu Yangfei rushed to draw the curtains and the advisor, catching on, flicked on the lights. Hold on, isn't this a bit much? Li Si was speechless. If someone walked in, what would they think 3 guys were up to in here? Does Donghai University really require this level of secrecy? The Shadow Knight cat sauntered over to its cat tree, visibly more at ease in the dim lighting. This just sets the mood, the advisor said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. He had to admit, maybe he was a bit obsessed. Any time he saw Li Si's strength grow, he couldn't help but get excited. After all, it meant he was one step closer to avenging himself. Alright, let's see what you brought. Alright bro, so that's a total of 500 exchange points. After splitting it up we get 450. We paid the teacher back 80 points, so that leaves us with 370. That means for your 2 beasts it's 185 points each. I used the points to get a Yuanling fruit for the Dark Knight Nether cat. This thing doesn't have any attribute differences, it's just pure massive amounts of non-elemental spiritual energy. It's meant to help the Nether cat break through its current bottleneck. Treasures like this are for beasts hitting a plateau to help them advance to the next stage. Li Si nodded. The Dark Knight Nether cat was now at level 30-inch peak veteran, just one step away from breaking into the elite rank. Sure, with that 4th calamity trait the Nether cat could level up just by battling no barriers at all, but these guys didn't know that. Besides, who said a beast with the 4th calamity trait couldn't eat this stuff? In Li Si's eyes, this fruit was basically like an XP candy in a game, something like a rare candy or a cocoa fruit. As for the earthen bull, Lu Yangfei continued, since it hasn't passed the juvenile phase, I just got a heartlink grass and some supplements that are good for earth elemental creatures. The recipe teacher helped me find it. Lu Yangfei was quick to adapt, immediately jumping on board and smoothly started taking out the exchanged items from his space backpack, laying them on the table. As soon as he pulled out the Yuanling fruit, pure concentrated spiritual energy filled the air, instantly catching the attention of Li Si's 2 beasts. The Dark Knight Nether cat was first to react, leaping up onto Li Si's shoulder in a couple of swift moves, staring longingly at the fist-sized, crystal-clear fruit. Right then, a commotion erupted from the backyard. The back door was shoved open with brute force. Before they even saw the bull, a blast of wind and sand swept in, then following the dust came the muscle-bound beast, its body wrapped in swirling grit. Holy crap! What the heck is that? The teacher's eyes went wide the instant he saw the muscled beast, his mind going blank. He pointed at the earthen bull that just entered, so shocked he blurted out in dialect, actually, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Teach, Li Si said, waving the earthen bull over. You know, right, even within the same species beasts can have different innate talents. Some even come with special abilities. You trying to say I don't know this stuff? Just because I call myself a slacker doesn't mean I'm clueless about elementary school level knowledge. The teacher protested, grumbling. This is basic stuff, goes all the way back to Beastmaster 101. So bro, are you saying your earthen bull has a talent for accelerated growth? Lu Yangfei asked, stroking the bull's massive horns. He was so excited he was practically shaking. As Li Si's first beast breeder, the stronger Li Si got, the brighter his own future looked. Damn, you really are that lucky, not just 1 but 2 beasts with ultra-rare growth talents? The teacher finally snapped out of it, pushing past Lu Yangfei to fawn over the earthen bull, treating its horns like some priceless treasure. It looks like he's treating the Nightshade Nethercat's growth potential as some kind of high-level growth-type talent. Well, he's not exactly wrong, they're pretty close. Right, and my lust demon bull's appetite has suddenly increased a lot, and it's absorbing food much more efficiently now too. Its appetite increased. Lu Yangfei was stunned. He stared at Li Si in disbelief, then quickly lowered his head and glanced cautiously at the supervisor standing beside them. He'd seen this kind of talent before, he was all too familiar with it, but the thought was just too crazy to accept. It was hard to believe. Still, once every other possibility was ruled out, no matter how impossible the last one seemed, it had to be the truth. If his guess was right, then he'd hit the jackpot. Following a beastmaster like this, he'd have wealth and status beyond his wildest dreams, maybe even enough to start his own branch of the family tree. As someone from a coastal province, he had a near-obsessive enthusiasm for founding a new family line. It's normal, newly contracted beasts only start to show their unique traits as they grow, the supervisor said, unaware of the details of Lisey's last mission. He hadn't been around long enough to know, so he naturally came up with a reasonable explanation for Lisey. Let the Nightshade Nethercat eat it right here, the two of us will keep watch for you. Reluctantly releasing the Lust Demon Bull's massive horn, the supervisor finally spoke. Here, eat. Lisey didn't bother with any ceremony, he simply placed the spirit essence fruit in front of the Nightshade Nethercat. The cat's reaction was even more intense than before. Like a starving feline pouncing on prey, it hugged the spirit essence fruit tightly, rubbing its face against it like it had just gotten into a stash of catnip. What's going on? Lisey could clearly feel the wave of obsession coming from the Nightshade Nethercat through their soul bond. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Any contracted beast below a certain level will react like this the first time they encounter a high concentration of spiritual energy. It's called spirit drunkenness, nothing to worry about. Your Nightshade Nethercat is level 30, at that level it'll snap out of it in a bit. The supervisor glanced at the cat's state and immediately understood what was happening. Truly, having an experienced elder around was like having a priceless treasure. I see, that's a relief. Lisey let out a breath. Sure enough, after a short while the Nightshade Nethercat recovered from its spirit-drunken state, shaking its head in confusion, still looking a little dazed. What just happened to me? The bewildered voice echoed clearly in Lisey's mind through their bond. You got spirit drunk. It's normal to be unaccustomed to this level of spiritual energy the first time, you'll get used to it next time. Hearing her beastmaster's voice in her mind, the Nightshade Nethercat finally calmed down, her earlier panic and anger fading away. Cautiously, as if prodding a venomous snake with her paw, she reached out to touch the now still spirit essence fruit. Only when she was sure she wouldn't lose control again did she finally relax. The black markings on its body emitted a faint, almost invisible glow, which was instantly shrouded by the ever-present black mist enveloping the Nightshade Nethercat. In that moment, the Cloud Dragon concealment technique took effect. The little cat, once no bigger than a palm, suddenly transformed into a giant tiger. Lu Yongfei's legs trembled for a second, but since he had already seen the Nightshade Nethercat's true form before, he quickly regained his composure and managed not to lose face. The giant tiger swallowed the spirit origin fruit in one gulp, then lay down quietly, unmoving. The three men and one ox stood silently watching the Nightshade Nethercat in complete stillness. The Nightshade Nethercat sat with its paws tucked in and its eyes half closed, so still it seemed almost lifeless. Nearly 3 minutes passed before something abruptly changed. The black mist that had always cloaked the Nightshade Nethercat, but until now had been quiet, suddenly began to boil. Thick black smoke billowed uncontrollably from the cat's body, just like an old chimney that hadn't been cleaned in years. Old Lu, let's get out of here. Lisey reacted instantly, jumping up to block Lu Yongfei. After all, he knew this black mist all too well. It was a high concentration of manifested dark elements. For him and the instructor, both dark element beastmasters, it was nothing to worry about. But for Lu Yongfei, who was as weak as a chicken in comparison, it would be pure poison. Okay, Lu Yongfei, top student of Donghai University, immediately understood what was happening. Not even bothering to grab his bag, he bolted across the room in 3 quick strides, pressing himself against the far wall, his hand poised on the doorknob, ready to run the moment the black smoke spread any further. Fortunately, the black mist never reached the point of filling the whole room. Before that could happen, the Nightshade Nethercat drew it all back inside. By this time, the cat, still in its giant tiger form, had risen to its feet. All the black mist had been reabsorbed and its sleek pitch-black fur glistened under the light with a silvery sheen. No trace of the black mystical markings remained. Lisey stroked his chin in thought for a moment, and then it all clicked. Director Zhu had mentioned before that a beast could only develop mystical markings after pushing its physical body to the absolute limit at a certain stage, thus unlocking the divine power of the flesh. The Nightshade Nethercat, after all the enhancements it had undergone, had already reached the peak physical strength possible for its kind at the senior level, which was why it had gained its law of heaven and earth transformation. But now that it had broken through to the elite level, the standards had changed. Its body hadn't yet reached the new upper limit for its species at this higher stage, so naturally, the mystical markings had disappeared. After absorbing all the black mist, the Nightshade Nethercat lifted its head high, muscles taut, even its tail stiff as a rod. The energy radiating from its body was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. From Lisey's perspective, the cat's level flickered twice, then began to change. Level 30. Level 31. Level 32. Level 33, as expected of an experience fruit, a rare item made specifically for leveling up and breaking through. Just one of these was enough to boost the Dark Knight Nethercat by 3 whole levels. Now even among elite class beasts the Dark Knight Nethercat would make a name for itself, damn straight to level 33. That's impressive. I'd say your Dark Knight Nethercat could rank among the best even in the junior class, the advisor murmured to himself, stroking his chin as he lounged on the sofa, legs crossed. It could rank in the junior class. Li Si's eyes lit up and he looked at the advisor with excitement. After all, if he wanted to get stronger he needed to keep fighting tougher opponents, but none of the freshmen or sophomores would battle him anymore. His only hope was to challenge the upperclassmen. Of course, I may not be the strongest myself, but I know how to judge strength, the advisor said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He was just about to light one, but shot a glance at Li Si and Lu Yangfei and changed his mind. He put the pack away, then added in a tone full of certainty, you can trust me on this, bro. You're thinking of challenging the juniors? Lu Yangfei asked, coming back over and flopping into his seat as the last wisps of black mist faded from the room. I am, Li Si replied softly, eyes shining with anticipation. Lu Yangfei straightened up in response, just as excited. What are you thinking? They'd never agree to that. The advisor let out a derisive laugh from the side at their reactions. Instantly both Li Si and Lu Yangfei let out sighs of frustration. The advisor was right, the juniors would never accept his challenge. As a freshman, Li Si wasn't included in the sophomore or junior rankings. Even if he managed to beat the top junior, there'd be no reward for him and the loser would only end up humiliated. No one in their right mind would go along with something that had no upside and only downsides. The lesson from the sophomores was still fresh in everyone's mind, but there were always exceptions. If he could somehow get included in those rankings, if he could fight his way in, then all the resources and rewards would go to him alone. At that point, they'd be lining up to challenge him. It didn't take long for Li Si to think of a way to break the deadlock. Advisor, is there a way for me to be included in their rankings? Li Si suddenly looked up, his gaze intense. There is, but you'll have to convince the principal yourself, the advisor replied after a moment of thought, nodding as if recalling something important. All right, leave it to me. Li Si's eyes practically glowed as he answered. If the advisor said there was a precedent, then there had to be a way. And if there was a way, he'd find it. Bro, I'll look up what happened the last time someone did this and see why it was allowed, Lu Yangfei volunteered, realizing what was most important. But before he could finish his sentence, the advisor gave him a light smack on the head. He just needs to talk to the principal. There won't be any surprises. You have more important things to do. Come with me. As he spoke, he stood up and led Lu Yangfei out the door. Oh right, teacher, you need to check on the earthen demon bull. Otherwise, I won't know if it can still be cultivated. As the two of them were already at the doorway, Li Si hurriedly called out, almost forgetting the main task. Without turning his head, the counselor waved a hand. Got it. I'll bring the equipment over later. Watching them leave, Li Si finally picked up the heartbond grass from the table and fed it to the earthen demon bull. A brand new voice soon echoed in Li Si's mind. Moo. It didn't mean anything. The calf was still too young, its awareness barely formed. It needed more time to grow. The heartbond grass melted instantly in the bull's mouth, gentle energy sliding down its throat, nourishing its newborn body. In Li Si's mind, after that confused moo, came a pure feeling of trust and dependence, like a newborn gazing up at its mother. This little guy's mind is still a complete blank, Li Si thought, pulling himself together and wasting no more time. Since the counselor had said to go straight to the principal, it meant he was confident things would work out. Li Si stood up, no longer hesitating, and headed directly toward the administration building. The East Sea University Administration Building was as imposing as ever, standing at the heart of campus, silently declaring itself the seat of power, thanks to the groundwork laid by the counselor, or perhaps more because what he'd brought back from raiding the Ingwa stronghold was just that shocking. Li Si met no obstacles this time as he climbed to the top floor. The door wasn't locked, it swung open with a push as if the person inside had long expected his arrival. Li Si took a steadying breath and stepped inside. The office was the same as always, spacious, bright, and carrying an indescribable air of authority. Behind the massive desk, the aged principal sat upright, a document in his hands, though he wasn't reading it. Instead, his calm gaze was fixed on Li Si as he entered. There was no overwhelming pressure, no deliberate show of authority, just a serene stillness, deep and unshakable as water. Sit, the principal said, pointing to the chair opposite his desk. His voice was gentle. Charlie contacted me earlier, told me what you're thinking. Li Si sat down as instructed, back straight, showing not the slightest nervousness even in front of the university's highest authority. Principal, I need stronger opponents. I need to improve, and quickly. He spoke plainly, restating his request. The principal set the document aside, fingers interlaced on the desktop, and leaned forward slightly, studying Li Si. A cross-grade challenge, breaking the current grade ranking rules. That's not without precedent at East Sea University. Li Si's spirits lifted. "Oh, I'd appreciate your guidance, Principal." The last time, the principal said, was 90 years ago. The principal's words carried a trace of nostalgia. Back then, I was just a young teacher barely making a name for myself. The academy had seen a true prodigy, much like you now. The moment he enrolled, he had no rivals among his peers. He skipped grades, challenged upperclassmen, even the most gifted seniors, and never once lost. Though the principal's tone was calm, Li Si could easily picture that genius from 90 years ago, dazzling and unmatched, dominating his generation. In his first year, that student swept through every ranked challenger from freshmen to seniors, setting a record at East Sea University that has yet to be broken. At this point, the principal's gaze refocused on Li Si, his eyes sharp and appraising with a hint of expectation so subtle it was almost undetectable. 90 years have passed. It seems East Sea University is ready to see another rule-breaker. The words weren't spoken outright, but their meaning was crystal clear. Li Si's heart thudded faster in his chest. This was recognition from the principal of East Sea University. "Principal, does this mean you agree?" "In principle, yes," the principal nodded. "East Sea University has never stifled talent. Rules are meant to keep order, but geniuses, true geniuses, have the right to break them, however." His tone shifted. "If you want to break the rules, you'll have to pay the price, or rather prove yourself worthy." "What do you need me to do?" Li Si asked without hesitation. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. To earn special privileges, he would have to show extraordinary value. The principal leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. "You've heard of the Abyssali secret realm, haven't you?" Li Si nodded. The Abyssali was one of the largest and most dangerous secret realms near East Sea City. Rumor had it that it was connected to another dimension, its interior a labyrinth of peril and opportunity, a place both rich in resources and fraught with deadly risks. It was where upperclassmen and the university's strongest often went to test themselves. The Abyssali has 3 regions: the outer zone, the deep sea zone, and the core, the most dangerous area. The principal continued. "Not long ago, something happened in the core. A powerful non-human escaped, and it's now hiding in the deep sea zone, causing quite a bit of trouble." A non-human escaped from the core. Li Si's attention was instantly piqued. To students at his level, the core zone was the stuff of legends, a forbidden land. Anything that managed to escape from there had to be incredibly strong. "We've organized several hunts already," the principal said, "but this creature is cunning and knows the deep sea well. It's managed to slip away every time." He fixed Li Si with a steady look. "Your task is to enter the Abyssali's deep sea zone, find this escaped non-human, and eliminate it. This mission isn't just difficult, it's extremely dangerous. Even the top students in their junior or senior year might not be able to pull it off." The principal's tone remained calm. "Do you dare to accept it?" Li Si didn't hesitate for a second. Instead, a fierce determination blazed in his eyes. A challenge. This was exactly the kind of challenge he craved. "I accept," he replied, his voice firm and resolute. "Good." A faint smile appeared on the principal's face. "I'll have my secretary prepare the mission details and the paperwork for entering the secret realm. Remember, come back alive and bring proof that you've completed the task. Do that and I'll make an exception for you, granting you permission to challenge opponents from any grade." "When can I leave?" Li Si pressed, already unable to contain his eagerness. "The sooner, the better," the principal replied, studying him closely. "Every day that creature from another race remains in the deep sea zone, the greater the risk." Li Si sprang to his feet. "I'll start preparing right now." As he watched Li Si leave without a moment's hesitation, the principal's eyes reflected a flicker of complex emotion. 90 years. It had been 90 years since that monstrous genius single-handedly propelled East Sea University to new heights. What would this new freshman bring to East Sea University? Greater glory, or something else? He picked up an internal communicator from his desk. "Xiao Qin, prepare a full report on the recent disturbances in the deep sea sector of the Seabed secret realm, as well as everything we know about the target alien. The more detailed the better. Give it to Li Si." With his instructions given, he leaned back in his chair and gazed out at the cloudless blue sky. The deep sea zone of the Seabed secret realm, an alien who escaped from the core region. "This mission is about more than just proof. Kid, I hope you can give me a real surprise." As Li Si listened to the principal, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. 90 years ago, a prodigy who swept through 4 years undefeated. What kind of spirit, what kind of presence was that? And now, the principal's words were clearly comparing him to that legendary predecessor, even putting even higher hopes on him. "For those who come after," the phrase crashed through Li Si's mind like a thunderclap, stirring a surge of pride and ambition. This was recognition, the highest form coming from the leader of East Sea University. It was more exhilarating than any reward. "Principal, you mean?" "In principle, I approve your request." The principal nodded slightly, confirming Li Si's guess. Do you remember East Sea University's motto, "All rivers run to the sea"? Embracing greatness through inclusivity, we never stifle the growth of geniuses. Rules exist to maintain basic order, but true geniuses have the right to challenge and even break the rules. The technology and the source material you brought back from destroying the Inghua stronghold was a major achievement, enough to earn you certain privileges. Li Si forced himself to calm his racing thoughts, but the principal's tone shifted, his gaze turning sharp again. If you really want to shatter the boundaries between grades and compete in the higher-level ranking battles, merit alone isn't enough. You need to prove to everyone, including the upperclassmen and the academy's elders and professors, that you truly possess the strength and potential to rise above the rules. What do I need to do? Li Si asked without a moment's hesitation, his eyes burning with determination. He knew this privilege wasn't something easily granted, it would inevitably come with a severe test. The headmaster leaned back into the broad chair, his fingers idly tapping a steady rhythm on the polished surface of his desk. You're familiar with the Abyssali secret realm, aren't you? The headmaster asked suddenly. Li Si nodded. Of course he knew. Just a few days before enrolling he had spent time inside the Abyssali. Seeing Li Si's nod, the headmaster nodded in return. He was already well aware of